Events take place in the local mental hospital. There was a guy in the mental hospital in ward number 666. His whole body was tied with rope. He lay there and smiled. Another guy stood over him and held the wires in his hands, asking if he wanted to say something before he carried out his experiment. The guy with a calm expression told him to start because he believes that everything will happen as described in the book. Electricity can heal his body. Then, the guy stuck the wires into the socket and said that it was time to find out the truth. He wants to watch this magical moment together. After this, the guy was completely shocked and paralyzed. He arched his whole body from such tension. The security system was activated and smoke was coming out of the door. The doctors told us to call security. We need them to check the room. 2 patients in room number 666. One old and the other young are making a mess again. You need to take fire extinguishers with you. The doctors were carrying the guy on the couch and told him to call an ambulance. The patient experiences foaming at the mouth and difficulty breathing. He was covered in electric burns. My hair became electrified. The guy was unconscious. The other guy also wanted to go with him. He aggressively tried to get into the ambulance, saying he didn't want to stay here and wanted to know his condition. He pushed the doctors aside and told them to sign him up for a couple too. The doctor said they would take him with them and check him at the same time. An elderly man looked through the window at an ambulance in which patients were being taken away and said that one of their patients was an astronomer. The girl was talking about how the Earth is square. Everyone thinks it's round, but in fact, it's because of psychopaths who need to be treated. The other is a professor of medicine. The guy said he found a way to get a man pregnant. Another inventor is a predictor. He said that based on what he learned today was the end of the world, but he said not to be afraid. He found the perfect place to hide from him. When the workers are distracted, he will lead them out of here. They all have different hobbies. It was the director of the Kinshanshi Hag Mental Hospital, and even these 2 patients have room number 666. Their constant desire to kill when they have an attack. When the guys were brought to the hospital, one of them asked how he was feeling. This time, the other guy replied that he felt as good as it was written in the book. All points in his body opened. He even saw the end of the universe. The white-haired guy held a needle in his hands and then stuck it into the other's head. Did he ask him this because he stuck a needle in his head? The guy answered, "It's like a green circle that no one knows about, and the system is activated." She says, "Welcome to Tao, her master." The other guy answered, "That he seems to have gone crazy." That same morning, Mount Taishan. Animals that looked like monsters ran headlong from an incomprehensible creature. This fox-like creature swept away everything in its path. The news said that there was an earthquake on Mount Taishan. Moreover, level 7 monsters have appeared. Many people were injured, and the government has already sent its people there to provide assistance. Also, their people were asked not to go to Mount Taishan for safety reasons. At this time, the guy was brought to the hospital and sent to the operating room. Many doctors stood over him trying to bring him back to life. They used a special system to check the condition of his body. The system said that it had found a new owner and was preparing to activate. The new owner has a problem with his head. 3 minutes before the operation, the doctor said that this was not his first time here and why his injuries were so serious this time. Copper wires connected to electricity were wound around his body. 2nd-degree burns. Stable blood pressure. Pulse rate 250 beats per minute. One of the doctors ordered anesthesia, but the guy said he felt very good. Burns on his body, because his body was cleansed. He said just cut it off. The doctor got angry and said that it was his actions that caused the burn, to which the guy replied that he doesn't need anesthesia. He needs to use pain to train his mind. His mind is very strong. Ordinary people like them cannot understand this. If they try to give him anesthesia, he won't pay for it. The doctor asked, "Does a psycho like him really have money and use anesthesia?" The guy tried again to say that if they tried to anesthetize him with the power of his mind, he would resist. But the anesthesia won, and he fell asleep. Lin Fan, at age 10, he pierced his head with a hammer. Mom asked in fear what he was doing, to which he replied that she should not worry, and he is practicing the metal head. Not finished yet. And I almost saw my ancestor. Lin Fan, at age 11. Lin Fan stood naked and held a cutter in his hands. Mom said to put it down, to which he replied that he heard that Bixie's swordsmanship manual is the strongest skill, so he wants to destroy the unnecessary piece of meat. Fortunately, his mother found out about this and stopped the operation to disappear the Linfan family. After that day, little Linfan was taken to a mental hospital to be checked out. Linfan's mother stood and read the mental health report. Linfan asked if she could throw him off the 5th floor because he wanted to open 2 acupuncture points on his abdomen. The mental health report met everyone's expectations. Linfan is a 5th-degree mental patient. The report stated that he was not dangerous to society but could cause harm to himself. Linfan didn't want to go to the mental hospital and asked how he could train. If it stays there, after Linfan was cured, he lay on the bed. His body was completely bandaged. His friend was sitting next to him. He said he thought he would level up soon. Linfan asked to be pierced with a needle a few more times. He agreed and said that he had recently studied a new manual on developing acupuncture based on his body. Linfan asked what level. The guy replied that this is an updated version of the universal level. After that, he pierced his hand and asked how he feels. The guy answered, "That's what." He hears a voice in his head. The guy asked what this voice was saying. The guy didn't have time to finish because he lost consciousness. The assistant watching him noticed this and called the doctor. The guy was again wheeled on the couch, saying that the patient's heartbeat was decreasing very quickly. His arm was covered in needles, and they told him to take him to the intensive care unit, asking him to call the head doctor. The system said that it was activated. By activating it immediately, you will receive the strongest martial arts manual, 1,000 striking techniques. The doctors sat tired after a successful operation because it lasted the whole night. One of the doctors said that he could at least eat his wife's cooked food. As soon as he started eating, a nurse came in and said that the patient was hurt again. The man got angry and asked how this happened immediately after the operation. The girl replied that he was a patient in a psychiatric hospital, and their hospital did not specialize in this area. A guy knocked on the door of the director, saying that the manager of the Bai cemetery asked him to find out when they would bring that guy to the burial, to which the director replied, that they won't bring him. Huatyan Hospital reported that Linfan's life was no longer in danger. He said this for the 100th time already. He's still so young. Suddenly, the director received a call. Tang Ji called him. He was the deputy director of the Huatyan Emergency Hospital. He said that they only saved him, and he again did his own thing. He's just making fun of him. The director called out to the guy and said that it seemed there would be a burial after all. The deputy director said that he was back in intensive care. He saved him for several hours. As soon as he pumps it out, he will immediately send it back to him. This lover of communicating with ancestors, he will personally bring it. The director said to put it on at his place. The deputy director asked, does he really want to scare away all his patients? He said that if the director talks about hospitalization again, he will personally ask the surgeon to make a little mistake and they will return him in a wheelchair. The director agreed. Then the man got angry. After that, he hung up. Linfan's friend lay on the chairs in the corridor in front of the operating room and thought that the movement of the Milky Way was proceeding as expected. But why did this happen? Linfan said that he heard someone's voice in his head. People passing by turned around thinking he was crazy. He thought maybe he should try and play dead. The doctor said that when he was invited here, the director warned him that many emergency and complex operations were performed here that would help him improve his skills and accumulate rich experience. At first, he didn't understand how he knew that there would be many complex operations here. But after he came here and pulled this boy out of the other world 48 times, he finally understood. The system hung above him. She said that the owner had completed the first S-rank improvement. There is an opportunity to exchange it for opening another location with additional permanent physical endurance and asked if this should be done. Problems were discovered with the owner's head. There are not enough resources to make a decision. The default choice is made. The system chose to make a decision and said that another location was opening. Countdown to enter changes in physical endurance. It's exactly 5 p.m. You need to continue broadcasting from the scene of the incident on Mount Taishan. The awakening of their country has already successfully suppressed the 7th grade demons. However, there are still a lot of escapees. The relevant authorities have already sent search teams. Lee Life stood leaning against the ambulance and thought that we weren't finished yet. A nurse called out to him. Lin Fan was carried on a couch. She said that the operation was successfully completed and they were returning the patient. Lee Life said to throw him into the ambulance, but the ambulance driver asked how he could allow him to personally take him and let him go better. The man said that Van would be there instead of him today. As soon as he drove off, the nurse called him, telling him to stop because there was another guy who came with him. He stopped and asked her to repeat. She said Wang was now operating on another mental patient. He asked her to tell him something. On the mask, it was written that he was resigning. The director stood and looked through the window and prayed that they would not be brought back. But suddenly, the hospital gates opened, and he realized that they had been brought back. When they were unloaded from the car, the director came out and said that this was too much. Transport the patient immediately after the operation. The wounds may open. He turned to the deputy director and said that since they were brothers, he would maintain his authority and said that let them both lie in his hospital for a while. Suddenly, Lee Life fell to his knees. The doctors were shocked by his behavior. He said that he was right, and since they were brothers, let him spare their hospital. Because they got all the doctors in their hospital. The director felt embarrassed and thought that this was against the rules. Suddenly, the man stood up and told him not to say anything because he understood him. He left the guys near the hospital and left saying that they could keep the stretcher and that they would take care of the nurses. The director realized what awaited him. He asked Lin Fan how he was feeling, to which Lin Fan replied that everything is fine. At this time, he also had an account for applying the operation. His friend said that he was fine too. The director said to bring them in and the beds would need to be fixed. Ward number 666. Two friends were lying in the ward. One of them said that he could not move and asked how he was doing. Lin Fan replied, "What he cultivates." He said that this psycho in his head is teaching him the method of thousand-fold forging and hundred-fold hardening, and says something like the change in physical endurance is completed. He feels the energy condensing in his body. It's nice. His friend said they succeeded. Lin Fan replied that the rotation of the Milky Way has been successfully completed. The electrocultivation method has also been successfully developed. A friend asked if it was worth repeating the method of hitting the chest with a hammer again tomorrow. Lin Fan agreed. He was still counting down time. The director stood next to their door and said that it was strange that this time there was no sound from them. The director said that everything seemed to be calm and left. A girl walked in an alley at night and typed something on her phone. Suddenly, she heard something and turned around. She saw a monster in front of her and dropped her phone. Lin Fan and his friend were lying in the ward. Suddenly, his bandages all over his body began to unravel. He stood up completely naked. There was still some time left to apply the function. He approached his friend and said that he had come to save him. A friend noticed his belly. Lin Fan said that he didn't think it would become so flat. A friend said he wanted to touch it. After he touched it, he said that it was hard. Lin Fan replied that this is one of the consequences of his cultivation. The friend replied that then they could continue cultivating by hitting the chest with a hammer. The plumber was fixing the meter. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was standing behind him. He heard that escaped monsters were hunting in the city. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. The man was shaking with fear. The plumber turned around and screamed when he saw one of the patients in front of him. He calmed down, saying that this was not a monster, but just a person. Water activity according to hazard categories of residents at Kingshan Hospital. At the very top are the patients of Ward 666. After them come the awakened ones. And then various monsters. Second-class demon. Demon of the 7th, 9th grade demon class. Patient 666 Ward said hello. The plumber greeted back. Behind him stood Lin Fan, who stole a hammer from a suitcase with tools from a plumber. After that, they said goodbye and left. The man said it was too dangerous to work here. If it weren't for the high pay, he would never have worked here. But after that, he noticed that his hammer was missing. He heard laughter from the next room and decided to go there, because curiosity is a person's special way of knowing death. After that, he decided to look through the door. He saw that one patient was beating another. The man was scared. The guy turned around and said that he saw everything. After that, the man ran away from there, asking for help and said that a psycho killed a man. At this time, the system completed the report and said that the owner had completed the D rank improvement itself. It is possible to exchange for strengthening a separate part of the body, such as hands, head, or legs. The system defaults to the best option. These are hands. After this, the doctors dragged the man to their room. He said that they were psychos and murderers, and there was blood all over them. When they entered the room, the guys were sitting calmly on the beds. The director asked what they were just doing. The man didn't understand where the blood went and where they put it. The guys replied that they were drinking drinks. The director turned to the man and said that there were no murders and no blood here. It seemed to him. He said that he couldn't do the job and that they should return his hammer and he would leave and not invite him here. They may not even offer a premium. He won't stay here anyway, only if they double it. Shy Hag asked for his hammer. Lin Fan asked, "Which hammer exactly?" Then the director pointed his finger at his pants. He pulled out a hammer and handed it to the man. The director said to calmly put it on the floor. Lin Fan didn't want to go to bed and told him to take it away. The director told him to be obedient and put him on the floor. The man was thinking that today is February 29th and whether his birthday will be the day of his death. After that, he agreed to take it and went to Li Fan. His heart was beating very fast. He extended his hand to take the hammer. Behind him stood a nurse and doctors who supported him. After he took the hammer, he gave it to a plumber. The plumber was surprised at how brave the director was. But in fact, the director was very afraid. At this time, the news was shown. They said that since attacks by escaped monsters had become more frequent, the relevant departments had activated additional resources to capture and destroy them. By this time, they will be destroyed. 2 patients sat and watched the news. One of the men said that this was his wife, to which the other man replied that this was his daughter. He remembers feeding her secretions as a child. Another man said that it turned out that he was his father-in-law. After that, they hugged. Moshan Higher Academy. From this day on, it officially became one of the 4 highest academies with a centuries-old history. Lin Fan's friend asked if he knew this girl. Lin Fan said that this is his girlfriend. His friend said what he believed. Breaking news. Traces of the monster were found on King Shan Street. Residents in surrounding areas are asked to be on high alert. If they find something strange, they should contact them immediately. The girl said that now they can go and destroy several monsters. Her combat rank was level 2. She also said that there are 4 of them of 2 ranks. Eliminating one of the 2 rank monsters will be a piece of cake for them. She is 16 years old, and her name is Xiangni Class Healer. Besides Chun Yang, there were 3 other guys with her. They agreed with her and told her to do it in secret. One of the guys said that they would find, eliminate, and bring this monster here. She replied that they, as the most outstanding graduates of the higher academy, they could not allow the Yanhai City Special Forces to be looked down upon. The guys sat and watched the news. They said that today is Saturday, February 29th. The guy looked at his watch and said, "How could today be February 29th if today is March 7th? Lin Fan looked at his watch and asked if it was broken. To which his friend replied that this is a Rolex for several tens of millions. One of the patients wanted to look, but the guy pushed him away. After he finally looked at the watch, he said that it was wrong, but he would fix it. It provides after-sales service. If they purchased a Rolex for several tens of millions, then they are VIP clients. If there are any problems with his product, he will repair it free of charge. After that, he drew a clock for him with a marker and said he was done, saying, "Look at your hand." The guy liked the watch because it was a rollerblade. After a while, he sat crying because it seemed to him that he had been deceived. And was this watch really just a good fake? How could it fail so quickly? He was deceived for several tens of millions. Then Lin Fan took a cola from the refrigerator and handed it to him, saying that it would cheer him up. His friend thanked him and said that he was very good. As they were drinking, Lin Fan said what the voice in his head began to say again. The guy asked what this voice says. At this time, Lin Fan has already run out of report to apply the function. The system said the countdown was over. A transition is made to another location. The time stream of this world is transferred to a frozen state. To complete, you must complete the task. Task to help the descendant of the creator of the method of 1,000-fold forging and 100-fold hardening. Get rid of bullying at school. Task object Chen Yang. Explanation of 100% physical strength. Lin Fan was teleported to someplace and was in another body. He found himself in an unfamiliar room and looked around. The guy couldn't understand where he was, but then he looked at himself in the mirror. He thought he had become a girl and decided to check it out, but his mother came in and called him to breakfast. As soon as she saw it, she immediately came out saying that she didn't see anything. The guy said that this saint in his head had gone crazy. How can you dress a guy in women's pajamas? When they were having breakfast, Mom said that he was cute and probably his classmates were just making fun of him, but she said not to pay attention to them and that he should eat and go to school. Lin Fan thought that it was soy milk. Then Mom replied that it was cow's milk and said that final exams are coming soon. You shouldn't relax. You need to concentrate on your studies. After that, she noticed that he poured milk into the porridge and then drank it in one gulp. Having said that soy milk porridge is very tasty, he went out to the bus stop and looked at the street, saying that he was surprised that the world outside the walls of the hospital was so beautiful. After that, a bus arrived and he got on it. Chen Yong's mother said that he should go to school. Now he is Chen Yong, and this means that he must go to study. After that, he calmly rode on the bus. But at one of the stops, a girl got in. She couldn't reach the handrail. Lin Fan noticed this and gave her his place. She thanked him. The guy was asked to show his student ID. After he showed, he noticed Lin Fan. It was classmate Zhang Hao. Lin Fan stood calmly and looked out the window. But Zhang Hao came up to him and asked, "Didn't he tell him to take his place?" He asked why he didn't take a seat today. And does he really want him to beat him? The real Chen Yong used to be afraid of them, but not now. He looked at him without looking away. Zhang Hao thought about that he has a strange look today. The girl called out to him, saying that he had given up his seat. Suddenly, a guy ran into the bus, shouting that he had been attacked by a psycho and for the driver to go faster. People started running out of the bus because a patient from a psychiatric hospital got on the bus with a knife in his hands. He said that now he will kill them all. Zhang Hao was scared, to which Lin Fan replied that he was not crazy. The man looked at the girl and said that he would kill her. Then he swung a knife. Everyone was scared of the man. Then Lin Fan stopped the knife with his hand and asked why he wants to kill her with a kitchen knife. The man told him to let go of the knife. After that, Lin Fan stuck his hand into the knife harder. Everyone was surprised how it didn't hurt him. Lin Fan told him something that he never answered. Why does he want to kill her with a kitchen knife? After that, the man let go of the knife and walked away from him, saying that he was crazy. Then Lin Fan asked him again why he wanted to kill her with a kitchen knife. The police and ambulance arrived at the scene. They took away the guy he attacked. At this time, Lin Fan stayed with the man on the bus and asked him if he still needed a knife. The man told him not to come. When Lin Fan got off the bus, he saw Zhang Hao, who was sitting on the ground and moving away from what was happening. Lin Fan called out to him and said that he wanted to start over. Zhang Hao was scared of him, but still said hello, and they shook hands. Zhang Hao was disgusted by the thought that he now had blood on his hands. Lin Fan said he remembered him. He is Chen Yong's classmate. My sister came up to him and said that he was wounded and needed to be bandaged urgently. He was quite strong. Lost so much blood but holding up well. He replied that pain makes him stronger. He has a strong mind. He's already used to it. The nurse thought he was not himself. The man was detained when he was being led into a police car. He saw Lin Fan and began shouting that he was crazy while running away. One of the police officers approached him and said that he was brave and thanked him for his dedication. They will contact his school so that they know their hero. He said he was late for class and said goodbye. The policeman said that he had a deep wound, and he was only thinking about his studies. Such a desire for knowledge cannot but command respect. He ran after Lin Fan and said that his wound had not yet healed, and he could rest today and suggested that they take him to the hospital. Lin Fan replied that he doesn't want to because pain is the path to cultivation. She only makes him stronger. He came to the school where Chen Yong studies. He said that he could smell the books, and if old man Zhang was here, he would become an excellent acupuncture teacher. After that, he headed to school. He entered his class. It was spacious here, after which he sat down at his desk and lay down thinking. He remembered a memory from his childhood. Mom asked the doctor how her son's treatment was going and whether he could already go to high school. At his age, children are usually already in high school. The doctor said that this applies to ordinary children, but Lin Fan is a patient with a severe mental disorder. Mom asked, "Can he go to school?" Suddenly, a girl poked him in the arm with her pen, asking who allowed him to cross the line. She said that if he crossed, he would pierce his hand. She hit with such force that he had to jump up and say, "Why does it hurt so rudely?" But he didn't react at all. She thought that most likely she was pressing weakly and needed to press more. He replied that his friends from Kinshan Hospital also liked to play with him. Then the girl pierced his hand until it bled and thought it really didn't hurt him at all. Lin Fan turned around and lay quietly. When she leaned over to make sure she pressed as hard as she could, blood sprayed into her face and she started crying and ran away. Classmate Li Fan's friend said that her beloved Li Shui was offended by Chen Yang. He told him to wait until classes were over. He would help him drag him into the toilet and hold him while he beat him. But from the face of classmate Li Fan, it was clear that he was afraid. He said, "Don't touch him because he's weird." His friend replied that he is like a girl and why be afraid of him? The guy approached them and said that he wanted to introduce himself again. He remembers that they also like to play with Chen Yang. Zhang Hao's friend did not want to say hello to him. But Zhang Hao, in turn, jumped up and said hello. His friend asked, "Has he gone crazy?" While Lin Fan and Zhang Hao shook hands, Lin Fan said that he remembered seeing him on the bus when he left. Classmate's friend Li Fan asked what it was and was he really afraid of it? The teacher came and said that yesterday she asked them to learn the ode about the Red Rock for today and asked who was ready. Lin Fan sat and thought that this old woman is too cruel, and he does not envy whoever she calls. But suddenly she called Chen Yang and told him to tell. Behind him sat Zhang Hao and his friend. They thought that Chen Yang was most afraid of her and he would die of fear. But Lin Fan calmly stood up and said that he was not ready. Everyone was surprised how he could say it. After that, the teacher looked at him intently. And the children thought that their gaze at each other created a depressing atmosphere, and they had a bad feeling. Lin Fan asked if he could sit down. The teacher thought that his smile gave her goosebumps and told him that he could sit down. He thanked her and sat down. The children still didn't understand how he did it. After the lesson, some children were talking and others were sleeping. Lin Fan sat next to the socket and wanted to insert the key into it. Friend approached him and said that he was strange today. He asked how he was able to intimidate his friend Zhang Hao and also fool the teacher. But Lin Fan ignored him. Then the guy got angry and grabbed him by the jacket, saying that he was crazy and even dared to ignore him. Does he really want to hit him in the face? Lin Fan replied, "That current can excite the body and make it stronger." He wants to insert the key into the socket and cultivate. His words surprised the guy, and he didn't understand what was wrong with him. After that, Lin Fan inserted the key into the socket, and the two of them were shocked. A guy was watching them, and he liked it. He approached them and asked if Yang Zitian didn't recognize him and asked him to teach him too. When he touched it, the three of them were electrocuted. Odnoklasniki watched them and did not understand what was happening to them, and they also want to learn this way. After that, the whole class was shocked. Lin Fan said that this current has a rather weak effect. When he turned around, he saw that all his classmates were lying on the floor. He said that they should sleep on beds, not on the floor, and he thought that they were just tired after school. He told them that they should sleep, and he would go to the toilet. The trigonometry teacher walked into class and said that today was his favorite subject. He must show the students how wonderful trigonometry is. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw that everyone was lying unconscious and dropped the books. He called an ambulance and said that students were lying on the floor after. He gave the address. He was asked what the reason was. He said that he himself was interested. Ambulances arrived at the school. Lin Fan looked through the window and said that he was sitting on the toilet. And they were probably due to overwork at school and said that this was a terrible institution. The school children discussed this situation, that during the day in the second group, all the students were electrocuted except Chen Yang. He was in the toilet. He was insulted by the whole group, and there are no scratches on him. When Lin Fan was returning home, he was called out by a girl who was standing behind a tree. He approached her and said that now he is Chen Yang. When she came out from behind the tree, he asked why she called Chen Yang. Out of embarrassment, she couldn't say anything behind her back. She had a letter. Suddenly, some guy snatched this letter from her hands and asked, "Is this a love letter for Chen Yang?" It was the school bully Tang Ji. Next to him were his right and left hand. She told him to return the letter. Tang Ji said that Chen Yang is cool because even his students confess their love to him. He held the letter up so she couldn't reach it. When she tried to get the letter, Lin Fan jumped up and snatched the letter from him and asked why he took this thing from her. He replied that Chen Yang was too brave to snatch the letter from his hands and asked why he doesn't read this letter to them right now in front of this girl and then he won't beat him. He turned to the girl and asked if she wanted him to read her letter to them. She said she didn't want to. Then Lin Fan turned to them and said that this was her letter and she didn't want it and he wouldn't read it. Then Tang Ji pinned him to a tree and told him to repeat what he said. Lin Fan again repeated that he would not read, then Tang Ji ordered him to read. The girl told him to read the letter as long as they didn't touch him, and fell to her knees trembling. Lin Fan replied that they can't hit him so he doesn't have to listen to them. When a group of guys started forcing him to read again, he clenched his hand into a fist, and after that he hit the tree with one light movement and broke it in half. Tree fell. Everyone was scared of him and looked with their eyes wide open. The students ran up to the teacher and said that they saw school bully Tang Ji bullying Chen Yong from the second group again. He replied that he would teach him a lesson and went to them. When they arrived at the place, they were surprised. They saw that Lin Fan came to the Tang Ji tree and said that now he had behaved incorrectly and the director would call him for a conversation. He asked Tang Ji if he remembered that taking other people's things is bad and doing something bad is wrong. He began to repeat words so that Tang Ji would say them, and told him that you can read other people's letters only with the permission of the owner of the letter. After Tang Ji repeated his words, he said that he did well and let him go. The bully said that he would return home now and would always return earlier. After that, they ran away. The teacher asked the students who offended whom. Did Chen Yang offend Tang Ji? The students responded that it was Tang Ji who offended Chen Yang. He gave the letter to the girl with his hands outstretched. She embarrassedly replied that this letter was for him. He said that old man Zhang said that usually in pink envelopes. These are love letters they are given when they want to confess their feelings. The girl said that she liked him and whether he wanted to be her boyfriend. He replied that I don't mind, and said that his whole life is devoted to the cultivation of pure yang, is the strongest, and then said that they are not a couple. She burst into tears and ran away. He said that, as old man Zhang said, the heart of a beauty is prone to betrayal, but it seems to him that he forgot something. But then he said that he didn't care and went home. His name is Chen Yang. He likes cute things. Quite weak in character. Everyone around him teases him about being a girl, but not her. She finds him affectionate and sweet. She's not like the others. He loves her. One day he will pluck up the courage and confess to her. She will become his first beautiful love, if she loves him too. If she even takes a step on his side, he will immediately tell her these three main words. He loves her. They are not a couple. First love didn't work out. Yang Zitian was taken to the hospital. The doctor said what modern students are thinking about. Instead of studying well, they play with such dangerous toys. Urgent surgery needed. He stood up and said that he didn't need to cut his clothes, because it was Armani. He washed the dishes for a month for it, and that it was an expensive thing. But after that, he fainted again. The doctor said that his parents would burn these things. All the students were in the hospital bandaged and in pain. The guy asked the other guy what happened, to which he replied, what the doctor said was that it was an electric shock. Although he didn't even go into the electrical box, he just touched classmate Li Fan. Another guy said that he touched Yang Zitian and doesn't remember anymore. Yang Zitian told them not to blame him. He himself is here because he touched Chen Yang. He wanted to insert the key into the socket. How could he know that he would actually insert it? The guy asked. Is it all because Chen Yang wanted to insert the key into the socket? Yang Zitian said that it was all because of him and that he didn't see him here. Yang Zitian said that he must already be in intensive care if they just held on to him and suffered so much. Then he, as the first in the chain, suffered the most. One of the guys asked if everything was okay with him, to which the others remained silent. Even though he behaved like a girl, he never did any harm. It's a pity if he died, even though they all humiliated him. But he often bought them different things. If he dies, they don't know who else could be so offended in class. Suddenly, there was a knock on their door. They thought that this was another round, and it would be better to send a nurse to hold the phone. Some thought that most likely it was their mother who had come. Lin Fan appeared and asked if this was a ward of high school students. Everyone was surprised by his appearance. When Lin Fan saw them, he said that he had found them. They worked so hard that they even ended up in a hospital bed when their classmate decided to visit them. He had bags of groceries in his hands. He put them on the table. The guys were still surprised how he was alive and how it was possible. He said that each person had 2 sausages and a carton of milk. He handed the food to Yang Zitian, but he told him to keep it for himself, and that no one needs his handouts. He asked what Lin Fan was up to. Zhang Hao told him not to be offended. He turned to Sasha and said that Yang Zitian did not understand what he was saying and asked Lin Fan to give him gifts and thank him. Yang Zitian got angry again at Zhang Hao and asked what came over him. Did he really get his brains knocked out by electric shock? Suddenly, one of the guys said to look in the community. They saw their boss being bullied Chen Yang. After that, Yang Zitian thanked Chen Yang and that it was kind of him. A man stood on the roof. He remembered when he was declared mentally ill, his wife filed for divorce and told him to sign it, and they would separate like ships at sea. In any case, he didn't have long left. He said that she didn't even wait for him to die and was not yet ashamed to come to him with him. He took a step towards a cliff and fell 10 years of marriage. Doesn't she have at least a drop of conscience? Lin Fan was asked if he really broke the tree in front of Tang Ji and asked if it was big. He showed them through the window what kind of tree it was. But suddenly, he saw a man falling from the roof. Everyone started screaming and saying that there was a man. Lin Fan, noticing this, quickly grabbed his hand. His arm broke after this. He dragged him back into the room. Everyone was surprised that he just caught it with one hand and dragged it here. He asked the man why he jumped. The man asked why he caught him and said that he had a fatal disease. He would die anyway. The wife found herself a young lover and came to him with him and forced him to sign a divorce agreement. Lin Fan began to calm him down and told him to cry. The director said cry and everything will pass. The man started crying and hugged Lin Fan. The doctors found out about this situation and ran into the room and were surprised that he was actually saved. The doctor asked if it was true that he saved him and how he did it. Zhang Hao noticed that Lin Fan's arm was broken. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. He replied that there was no need to pay attention to it and it would still heal. The doctors were surprised by his words. Yang Zitian and Zhang Hao said it's not surprising because it's their Chen Yang. Yang Zitian and Zhang Hao shared what happened on the internet and said that the sight of his god of war is similar and boggles people's minds. Tang Ji also posted a photo from that incident and asked him to unite. Doctors stood over Lin Fan and said that it was just a fracture, no need to resort to anesthesia. Lin Fan said that pain tempers his mind and let him become stronger. He said that this was a familiar environment and asked if this was also for them. The doctor thought that a large loss of blood and pain shock must have affected his perception. Lin Fan said that if they still decided to give him anesthesia, he should warn them that he has no money. But the anesthetic was successfully administered, after which he fell asleep. A decrease in hostility towards the goal of the task was found to have increased significantly. Chun Yang's prestige indicator of attitude towards the object exceeds the required one. A decision is made to complete the task. Help the descendant of the creator of the method of 1,000 times forging and 100 times hardening get rid of bullying at school. Task status completed task evaluation with reward method 1.000 times forging and 100-fold hardening highest compatibility. Additional reward for evaluation with Kaigong method task completed. He will leave this location in 3 seconds. The time flow of his world is resumed. Countdown 3, 2, 1 return. King Shan Mental Hospital. Ward number 666. Lin Fan returned to his ward. He didn't understand what happened. Zhang asked him what this voice was saying. He looked around again to understand where he was, and asked who he was talking about by chance. Not the voice of a psycho in his head? Zhang nodded. Lin Fan replied, what he says is that he moved to some other location and became a sick boy who wears women's pajamas in another location. Mom sat over Chen Yang and cried. He woke up and realized that his arm was broken. He started screaming that it hurt his hand. The school broadcast announces that the fearless hero has fresh blood up to his elbows and has kept his cool. Chen Yang went to school, but he couldn't find his mother, and wondered why she still hadn't come and how she parked the car. He didn't want to go there alone. Suddenly, everyone crowded around him and looked at him. Chen Yang felt uneasy. After that, they all bowed before him. Greeting him, Chen Yang was frightened by this behavior. He did not understand what was happening. The news continues to the fearless hero, and that composure overcomes fear from fresh blood to elbows and pain. This is the student who serves as an example to them. After that, Chen Yang headed to school. The girl watched him and thought that he had already become legendary and she was not a match for him. Yanhai City Special Division Building. The warriors discussed IQ and how it had increased. The 9th rank warrior of the Taoist Supreme Academy, Liu Haichan, said that it is impossible. Another warrior, Lin Daoming, said that if the demons become smarter, humanity will die out. It was not even worth calling them together. I just needed to get my affairs in order, go home and write a suicide note. One of the main warriors said it's not funny. Warrior Kinsong said that even if he grows up, what do they care? One of the warriors said that there were none. If it's already a fact, Master Yongshin said that the one who is afraid will not be afraid of people. He is merciful, not people. After that, he was told to shut up. The demon's IQ has increased. This may threaten the same combat prowess as a warrior, and a demon of the same rank will have problems. If this is so, are they warriors under the control of the Yanhai division? They are in danger. The man replied that they had already sent a warning about the danger. Low-ranking warriors will not cope. Then old men like them should take on this. There is no point in dying of boredom. Let them die fighting today. After that, the main man directed magic at him, and the old man was thrown into the wall. He said that if they don't want to die, let them pray for more warriors in Yanhai. This was the one-eyed top one of the Yanhai National Level War Special Unit. Director's office, all employees congratulated Kinshan Shihag on his birthday. He thanked them and said that they were celebrating his birthday here again. He wished for him to live another year. Everyone started clapping and congratulating him. When he was making wishes, one of the workers called out to him, saying that the patient from Ward 666 was on strike and was also pushing other patients. They gathered in a group and stood with some drawings. What the employees thought was that they drew 2 eggs and a sausage and started giving them. But they denied and said that this is not what they want. The employees asked what they wanted. They showed their drawing again. They didn't know what they meant. Then the director came. Everyone was happy that they were saved. They showed him the drawing and said that they needed it. The director refused them. Then they looked at each other and fell to the floor, imitating hysterics. The director agreed and ordered the doctors to take it from the warehouse and give it to them. The guy didn't understand what they wanted and asked again. When they got it, Zhang jumped on the punching bag and said that they finally got it and will become stronger. At this time, Lin Fan was training with dumbbells. After they trained, the dumbbells burst thanks to his training. He had already reached the level of warriors. Lin Fan thanked him. A lot of rats ran out of the portal. The guy started to move away in defense. Then he attacked the creatures. He hit the morning dog demon of the 2nd rank, but he withstood these attacks and attacked them again. Xiangni used the first form of yellow pill triple enhancement. They went on the attack. The guy used the spell Heaven and Earth Im and Yan. Laws of the Universe sword non-action. His attack hit the monster. He got angry. One of the guys told the other to dodge and he would help him. He used the golden body of the Arhat and held back the paw of the beast. One of the guys said that the monster is attacking. He threw Xiangni straight into the wall. She started bleeding from her mouth. One of the guys wondered if the animal really understood that it needed to attack the healer. This is an unusual demon. He told them to take Xiangni from here and used the attack. The monster fought it off with its tail. The other guy still detained the monster then. They realized that the monster was still holding back. After that, he ate their partner and attacked them again. One of the partners pushed the other, and the blow hit him. He pierced him with his claws. He asked Xiangni if she could stand up. Everyone was dead except Chun Yang. He was left alone. He screamed and told her to get up. He said that he would delay him and that she should run. At this time, Xiangni managed to wake up. He ran straight at the monster, ready to attack. She used the 2nd form of the secret pill, 6-fold enhancement, and pointed it at the guy to help him. After that, she died. The guy fell into the monster's paw, but it was useless. Because he killed him, he was almost dying then. With the last of his strength, he used the firmament, and the territory of the earth he orders let his blood defeat the demon and used executions. He had a flow of power. The monster tried to kill him. And there was an explosion. The guy was dead. The monster was hurt by this attack and stood staggering. Lin Fan and Zhang were sitting on the street. Zhang counted the ants and said that there were a lot of them here. At this time, Lin Fan was meditating, and the system congratulated him and said that the master had broken through to the level of people in the energy cultivation technique. He had formed the basis of all things returning to the source. At this stage, he can absorb energy directly from the space around him, continuously strengthening his body. Suddenly, strength began to come out of him, and a friend noticed this and asked if he was okay. The system said that this is an ancient technique for cultivating energy. There is an excess of energy. It has already reached the limit. There is a threat of an explosion of the body. Zhang saved him by piercing his head with needles using the Milky Way rotation technique. Because of this, Lin Fan sneezed so hard that Zhang flew away. The master's inner world was opened. Energy stabilization. The danger was eliminated. Lin Fan thought how the inner world was able to open. He told Zhang that he just heard the voice in his head again and he had a headache. But fortunately, he helped him. He asked if he was better, And wasn't his path rotation technique cool? Lin Fan agreed. But he said that there was one problem. He was hungry. Then Zhang had an idea. He brought him an ant and told him to eat it. They call it ant butts. It's very tasty. It looks like menshansha. It's also delicious. He tried this vermicelli. The taste is a little sour. As soon as Lin Fan wanted to eat the ant, they announced lunch and told everyone to gather in the dining room. Then they threw the ant out and left. Lin Fan ate several trays of food. Some guys asked, didn't he just eat all their food? To which Zhang replied that he could throw it back up. They said to keep it for himself. The nurse came and told him to stop eating or he would burst. As soon as she took the tray, he grabbed it and didn't give it back. She told the manager to look at what he was doing. Lin Fan said that he wants more. The doctor said that he has an eating disorder. But suddenly, Lin Fan started eating a spoon. The doctor said it was allotriophagy. The system congratulated the owner on the discovery of the inner world. Now he can absorb the surrounding energy without harm to himself. Side effects from this moment, the body is susceptible to hunger. Hunger cannot be suppressed by anything other than objects full of strong energy. The police arrived at the crime scene and photographed the bodies of the victims. Some guy watched this and said that the dead are the best graduates of their stream. Of the 4 great academies, each was a second-rank warrior, 4 against 1. All 4 were dead. He was talking to someone on the phone. The voice from the phone asked, is it really the news that Zhang Hao has become smarter? Is it true that he answered? That the investigation team has already arrived here, or the creation of a Honda battle, one symbolic post of the second rank. The coordination of the group of warriors was no longer able to cope with demons of the same rank. The voice asked what was wrong with the demon now. The man replied that he went down the drains. He uses the stench of the sewer as a camouflage. Only the animal was seriously injured. These sewers are not that far from him and let him be careful. After that, he turned off the phone and told the man to tell the information department to raise the rank of all the demons. To which the girl replied that in addition to this, the families of the victims received notifications about what happened. They are now calling for clarification. The man replied that they should collect the remains of the bodies and their belongings and give them to loved ones and offer condolences. No wonder these kids were members of their special unit. They were brave but stupid. And then he left. The director said that if this creature that kills people dares to come here immediately, you need to transfer information to a special unit so that they destroy it. An employee came in and said that they were in trouble. A patient in ward number 666 scared away the kitchen workers. The director says that this time, a couple of hours ago, the guards were holding Lin Fan. The nurse said that he should not be allowed to eat without control. His illness is progressing. We need to take him for examination as soon as possible. When Li Fan was being taken away by security, one guy asked if he would pay for all the food he ate. Zhang understood that Lin Fan was asking for help and thought that he should not worry. He, as his best friend, already understood his request for help. He told him to pay attention to him and began to hit his head on the table. The guards released Lin Fan and ran to Zhang. They told him to quickly pull him away from the table. He is trying to die. They need to put him in a straitjacket. At this time, Lin Fan managed to escape. Lin Fan thanked him. Zhang let him know that their plan was a success. Kitchen. Women prepared food. When the cooks were cooking, someone came into the kitchen and said that he was hungry. Turning around, they got scared. It was Lin Fan. So they saw him in their eyes. They got scared and screamed. Lin Fan didn't understand what was happening. The director told the employee to give the female workers a 100 yuan bonus as compensation. The director asked him why Lin Fan was so hungry, to which the guy did not answer that Dr. Wang had now taken him for examination. The director said to tell the manager Van to come see him when he finishes. Suddenly, in the middle of the city, a creature crawled out of the sewer saying that it should be safe here. He doesn't smell those warriors. He's badly wounded. He needs to find a place where he can heal his wounds, and it looks like this place is perfect. To heal his wounds, he needs food. It's better to let a kind person take care of him. After that, he began to climb up the houses. He reincarnated as a dog and said that those guys said that people love such plush and cute cubs. Who can, seeing such a wounded beauty, remain indifferent? He is ready to accept their sacrifices. Ward number 666. Lin Fan and Zhang were sitting on the bed, looking out the window. Zhang said that his watch was broken again. The nurse who bandaged him said that today is March 2nd, but his watch shows the 29th again. He needs to send it in for repairs, and this time it's paid for, but he doesn't have money. Lin Fan said what he has too. No money. Zhang said that he is aware that he has no money. He offered him kidnapping. He heard that kidnapping is easy money. Lin Fan said that since he is his best friend, he will help him and asked who they will kidnap. Zhang said that they will kidnap him because he has a girlfriend. He will pretend to kidnap him so that she will take his watch for repair. As soon as it is fixed, he will let him go. Li Fan said that he does not have a girlfriend. Zhang asked if this TV presenter is not his girlfriend. He said it himself, but what Lin Fan answered was that she is his wife. He does not have a girlfriend. Zhang said what he thought was that she was his girlfriend, but it turns out she is his wife. Suddenly, outside the window, he heard Lin Fan barking and saw a puppy. The puppy looked at them through the window. He thought about how quickly they would start feeding him. Zhang said that he was cute. Lin Fan agreed. Zhang said that he seemed to be hurt. Lin Fan said that there was blood on his ear. The guy looked out of the window and saw something long stretching to the top floor. It was this dog. Zhang said that they can treat him and need to take him for themselves. When they took him for themselves, the guy said that he has serious wounds. They need to patch him up as soon as possible. Li Fan said that he can use acupuncture, he will feel better. The puppy was happy that they would use acupuncture because he didn't think that among people there were still those who use it. As soon as they wanted to stick a needle into him, the puppy thought that as soon as he recovered, he would immediately eat them. When they stuck a needle in his head, he froze, but still asked if he was better, because he was shaking. Lin Fan replied that it seemed like it was because he was so cool. The puppy's paws began to heal. Zhang was happy and said that he would help him get better. The puppy was scared and wanted him to stop. He thought whether he even had a certificate for acupuncture treatment, and he was cold. He thought whether he really wanted to cure him. Why did it seem to him that he was going to die? It seemed to him that everything seemed exactly right to him. Zhang and Lin Fan were sitting over the puppy and looking at it. Suddenly, Lin Fan's stomach began to growl. Zhang asked if he was hungry, to which Lin Fan replied that he has been hungry all day today. When he looked at the puppy in front of him, the system was highlighted. It was written that high-energy food had been discovered that could help reduce hunger for 3 days to the goal of 0 meters. Lin Fan thought about something and looked at the puppy. It was written that it has an energy value of the 2nd rank. Main properties: non-poisonous, edible, recommended method of consumption, marinate, simmer slowly over low heat, sprinkle with cumin. The puppy was scared by Lin Fan's gaze. But after he said that the puppy is cute, they think it must be tasty. The puppy was scared and thought, are they really ordinary people? He was afraid and said that he's so cute now. He can't believe that 2 guys can eat him. But suddenly, Zhang poked all the needles out of him, saying that if he does not continue to give him acupuncture, he will die. Lin Fan said that he believes him. But if he doesn't get better, then they have only one choice. Zhang said to wait until he dies, and then they will eat him. The puppy thought that they were abnormal, and this could not happen. He is a creature of the 2nd rank. He can heal himself, and without this deadly acupuncture, he will recover even faster. Zhang told him to close his eyes because he was going to die soon. The puppy thought that they were too arrogant and were really looking for death. Zhang turned to his friend and said that he was still alive. Lin Fan said that this is not a problem. He is bleeding and you just need to wait until he bleeds and dies. Zhang said that then they will wait until he dies, and as soon as he dies, they will eat him. He is so small. Zhang said that Lin Fan won't eat enough, so he will only take the leg. They thought whether his meat was tasty. Lin Fan replied that he was small. His meat was definitely tasty. Suddenly, the puppy transformed into his true form and said that he would eat them himself. 2 heartless people. How could they treat such a cutie like him? So coldly made him tremble, and angry made him crave their death more than ever. Zhang said earlier that he had become very big. Now they have enough to eat. The monster got even more angry and attacked Zhang. But Lin Fan stopped the monster with both hands by grabbing it by the mouth and said he's a bad boy. Biting people is wrong. The monster said that he has tender hands and he will eat them. But he didn't succeed because Lin Fan held him very tightly. Zhang said that he has good fur and wants to stroke. Lin Fan said that he can pet him now. He is obedient now. As soon as Zhang came to him, he said that he was not allowed. He was a demon of the 2nd rank. It was a shame. If he dares to touch him, he will bite off his hand. At that moment, Lin Fan stuck her hand into his mouth. Most of the teeth were pulled out. Lin Fan said what he had already told him, that good boys don't bite Zhang, his friend. He shouldn't be offended. After that, the monster lay half dead on the bed. Zhang began to stroke him and said that he was really obedient. Although he had become big and angry, he was still docile. The monster was surprised where he came from and what rank he was. Second rank? Third rank? Or fourth rank? No, this is power. He is definitely above rank 4. This person is scary. Zhang petted him and said that he was soft. Lin Fan said that he was a good boy. Zhang said that Dog Big's tail also looks quite soft, and he wants to see how it wags its tail. Lin Fan replied that he is an obedient boy and thinks that he himself can wag his tail. The monster thought that he would not do this, like a pet, wagging his tail for fun in the face of this warrior. He can only temporarily submit until he manages to escape away from this terrible man. He will repay humanity several times more. Zhang replied that he wanted to watch him wag his tail in a circle, not from side to side. Monsters didn't want to be bullied anymore. Then Lin Fan grabbed him and closed him and said that he himself understands that wagging his tail in a circle is much cuter. After that, he started wagging his tail. Zhang said that he is really an obedient boy and he is cute. Li Fan said that it's probably also delicious. Zhang said that they wouldn't be able to eat that puppy. But this big dog is a different matter. Zhang asked how they would eat it. He likes spicy meat. Lin Fan said that he prefers boiled, but a voice in his head said that it is better to fry. Zhang said that they don't have fire here. Then Lin Fan thought about something and asked if he thought the current could fry a dog, looking at the ceiling. He was still holding the monster by the mouth. Zhang looked at the ceiling and said that he thought they could do it. He said that when he helped him cultivate by passing current, he smelled the smell of fried meat. Lin Fan replied that then the dog should also be fried. I am surprised the monster thought that he had met demons among people. When I brought Lin Fan to the ceiling, I hit the monster hard and pierced his whole body. He told them to stop, but they didn't listen to him. Zhang sat at the back of the room and watched this. Having said that electric shock could really fry him, he obviously liked it. Other patients from the psychiatric hospital watched this and thought that someone was dancing there. The monster was getting worse. Then Zhang said that he smelled something fried. Lin Fan continued to hold it after that he said it was almost ready. The monster thought that they were demons and was already saying goodbye to life. After that, he died and said that perhaps in the future he would be reborn as a human. Smiling and looking at the monsters, Zhang asked if he was ready, to which Lin Fan replied that he was ready. There was smoke coming from him. He was already dead. They made an incision along the stomach and exposed it to the skin. They were hungry. Zhang said that it smells delicious. After that, they tore off a piece from it and began to eat. The new guard Li An looked around the corridor and wondered why there were traffic jams throughout the hospital. Moreover, why did it strike just when he came to room number 666? What's so special about it? He looked through the door and shined a flashlight. He saw Lin Fan and Zhang looking at him and a dead monster lying next to them. He was afraid that they had the head of a monster in their hands. They asked if he wanted to try and held his head in his hands while looking at him. The guy got very scared and jumped away from the door, throwing the flashlight on the floor. He started running away, screaming to be saved, and they ate the man. Then the director, together with other guards holding him by the arms, walked towards their room. He said what he saw, that it was definitely a head. He couldn't be mistaken. They were looking straight at him. The director asked if he was sure and walked ahead. The guard was very scared. He even cried. The director asked if the light had been fixed. When he was given an approving answer, he entered the room. He saw torn wires on one of the lamps. Looking at them, he said that was what he thought. In the ward, they saw Lin Fan and Zhang, who were lying quietly in their beds, and said hello. The director asked what they were doing here. But then he saw something and asked what it was. The guys replied that it was a carpet made of dog hair, pretending as if nothing had happened. In front of them really lay a carpet made of the skin of a mourning dog monster. He took the wool in his hands and began to examine it. It seemed very familiar to everyone, after which he realized that most likely it was the fur of a demon of the second rank. He did not understand how they did it, and it was impossible how they could kill him. Holding the wool in his hands and showing them, he asked what they were doing, to which the guys replied that they were sleeping. He asked, looking at them with an angry look. Did they really only sleep and did nothing else? Didn't even get out of bed? Zhang shook his head and said that they were only sleeping. Lin Fan also denied. Then the director got angry. The guy behind him said that he saw them eating the head. The director asked Lin Fan what he was hiding. Lin Fan got angry and revealed that he was not hiding anything. The director said to get it because it glows. Lin Fan actually had something glowing in his pajamas. It was the flashlight the director said to give to him, and Lin Fan obediently did it. After that, the director looked at the flashlight and wanted to ask what kind of wool it was. Then Zhang and Lin Fan quickly pretended that they wanted to sleep and said that they wanted to sleep and said goodnight. The director rolled his eyes and thought that who would have thought that he was only 54 in the prime of his life? But since he became the director here, he has no black hair left. Then he turned off the light and wished them good night. After that he left. When he left, Lin Fan and Zhang got up from their bed. Zhang asked if Lin Fan was full, to which Lin Fan replied thoughtfully that he ate. But he doesn't understand something. Listening carefully to him, Zhang asked what exactly. Li Fan asked why the director always finds things he hides, but he doesn't find his needles. Zhang replied this because when the director comes, he hides them in his hair and showed his long hair. Li Fan was very surprised whether he should grow his hair too. Zhang said what he deserves because it helps a lot. The system congratulated the owner for devouring most of the 2-rank meat. Plus 20 to strengthen the body. Plus 20 to strength. Plus 20 to side effect reduction agility. Hunger from opening the inner world for 3 days. Yanhai City. The man said that he had a headache from the screams and crying of their relatives. Smoking a cigarette and looking out the window, he said that when he tracks down this demonic creature, he will skin it and crush its bones into dust, the old man called. The system asked if I need to answer. He answered the call. The voice said he wouldn't believe it. Looks like the psychos in his department made a rug out of his demon dog. The man told him to go to sleep and not to call him again in a sleepy voice. The voice said to come to him and see for yourself. The man asked if he considered himself his girlfriend so that he would go to him at night, after which the interlocutor hung up. The man unlocked the glass with his fingerprint, and after that the window opened. A very strong wind blew into the room. There was a view of the city. After that, the man jumped down. Jumps out the window in the middle of the night to visit the old man. Maybe he really needs to go to a mental hospital. Leanne stood on the street and looked around carefully. He definitely saw those two eating the head. Where is she and where are they taking her? If they ate it, there should have been a skull left behind. He looked out of the house and actually saw a skull. He got scared and thought that the head they were eating was so big. Someone ran behind him. He looked back to look and thought about what it was. When he looked back at the skull, part of it was missing. He wondered if skulls could walk on their own. After that, someone pushed him to the floor and he lost consciousness. The director sat above the hatch from which the monster came out and said that apparently he got out of here. He came, but he didn't learn how to close the hatch. After that, the skull of that creature ran towards the man with all its might. He wanted to push him down the hatch. As soon as the old man turned around, an unknown hand held the skull right before he almost pushed Shehag. The man came out and said that it was the skull of a rank 2 demon dog. He bets that it is him and asked what happened to him. The man stood up and brushed himself off, saying that he had spoken. To which the other man threw the skull aside and said that this was nonsense. An ordinary person cannot defeat a demon, and he is afraid that he is simply mentally ill. Shehag said that although he is mentally ill, he is a completely unusual person, and told him to look at one folder. When he handed him the folder, the man asked what it was. This was an analysis of the actions of patients in ward number 666. Shehag said to look for himself when he started reading carefully. He asked the director if it was true. The director replied that it was so. The man turned to the old man and said that time after time he brings himself to death, but every time he survives. All limbs are intact, and he himself is alive. The man replied that luck alone would not have solved this. The warrior asked if these patients from ward number 666 killed the demonic dog. The director replied that this was exactly the case. The man asked how they did it, to which the director replied that she didn't know for sure, but in the end, they ate it. The man was very surprised and asked again what they did. The director, with a smile on his face, said that they ate him. The warrior still couldn't believe it and said that he had to personally meet these talents. Zhang and Li Fan sat on the grass and looked at the tree. Zhang said, "Whoever looks away first loses his gaze." Li Fan looked calmly without blinking, and his eyes did not hurt at all, while Zhang's eyes were already hurting and he held them with his fingers. He said that his friend can avert his eyes, because Li Fan still won't win him then. Li Fan calmly looked away. Zhang was very happy and said that Li Fan was the first to withdraw and that he lost. They were watched by the director and the warrior sitting on a bench. The director thought that if you look closely at the sun, you can easily get a retinal burn. But this boy looked for so long and nothing happened to him. He has a natural body. The man told the director that if he is convinced that this Li Fan really has a special innate body, he will give Li Fan to him. The director was very surprised and asked again if he was serious. As soon as the man said that if he didn't want to give it away, the director interrupted him and said that no questions asked and let him take the second gift with long hair. There is only one condition. They are non-refundable and you will still need to sign something. The psychiatric hospital does not bear any responsibility if something happens. The man was very happy that Li Fan and Zhang were taking. The warrior was surprised at the director's reaction and asked if he was worried that something might happen to them. Under his care, there is no need to worry. Even if they face demons one-on-one, everything will be fine. He will protect them. The director agreed with them and thought that he was more worried that something might happen to him. The man asked if he knew that the state of affairs in Yanhai was constantly failing. Demons are rampant in the soil. There is a critical shortage of warriors, and he alone cannot protect the entire city. If they really are warriors with an innate body, he won't hurt them. The director thought that since everything was really so serious, he somehow didn't feel comfortable dumping them on him. Then the man got up from the bench and said that the demons were progressing too quickly. After their intelligence grew, they began to understand human weaknesses and hide in the guise of pets. If it weren't for his video footage, he wouldn't have believed it. The director replied that fate is an unpredictable thing and thought about something. Then the man went to Li Fan and Zhang and told him not to worry. He is a national-level Yanhai warrior. His fate is inextricably linked with this city, no matter how stronger the demons become. The old man still remains sitting on the bench. He will meet him face to face. In the end, the strength of one person is limited, and if there is a chance to find and train as many warriors as possible, then for the safety of the city they will do it. When Li Fan and Zhang were still playing, a man approached them and said that last night they ate the demons of the second rank of the morning PSA and asked if it was true. The man asked how they ate him and how they killed him. Then Li Fan and Zhang came up with an idea. They said that they didn't kill anyone and didn't eat anyone. He died himself. They don't know anything. Then the man decided to check something and used force, directing it at the guy. But Zhang jumped back, and Li Fan did not react at all. He stopped right in front of Li Fan's eyes. The man thought that zero attention to a direct attack with such a reaction, even with an innate body. At most, a third-rate warrior would come out of him. Zhang suddenly walked up to Li Fan and whispered to him that he seemed to want to help him in cultivation. After that, they thanked him and said that he was a kind person. The man was surprised by their behavior. But Li Fan said that it is not suitable for him, since he does not have one eye and it will be difficult to help him with cultivation. Zhang then stood up and told him not to worry. He could ask him to help heal the eye. Then he could help Li Fan cultivate together. The man was surprised by the word cultivate. And it turns out that these are naturally ideal actions described in the documentation. If this is not an innate body, then they should have killed themselves 100 times already. The guy said that Li Fan is strong. Now he needs to raise the level of cultivation and said that he can cure his little eye, and together they will help him cultivate. Li Fan began to agree and nod approvingly. He said that Zhang's skill in acupuncture is very cool and can definitely cure his eye, so he should try. Zhang started running around the man and asked him if he agreed. The man took hold of the bandage on his eye and thought that even national-level doctors dedicated the Grand Academy to the academy and declared that they could restore his eye. Although they may have an innate body, they are simply mentally unhealthy people. Don't take their words seriously. The man said that if they say so, he might try it and sat down next to Li Fan. His current level of cultivation allows him to restore armor-piercing pain with his bare hands, so why not play acupuncture with two crazy people? The man told him to inject him once. Anyway, it's just a small needle. When they pierced his whole head, he had a strange feeling. Zhang used various techniques on it, such as increasing the level of the Milky Way rotation technique and the half-step building world rotation technique. When Zhang poked one needle into his forehead, the man asked, "Is he not just poking at random? Is there also a name for the technique of half-step rotation of the universe?" Zhang said that this is his special technique, developed over many years of observing space, and thanks to it, people get better. The only one who tried this technique on himself was Li Fan. He said that this technique was very cool. Zhang was proud of himself, the man replied. The fact that he was able to feel something is already a miracle. Although he took it all as a joke, he didn't even activate the golden bell. But he couldn't imagine that a little needle could cause a resonance of his original inner source. When Zhang stuck another needle into him using the technique of half-step rotation of the universe, the man had a feeling that something had burst into his brain. After that, he began to fall on Li Fan caught him. The man fainted. Li Fan was worried about the man and held him tightly. Zhang thought that something was wrong with his new technique. It's good that they tested it on him first, but he realized what the problem was the second time it definitely wouldn't happen, and asked Li Fan if he wanted to try. Li Fan replied that he believed him. After this, Li Fan also fainted. Zhang was thinking about what was wrong with his technique. It seems it still needs to be improved. Whoever could agree to try it on himself, he looked for someone else to try it on, until he tried it on himself, and also fainted. The man approached them and said that this is where they hid them all the time. It's not surprising that the guards still haven't found them. A national-level warrior also decided to try their methods. He begins to worry about the safety of Yanhai. Emergency room. Suddenly, they got a call from this phone call, specially set for number 666. When they called again, they were all annoyed. The director called and asked if this was Huatyan Hospital, to which he was told that they knew. Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The ambulance is on the way. The director said that this time there will be a third one for this duet. After that, the hospital workers hung up. After that, they quickly arrived, quickly packed up and quickly left. Masters of their craft. Huatyan Hospital ambulance drivers climbed into the car to go, but everyone noticed that something happened to his eyes. He replied that he just had eye surgery, but it's okay. He knows the way here like the back of his hand. After that, he got into the car and drove away. The employees and the director were surprised that he drives the car so smoothly that he no longer knows how to worry or admire. Li Life saw what it was like a dream. They thought, when will this all end? Operating room. Li Life stood and watched through the glass as they were being rescued and asked if, quite by accident, an accident would happen, and these two cultivators would die. After that, he hit himself, saying that a doctor who swore to save people couldn't think like that, but he really thought about it. They already got him. After that, he hit himself again and called his brother asking if last time he bowed low enough to him. And so he decided after 2 days to send him these two guys again. Moreover, he also sent one in addition. The director with a smile on his face said that he said last time that it would be better for them to stay with him. There would be no need to drive back and forth. Li Life got very angry and asked, "Is it possible to talk like that? My conscience doesn't torment me at night. If they had stayed with him, how would he have been able to work here then?" Shay Hag replied that he knows how difficult it was for their hospital. It's his fault. It's his fault. He asked him to calm down since he had already sent him money. "Thank you. And let him read that this is moral compensation and tell him to drink something." After that, the man asked if he knew how many doctors fled from their hospital because of these two. He even begged him and the hospital. After that, he looked at what Shay Hag sent him and said that he would never have thought that such an old Haniga as him would even be generous. To which the director said, he can't refuse to just keep these guys for a while and let him not be offended. Otherwise, he will report the bribe to the police. He has irrefutable evidence. After that, he hung up and said that he would not interrupt him anymore. Li Life thought that his brother was a very bad person. Doctors stood over Li Fan. The system said that it congratulated the owner on completing S-rank self-training. It is possible to exchange it for S-rank defensive equipment. Unbreakable golden body, increasing body strength by 100%. And asked, "Do I need to exchange?" Problems were discovered with the owner's head. There are not enough resources to make a decision. Default selection is made. 2 nurses walked along the corridor and talked. One of them said that she felt sorry for the patient from this ward. She heard that she scared him until he fainted at Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Another nurse asked if he had gone crazy, to which the nurse replied that not at all. He was admitted for examination and was diagnosed with infertility. When the girl fed this guy, he said that she was very kind to him. On the internet, they write that it is impossible to meet a good girl by chance. But she really is a good girl whom he met by chance. It was the same guard from Kingshan Mental Hospital. She put the porridge on the nightstand and said that she had recently gained excess weight, so if it doesn't turn him off, then that's good. And don't let him worry. In 5 months, she will lose the weight back. Lian replied that it doesn't matter if she loses weight or not. He will still like her even if she's overweight. How grateful he is to Uncle Wang for introducing them. She replied that she would later convey words of gratitude to him and was embarrassed. Li An was also happy. When she was peeling an apple for him, he said that he had bad news for her. He was infertile. Perhaps in the future they would not be able to have children. Knowing this, would she agree? The girl smiled and handed him an apple, saying that it's okay, she doesn't mind. In the future, they will be able to take the child from the orphanage, and who does he want more? A boy or a girl? He answered joyfully that he wants a girl. The girl replied that she wanted a boy. The guy answered, what will he do for her? If she wants a boy, then they will take the boy. They both smiled and were happy. The doctor came to them and said that the patient was in perfect order. The only thing he needed to do was to avoid severe anxiety, and then in the evening he could be discharged. A nurse came in and said that a patient had arrived after surgery. He said to bring them in. After that, Zhang and Li Fan began to be brought into the ward. Li An was surprised when he looked at them. He got scared and pointed his finger at Li Fan, saying that he from ward number 666 ate a person. After that, he fainted. The nurse told him to quickly come to him because the patient was worse, when Zhang and Li Fan were lying in the ward. The system said that they were asking the owner to follow the system instructions to move to a new level of energy cultivation technique. Although the technique is strong, it is difficult. In cultivation, they require an extremely stable mental state of harmony with oneself, asceticism. If he follows the instructions, then one day everything will be fine. After that, the system was surprised and asked how he was able to break through to the late stage of the human level in 2 days. When Li Fan began to wake up, Leon cried and begged the doctor to transfer him to another room because he would not lie in the same room with them. They are terrible and eat people. Looking at this, Li Fan told the doctor that he was hungry and wanted to eat. When Li Fan and Li An met their gazes, he fainted again. The manager was surprised that he was excited about something again. The man was lying in the ward and asked how this happened. He thought that with his strength, even if he was shot in the head, there would be no trace left. And had he really passed out? When Zhang stuck another needle into him, he watched them and heard that Zhang and Li Fan wanted drinks. He thought why everything turned out this way. Is he of his national level? How could some crazy person take him down? After that, Zhang and Li Fan approached the warrior and asked if he had woken up. The man thought that he did not believe that he was a warrior of this level and simply could not pass out from some needles. Zhang and Li Fan stood next to his bed. Zhang was upset and said that, unfortunately, it was not possible to cure his eye. If he gives it another try, he thinks that it should work. The man said he would try. After that, Zhang was very happy and said that he really was a good person. Li Fan nodded in agreement. He said that they are starting this time. He will definitely be able to heal his eye. After that, he pulled out the needles from his hair. After Zhang again stabbed him with needles, the man fainted. The doctors were carrying him on a couch, and they asked him to tell the manager to quickly prepare for the operation. Zhang was very upset. Then Li Fan calmed him down and told him to calm down next time. Everything would work out for sure. When the man was rescued, he lay on the bed and thought that he had passed out again, and also had a dislocated cervical vertebra. Is it really all from the needles? It's impossible. He did not lose consciousness, even when a demon of the 9th rank crushed almost all his bones. Zhang came to him again and apologized, saying that he again failed to cure his eye, and maybe he knows what his problem is, but he thinks next time he will definitely succeed. The man looked at Zhang with an angry look and remained silent. The guy said that he was unlikely to believe him anymore, to which the man said that he wanted to try again. Zhang was very happy and cried, saying that he believed him. The man thought that he should try again. He needed to make sure it was from the needles or not. Military dignity is trampled upon by mentally ill people. Zhang took out the needles again and said that this time he could definitely heal his eye. After this, the man was again taken on a couch to the operating room. They said to tell the manager to quickly prepare for the operation and send someone to find and take away the needles. After that, Zhang was very upset that it was his fault. Then Li Fan began to calm him down, telling him to calm down. He is strong, and he can handle it. When Li Fan was calming Zhang, the nurse was looking for needles, turning the whole room over. When the man woke up, the doctor said that his right leg was temporarily paralyzed. He needed rest. Zhang approached him with Li Fan and asked how he was feeling. The man lay angry and thought about how some crazy person could paralyze him. It's not true, it can't be true. Zhang turned to Li Fan and asked what was wrong with him. He probably already regrets that he believed him, to which Li Fan replied that he, like the man, continues to believe in him. After that, the man turned around and looked at them and said that they should not stick to him. When the guys took drinks from the refrigerator, they realized that this was not what they wanted. Zhang grimaced. Zhang said that if it is not Coke or Sprite, then he will go and buy it himself. Li Fan replied that they have no money. Then they looked at the warrior who was lying next to them. Zhang offered to buy him his watch. He said that Rollers is a very famous brand. He will give for priceless. Gift acupuncture session. Li Fan said that he was touched and asked if he was touched too. The warrior was clearly tired of these guys and drove them away. Zhang said that he doesn't even understand how expensive this watch is to him. Since he is a good person, he is ready to sell them to him. The man took Zhang's hand and saw that they were drawn and said that he did not need his watch. Let them better tell him how they killed the morning dog, and he will give money for the information. The guys looked at each other and clearly liked this idea. Zhang said that he was an obedient, cute, soft tail wagging for them. Li Fan replied that they told him to fry himself on the electrical wiring, and he fried himself. The man was struck by this news and he asked, "Are they really saying that a demon of the second rank allowed them to stroke himself and wag his tail for them, and then killed himself so that they could eat?" Li Fan began to nod, saying that he was an obedient boy. Zhang said that it was also delicious. The man said that he didn't believe their words one bit. It was insulting. After that, he said that he would finally go crazy and would be able to ask the Qingshan psychos what happened. Li Fan and Zhang looked at each other. The guy asked who he called crazy. Li Fan suggested that most likely himself. After that, they extended their hands to the man, saying that they told him to give them money. The man handed them a card, said that there was 500,000 yuan on it, and told them his password. He said that he has the least amount of money on this card, but they should have enough. Li Fan and Zhang looked at the card and did not understand what to do with it. The man replied that he has no parents, no wife, no children, and he himself does not know when he will die. Money for him is just some numbers, nothing more, so they don't have to be shy. Li Fan poked the card in his face and said that this was not money. Then the man got angry and said that money can be withdrawn from this card at the bank. After that, they looked at each other and threw the card back to him. Zhang said that he should be ashamed that he deceived them and did not give them money. Li Fan replied that he is quite vile and also petty, demon of the second rank Dark Python. The demon thought that they told him that those two people who absorbed the power of the morning dog were in this building. But besides the aura of a morning dog, he senses the aura of a high-level warrior. He is not his opponent. He cannot lightly glow. It will be dangerous if he accidentally runs into a high-ranking warrior. It would be better if those two came out themselves. After that, the python crawled down the tree but noticed something and got scared. When he looked out, he saw a guy and a girl kissing. The python thought that if it weren't for the aura of the warrior nearby, she would have returned to her main form and swallowed them. After the man left, he gave the girl money. She counted them. The serpent looked at her and said that people call such fallen women. After that, he attacked the girl and wanted to eat her and said that the warrior in the building wouldn't notice if he ate one. But he didn't have time because he felt the aura of a morning dog nearby and hid. The girl replied that she didn't earn much today and hid the money. The snake looked out from behind a tree and noticed Li Fan and Zhang walking down the street. These were the ones he needed. The girl saw them and said that they were two handsome guys. Li Fan and Zhang, holding hands, looked around and thought where they could buy cola and Sprite. They were hungry because they were hungry. The girl came out from behind the tree asking if they wanted to have fun. They approached her. Li Fan asked where he could buy Coke, and Sprite Zhang said that he also wanted to eat something. She noticed that they were holding hands and asked if they were lovers. If they were not attracted to her, then they should not waste her time. They did not understand what she meant and turned to her again, saying that they wanted to eat and drink Coke, and asked if she knew where they could buy it. Although they had no money, she looked at them with a dissatisfied face. She thought it was the Huatyan hospital clothes in the Qingshan mental hospital. She remembered something. The girl ran to her sister and called her. The man hit the girl and she fell to the ground. It looks like she was also from Qingshan Hospital. He took the doll in his hands and said that she was crazy. She thought the doll was her child. He tore the toy and told her to watch him tear her son into two parts. She started crying and asked him not to hurt her son. When the girl came running, she saw that her sister was sitting on her knees, crying, looking at the torn toy, and a man was standing over her, laughing at her. The girl called out to her. These were the memories of this girl. She asked the guys where their families were, to which Zhang replied that Li Fan is his family. Li Fan replied that his mother is abroad. Zhang is his family, and they also have a director. She thought that his mother abandoned him, and his roommate became his family. She gave them money, saying that she was treating them. There will be a fast food place down the street, and they will give money to the cashier. He will give them food, cola, and Sprite. The guys shook their heads negatively, saying that they didn't need her money and they would come up with something themselves. She replied that it was much easier for her to earn money than for them. Let them take without money, you can't buy food. When the snake wanted to attack the girl after waiting for the right chance. He was grabbed by Li Fan, and the girl was scared and did not understand what happened, where the snake came from here. And the snake also did not understand how his supersonic boom was stopped by a man. Li Fan held her in his arms and said that she was very cute, to which Zhang said that she was really very cute, and the long and cute snake then became embarrassed because they called her cute, and thought that those demons who study people said that you need to become a cute cub, then people will like her, and they will help her. When she was little, she saw a little boy and thought that now she was a cub, and he would definitely like him. When she crawled to his feet, the boy noticed her and got scared, running away. She became very upset, asking them not to run away, but no one listened to her. People ignorant and stupid can't even see her cuteness other than death. But these guys are not like everyone else. They said she was nice. She met the right people. When Li Fan looked at the snake, a sign appeared again saying that high-energy food had been discovered that could help reduce hunger for 3 days to the goal of 0 meters. Attention energy can accumulate. Time-suppressed hunger is added up. Energy value 2nd rank. Main properties highly poisonous. Edible after decapitation. Recommended method of preparation: marinate and wine cook with spices, add chopped onion feathers. The snake was still happy that they were not like all of them, the only ones who saw its cuteness. When Zhang leaned down to pet the snake, Li Fan asked the girl to help him with something. People looked out of the windows and said it smelled delicious, and the neighbors were cooking something tasty. The guys sat and waited at the table for her to prepare food for them. They said it smelled very good. Then she replied that there was a little more left. Snake meat after marinating in wine, while the snake's head was decapitated and lay in a jar. Before that, when she had not yet been killed, Li Fan put her on a tablet and wanted to cut off her head with a knife. She tried to break free. They said she's cute. Why do they want to cut off her head? When he hit the snake, the knife broke, and the snake thought that they were vile and hypocritical people. Usually, you cannot cut off the head of a demonic dark python with a kitchen knife. Li Fan then threw away the knife and decided to kill her with his bare hands. The snake was unhappy with this, and after that, he still managed to rip her head off. The girl put the food on the table, saying that the snake stew was ready. They said it smells delicious. She said not to look at her like that. She's pretty good at cooking. Her daughter likes her home-cooked food. After that, she poured them some stew. They invited her to eat with them and smiled, to which the girl replied that she had already eaten and was not hungry, and that they should not be shy. The guy said, "What then they will start when they can barely talk about what is delicious?" She smiled, thinking that it was she who should thank them for the invitation to join. After that, the guys went outside. The girl accompanied them. They thanked her for helping them prepare the stew and wrapping it up with them. She replied that it was not difficult for her, and that they would return to the hospital as soon as possible. They replied that she had prepared such a delicious snake stew, and her daughter was lucky. She was surprised by their words and then said that she was really lucky. When they were walking back to the hospital, a group of people passed in front of them. Li Fan looked at them. After that, one of the guys noticed that Li Fan was looking at them and turned around. Then, Li Fan and Zhang moved on. The guy felt as if he had met a warrior with terrifying power, and probably he just imagined they were looking for something. One of the girls replied that the dynamic aura had disappeared. He must have escaped. The warrior talked on the phone and asked how it was possible that he was dead. There was no information received from the unit. Do they really want to say that the demon was killed by a simple man? Li Fan came into his room with soup in his hands, followed by Zhang. The man continued to say that the aura had disappeared, but it is worth remembering that this is a second-rank demonic dark python he could hide. There is a large flow of people near the hospital. Their safety must be ensured. Then Li Fan said what he brought him to eat. Zhang replied that it is very tasty. The man was surprised by what they brought him to eat, and when Li Fan opened the stew for him, he heard the smell and realized that it was the same python. When one of the guys swore, the girl asked him why he was swearing. The guys brought the skeleton of a python to the warrior, and then he put it in a special box that showed whose skeleton it was. As soon as he put the skeleton in the box, it showed him that it was a dark python of the second rank. At this time, Li Fan and Zhang continued to eat the soup, saying that it was delicious. The warrior was perplexed as to how this happened. Zhang said that they took the stew for him, but since he refused to eat, then they can eat it all themselves. Li Fan agreed. The man turned to them and asked how they killed him and were sitting eating this python. Rank 2 poisonous demon. His maximum impact speed exceeds the speed of sound. He instantly fell into the stew. He must find out everything. Zhang replied that she was a very cute snake and could hug him. Li Fan replied that she could feed him by wrapping herself around his hand. Li Fan and Zhang said that she is a good cute snake and her meat is tasty and tender. The man got angry and pointed his finger at the guys and said that he would rather jump out of the window than trust the two of them again. Zhang turned to Li Fan and said that he was kind of irritated. Li Fan replied that the director said crazy people are easily irritated. Zhang replied that he hopes that he will feel better. When Li Fan and Zhang were sleeping, the man thought that perhaps they have innate bodies, but objectively they are weak. However, having met with two demons, they remained unharmed. How did he manage to do it? Have they really hidden their true power until now? Suddenly he heard some sound and heard that they were still not sleeping. And why did they get up? They began to approach his bed. He was wondering what they were going to do. The man pretended that he was sleeping. Zhang said that he is a good person. This time, he will use the full power of his enhanced technique to cure him. Li Fan replied that he believes Zhang can do it. When Zhang brought the needle to the man's head, he thought that since they hid their strength behind it, which is capable of killing two demons, then they must have some skills. He will trust them again and see how strong they really are. Zhang answered that it is dark here and he can't see anything clearly. Li Fan answered that he has honed his skills for so long. Even with his eyes closed, he can do it. He believes in him. Zhang said that he is right. When he again pierced the man's entire head with needles, it caused him feelings and stronger than last time he began to tremble and clutched the blanket. Zhang stood over the man holding the last needle in his hands and said that this is the last point and it should be here. You can't make a mistake. But he didn't have time to stick it in because the nurse heard it and came to them asking what they were doing. Zhang said the needle missed. The girl screamed and asked what they were doing with the other patient. The man had a strange feeling all this time. After that, he called for help and fainted. After that, the nurse screamed that two psychos first stuck the patient with needles and then killed her and dropped the flashlight from fear. The doctors once again took the man away on the couch, saying that they were losing him. He had a severe cranial hemorrhage and they needed to prepare an operating room. Zhang said that the last needle and he missed and did not hit the point. Li Fan said that it's okay, next time he will succeed. After this incident, the men's beds were removed and the guys were tied to the beds. Li Fan was worried and said that if only he returned alive. When they shaved his head so that the wounds on his head could be better seen, one of the doctors told him to shave more carefully. There are still wounds on the head and may still bleed. Now the head was shaved and disinfected. The area of the skull opening has been determined and they can proceed. When they wanted to start, the man opened his eyes and looked at the doctors. The doctors didn't understand what was happening. One of the doctors exhaled and said that it was good that he woke up earlier than they started. It would be awkward if he woke up during the operation. The other doctor said that they had already done the anesthesia. The doctor replied that the patient accidentally woke up during the operation. All indicators returned to normal. It is necessary to stop the operation and return the patient to the ward for further examination. The doctor asked if he agreed to stay in the hospital. Although he was also mentally ill, His condition was much better than what he could suffer from here, and asked if he would be transferred to a separate ward. The man thought that he himself was mentally ill, and his entire family was mentally ill. The doctor was frightened by the man's gaze and thought that he had a frightening look and that it was true that mentally ill people are easily irritated. The doctor looked at the pictures and asked if they accidentally mixed up the pictures, how the patient's vertebra and leg were healed. This is impossible. He doesn't need a cast anymore. After that, the doctor noticed that the patient was missing. When they were sleeping, a man came into their room and stood over Li Fan, saying that he, the head of a national-level special unit, could not stand against him 3 times. He can be proud of himself. He will never appear in front of the psycho again, and will never forget everything that he did to him. Even if he forgets, his head will remind him. Li Fan woke up and noticed that the man was standing on Zhang, said that he had returned again alive and strong. Next time Zhang will definitely cure him, you just need to wait a little. The man did not answer anything, and said goodbye and went out through the window. The nurse entered the room and saw a man jumping out of the window. She screamed, asking to save him. The patient first almost died and then jumped out of the window after he almost died and wanted to die. When he landed, the people around got scared and moved away from him. He showed his middle finger in the room where Li Fan and Zhang were lying, and said that although they have an innate body and a special style of attack, they are simply inadequate. It is impossible to communicate with them. After that, he called someone. The man called the director and told everything, after which the director was disappointed and asked how he could do this to him, and so that he would come to his senses. Li Life called the director and asked why he didn't answer him for half a day with the 3 that they brought to them. 2 psychos and 1 was jumped. The director said that if this happened and asked if they had confirmed clinical death, to which the man replied that no, he was unharmed, not a trace of him. The director said that for some reason he thought about one of this couple, everything was fine, and the hospital was not responsible for him. Li Life got angry and said that of course the hospital does not bear any responsibility. Their psychos are sitting still, he called, because he ran away without paying. After that, the director said that it looked like he had the wrong number and disconnected. The man was full of disappointment. Zhang and Li Fan were taken back to Qingshan Hospital. Zhang asked if he survived, but left. Li Fan replied that he jumped out of the window. Zhang asked if his eye was healed, to which the guy replied that it had not. Next time it will definitely work. Zhang started crying and said that he was the one who disappointed him, so he left and didn't even say goodbye, to which Li Fan replied what he said goodbye. Although he said it a little differently. Li Fan said that if he said goodbye, it means he was away on business. Next time he would believe him and let him heal him. Li Fan replied, what will definitely give. Zhang noticed an apple lying next to Li Fan and said that he wanted to eat it. After that, Li Fan said what he would now give him and tore off the ties with which he was tied to the bed and gave it to him. When Zhang took a bite of the apple, he said that it was sweet, crispy, and tasty so that he could try it too after Li Fan tried it. He said that it was really sweet, crispy, and tasty. The ambulance officer turned to the deputy director and said that he was taking them back again. He was completely dedicated to his work. The man replied that simply taking them personally would be safer, and it would be easier to collect the debt. The man thought that the deputy director was cool. After that, he pressed the gas and they drove off. Yanhai City's first port, a man was pushed into the wall by the tentacles of some creature. It was a rank 4 demon reef octopus. A group of people began to run away from him and use all sorts of spells. After that, the octopus began to use deadly black fog, a high-ranking killing technique. The team got scared. This demon is not the 4th rank, but at least the 5th rank. They need to retreat. Black fog is extremely toxic on contact, instant death. They are not his opponents. He needs to call for reinforcements. When they ran away, the fog caught up with them. The guy turned around and thought that the speed of spread was too high and they were finished. Then he used the golden bell and defended himself from the monster's blow. After that, they noticed a head that said that he was in a bad mood now. The man replied that he hopes that he is persistent and let him take out his anger on him, and so that he does not die too quickly. The group looked at him and did not understand why he changed his hairstyle. Then the man used the palm of the dragon Buddha, which destroyed the world. When Li Life was carrying Li Fan and Zhang, they got into a traffic jam. He couldn't understand what happened there. The man replied that he doesn't know, it seems there's something ahead. People ran out of cars and screamed for help, saying there was a demon ahead. When Li Life wanted to tell his partner that people were shouting that there was a demon ahead, the corpse of a man fell into their windshield, which was thrown away by force by an octopus. When the man killed the monster, he said he kept feeling waves of demonic energy. A guy ran up to him and said that they had found another demon. He was moving along the bridge towards the city center. People began to extort money from their cars to escape the monster. The bridge began to collapse. Zhang and Li Fan lay quietly tied up, not knowing what was happening. Li Fan said that he ate an apple but was still hungry. Zhang said that there were only 2 apples and they had already eaten 2. Li Fan stood up and said that he was still hungry. The voice of a psycho in his head said that after breaking through to the human level, he needed a lot of energy. He didn't understand, but he felt hungry. People screamed for help. The director, holding in his hands a dead man who fell right into their windshield. The octopus destroyed everything in its path, asking where's its dad. When Li Life's partner told him to run away, he began to save the man, saying that there was a styptic left in the car so he could bring it. To which the guy said that you need to run quickly, the demon will be here soon. The man threw him a watch and told him to bring what he had to and run. Let him take this watch and keep it for him. The man said that they were in critical condition. If he didn't run away now, he would die with them. To which the man asked if he knew the history of this watch on the first day. How he became an operating surgeon. He saved the child, so he received it. The child thanked him for saving him. From that day, he swore that he would not abandon the dying man. To which the employee said that there were 2 more patients tied to the bed in the car. If they took them and ran away, then this would be a salvation. Then Li Life remembered that Li Fan and Zhang were left in the car. He said to forget about them. It's worth pushing them forward to the demon to gain time. A man entered the car and said that there was a demon ahead and he would free them and they should run. When they looked at each other, and Li Fan broke Zhang's ties in one motion. When they were running, Li Fan said that he had a question. They asked what kind of demon it was and if he was cute. The man said something that wasn't very nice. Li Fan replied that then they won't go. Zhang said that they would go look for their cute demon to play with. After that, they left holding hands. Demon of the 3rd rank reef octopus. He called Dad, wants to go home. Li Fan said that his dad won't come, but his dad is already here. When Li Life asked for 2 more hemostatics, he noticed that he had already run away. The guy was still conscious and thanked the doctor, but said that the demon was already here, and for him to run, there was no point in saving him. The man replied that he will not run away because he is a doctor. The octopus noticed 2 people and asked if they had seen his dad. If they hadn't, he would kill them and prepared to strike. The men were afraid. One of them said that he was grateful to the doctor when he wanted to hit them. They closed their eyes in fear. But he didn't have time to hit them because Li Fan was holding his octopus. I didn't understand what was happening. When Li Life opened his eyes, he saw an employee who was running towards him and said that he had stolen a car. The ambulance was too big and clumsy on this car. They would take him to the hospital faster. The man thought that he had escaped, but was delighted when he saw his assistant. When they carried him to the car, the assistant said that they needed to go quickly before the monster disappeared somewhere. The doctor asked if he even knew who he was talking to. After that, they headed to the car. When the octopus woke up, he didn't understand where he was. Li Fan was still holding him. Zhang watched them and said that he also wanted to play. Li Fan told him to go down and replied that he had caught a huge octopus. He could catch it with it. After that, Zhang jumped down and told him to catch him. Then he fell right on the octopus and said it was fun. The octopus got angry and hit himself on the head to get Zhang off it. Then he fell. Li Fan replied that he was not obedient. He saw how she offended him, so he only slightly pressed the tentacle, but it came off. Zhang said that he thinks that this is not a problem. She still has many tentacles. After that, the octopus began to cry. They said that he was wounded and called for Dad. Li Fan looked at the octopus and said that Zhang was right. He still has a lot of tentacles. The octopus got angry and said that he would kill them. Then Zhang ran somewhere. Li Fan tore off another tentacle. The octopus called Dad and said that he was in pain. Zhang ran to the barbecue grill and said he saw it on TV. Behind him, Li Fan continued to tear off his tentacles when the octopus wanted to attack Li Fan again. He grabbed the tentacle with his teeth and began to pull. After that, Li Fan suddenly heard the aroma and turned around. At this time, Zhang was preparing one of the octopus tentacles, saying that it needed to be greased with sesame oil. At first, the octopus also liked the smell, but after that, he realized that they were frying him. Zhang said that he had just fried the tentacles and would he like to try. Li Fan immediately agreed. When they were eating, Li Fan said that it was delicious. Zhang replied that it was the last, although this octopus had a lot of tentacles. But now they ate almost everything. Li Fan replied that he didn't eat enough. While they were eating, the octopus lay dead next to them. Zhang approached him and said that only the head remained. Li Fan said that she was cute, and then an idea came to them. When they fried her head, the octopus thought that Dad wouldn't see her again since she didn't even have a head left. Zhang said that her eyes were still open and it looked like she was still alive, and should they eat her? After that, they prepared the eyes of the octopus. Li Fan replied that there are no eyes, there is no life, which means you can eat. Zhang was happy. The system greeted Li Fan, saying that the owner had absorbed most of the 3-rank meat plus 30 to strengthen the body, plus 30 to strength plus the energy required to break through to the level of people in the cultivation technique had been successfully accumulated. The police arrived at the scene. A man standing in a car and inspecting the area asked where the demon was. The guy replied that they detected his residual energy waves and showed him that he went down under the bridge. When they came to this place, they saw Li Fan and Zheng, who were sleeping. The guy looked at the tablet and at the guys, not understanding what was happening and that the demon's energy waves had disappeared. But there were only 2 people here. The man was very surprised why they again. The guy said that the last waves came down somewhere from here. But where is the demon? Then the man noticed the barbecue grill and thought that he hopes it's not what he's thinking about. The girl said that these guys dressed in hospital pajamas are just sleeping with them. Everything is fine, should they take them away for questioning about the demon. The man replied that they were mentally ill. What was the point of listening to them? The man was angry that she even suggested this and how she could trust crazy people. And if she had brains, normal people wouldn't trust 2 crazy people, so that she would never make such basic mistakes again. Otherwise, she would shave her head. The girl didn't understand what cruel punishment was. Could it really have something to do with these 2? However, the head only by looking at the pajamas could determine that they were mentally ill. He must know many hospitals in Yanhai City. He really loves his city. He is great. The guy called the man and said that the demon is nowhere to be found. What will they do? The man turned around and left. I approached the guys and asked if the octopus was tasty, to which the guys replied that it was delicious. The man thought so. The demon was just unlucky. They were sitting in the office. The man said that more and more warriors began to stumble upon demons hiding their powers. According to reports, the distribution map of monsters is constantly changing. All this clearly indicates the growth of the demon's intelligence. Moreover, they were even able to kill a 3rd-rank demon. They already had 3 demons. Should he try to train them? He remembered when they pricked him and he became scared. The employees said that if there is no objection, everything will be prepared as soon as possible. To which the man said that it's better not to. Everyone looked at him in surprise because he decided to argue with her. This girl was the head of Jin Heli's analytical department. She asked if he doubted the analysis. The man was confused. The girl came up to him and said that they would send all the trainees from the 4 great academies to Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital for 1 month. Temper their minds and asked if he had any objection, sitting down on the table next to him. All the soldiers said that with such an easy test task, just anyone would join their units. They had objections, but they did not dare to voice them. The girl sat and thought who would dare to point out the first military advisor of the capital's headquarters. The man replied, "What is a difficult test? Isn't it too cruel for newly graduated freshmen?" The elders thought that he was the head of a special unit in Yanhai City, the strongest of the strongest, lying to his face and not blushing. She replied that she thought that he thought that her tests were too simple, and thought that he also knew that they were too simple, and said that in the end, fighting only rises on the battlefields. But before sending them into battle, it is much more important to teach them to cope with the unknown and unexpectedly. After that, she stood up. She also said that their enemies are the same as mental patients, unpredictable for their preparation. There is no better place than Kinshan Mental Hospital. It's good that they understand this. The man sat and thought that in fact he was only thinking that the crazy, frightening advisors said that she persuaded them. The girl stood in front of them and asked, "What does the trend of the demon appearing in waves mean?" Lately, the ebb and flow tactics are designed to completely confuse them. This is a classic strategy of dissemination and scouting in military affairs. In the enemy's camp, there are creatures with a high level of intelligence. They direct the activities of low-ranking demons. Everyone turned to her in surprise. She said that in all of history, this has never happened before, and this threatens them with a danger that they have never encountered before and how high. No one knows the demon who controls it all. They need more data. 3 days later, the ant came to his beloved and said that he was finally home. Suddenly, someone took him and began to take him away from his beloved. But when Zhang let him go, he ran to her and said that he was back again. Zhang then took the ant again. His wife said that he was a cruel person and that this was too much. Li Fan called Zhang, then he noticed Li Fan and stood up and said that he had finally woken up, releasing the ant. He said that while he slept all these 3 days, he found out that no matter how far the ant is carried, he can still find his way home. This is amazing. Li Fan said this is really amazing. When they were sitting near the tree, Li Fan asked if he really slept for 3 days, to which Zhang replied that after they ate the octopus, someone brought them back here. He noticed that when he sleeps, he looks like a pig. Li Fan replied that in fact he was not sleeping. The psycho in his head was saying something about being forced into sleep during the breakthrough. When he was just getting out of bed, he also said that he was breaking through to the earth level so that he could try to do this. When the ant was digging a hole to get home, he replied that these cruel people would not see them again. They would finally be able to return home. When Li Fan touched the tree, it broke in half. Zhang was happy that Li Fan had become stronger again. He had become so strong, it was all thanks to his improved technique of half-step reversal of the universe. Li Fan replied that of course it's all thanks to his technique. After that, the ant was crushed by a tree and he died. His wife cried and said that her beloved husband, number 1, had died such a terrible death. The other ants calmed her down and told her not to cry. Number 1 is already dead, but she has them. Employees ran out into the street who did it. How could a huge tree fall? Fortunately, people were not crushed. Rather, we need to find someone and clean it up here. They approached the transformer booth. Zahard asked if he really wanted to try. They said on TV that it is very dangerous if his strength is not enough. He is afraid that Li Fan will die. Li Fan replied that the psycho in his head said that everything was fine. Zhang said that crazy people can't be trusted. Li Fan replied that he believes in Zhang. He will definitely be able to save him. Zhang answered that he also believes in him. They looked at the transformer booth. Zhang thought about how to throw Li Fan there. Li Fan replied that it seems he can jump. He ran and jumped on top of the transformer booth. Zhang was happy that his friend had succeeded and that he was jumping so high. The manager who diagnosed Li Fan with allotriophagy was scared when he saw this. At this time, Li Fan touched the transformer booth and was shocked. He said that he felt that he succeeded. He felt the energy overwhelm him. The manager called the director and said that there was a problem. The director knew that this was ward number 666 and said that the ambulance would arrive soon. Other employees ran out and said that he would die. The manager said that this time perhaps an ambulance would no longer be needed and that he should reserve a place in the cemetery. When smoke was already coming from Li Fan, he still continued to hold on to the transformer booth, after which an explosion occurred and Li Fan flew away. He fell on the grass. Employees ran up to him and said that there was a corpse here. He could still be under voltage. The earth could also be under voltage. Zhang became worried about his friend, and the staff rushed forward and told him not to approach, but it was already too late. Li Fan raised his hand and told him not to come. He was fine and alive, just a little tired and wanted to sleep. After that, Zhang touched his hand and he was also hit. Electric shock! The manager called the director again and told him to see if he should call an ambulance or go straight to the crematorium. The doctor stood over Li Fan and cried, saying that he needed to be saved. He is a doctor, not a god. Why take such difficult cases? The nurse calmed him down. She went to Li Life and said that although the indicators say that he is still alive, 90% of the damaged tissues were burned throughout his entire body. It is simply impossible for him to remain alive. The manager said that he cannot find his scalpel, and without it, he cannot begin operations. The man said that since he still has signs of life, they cannot leave him. They need to make every effort, and he will replace the manager. The nurse was surprised that he reacted heroically to this, and will personally carry out the operation. 10 hours later, the man said to tie him up well and send him back. The nurse said that the director of Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital is here now. He is waiting for him outside the operating room doors. Li Life got angry. Not even 3 days had passed since he brought them back to them for who he thinks they are. Now he allowed them to play with the transformer booth. He ran out of the operating room angry, saying that they would not accept an apology from either his hospital and that he should get out of here before he left. Let him pay the bills for treatment, including the one who escaped. The director replied that he had come to arrange an annual subscription to their hospital. After the man heard this, he took a fire extinguisher and wanted to hit the director with it, but the employees stopped him. He said that he would kill him, to which one of the doctors said that he had performed a 10-hour operation and needed to rest. The man said that as soon as he rested, she would personally register him. After that, he began to calm down a little. The director said he wanted to take a subscription to save money. What's wrong with that? The next morning, Zhang was sleeping next to Li Fan's bed. The system said that it congratulates the owner on the successful completion of body hardening. The energy cultivation technique has moved to the middle stage ground level. After that, he opened his eyes and stood up. This technique requires the cultivator to be extremely stable in the mental state of a calm heart and harmony with himself. According to available data, the owner has the highest cultivation speed in the entire history of mankind. After that, Li Fan tore his bandages and his burnt skin fell out. Additional effect of successfully completing body hardening: skin rejuvenation. Skin is soft and delicate. When Li Fan woke up, Zhang saw him and was happy, saying that he knew he was fine. The nurse entered the room and dropped everything on the tray, asking how this was possible. The head nurse and the doctor approached him, saying that overnight he was not only fine, but his skin had become better. Everyone admired his body and said that his skin was fair and soft. The man said that it turns out he jumped onto the information booth. Did he really decide to kill himself? He was still thinking whether it was worth trying to take him on for training or not. But now all this doesn't matter. Although these two were crazy, they were constantly twisting under their feet. But one way or another, they were neighbors in the ward. Later, you need to go light candles for them. Suddenly, the director called him and said that they were alive. The man stood up from the table in surprise and wondered if their third-rank warriors could withstand the stress of getting into a transformation booth. They needed at least 4th rank. Are these two psychos with innate deeds above the 4th rank? Warriors of the 4th rank with special innate deeds would be nice. The director said that it looks like he was thinking again. They survived. It means they have a desire to live. The director was clicked by the employees asking if he didn't come here to discuss the conditions for registering a subscription with the deputy and why he decided to leave. The director replied that it's not worth it. He's afraid that when he wakes up, he'll grab a scalpel. The employees said that it's unlikely that it will come to that. To which the director replied that he was very tired. Let him sleep well. The girl fed Leon and asked if he was hot. If he was hot, then she would blow. Let him just tell him, he answered so that she wouldn't worry. Suddenly, he noticed that her bag was torn. She replied that it was just a hole, no big deal. It could still be worn. Leon said that it wouldn't work like that. He couldn't let his girlfriend walk around with a torn bag. He gave her a card and said that this card contains the money he saved. Let her go and buy herself a new bag, the one she likes. He won't be happy with one that's too cheap. She took the card saying that he was the best and that her uncle heard that he was still in the hospital and he was going to come to visit him. He replied that he just wanted to thank him personally for introducing him to such a good girl. She became embarrassed and replied that she was not so good. As he says, the man went to the reception of the hospital and said that lately his eyes were letting him down. From that day on, he started eating too much salmon. It was actually a lover who came to visit Leon. Demon of the 3rd rank Tahina Larval. A fly landed on the meat. When the man ate it, it crawled into the meat. He replied that it was delicious. Emergency hospital Juan to Leon's ward and thought what ward he was in if he didn't need his help with his son. Then he wouldn't have done this. He was getting worse and worse. He was very tired. Suddenly, wings started coming out of him just like a fly's. The nurse was walking down the corridor and noticed something. When she took a better look, she was afraid there was a man in front of her with the body of a fly. He said she screamed too loud and he wanted to rip her throat out and drink her blood. After that, he attacked the woman and threw her into another room. This room was the room where Li Fan and Zhang were lying. She told him not to come. They looked at the girl who was already being strangled by the monster. She asked them to save her. Everyone started running away, seeing that there was a monster here. He said that her throat was bleeding and she would not be able to escape. She still asked someone to save her. After that, the monster felt that something had been stuck into his hand. When he turned around Zhang, who said that this is a severe case, there seems to be something strange in his body. He needs to burst soon. Acupuncture can help him. Even though he is scary, he will still help him. The monster got angry and threw the woman to the other end of the room. Then he wanted to attack Zhang, but Li Fan stopped him by grabbing his hand and told him not to offend Zhang. Zhang said that he wanted to help him, and Kenny asked whether he needs help or not. Li Fan asked if he needed help. The creature said that he needed to cut his throat. Then Li Fan tore off his hand to ask him if he needs help Zhang. The fly got angry and said that he would kill him while running away from Li Fan. But Li Fan stopped him and grabbed him by the wings, and after he tore them off, the fly screamed that it hurt him. He was bleeding and lying in the corner of the room. After that, he asked him if he needed Zhang's help because he had a severe wound. The fly did not answer anything. Then Li Fan grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him towards him, saying that it seemed to him that he needed help and whether he thought the same. After that, the guy brought the monster to Zhang and said that he could start because he said that he needed. Zhang asked why Li Fan was holding him like that. He probably felt uncomfortable. Li Fan replied that he had also held a girl before, and he must like it that way. Then Zhang understood and said that he was seriously injured, but it would be better to heal him. Li Fan said that fortunately, he is. After that, he pierced his head. The nurse was alive. She watched all this and was afraid. After he poked the monster with needles, but he said that the absorption technique, return of the world task, and stuck the last needle into the fly, felt a sense of danger that he had never experienced before, and told him to stop. He is a Tahina larval demon. This man is already consumed. If he kills him, he will kill the man too. The fly thought that this would work. Because when it comes to human life, these hypocritical people are faced with the so-called moral choice. He falls into a dilemma if he decides to kill him. Then he will also kill the person the eggs he left in this body will spread through him to other people. If you come across a suitable vegetation vessel that can even awaken the power of the founder of the clan, then this egg will receive the memories of everyone else. Reasons for doubt and hesitation. What a difficult choice. At first you will look for a way to kill only him and save the person, but then you will be convinced of the hypocrisy of their morality. This is funny. After that, Zhang still stuck the 13th needle into him. The fly screamed in pain and thought, why didn't Zhang hesitate? Why didn't he stand in a stupor from a moral choice? He's in pain. Why did everything turn out this way? He's not like the people he's met before. Why was he able to separate after this creature separated from the man's body and they both lay dead? Suddenly, the girl screamed the word Dad. Leanne asked what happened to her. Her eyes lit up red. A fly's eye started to come out of her. Leanne got scared. The girl replied that her dad was dead. When she was leaving, her Leanne card fell out. He managed to pick it up and ran out of the room. He closed the doors in front of him and shouted that they were killing him. The girl continued to knock down the door and said that she needed to go out. The nurse who walked next to him asked, "Isn't he and his girlfriend in a romantic relationship? And what's going on here?" He replied, "To hell with romance. He could come to terms with her completeness with raising someone else's child. He could even forgive her for the horns on his head from cheating. But he can't forgive her for becoming such an ugly person." After that, the fly knocked down the door with its hand and stuck its head out. She heard something she didn't like anymore. I told him that then he would die. Lee Life pushed everyone aside and went to investigate. The guy said that he was warlike and even took a halberd on purpose to protect him. He will be obliged to him. After that, he noticed a fly. When he went to bed, he suddenly jumped up and said that he forgot to do something. His brother wanted to talk about a subscription to the hospital, but suddenly he saw a halberd next to him and took it, saying that now he would issue him a subscription. The fly began to approach Lee Life. The guy hid behind him. The man said that the chief is already calling the special forces. The boss ran to them, saying that he had reached them and they would be here soon. The girl ran at Leanne, telling him to die. Leanne replied that she cheated on him and she is no longer a good girl. When she wanted to attack him, the director closed Leanne with him. The guy said that he saved him again. He was disappointed in the girls, and the deputy is the most dear person to him. The magicians came and began to cast spells to expel demons, execute thousands of spirits, the mantra of the one crawling in the flame. After that, the girl was tied up. A girl from the group ran up to Lee Life Leon, telling them to leave at this time. The rest were attacked by monsters. One of the guys used me, then wisdom, destroying illusions. First form and stuck it straight into the fly. It fell dead. The guys came running and said that they were the investigative group and the supply group, and they could leave the rest of the work to them. Sitting over the fly, the guy said that the energy waves of a demon of the second rank Atachina larval disappeared are susceptible to death. He also said that along the way, they picked up the signal of another third rank. Demon must be the father body of this demon. Let the battle group wars find and eliminate it as soon as possible. Suddenly, something began to move in the girl's stomach. The guy received a message on his tablet that high energy activity was detected. High energy activity. Their level lacks reinforcement. Caused by everyone got scared and started moving away from the monster. Everyone started to move back. The employee asked where this demon came from. Everyone started running. There were a lot of corpses. The creature began to destroy everything in its path, throwing people away. Zhang and Li Fan also ran away with everyone. Zhang said that they accidentally healed a person to death. Why are these people running away? Li Fan said to look in his direction. Demon of the 7th level Takina larval founder of the clan, she repeated. Some words I will kill. The guys were standing and looking at her. Zhang asked where he should look. It's just a big fly. Li Fan said just look at her, and isn't she cute? 10 minutes before the appearance of the 7th rank demon, Zhang stood over the body of the creature and said that it seemed like he was dead in his body and something had really penetrated him. He just wanted to save him. He didn't know that he would suddenly die. Zhang cried a lot. Li Fan calmed him down, saying that it was not his fault. He was cool if he failed. Perhaps he should have died in the first place. The guy said that the director treated him to death, said that the murder was illegal. He will be imprisoned. Li Fan said that they treated him together. They will be held accountable for this. After that, Li Fan broke through the glass and said that they would run away. Zhang said that it was fun and they would jump off. The girl woke up and saw them escaping through the window and thought that even though they were crazy, she still thanked them. Zhang smiled, and when they left through the window, Li Fan jumped off first and told Zhang to jump. He would catch him. People on the street ran away saying that there is a terrible demon here and there are a lot of corpses here. After the appearance of the 7th rank demon of the Special Forces, demonic energy was detected in the center. Waves of energy were detected. 7th rank demons. Emergency hospital location Huatyan. Real strength of warriors on the battlefield. 4th rank reinforcements required. The man said that he was going. The girl stopped him, saying that he could not go there. They did not know the equal demons who controlled them all. The appearance of the earth on the 7th Rana is said to be a pure coincidence for instant response to unforeseen situations, as his national level Yanhai City should remain in the division. She pointed her finger at the guys, saying that let them go. 8th rank warrior battle group specialized sacred duty groups. She said that they should be enough to suppress the 7th rank demon. The guys looked at the monster. Zhang asked what he thought. Isn't that a big fly cute? The fly said that he wanted to kill them. Zhang did not understand what she was saying. After looking at the creature at Li Fan, the sign came up again. High energy food was found that can help reduce hunger for 7 weeks to the target 0 energy can accumulate. Time suppressed hunger is summed up. The monster wanted to attack them. But they stood and did not move. Energy value 7th rank main properties, non-poisonous edible recommended method of preparation. Dip in egg roll and breadcrumbs fry until golden brown protein content is 60 times higher than beef. Li Fan said that the crazy voice in his head said that they could kill him. Suddenly, a man appeared and called out to them and said that he needed to run. When Li Fan poked his finger into the fly's paw, one of its heads came off. The man thought that he was hallucinating. The guys still didn't run away. Zhang said that this is what he learned while sleeping like a pig for 3 days. It seems he has become even cooler. The full power of a level energy cultivation technique is approximately equal to the blow force of a 9th rank warrior of this world, provided the owner's mental state is stable and the purity of the energy of the blow force will increase. Li Fan said what the voice in his head said that this blow would kill him. The first step is to accumulate. The second is the moment of contact to release. Zhang said that it was too huge. How is he going to get it? Then Zhang jumped and flew up towards the monster. After that, he hit the fly right in the eye and its second head came off. The man was surprised that he was so strong, and what power? Who was he? The fly began to get more and more angry and said that he would kill him. Then Li Fan hit him in the chest, causing him to bleed. Out of anger, she hit the soot and he flew away, but landed on the ground. He started poking at him with his claws, but Li Fan dodged well, activating the protective skill Impenetrable Golden Body. When she hit him, Li Fan was not affected at all. After that, he took the fly's hand with one hand and hit it with all his might. Zhang, at that time, was sitting behind and did not see what was happening. He was thinking, does Li Fan really think that this is a cute fly? She and Li Fan are disgusting and have different tastes, and will they quarrel? The fly screamed in pain when it was killed by Li Fan. Zhang asked, isn't he hungry? That's probably why he wants to eat a fly that isn't cute, but won't because it's disgusting. After that, when the fly was killed, he ran up to Zhang and asked if he thought she was cute. To which Zhang replied that he thinks she's disgusting, and it turns out they have different tastes. After that, Li Fan looked at the fly, and with one movement of his hand threw it away, said that he thought it was disgusting, not cute, and he thought so too. Zhang was glad that he also thinks that she is not cute, and then they will not quarrel. Li Fan received a notification that this is a 7th rank food. If you eat it, you can forget about hunger for 7 weeks. Let ordinary people not eat flies. But he is an extraordinary person. In the collapsing inpatient ward of the hospital, the group easily still tried to defend themselves from the monster. The girl tried to heal Li Life and Lian and told them to hold on. The boss and reinforcements will definitely be here soon. Energy waves of a high-ranking demon disappeared. A demon of the 7th level presence of the Night Founders of the clan was eliminated. Zhang asked if they don't eat this fly, then they can continue their escape. Li Fan agreed, and then the system told him to think about everything carefully. Don't underestimate the meat of even a big fly. When he cooks it, it won't look so disgusting anymore. After that, he fainted. Moreover, for the first time ever, the owner used a large amount of energy. It needs to be replenished. Zhang cried and sat over Li Fan, telling him not to die and to wake up. Then a group of the 8th rank came running to his aid. The girl asked Zhang what happened. The man asked where the demon of the 7th rank had gone. Another guy said that there were still remnants of high-rank demon energy waves in the air, but one guy said underneath it here. They were surprised that he was already dead. And who could kill him were the 8th rank warriors of the Sacred Duty Squad above and the Buddhist Academy Hu Feng, and the 8th rank warrior of the Sacred Duty Squad of the highest Taoist Academy, Shu Duokai. The girl told Zhang not to worry. He's fine. He just fainted. He'll wake up soon. She started treating him. This is a squad rank warrior, the Sacred Duty of the Supreme Academy of Physicians Zhu Xiaoxiao. She thought that this ordinary person's energy was drained. Although he was fainting, there was no internal injury. Zhang was happy that his friend was fine. She began to treat Zhang's wounds, saying that he was fine too. But why is his channel like an old man's? The rest of the group left said they would help the people in the building. She said she understood them and would be there soon. The man called the girl, saying that it was Li Fan who killed the demon. It was a 4th rank warrior of the Liu Ying Special Forces battle group. He started coughing up blood. Then the girl ran up to him and told him not to waste his energy. She used the 2nd form of the secret 6-fold recovery pill. When the man felt a little better, she took him to the tree, saying that it was good that there was an eyewitness to the incident. First, he needed to restore his strength here. For now, she would help the people in the building, and then she would return for him. After that, she left and soon arrived at the scene. They rescued people who were injured. The guy approached Li Fan and Zhang, saying that there were no open injuries. She probably fainted from the blow. First, we need to take out people with serious injuries, and for now, let them wait here. Zhang agreed. The guy said that if Li Fan came to his senses, they could call their relatives to pick them up. When Li Fan heard this word, he woke up. Zhang was happy about it. The man called Li Fan whispered to Zhang that he forgot that they killed the man Zhang, thought that they had all come for them and they needed to run away. Li Fan said that he did not know what they were going to do, and it was better to run away. After that, they started pretending to be bushes, running away. The man was disappointed that Li Fan didn't notice him. When the guy was driving, he didn't understand where they went. Could it be that their relatives took them away? When they were walking through the city, Zhang said that it seemed like this was their first walk on such a busy street. There were a lot of strangers here. Li Fan replied that everything was fine. He was nearby and would protect him. Zhang was happy that he had such a good friend and said that if he needed help, he should contact them. They ran down the street. People around thought that they were crazy and that they were mentally ill. After that, they lay on the grass. Zhang asked if he remembered how they ate fried octopus at this place. It was delicious. Li Fan answered. What he remembers was very tasty. Suddenly, Zhang noticed something and said to look. Li Fan said that it looks like someone is being offended there. There was a tied-up child sitting in the car. A man held a gun in front of him. They called his father, saying that they had their son. The man told him to say hello, otherwise he would kill him. The boy pretended to be scared and said that his dad saved him, when the man told his father to prepare 50 million. The boy said that it was too little, no less than 500 million. Their predecessors started bidding with only 100 million gambles, a rather risky reward must match. The other guy turned and said the boy was telling the truth. Then the man told him to prepare 500 million and leave it where he would say otherwise he would kill him. Then the boy interrupted him again and said that this is not how it is done. They must indicate specific deadlines and measures in case of non-compliance. That's the only way they will have leverage. The guys were surprised by his words. The man said that within 3 hours for the money to be in the indicated place for every hour, he would be late to receive a photo of his son's severed hand. The boy thought that if he twitched to the police, he would immediately receive news, and he would see his son's eyes separately from him. He dictated the words that he needed to say. Then the man thought that if he had no one, what to do, the boy said that it was a bluff to scare him. Most parents who want their children to remain safe would not dare to contact the police and put the child's life at risk. This is a psychological game. After that, the man said that if she wants his son to return home, then let him do it all according to the rules. After that, he hung up and asked how he coped with the guy and said that he did a very good job. The boy said that just now he had been on the line for too long. They have a device at home that determines the location of the caller. They must have already determined where they are, and within 10 minutes, personal security will be here after that. The guys were scared. He pointed the gun at the guy, asking if he was trying to deceive him. The boy replied that he could not remember the phrases that were spoken to him. He had to dictate phrase by phrase. It took 47 minutes and 8 seconds. The man was surprised how he knew how long the call lasted, because the boy answered that when he hung up, he turned the screen towards him. After that, the man wanted to kill him, saying that he had enraged him. If now he didn't get his money, he would simply kill him. His partner stopped him and said that there were 500 million at stake. The boy sat calmly and said that there were approximately 8 minutes 37 seconds left. Suddenly, Zhang came into the car and asked if they were quarreling so loudly everyone was surprised where he came from here. The man said that this is not his day. Witnesses, they don't need anything. And after that, he shot. The bullet almost hit Zhang in the face. Well, Li Fan saved him by catching the bullet in mid-flight right in front of Zhang's face. Li Fan said that it was a gun he saw on TV. He wanted to shoot him, it hurt, and asked if he would help him take revenge. Li Fan agreed. The man trembled as he looked at the guys and asked Li Fan if he was human. Stopped a bullet with his bare hands. Even if he is a demon, he is not afraid of him. Li Fan got angry and hit the man in the stomach, causing him to fly back and fly out of the car, knocking out the door and falling straight into the water. His partner ran towards him. Zhang asked if he was alive, to which Li Fan replied that he hit him lightly. The boy watched what was happening and was really surprised. The guy told the boy that Li Fan had already driven away those people who offended him. The boy asked if they could untie him. And after they untied him, the boy said what he saw, that they were not entirely normal. They were mentally ill from Kingshan Mental Hospital. Suddenly, Li Fan told Zhang that he was hungry. The boy said that if they saved him, he invites them to eat. They are happy. They ran. The boy said that in about 3 minutes, his family's personal security would arrive here. A helicopter arrived with symbolic security. A man spoke through a loudspeaker, saying that the location has been confirmed. We need to make sure of the safety of the young master. When the security came down, she saw 2 guys. They asked who they were, what they were doing here, and if they had seen a child here. The partner managed to pull the man out of the water and was pumping him out suddenly. The partner turned and said that they saw the boy. He was kidnapped by 2 people dressed in hospital pajamas, but his brother decided to intervene. He only asked if he was okay, for which he was beaten. These 2 did not a drop of sympathy. The soldiers asked where they took the child. Then his brother woke up. The guy was happy that he woke up and said that he was very kind. And why did he get involved in this alone? The guard noticed that his voice seemed familiar to him. One of the guards told the other that the location of the target had been discovered immediately. He needed to go to the rescue. The guy replied that he was moving forward. When they left, the brother was glad that he saved them. The man told the team about Li Fan and how he defeated the demon, and that he is very strong. Everyone agreed with him. But one guy asked where he was, so the man replied that they ignored him and ran away. The guy replied that saving people and not chasing glory is truly a style of mastery, but nothing terrible. The heroes will not be forgotten. The man said that he remembered what they looked like. He will draw their portraits and let them pass them on to the information department so that they can find them. Their city needs such heroes. Everyone supported him. When he drew it, he gave it to them and said that before he entered the higher academy of the Buddhists, he wanted to learn to be an artist about his portraits. You can't just say similar, you can only say like 2 drops. Everyone was surprised and said that these guys really looked like 2 peas in a pod, like the ones she was examining. One of the guys replied that they were very similar to the information department. They should have found them by the evening. One of the guys came up and looked at the drawing and he thought, are they really looking at the same drawing? If he says that it's drawn poorly, he will be kicked out of his sacred duty again. Li Fan and Zhang came to the restaurant and they had a whole table set up with food. They started eating. The waitresses said to each other that they had escaped from the hospital and also with the child, to which the other replied that they were actually a star restaurant and they didn't have enough money to pay. She remembered where these pajamas came from, Kingshan Mental Hospital. Another girl got scared, saying that they were crazy safety first. As soon as they say that they will pay quietly, you need to leave and not provoke later, they report to the police. The guy asked if this was enough for them, and if they were full, and Li Fan said that he is still hungry after opening the inner world. The owner can increase for an unlimited side effect, a strong feeling of hunger that cannot be drowned out by ordinary food. Zhang replied that he was full and thanked him for the invitation. He is a very good person. Li Fan confirmed his words. Zhang said that he could call him the same as Li Fan, with Zhang. Li Fan also introduced himself. The boy said that his name is Xiao Bao. The boy said that if Li Fan was not full yet, he would order more food. The girl constantly brought a lot of food, and after that he carried a lot of plates. When they continued to eat, the boy was already falling asleep. The waitress also brought them dishes. She thought about how he ate 7 dishes alone. Now she is no longer worried about the fact that they can pay, but that he will die here and the restaurant will have to pay compensation. Xiao Bao called out to Li Fan. Then the boy woke up and asked if he was full, to which Li Fan replied that he wasn't full, and the voice of a psycho in his head said that he wouldn't be full. So that's all. Zhang leaned over to Li Fan and whispered to him that the boy decided to treat them, but he wasn't full. Wouldn't that be disrespectful to the inviter? When they were leaving, the waitress called the police and said that 3 people here had no money. But then, the payment arrived, indicating the payment amount was 560 yuan. The check was printed. The boy said that the check was not needed and left. The waitress was very surprised that they paid. She was happy and said that they always didn't have enough money in their account, so they would take everything that they weren't given. The policeman on the other side of the call said that she was sick. When they left the restaurant, Zhang noticed the video game world building and pointed with his finger, saying that he saw it on TV and wanted to go there. The boy said that they must not know much about it, and so he would show them. He was wondering if mentally ill people play games. When they entered the room, they saw a lot of people who were continuously playing at the gaming ATM. The boy and Zhang started playing, and Li Fan just stood nearby and watched. Zhang lost again and was upset, asking Li Fan to take revenge. But the boy won and still won. Zhang said that he also lost. The boy said that it was too simple a game. He would never lose at it, even if he really wanted to. He would not lose, because it was too simple. The boy was proud of himself. After that, Li Fan hit the slot machine monitor with all his might. The boy got scared. After he broke it, he said that he died, and that means he won. The boy said that then he won. People behind were upset that now they can't play fighting. When they returned, Zhang was happy that Li Fan helped him take revenge, and they won. Xiao Bao thought that although they are crazy, isn't Li Fan too powerful? When he hit the kidnapper, he thought that he was finished. To which Li Fan replied that he doesn't have great strength, he's tired, and he doesn't have the strength yet. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on Li Fan's forehead. After that, he was shot in the head and Li Fan fell. Everyone was very scared for him. The boy's security burst into the room, breaking out the glass. They told no one to move and raise their hands up, and they also pointed pistols at Zhang and Li Fan. One of the guards pulled the boy towards him. Zhang was worried and told Li Fan to wake up because he was scared. The guard yelled at Zhang and told them not to move, otherwise he would shoot him in the head. Zhang burst into tears and said that it hurt, and he was scared. The boy saw that Zhang was being bullied. He broke free from the guard's grip and shouted that they should not shoot. When the guard fired, the bullet almost hit Zhang in the head, but he was pushed away by Li Fan. He took the gun in his hands and pointed it at his mouth, breaking it a little. Also, with his other hand, he held the guard by the neck. Li Fan was very angry. The other guards pointed guns at him. The guards thought that he had definitely been shot in the head. What kind of monster he was. They were afraid of him. The boy came forward and told them to lay down their weapons. They wouldn't harm him. They were his friends. The guards looked at the boy, but then lowered their pistols. Xiao Bao approached Li Fan and said that they, without understanding the situation, opened fire. They are to blame. He apologizes on behalf of his family's personal guard. After that, he bowed. The boy once again turned to Li Fan and said that if he considers him a friend, he asks him to release the head of the masked guard and that he forgive them this time. Li Fan looked at the boy with an angry look. Then Zhang stood up and patted the boy on the shoulder and said that it is true that he is their friend. Friends should protect each other and forgive. After that, Li Fan let go and said yes. They are friends should forgive. The guard asked the head if he was okay. After this, Li Fan immediately fainted. Zhang was scared. Hunger caused by the side effect of the discovery of the inner world has reached the limit. The owner is kept in suspended animation for self-preservation. S-rank defensive technique. Invincible golden body automatically activated. The technique will be active until the owner wakes up. The boy and Zhang approached him. Zhang didn't know why he fell again. Then he listened to his heart and realized that he was sleeping again and exhaled. The boy asked again, "Is he really just sleeping?" Zhang replied that when he fell asleep like last time, he slept for 3 days. But the director said that if you sleep on the floor, you can catch a cold, and can he take them home? The boy agreed. When the boy got into the car to leave, the news was announced. Today, a demon of the 7th rank showed up at the emergency hospital in Huatiamb. The boy turned and asked what the special forces are doing. The news continued with the words of eyewitnesses. The demon was defeated by 2 masters depicted in the orientation. They are looking for them with all their might to express gratitude. The boy looked at the drawing and thought that they had gone crazy. When they got into the car in the back seat, Li Fan and Zhang were sleeping. The boy turned around looking at them and told the driver to take them to Qingshan Mental Hospital. When they were driving, the driver asked what happened to his kidnapper, and to which the boy replied that they escaped and they were unlucky in life and shouldn't pursue them. At the same time, the guy beat his brother, saying that at the most crucial moment he helped, but almost died from his blow. His brother asked him to stop. Control and Monitoring Center of the Special Forces, the 8th rank group gathered and said that 12 hours have already passed since the 2 masters were put on the wanted list. No information has been found yet. Why haven't they found it yet? Do the masters really don't want to reveal their identity so much? It must be so different. Why are they still? They were not found. People in the Special Forces were uncomfortable because it was stupid to look for them based on a poorly drawn picture. The man thought that they had no doubt about the quality of the portraits. Maybe there was something wrong with his head. Why is he the only one who thinks it will be more surprising if they are found based on these portraits? Suddenly, Jin Heli ran in and approached the group, put a drawing of Zhang and Li Fan on the table. She got angry and asked who allowed them to broadcast this. Does this man really have no brains? They didn't think about the image of the Special Forces at all. They saw in general that from this picture they were writing about them on the internet. Everyone fell silent and could not say anything because they were afraid and everyone was ashamed. Liu Haichan looked out and asked what they were saying. Were they really praising his artistic skill? The girl became even more effusive and replied that they were writing that they were completely out of order in the head. This answer killed the man. Hu Feng thought that everything seemed to be, he's normal here after all. She began to scold the rest of the group members and asked if they even had intelligence. A 3-month vacation for the squad. The sacred duty will be cancelled in 3 days. The newcomers will undergo an internship at the Qingshan Technical Hospital, and they will be responsible for them. They said that they were 8th rank warriors, and would they really babysit newcomers? The girl replied that now they remembered that they were warriors of the 8th rank. Sacred Duty are in the top 3 strongest squads. But every time they make a mistake, you can't call it inappropriately. It's just terrible. After 3 days, they are sent to a mental hospital and no objections. After that, she left. The man was upset and apologized, said that it was all because of his drawing. They did it to support him and not offend him. Then the guys said that he really draws well. They all think so. The man thought that they did it to support him. His truly kind comrades all began to say that the drawing was like 2 peas in a pod. One Hu Feng stood behind and thought that it looks like he never joined their company. The head came and said that he had just arrived, and what did he hear? They create problems again. The guys were happy to see him. Liu Ying came to the table and said that they continue to call him that officially. He asked what they broadcast so absurdly there. Hu Feng thought that the head said that the drawing was awkward. Apparently they had problems with their heads. But since they are his comrades, so be it, he forgives them. The man looked at the drawing and asked if it was them again. Hu Feng was surprised that the head recognized the masters, and it turns out that he has problems with the head. The director called Li Life and asked how he was doing. He had already heard that yesterday's appearance of the 7th rank demon left many wounded in his hospital. Let him accept his condolences. Li Life replied that he has a lot of wounded, both patients and from the special forces. He hopes that the killed demons will be able to rest in peace next to Li An peeling himself an apple. The director told him to rest more and eat well. There are still patients who need his help. The man thanked Shay Hag. The deputy director replied that the demon appeared next to the inpatient department. 2 mentally ill patients from their hospital at the time were also there. And he should be aware. Shay Hag replied that he was aware and sent their employee, but he never found them. He also called how many hospitals where the wounded were admitted. They did not get to them. Li Life replied that perhaps he doesn't know, but that demon from the 7th rank was simply huge. He ate many patients who did not have time to escape. The director replied that he understands what he is leading to. The man told him not to despair. But after that, they both smiled about the whole incident yesterday with the 7th rank demon. This is probably the only good news. You won't have to suffer with them anymore. It's finally over. The director drank tea and looked out the window, saying that life and death are in the hands of fate and nothing can be done about it. Who is to blame for the demon who appeared? Suddenly, an employee came to him and called him. The director asked what happened, to which the guy replied that there was a guy standing outside. He brought the patients to room number 666. The director asked if they were dead or alive. The guy replied that the wallpaper is alive. The director was very upset and cried a little because he was happy early. When Li An gave the apple to Li Life, he pushed him away. The director called. He asked what he wanted to, which Shay Hag replied that he was not entirely right when he came to him to sign up for a subscription. He didn't think about his feelings, he wanted to apologize to him. Li Life liked his words and said that it was the first time he heard something from him. Then the director asked if he could still sign up for a subscription, to which Li Life replied that if those two were no longer there, more precisely, he meant that now this subscription would be unprofitable for him. To which the director replied that he will decide for himself whether it is profitable or not. The most important thing is that he will be able to see him more often. After that, the deputy director thought that he was too charming since everyone wanted to see him. The man said that especially in recent years they have caused their hospital a lot of difficulties, so he feels that it is worth thanking. Let the fee for this annual subscription be compensation to him. To which Li Life replied that first he would like to clarify something. He is a man, and he is not attracted to other men. And so the next time he comes to the director, he simply makes an exception for him and issues a subscription. Leon rejoiced that his savior was so noble. The director thanked him and hung up. The Xiaobao driver asked if he succeeded, to which the director nodded approvingly, saying that he apologizes for keeping Xiaobao waiting for a long time and thanked him for returning Li Fan and Zhang. They are like family to them. They were very worried when they learned about their disappearance. The boy sat drinking tea on the sofa and said that it was nothing. Last night they took them for examination to their family's private hospital. And here is the report after that. Xiao Bao's assistant gave the report to the director. Looking through, his man replied that, based on the report, everything was fine with them. To which the boy replied that it is only true that they have strange indicators. Firstly, Li Fan has increased activity of stem cells, and secondly, Zhang's research showed a discrepancy in the age of bone tissue. The indicators of a young man because of their private hospital came to the conclusion that Zhang about 100 years. The director replied that he was also not clear about the age of old man Zhang. In the hospital archives also no data, the director told memories from his past, saying that when he got a job here, Zhang was already here. Maybe his mental state is stable, just a carefree young man. Unlike him, who was worried about the gray hairs and wrinkles of his 50s, the man asked the employee what he thought they believed him. Then he answered his own question and said that he thought they believed him. Young people are prone to self-thinking, especially children who are especially rich. The raven flew into the cave and sat down and said that the plan with the tahina larva had failed. The growing vessel was found and was awakened. The founder of the clan, but warriors immediately appeared and destroyed him. He definitely felt the energy waves of the merging together. A demon of the 7th rank encountered unknown warriors. Moreover, since the demon that merged into one was defeated, all its larvae left in people also died. Many other monsters were sitting in this cave, and their leader, who listened to what the raven was telling him. Demon of the 9th rank, Alligator said, "Whoever could not cope with a win-win case is garbage," to which the other demons responded that Mr. Alligator had a very beautiful syllable, a demon of the 9th rank. The polar kitsune thought that after spending several days studying people, this stupid crocodile picked up human insults. She would not lose to him. She replied that after so many reconnaissance missions, do they know how many warriors there are in this so-called human city of Yanhai? To which the raven replied that in this month a crowd of people usually opposes them with 3 detachments of warriors of the 8th rank, the so-called Atridi, Sacred Duty Rock and Soul, as far as he knows. They are under the jurisdiction of a detachment of warriors of the 9th rank. They are the strongest in this city, as well as their head warrior national level. The girl replied that the strength of warriors of the 8th level is approximately equal to the demon of the 7th level, but it is unknown how things stand with the strength of warriors of the 9th rank. And this warrior of the national level, she sat next to their king and asked him if he wanted to send a 9th rank demon on reconnaissance, to which he nodded approvingly. Then she shouted that the king orders all the 8th rank demons to come forward. After this, the demons began to push away low-ranking monsters and came forward. After that, the king pointed his finger at one creature and said that he was choosing him. It was a demon of rank 8, an adamantine gorilla. The raven said that she also smelled demons from 2 people without the aura of warriors. The smells belonged to the morning dog dark python and the reef octopus, which disappeared during reconnaissance. To which the kitsune said how ordinary people can have their smell only if they are not the demons themselves in the guise of people, or only if they ate them. After that, she shook her head negatively, because this is impossible. They are the ones who feed on people because ordinary people cannot feed on them. She told the raven to take 2 demons of ranks 4 and 5 with her, and we need to find out what kind of people they are. The raven shouted approvingly. Zhang sat next to Li Fan's bed and looked at him, and said that he fell asleep like a pig again for 3 days. He was upset that he still hadn't woken up. Then the director entered the room and Zhang was delighted. When he came in, 2 more plumbers went. The director asked if Li Fan hadn't woken up yet. Was he worried about him? Men were installing a toilet. They wanted to finish quickly and leave because they were afraid. After that, they installed the bathtub, the director said, until Li Fan woke up so that Zhang would look after him. Zhang agreed. When they left, the director thanked Zhang and said that Li Fan was in his care. After that, they left. Zhang didn't understand what was happening. The director, together with the plumbers, ran out of the room, having hammered the door. The director thought that when other special forces arrive, it should probably be quite likely that nothing will happen. They need to deliver food to them by drones through the window. Evening last day, Liu Ying stood over the sleeping Zhang said that this year Jin Heli decided to send newcomers to train at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. They will be here the day after tomorrow. The director replied that he had received a notification and had already sent a response. It was too dangerous, he sent a refusal. Then the warrior shoved a check for a lot of money in his face. Then the director said that danger is something he constantly faces. They will be here the day after tomorrow. He will already begin all the preparations. He also said that the 2 had achieved incredible strength. He ran up to Liu Ying with an agreement to sell trusteeship rights and asked if he would buy them this lucrative offer. The man said that there had never been a case in the unit when psychos became warriors, and Jin Heli must not allow this and said that he needed to think about it a little more. When the trainees came to Kingshan Hospital, the director greeted them and said that they were teachers from the detachment. It was a sacred duty for newcomers to train this year. Liu Haichan thought, is this really the same legendary director Hao? The trainees talked among themselves and said that this year, it turns out that their teachers will be legendary warriors out of sacred duty. They are very lucky. The guy asked why the warriors of sacred duty are so respectful to the director of this psychiatric hospital. The director replied that he had already received a notice with the details of their practice so that they would not follow him. When everyone was following him, the trainees were discussing what details of their practice they had. They don't know. But here, there are ordinary people with unusual thinking. What should they be afraid of? The director said that their practice is to personally care for the mentally ill for a month. If they harm the patient, then let them consider that they have failed the practice. They will return to the higher academy for retraining and passing the final exams. Everyone was surprised by this information, but after that they were happy and said that a sick soldier would not be offended by these mentally ill people, who are usually people who could harm them. The director thought, why is he so worried? The system said that the owner experienced a sufficient amount of energy from the environment during suspended animation. The Earth-level energy cultivation technique of the middle stage has already recovered, temporarily weakened. The side effect of opening the inner world is suppressed. I feel extremely hungry. The owner woke up from suspended animation. After that, Li Fan woke up and called Zhang. He was happy and ran up to him and said that he had woken up. Li Fan asked how long he slept, to which Zhang replied that he slept again for 3 days. Even pigs don't sleep that much. Li Fan asked if they had returned home, to which Zhang replied that Xiao Bao drove them and said that the director was very worried about him since he woke up. You need to find him and tell him. After that, they started opening the doors and broke it down. Zhang ran out first, happily saying that they were already following him, followed by Li Fan. Behind the director were hospital employees. Opposite him stood patients and interns. The director said that, having broken up in pairs, let them come up to him. The first was the guy with the old man. The director told the guy that it was Lin he would look after him for the next month after. He introduced the guy and said that this was his dad. For the next month, he wouldn't go anywhere and said that she would take good care of him. The guy was surprised that the director introduced him as his dad. Then the old man burst into tears and hugged him, saying that he had finally come, and he thought that he had abandoned him. The interns from behind laughed at him. After that, the director gave him notes on the requirements for caring for Lin and said that this is Lin's medical history and the requirements for his treatment, and now he needs to be taken with security to his room. The guy said that he understood everything. The old man still hugged him. The director introduced his partner to the patient and said that this young man had come specifically to buy a watch from him, and said that for the whole month he would buy a watch from him every day. The guy was happy that he had a client and greeted him, saying that he was on the right track, that he had approached him. He had a wide range of products and began to shake his hand. The guy thought, isn't this a mental hospital? What other hours are there in the hospital? Next was the professor. He said that this young man had heard about him and would like to become his student for the next month. Would he take him behind him? The guy happily pulled the intern along with him to quickly buy a watch from him. The professor asked the guy if he had read a brief history of the times of change, popular science literature on astronomy. The guy was surprised by these words. Then the professor turned around and said that he had not even read books about popular science literature on space. But he asked to take him as his student and said that she would not accept him. The director handed him notes on the requirements of caring for the professor and told him to follow him for a month. He takes care of him. In other words, he must convince him to take him on as his student. Li Fan and Zhang went outside and saw that people were standing in pairs near the director. Zhang asked Li Fan. They were standing in pairs, and that meant that now they had to line up to see the director. Li Fan said it looks like that. Then they also stood up, and the director began to introduce the girl and Zhang. He completely forgot that he had closed him when he heard what Zhang said that he was here. He turned around and was very surprised. His heart sank. Zhang asked what was wrong with him. The girl approached the guy and asked if he was the patient whom she would take care of in the next month, and introduced herself and asked what his name was. Zhang. He was surprised that he was called sick, but then said hello. Then the director pushed them aside and told the girl that he was not the patient she would be able to take care of. Zhang did not understand what was happening. The director replied that he would help her find another patient suitable for her, to which the girl replied that she thought she could take care of him because she really liked him. The director asked if she was tired of living. Liu Haichan approached Li Fan and asked if he was the object of his task. He introduced himself and said that for the next month he would take care of him. Li Fan also greeted him. Then the director pushed them aside and said that this was out of the question. These two do not participate in their practice. They are warriors with an innate body. They will not cope. To which Liu Haichan replied that then he will be even more acquainted. People with an innate body say he has the second rank already at birth. Rare talents. He wants to fight. The guy thought that who would have thought that immediately after graduation, he would reach the third rank. At first, he was upset because of such a simple upbringing and could prove himself in front of the teacher and, fortunately, now he himself runs into the hands of the hunter Liu Haichan, said the fact that the rules of the test do not allow fighting with ordinary people, since they could get seriously injured, so he told them to attack and not to be afraid. His golden dome technique has already reached rank 3 and they won't hurt him. Everyone didn't understand what was happening. The director was especially shocked. The trainees said that the headman already had a golden dome of the third rank, and he was really the strongest headman. He would show the difference between a warrior and a common man. Li Fan turned to Zhang and asked if he was asking him to hit him, to which he replied that it looks like that and he is kind of strange. Li Fan clenched his hand into a fist, to which Liu Haichan replied that he would underestimate his simple punch with his fist would not be enough. He told him to use some skill of his innate body. Then Li Fan punched him and he flew away. The guy practiced, casting a spell and said to the spirits of heaven and earth, "Let the seal of the army fall, and the formation behind him will appear." Zhou Xiaoxiao ran towards him. She asked if he had finished the remaining sides of the four-sided formation. The squad leader would soon arrive here with his brother to check. He replied that everything was in perfect order. The four-sided formation was completely completed. The girl called out to him and said that she was upset that they had lost their 3-month vacation. Then Wang Yue took out an egg and said that this was her favorite boiled egg. The girl was embarrassed when he handed it to her. She was drawn on the egg. She said it was very beautiful and thanked them both were in love with each other. He cleaned the entire egg and gave it back. She said that since the four-sided outsiders are completely completed, he can feel the energy waves of everyone who is inside. He said that as soon as one of the trainees decides to harm a person, the formation will react and will not have time to intervene in time. She said that then they had nothing to worry about during the practice. All patients were completely safe. He was embarrassed by her words. Suddenly, they saw Liu Haichan, who flew away and crashed into the protective dome and then fell right next to them. They were scared. They did not understand what happened. Then she choked on an egg, and Wang Yue was very scared. After that, he turned her upside down so that she would spit out the egg. Then she succeeded, and she was saved. Xu Duokai and Hu Feng ran to him, saying that they had not yet gotten married, but he was already assaulting him, and even in front of his brother. When he said that she appeared as an egg and he saved her, Xu Duokai replied that since everything was like that, he was glad that everything was fine with them. Then a voice was heard from behind that asked for help. They approached him. Xu Duokai asked. He claims that he was beaten like that by an ordinary mental patient, to which the guy replied that the director said that he was a warrior with an innate body. Wang Yue replied that then it is clear why they did not feel anything inside the formation and began to treat him. Xu Duokai said that overclocking without using energy was able to beat him at the third rank then. He must have used the brute strength of his innate body. At the same time, when Li Fan pushed him, everyone got scared and didn't say anything. Zhang said that he threw him far. The director turned to Li Fan and said that so far their tricks concerned only the two of them and did not harm anyone else. He did not pay attention to it, but now he hit a person. He disappointed him. Li Fan said that he himself asked him to hit him. Zhang began to defend Li Fan and said that it was all like that. The director replied that even if so-and-so, he cannot wave his fists. Li Fan said what he understood. The director replied if he wants to fight, then it's better to let him relax his hands. Li Fan was upset that he was scolded by the director. Although he only hit him lightly, while the rest of the trainees were surprised and thought that their strength was not enough to defeat even an ordinary person. The director began to take Li Fan away. While the trainees said that they refused to participate in the test, they were still far from reaching that level. They would return to the academy. When Zhang was calming Li Fan, Hu Feng came behind him, and Liu Hai was on his back. Chan Hufeng thought that these were the same two masters whom he had seen. When a demon of the 7th rank appeared, and his comrades' perceptions were very different, he immediately recognized these masters. I wonder if they would understand too. When they arrived, the guys recognized them and said that these were the two masters. Then Hufeng was touched that they recognized him too, and they were not as different as he thought. Everyone crowded around Li Fan said that they had finally found them. Thanks to them, there were much fewer victims with the demon. Zhang didn't understand what they meant. Liu Haichan didn't understand what kind of master and what kind of 7th rank demon. Hu Feng asked, why are they dressed in the pajamas of the mentally ill? Liu Haichan's voice was heard from behind, who asked if maybe they were just mentally ill when they asked, did they forget? Before they arrived here, several people on display from the Special Forces ordered them to be respectful to Director Hao. This is due to the fact that the masters asked the Director of Chaos to falsify their mental illnesses so that they could close here and quietly cultivate. Everyone agreed with him. One person didn't understand what was happening. He thought that although he was here for no reason, these guys were really crazy. Wang Yue said that the two of them defeated the 7th rank demon. They are very cool. Zhou Xiaoxiao said that it is a sacred duty to recommend them for joining the Special Forces. He realized that they are worthy of receiving recommendations for joining the unit. Even this is a sacred duty. How stupid he was. Then the director came up with an idea. And he began to say that they are hidden masters. Such talents should be recommended to their boss and the head himself. This was a chance to get rid of Li Fan and Zhang. Everyone was amazed by this news and agreed with him, starting to shake hands with the director. Zhang said that it seems they want to send them to some of their divisions. Li Fan replied that he would like to stay at home. Zhang said that he also wants to stay at home. If they leave, the director will worry about them. The director thought that he was more worried that they would remain here. He patted them on the head and said that although he would worry about them, he knew how much they wanted to cultivate. The special forces they're talking about can help do just that, although it's hard for him to let them go. But he won't forgive himself if he forces them to stay here. Li Fan and Zhang are upset. After that, they hugged the director and cried all together. The director said that he would miss them. The rest of the guys looked at it and said that it was very touching and also began to cry. Liu Haichan also began to cry and said that they are like ordinary people and nothing human is alien to them. Hu Feng said that he was wounded, the test failed, and he would have to return to the academy. A girl came up to him and called him, saying that he was her partner in this test. Can she still look after him? He didn't understand what she meant. He agreed, said that she was good. She thought that he was strong, that even sacred duty was treated with respect. He replied that in return, he could take care of her health with the help of injections and asked her if they had agreed, taking out the needles. She agreed and thanked him for his concern. The director replied that it was impossible. He started the session as acupuncture. She thought that the effect of the master's acupuncture must be simply incredible. The opportunity can strengthen her inner source of energy, make her stronger and more beautiful. From this day on, she will be the center of attention. After that, the girl fell into a dream in the distant future. Everyone looked at her and said that this was the legendary Sleeping Beauty. She was completely healthy, but fell into a deep sleep, for which she was nicknamed Sleeping Beauty. She is carefully preserved in the National Museum. She is one of the 9 wonders of the world. This is where the tour comes to an end. This is where the tour. Everyone crowded over her. Zhang asked if she had woken up and asked Li Fan what was wrong with her. The friend replied that she would definitely wake up. Hu Feng thought that it's not surprising that they are still masters, and they need to give her a little rest, to which Zhou Xiaoxiao said that she is completely fine. But she can't understand why she still hasn't woken up. Shu Duokai replied that she also failed the task. The guys said that they needed to return to the special forces together with the masters in a month when the probationary period ended. Zhou Xiaoxiao said that they would recommend them to the head. Li Fan and Zhang were surprised by their behavior. The crow said that he found these 2 people who had their scent. Then let the fierce bear of the 4th rank be the first to test them. The crow was too focused on these 2 yes, so she didn't notice. The aura of the warriors is felt here. The aura of the 8th rank warriors is felt after that. The bear hid. The crow thought that, fortunately, she has a special closing skill that allows her to hide the energy and aura of her demon energy. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to lure them out. Then they will be checked. Li Fan and Zhang were lying on the grass and talking. 8th rank warriors were watching them. Zhang told him to look at this ant. Doesn't it look like the one he threw away and didn't eat? Li Fan said something he doesn't know. The ant didn't really like it. Shu Duokai said that contemplating all living things comprehends the secrets of cultivation. They are truly masters. They all agreed. From behind, the director said that all the trainees have been successfully distributed, and 2 victims sent by the hospital. 8th rank warriors are watching over those 2. Everything should be fine now. If something happens, that's what he can do. He's like a delicate flower in front of them. He needs to calm down. He was holding back so as not to cry. When Zhang Li Fan was drinking Sprite and cola in the ward, Shu Duokai said that they drink soy milk and say that it is cola and Sprite. This is a high level of cultivation with the help of consciousness to determine and change the reality of true mastery. Everyone agreed with him again. When they watched them, Zhang again tested the technique of half-step reversal of the universe, and Li Fan fainted. He still needs to refine this technique. He was very upset. The guy said that the masters help each other with the help of acupuncture. He introduced his infant sleep. What caring masters everyone agreed that they were caring. Only Hu Feng thought it was the other way around. Zhang turned to the soldiers and asked if they wanted it. He's been honing his technique for years. They'll break through quickly. It'll definitely do them good. You can see how much he likes it. Hu Feng thought that it seemed to him, or that the baby's dream did not sound like something that would benefit especially mere mortals. Everyone agreed and asked to take care of them. Hu Feng thought that they were too different. When Zhang wanted to use the half-step technique of reversing the universe, Hu Feng heard the sound of a clarinet. After hearing the hum of the clarinet at first, you don't understand the meaning. You hear the sound again. The dead man is already in the coffin. The road to the next world suppresses the spirit of people who observed the illusory nature of the world. After that, Zhou Xiaoxiao, Wang Yue, and Shu Duokai lay unconscious. Zhang sat above them and thought what his mistake was. Behind him stood Hu Feng, who was worried about them. Then Zhang noticed Hu Feng and said that fortunately, he was still left. Hu Feng wanted to run away from him. Zhang said to approach him and not be afraid. Then Hu Feng fell on the grass and said that out of sacred duty, he understood that he would walk on the edge between life and death. They are different comrades, but they have the same fate. They will die. They will die. And after that, he melted and said that he was ready. After that, the 4 of them lay unconscious. The crow felt that the aura of the 8th rank warrior suddenly disappeared and called the fierce bear of the 4th rank and the mad tiger of the 5th rank. She said that there are no 8th rank warriors yet. They need to test those 2. When Li Fan was lying down, the system said that it congratulated the owner on completing the SS rank improvement itself. It is possible to exchange it for equipment from the rank of instant movement, as well as an increase in all physical indicators by 100%. High-energy foods discovered that can help reduce hunger for 4 days and 1 week. The patients were sitting talking on the grass when they saw Mishka and said that he was big and also a tiger's mother. After that, the tiger screamed and said that he was a male. Then the patients fell from fear and began to cry. The crow thought that its hiding ability allows it to hide the aura and energy of all demons below the 5th rank within a radius of 100 m. Zhang noticed the crow and said that it was an ugly black bird. It spilled and asked who he called ugly. The bird then spilled and told the bear and the tiger to eat them. They rushed to attack. Suddenly, Li Fan woke up. The system said that temporarily suppressing an extremely strong feeling of hunger brings the owner to his senses to help the owner come out of suspended animation. In search of food, the system will use up 20% of the owner's physical abilities. When the tiger was already close to Zhang, he suddenly stood up and threw the tiger away. Zhang was happy that Li Fan woke up. He replied that this bear does not seem cute to him when he held his paw with both hands. The bear got embarrassed because they called him cute and stopped attacking. Zhang said that he was cute, then Zhang changed his mind and said that I think he is evil and ugly. The bear was offended and started crying. After that, he wanted to attack Zhang again, but Li Fan stopped him and asked if he didn't have cute paws. The bear was waiting for Zhang to say that he had cute paws. Then he said that his paws were very cute. The bear was again happy with his answer. When the king summoned the demon, he asked the bear if he wanted to go to the people. The bear said that he wanted, and is it possible, the king answered, that people think bear cubs are cute, but there are no adults. If he shows his true form, he will be in danger. Monsters around. They started discussing him and talking about who would find him cute. They have been exploring people for so long together with the leader. They definitely need someone cute. From a memory of a bear. It was raining. He was in a box. Then a boy came up to him and said that he was a very cute little bear. The bear liked it. Then he took him to his home and told him to be quiet so that mom and dad would find out about him. Otherwise, they would definitely give him to the zoo. The parents returned and asked if their son was in the room. Then the bear got angry and the boy came out and asked him what he was doing. If he came out, they would see him. When he came out to them, the parents got scared and started calling him, and said that here the demon boy noticed that he had killed their parents. Then the bear cub returned contentedly that there are no parents, there are no problems, there is no need to worry that someone will separate them. The boy already swung at his knife, cutting his eye. The bear cub did not understand why the boy was behaving this way. The boy cried and told him to die. Then Bear remembered that no one except this boy said that he was cute. Zhang and Li Fan also continued to say that he had cute paws. After that, the bear noticed that he had no paws. Blood was flowing. They sat on the grass and said that he had cute paws and that they were also fresh. A patient ran up to them and said that this was a high-quality ingredient and asked to give it to him. He knew how to prepare a delicacy from it. After that, he ran to the kitchen and said that he would call them when he was ready. After that, the bear got angry and said that they had deceived him. Then he tried to attack them again. But Li Fan hit him in the stomach, and after that the bear flew up. When he fell, a crow flew up to him. He told her that they deceived him. Everyone deceived him. They said that he was cute before he could blink an eye. He was already cut. The crow thought that it was good that he was alive. These people are just terrible. The crow said that it would bring it back quickly. Then they noticed the dead tiger that Li Fan had killed and said that he was very cute. Li Fan began to drag it towards them. The crow noticed this and had a bad feeling. She is afraid that the tiger will not return. After that, the bear and the crow ran away, leaving the tiger. A guy came running and said that tiger root is a high-quality ingredient. He knows how to prepare a delicacy from this. The bear in the next world asked that they leave his body at least intact. Zhang and Li Fan discussed what kind of tiger root. Zhang suggested that it looks like it was a tiger's belongings after that. Li Fan replied that he thinks his whole body is cute. Zhang replied that he too and needs to cook it together. When they dragged the tiger to the kitchen, the dead monsters looked at him from the sky and told him not to be afraid. He has friends. The guy went into the kitchen and took out the mysterious Nine Heavens knife. It was bought for a lot of money, but had never been used yet. The women were afraid of him. Then the guy started cooking, cutting off the tiger's belongings right in front of the women. They were very scared. The demon screamed in pain. The other monsters began to calm him down, telling him not to worry. The guy brought them stewed bear paws. Many hospital patients gathered at the table. The guy said that it was very tasty and let them appreciate his culinary skills. The cooks complained to the director, saying that he took a knife and started cutting. There are a lot of scary people here. She's afraid they can't continue working here. Everyone started eating and saying that it was very tasty. When the director came in along with the others, they were surprised at what was happening. The director asked what was happening to them. Zhang was holding a real bear skin. Then the system told Li Fan that she congratulated him on absorbing almost all the meat of the 5th rank demon, plus 55 to strengthen the body, plus 55 to strength, plus 55 agility reduction of the side effect of hunger from opening the internal piece for 8 days. Zhang replied that they were gnawing tiger roots together, and then this is what happened. The director got angry with them. The guy replied that he was not to blame for anything. It was all of them. The director replied that he was aware that he was preparing inedible food and it was his doing. These ingredients were very expensive, high-quality ingredients. The guy answered that it was Li Fan and Zhang who killed them, and he didn't do anything wrong. When the director patted him on the shoulder and said that she knows that Li Fan and Zhang do everything bad. And about his desire to work in the kitchen, he will think about it, and they can agree. The guy replied that if there were no high-quality ingredients, the director scolded him and said that basically all the ingredients were illegal. He said that apparently the next month, the pay for the cooks would have to be increased. The women were delighted and said that he was a good person. The director turned to the employee and said to call him in Hawaiian. Let them pick them up. The director thought that there were a lot of them lucky that they managed to get a subscription. He told Li Fan and Zhang that in the future, when they get the ingredients, they don't need to give them to anyone. They agreed. The director thought that at least he could just live in peace. Everyone started to wake up from Zhang acupuncture. Shu Duokai stood up and said that it's no wonder they slept for so long, it's already an infant's dream. Zhou Xiao replied that her skin became smooth. Wang Yue said that he felt full of strength. Hu Feng asked, didn't they notice the main thing? They all moved to the 9th rank. They were surprised how simple acupuncture increased their rank from 8 to 9. Are they really immortals? Then, Wang Yue tried the defensive aggravation of bipolar lightning. Everyone was surprised and said that this is very cool. This is a 9th rank formation. Wang Yue was delighted and said that he had indeed moved to the 9th rank. He would need to thank the master. A bird flew to them and said that order number 199 is an emergency task. They must immediately return to headquarters. Wang Yue asked that with a test for newcomers, the bird replied that 4th rank warriors have already been sent. A sacred duty must immediately return. Zhou Xiao asked, what could have happened? Shu Duokai replied that then gratitude to the masters would have to be postponed until they returned. They talked about how they never thought that they would come to the 9th rank this way. It was all thanks to the masters. Jin Heli said that an hour ago, the Control and Monitoring Center noticed high energy waves from rank 8 demons. Everyone was surprised. The man said that 7th rank demons appeared one after another. And now on the 8th, aren't there too many demons in the vicinity of Yanhai City? Jin Heli agreed with him. After she said that if you connect on the map all the places where the demon of the 8th rank appears, then he is moving somewhere, and the next point is here in the reserves in the suburbs of Yanhai. Liu Ying said that in other words, it is quite possible that the demon camp may be there. She replied that it is also quite possible that this is a demon trap leaving 2 obvious traces. Perhaps this whole performance is for them for the same reason they cannot send a warrior to a low rank. The guy asked if there was an emergency task, to check what was there. Wang Yue said that she can provide this. In fact, they have already broken through to the 9th rank. The woman was surprised. The warriors replied that the masters helped them. She said that the task was urgent. There was no time to recertify their rank, and could their words be trusted? The man replied that the waves of energy from their internal source exceeded the 8th rank. They are now definitely at the 9th rank. She replied that so the chance is even better that this is really a demon camp, and not a trap. It's extremely small that they will return in full force. Wang Yue turned to the advisor and boss and told them to be sure. Regardless of whether it is a trap or not, they will definitely complete the task and return. Zhou Xiao said that after that, they will be introduced to the 2 masters. The man thought that they would be able to return in full force only if they did not encounter 2 demons above the 9th rank if this was still their camp. Then the man began to deny his thoughts and thought that how could a rank 8 demon give away the location of their camp? This is a definite trap with their current strength, and even if they fall into a trap, they will cope. Suddenly, the man thought that they had just returned from psychiatry. Could it be that the masters they were talking about are Li Fan and Zhang? If they want to introduce these 2 to them, then everything is bad. When they arrived at the place and Shu Duokai said that the detector was not responding, then Wang Yue replied that there is still no energy from rank 8 demons. Suddenly, Hu Feng noticed something and touched it. He buried his face in something and said that it was something soft. After he realized that this water barrier is the innate ability of a 9th rank water demon, water for a groan can hide the waves of demon energy. Everyone was scared. On Shu. Duokai's tablet and messages began to appear that a demon of the 6th rank had been detected. A demon of the 7th rank had been detected. Demons of the 8th rank had been detected. A demon of the 9th rank had been detected. High energy activity had been detected. They needed to immediately leave the battlefield. The dynamic activity was too high. Their strength was not enough. They realized that it was all the demon camp Hu Feng told them to run. After that, they ran. But suddenly something pierced the tablet through Shu Duokai. Employees said the signal from the sacred duty detector was gone. It was a demon of the 9th rank, Polar Kitsune. She said that they still managed to find them, and people are not so simple. They saw her. Hu Feng said that this rank 9 demon with an innate ice body was beyond their control. But here the ability of a demon with an innate water skill is blocked. She is not the only one of the 9th rank here. She replied that they found something, but they wouldn't be able to get out after that. She started attacking them. Hu Feng used a shield. The kitsune's attack began to break. The shield was impenetrable. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao used the second form of the secret pill sixfold recovery. 5th rank demon iron build woodpecker went on the attack using an iron beak, and began to break through Hu Feng's defense, after which Wang Yue helped him by using an immediate execution of purple lightning. After that, the woodpecker was defeated. After they noticed that a whole flock of woodpeckers was flying at them, they began to use protection, and the kitsune also began to attack them. Wang Yue used the word purple lightning. Everyone prayed to survive. Zhou Xiaoxiao thought that Hu Feng would not last long. After that, Hu Feng felt sick and fell, coughing blood. The shield disappeared and the woodpeckers flew towards them. But after that, he still protected them by killing all the woodpeckers. The kitsune thought that he was strong, and could this really be the strength of people of the 9th rank? Xu Duokai applied bipolar, while Wang Yue used a lightning bolt. The kitsune also attacked them, using ice spear on Zhou Xiaoxiao. Wang Yue noticed this right the moment she killed her. Everyone started screaming, calling for her. Wang Yue took her in his arms and asked if she was in pain. She replied that she was not in pain. Then, Zhou Xiaoxiao used the second form of the secret sixfold recovery pill. Hu Feng was also injured. Wang Yue said that his defensive formation would not last long and they needed to leave. Xu Duokai used a bipolar vortex portal and told them to leave. Zhou Xiaoxiao started them by using the 4th form heavenly pill and double enhancement. After she sent Hu Feng and Hu Feng asked what she was up to and why she gave them a heavenly life-preserving pill, she replied that the construction needed to replenish her energy. Wang Yue began to cry, saying that if he entered the structure would collapse. And Zhou Xiaoxiao was already at his limit as soon as possible. He needed to notify the head and report everything to the others. They both cried together with Zhou Xiaoxiao. After that, they teleported them away. Wang Yue turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao and said that they would be comrades again in the next life. They began to be attacked by the 8th rank demon mantis and the reaper, and the 8th rank demon wolf, the 7th rank demon three-tailed leopard. You also started attacking Wang Yue's defense, and Wang Yue asked Zhou Xiaoxiao if he told her that he liked her. She said that he had just said that. She heard everything. He said that when he first entered into sacred duty, he was completely inexperienced and thanked her for caring for him and inspiring him. Rank 8, Demon Centipede. She came back around to protect Wang Yue. Zhou Xiaoxiao said she did all this because he is sincere and cute. She likes to watch him smile. Wang Yue replied that he also adores her smile. The centipede almost broke through the defense. Wang Yue replied that the protective structure was about to collapse, and he did not want them to touch her and suggested that she commit couple suicide. She agreed and said that with him she would do anything. He used the firmament and the territory of the earth and ordered to take his blood, after which they began to die. The demons had already broken through the defense and an explosion occurred. Everyone flew away. The centipede died. The kitsune noticed this and said that again, this spell isn't people afraid of death doesn't understand. When Hu Feng and Xu Duokai teleported, they noticed that they had died. But Xu Duokai told Hu Feng that they must inform the command and should not look back. Suddenly, Hu Feng called out to Xu Duokai to warn him about something and used the golden body of the Arhat to protect him. Someone broke through the defense and they flew off. Slamming them straight into the ground, they were injured. It was the same national rank demon king cockroach. He was looking at them. And then he wanted to hit Xu Duokai on the head. But Hu Feng noticed this and used the golden Arhat body to stop him. He told Xu Duokai to quickly run away. When Xu Duokai stood up, he said that his aura is much more powerful than that rank 9 demoness they met before in front of him. He can't even move. But that's not the main thing. If it were continuously rank 9, he should not even be able to try to use it. Hu Feng noticed that Xu Duokai used a special move and thought that, having used this technique, he would no longer be on his way back and attacked the demon. But this didn't bother him at all, and he kicked Hu Feng away. While Hu Feng flew away, Xu Duokai stood and tried to concentrate on something, saying that the wind was like a brush in his hand. He remembered how they stood in the cemetery and it was time for them to return. The boy said what he was scared. Every time he goes on a mission, he suddenly gets scared. Like mom and dad, he won't return from the mission. He didn't even say goodbye. He didn't have time to say a word how they killed his parents. The boy said that he knows that he has other responsibilities and they protect ordinary people. But he will not stop him. But he hopes that if he ever decides to die, then let him remember that there is a person who is waiting for him to come home alive. The boy began to cry very much and said that this is how he will know that he remembers about him. Remembers that if he is gone, then he sat down next to his brother and told him that he had studied the writing of the Book of Heaven. If one day he does not return, he promises that he will remember it's always. After that, the demon noticed that Shu Duokai had used some kind of technique and went on the attack. But Hu Feng did not give up. With all his strength, he attacked the demon, pushing him away. He said that since he intends to finish what he started in the next life, it will become his shield, and as long as he breathes, he will not let go of the demon. After that, the demon cut his head and threw him aside. Shu Duokai's strength has become even stronger. Then he appeared before him in the guise of a skeleton. The wind is like a brush in his hand. The earth is like paper for him, and his blood will become ink in writing the Book of Heaven. A kitsune flew up to him and asked if the assault on the city was being postponed. He answered, after which she bowed and he left. The man looked at the employment contract of the Special Forces Jin Heli. How did she even think about signing it? Without this contract, it would not have been valid. Did he then think through bed that one way or another, he was the strongest warrior of the Yanghai Special Forces? This must not be allowed. Suddenly, Jin Heli burst into his room and said that the members of the sacred duty had disappeared. The man was surprised and scared. He arrived at this place where he saw the skeleton of a warrior. Earlier, they had a conversation about how she once again sent a search party. He asked her why a group of 9th rank warriors was completely destroyed. Why send a search party to certain death here? Only he is stronger than the 9th rank. Should he go? Only he has a chance to return. He turned around and saw Hu Feng's body. After that, he already started crying. He put Hu Feng on his back and walked up to the skeleton. Shu Duokai said that they did a good job. Now they can rest in peace. When he touched Petri, he felt a powerful residual internal energy. When he touched the grass, his power spread around them throughout the entire territory. The man said that the final goal was the demon camp. It is surrounded by a water barrier that prevents them from being detected. There is a huge flock of iron-billed woodpeckers of the 5th rank that pierce the armor, as well as a demon of the 9th rank with an innate ice-type body and a national-level demon qualified by censors. This barrier began to protect the entire city. The 8th rank group said that this very strong internal energy should be a great formation of a warrior above the 9th rank. After that, he took out the dome and asked Li Fan with Zhang Zhang what it was, to which Li Fan replied that it looked like some kind of writing. This power got to Shu Duokai's brother because he promised him that if one day he doesn't come back, he promises that he will use this to say goodbye to him. After that, my brother started crying very hard. The message said that his grandfather was leaving him. Let him take care of himself in the future. Without a family, he would have a hard time, but his grandfather knows that he is strong and can handle it. He didn't want to leave him alone, but with great power comes great responsibility. Everyone has things. What he must do, things that simply must be done, and he knows this from childhood like no one else. He learned about this earlier than his grandfather at his age and was able to accept reality earlier than he at the age of 12. He had already entered the big Taoist academy. His grandfather is proud of him no matter what the path he will take it in the future. He only hopes that he will make the right choice according to his heart and be happy and enjoy life. The crow teleported the bear and thought that dragging this carcass was too difficult. But the bear still cried that he had been deceived and everyone was deceiving him. After that, she flew away, leaving him and said that it would be easier to escape without him. Suddenly, someone grabbed her. It was Gargamel. She asked him what he was up to. The gorilla told him about the leader's idea. Then the crow remembered. And she said that they can try to exist peacefully with people, but they are their food. What kind of peace can we talk about with food? People don't agree. Information about which they raise for slaughter after. She admitted that it was she who told the king. Then the demon got angry. The crow said that he is not like her. He doesn't think about a peaceful existence with people. After that, he tore the crow in half and then left. And Li Fan and Zhang were sitting on the bed. Zhang said that his watch was lost and had he seen it? Li Fan replied that they were really lost and asked where he lost them. Zhang replied that I don't know. You don't remember Li Fan began to calm him down and said that he would help him find them. Then they started looking under the beds in the ward. They shouldn't be there. He lost them in the yard. Li Fan said that then they should go look there. When they searched in the yard, Zhang said that they shouldn't be in the yard either. He left them on the street. Then they went looking again. When they came to the street, the guy asked if they were on this street, to which Zhang replied that he thought that they were not here. Li Fan asked if they would look for me here, which Zhang replied that since they had already come, why not? When they were looking suddenly, Zhang noticed something from the alley. He got scared and thought it was a ghost, starting to run away, but Li Fan stopped him by holding him. It was Gargamel on a motorcycle. Li Fan showed that this is a high-energy food that can help reduce hunger for 1 month. Target forward 10 m at the target, moving away from him at high speed. Zhang thought that it was a big monkey, but scared him to death. Li Fan asked Zhang what he thought a monkey on a motorcycle is quite cute. Zhang replied that she was cute. Then the monkey got embarrassed and said that they thought she was cute. Mom was right. People are not that bad. Li Fan said that he also thinks that this is a sweetheart. He will go and pick her up. After that, the monkey blew them a kiss. Guys. This was clearly surprised by the monkey's reaction. Zhang said that he just realized that it was not nice. Li Fan replied that he felt bad and was about to throw up. When the monkey was leaving, a demon of the 5th rank, a titanic mantis, came to him. He said that the king sent him a message. He needs to return. Then he killed the praying mantis by tearing off its head and moved on. Then other mantises noticed him and said that he was the traitor whom the king was looking for, and that it was he who gave the people their location. After that, they began to climb out and attack him. Li Fan looked at the praying mantis. They discovered 12 pieces of high-energy food can help reduce hunger for 1 week to the goal forward. 1 m back 2 m. Zhang told Li Fan to take a look. What a huge praying mantis is much larger than the ones they caught. Li Fan said what he's really huge. Then the gorilla tore out his hair and threw his innate ability 8th rank demons, adamantium gorilla astral body. After that, his clones began to appear and attacked Bogomolov. Energy value, 5th rank main properties, non-poisonous, edible recommended method of consumption. Catch a live mantis soak for a week, fry in oil, with pepper make vinegar, delicate aroma, and pleasant taste. Li Fan asked if Zhang thinks this mantis is a little cute. Then suddenly the monkey clone cut off his head. Zhang closed his eyes and a sign came up saying that the ingredient was spoiled and cannot be used to prepare the delicacy. However, it would be fine as low-grade food. The gorilla was proud of himself for defeating the praying mantis, but after that he saw the guys and smiled at them again. After that, his clones disappeared. He left again, telling them there was no reason. Zhang said that this monkey is some kind of strange. Li Fan suggested that most likely she has problems with her head. Liu Ying sat in front of Jin Heli and told her the information of the 2nd rank demon, the 9th rank demon, and the pack of 5th rank armor-piercing demons. These are only those who faced the sacred duty. Of course, the point was indeed their camp of the depicted skill of the 9th rank demon, the water curtain. They cannot determine either their number nor their strength. The girl listened carefully to his sacred duty, sacrificed their lives for the sake of this information, the demon of the national rank. According to the revaluation of the powers of the demons after increasing their intelligence, it can be said that even he is not his rival. The girl said that he had previously sent the demon to Yonghai for reconnaissance and collecting information about them, and that this demon is going to storm Yonghai. Zhang asked Li Fan if he remembered that they passed here. Li Fan answered, "What I remember is that a good girl lives here. She prepared a delicious snake stew." He replied that even though they didn't find his watch, but since they came, they need to visit her. The guy replied that then they need to buy hotels. He saw a stall nearby. When they entered the store, the girl greeted them, but later she noticed the pajamas in a psychiatric hospital and got scared. When they chose, Li Fan said that they would like to buy this box of milk as a gift for their friend, but they have no money. The girls did not really like this answer. She thought that this was a robbery. Should she run into psychos? She was afraid of them and said that they don't have to pay them. They replied that they would then bring her the money and left. They put the milk in front of the door because the girl was definitely already asleep. After that, they continued to look for the clock. In the morning, the girl's daughter said that she was going to school after. She said that there was some kind of milk box at the door. She came out and asked who left it. Suddenly, a neighbor came out who heard this and said that he had ordered the courier. He just had the wrong door. She asked if it was really him. He asked her what she meant. Does she suspect him of something? Why should he lie about his financial situation? She said she didn't mean anything like that. Why was he so rude to her? He asked her how dare she snap back. Maybe he should go to her daughter's school and tell everyone what her mother is like and what she does. After that, the girl apologized and told him to take it. He replied that of course, he would take his thing. When he entered the apartment, his son asked if the house had run out of milk. Why did he buy another box? The man said that he doesn't know who left it to that girl opposite, but now it's theirs. She didn't even dare say a word against him. After this, the man began to have a headache and fell. Lee Life called Shahag angrily, saying that he just signed up for a subscription and immediately sent him several dozen people without those two. He decided to recoup the cost with other patients. Has he really gone crazy? Suddenly, a nurse came to him and said that you two are here again. After that, the man began to cry. How could they come to him? Two dead people who were swallowed by a 7th-rank demon. They entered the office and Zhang greeted him and said that they were looking for a watch and decided to visit him. Li Life saw them and got scared and jumped back to Li Fan, replied that he was with them, so friendly that he and Zhang missed him. After that, Shahag heard it and asked him if he forgot to say that Li Fan and Zhang are fine. When people are alive, they secretly escaped last night. Since he heard their voices, it means they ran to him. He said that he would send people to pick them up later and thanked him for deciding to look after them. The man was disappointed and began to cry that Shahag scammed him for a subscription and played with his feelings. He will never forgive him. He thanked them for coming to see him, but he told them not to come again. Lian stood behind him, holding a halberd. The nurse said that when they are just lying in the ambulance, she is already scared, not to mention the fact that they themselves came to him. Li Life began to push them out of the office. He also said that in addition to the fact that they have a lot of sick people, today they need to resolve the issue with financial assistance. There is no time to play with them. Li An admired the director and thinks that he is his hero and a real man. He told them to go home and tell the boss to take them back before they scare anyone into getting fired. Suddenly, they saw a crowd screaming and filming on their phones. Someone was fighting. They found out that it was the voice of your girl who helped them. After that, they ran out and ran there. The girl's neighbor's wife took her by the hair, saying that her husband had a stroke. She was hanging around the men and even reached her neighbors and laughed that they had nothing. The girl cried at first. She met him, and then he fell from a stroke and she says, it has nothing to do with it. After that, she raised her hand to hit her. But Li Fan stopped her hand and said that the director said that hitting people is wrong. She asked him who he was after she recognized these pajamas from a psychiatric hospital. He said that he was crazy and let him go, and walked away from her. At this time, Zhang helped the girl get up. Other people began to ask how she dared to call a psycho for help. Let her tell him immediately to let the woman go. Everyone began to agree. After they found out that it was a psycho, they all ran away. She thanked them for their help and told Li Fan to let her go. He said she wanted to hit her. He thinks she should be taught a lesson. After this, the woman got scared and screamed. She cried and said that it wouldn't be like this anymore. She really wouldn't be like this anymore. The son from behind said that his dad just took her milk. He brought something that they wouldn't bother her anymore. Her husband replied that when they return, they will give them back the milk. Suddenly, the girl realized that that box was for her. Li Fan let the woman go, and they ran away. At that time, Li Life found where they were lost. Zhang replied that last night they left her a box of milk at the door as a sign of gratitude for the snake stew. She burst into tears and thanked them for the milk. After that, Li Life grabbed them and asked, "Don't they know that you can't walk here if he hadn't found them? We could have put the whole hospital on their ears." They said goodbye to the girl. Suddenly, the deputy was called out. It was Xiao Bao. All the guards and the assistant girl turned to him and said that the young master of their family was here today to determine the amount of financial assistance provided to their hospital. After that, he threw Li Fan and Zhang out and ran to them, said that he was glad to meet him and shook his hand. The boy noticed Li Fan and Zhang. They also noticed him. Li Fan said that they came to visit an old friend. He is their friend. They were looking for something and decided to look at him. The boy turned to the girl and said that since he was a friend, then he didn't have to check the hospital, and they needed to provide them with financial assistance of the highest level. The girl understood everything and agreed with him. He also told Li Fan and Zhang to go with him to take a bath and rest, and later he would return them home. They agreed. The man was at a loss. When they got into the car, the assistant asked Xiao Bao what the special forces are doing. More and more soldiers are patrolling the streets. Moreover, around the hospital, the amount of protection has increased, faster able to detect demons. This is common. This only happens in wartime. The boy said something must be coming. Demon of the third rank rooster. He said that even though he hid so well, he was still discovered. Why did the special forces increase their vigilance? A group of warriors said that the energy waves of a third rank demon are coming from here. You need to be more vigilant. The rooster hid behind a trash can. He thought that he was sorry that the one who was not cute enough could only hide. If he also succeeded in becoming a human pet, he would eat people one by one among the demons. He would be a hero who killed all the people. When they arrived at Xiao Bao's house, they swam in the pool. Xiao Bao said that this is the smallest bathroom in the house. It fills up quickly, you can wash right away. Zhang said to Li Fan that it is a lot of fun. An hour later, when they were bought, he gave them a tour of the house, saying that this is the smallest living room in the house. It can be quickly cleaned. You can immediately have fun in the same way. He said that he had already contacted the director tomorrow. He would take them back. Zhang ran into the room. There is a very huge bed. I am happy. The boy said that he never had friends, and his parents are always abroad. That's why he hasn't shared a bed with anyone before. He wants his first time to be with them. With Li Fan, Zhang were touched that he had no friends, and this was the first time Zhang replied that they would sleep well with him that night. The boy was happy. When they were sleeping, they turned the whole bed over. The boy now realized that it was better to sleep alone. Outside the Xiao Bao villa, the two guys who stole it earlier said that this sewer leads directly to the courtyard of the villa. They wanted to get in there. One of the guys turned to the other and asked, "Isn't it dangerous to invade the territory of the richest man in the city to kidnap his son?" The man told him to calm down. He's done it himself 100 times. It's easy money. Li Fan woke up and saw that the boy was awake and said that he woke up quite early. He seems to have guests. Shouldn't he greet them appropriately? The boy asked what kind of guests are at this time. Li Fan replied that they are underground. As soon as one of the guys got out, he immediately saw the guards standing in front of him. Then Li Fan, Zhang, and Xiao Bao went outside. They said that they were from the housing department and why they didn't believe them. The guy replied that he thought they were Xiao Bao's guests, but he seemed to interfere with their work. Xiao Bao said that then they should be allowed to continue laying the sewer. Li Fan answered that he remembers that it looks like they offended him before. They answered that they had already repented of everything and they really were from the housing office. When they were sent into the sewer, one of the guys asked if they could escape, to which the other guy answered where they could escape. The guards blocked the hatch when they went down. When they were sitting on the sun loungers, Xiao Bao's assistant said that lying here was not very comfortable. Maybe he wanted to go back to the bedroom, to which the boy saw something that was not good for him, and it was good here. After that, Li Fan noticed something. A high-energy food was discovered that could help reduce hunger for 4 days to a goal southeast of 5,000 ME. He said that he wanted to go for a walk and would be back soon, and asked to look after Zhang. One of the guys said that the energy waves of the third-rank demon are constantly moving at this rank. He will try to eat a person in order to speed up his development. You need to find him as soon as possible. The girl ran from school, said that she was too tired. It was too late. Her mother was definitely worried about her. Suddenly, the rooster saw the girl and said that as soon as he eats her, he will be able to move to the 4th rank. He asked the girl to become her step towards becoming heroes, who ate humanity, the ability to instantaneously move. He was already next to the girl and wanted to eat her. Then he was grabbed by Li Fan. The girl didn't understand what happened. The rooster also didn't understand what happened. And why is it hard for him to breathe? He's suffocating. Li Fan replied, "What caught the rooster?" "Isn't he cute?" He looked at the girl strangely. The girl said she was scared because he was cute. Li Fan replied that he also thinks so. The rooster thought that he was about to die. Energy value, 3rd rank main properties, non-poisonous edible recommended methods of consumption. Cut the chicken into pieces, season with spices over high heat, fry finely chopped garlic ginger. And before then add pieces of chicken, hot pepper, and fry until the chicken is completely cooked, at least in color. It will be red but not spicy. When the guys finally crawled out of the sewer in the morning, they said that they were finished, and so that he could make sure. He told the security that there was no need. He watched all night as they cleaned their talents, the craftsmanship they did, and the quality it gave them for the work from the young master's house. They asked if this was payment for their hard work. He said that you took the money. They were very happy. The guy burst into tears and remembered his memories. The man told him that he had walked along a dark road for half his life. Fate would force him to change for the better. He told the master that it had finally happened. He realized that from now on he would go a different way. The other guy replied that they earned money. Honest money. Parents told the truth. Hard work is rewarded. Zhang woke up Li Fan. He told him to look at this chicken and asked if she was cute. The rooster got angry and thought that if he were a simple hen, would he be able to hold out all night when he was already strangling him so much? Suddenly, the rooster realized that they were calling him cute and was glad that if they thought he was cute, they wouldn't kill him. Zhang said that he is very cute and replied that such a cute chicken is definitely tasty and needs to be fried. The rooster lost all hope. He screamed that they said he was cute and then they wanted to eat him. Are they crazy after that? Li Fan said that he needs to be fried. Looking at the rooster Zhang again, he said that she had become disgusting and she was not cute. Suddenly, Zhang came up with an idea. He said that the chicken can lay eggs. They need to leave it and collect the eggs, so they will have scrambled eggs for breakfast every day. Li Fan agreed with him and said that if he wants scrambled eggs, then they will not eat the chickens. They will wait for the eggs. The rooster was scared. He is a magical hero, and now they are humiliating him. Zhang asked if she would lay eggs. He was hungry and wanted scrambled eggs for breakfast. Li Fan said that he would have to wait until she laid 2 eggs. The rooster thought that even though they look at him like that, roosters don't lay eggs. There is no need to infringe on his demonic dignity. After that, the rooster laid an egg out of fear. He thought that the enemy lacks endurance and sometimes spoils a big undertaking in small ways. This is a strategic retreat, a demonic hero, a dynamic rooster, full of determination. If he becomes a hero who has eaten humanity, the rooster then began to cry and Zhang was happy that he had laid an egg. After that, they went to the kitchen. Assistant Xiaobao was preparing scrambled eggs for them. Li Fan was standing next to him, who was holding a rooster in his hands. And Zhang, the rooster thought that this was half of his child. They forced him to watch how they fry an embryo in oil and people are simply terrible. Do they even have a drop of humanity? After that, he smelled the smell of his child and liked it. The system congratulated Li Fan, saying that he had absorbed the meat of the first-rank demon +10 to strengthen the body, +10 to agility reduce the side effect of hunger from opening the inner world for 1 day. Zhang said that it smells very good. Now they will ask her every day to lay a couple of eggs for breakfast. Li Fan said that she is obedient and will lay 2 eggs every day. The rooster clearly didn't like this. He thought that laying 2 eggs every day was too much of a shame. He told them that he was not a chicken, but a rooster. Jin Heli said that everyone in the hospital is from the Yanhai school and is born of rank 6 defense formations, as well as formations to detect the energy waves of demons. Then they will continue to establish formations in residential areas. Liu Ying asked how the construction of the 9th rank defense formation around City A is going. When will it be completed? To which one of the elders replied that it was almost ready, but the great defense formation of the 9th rank consumes too much energy. This means that after installation, it will need to be activated by driving in a huge amount of internal energy. The other elder replied that besides, after activating the energy formation, the 2 of them would be enough at most. Only for 25 minutes, the support of the general staff is required. Jin Heli said that to guarantee a quick victory over the national-level demon, they need the support of 2 more national rank warriors. Otherwise, regardless of whether he enters Yanhai or fights outside, the city will be destroyed. The nearby cities refuse to give them support. A warrior of national rank is not enough reason to leave their own cities. The man said that, especially considering the lack of evidence of the existence of a national rank demon, Jin Heli replied that she would go to the general headquarters with a personal report and a request for support. Then the man stood up and said that he believed that he had discovered national rank demons. After that, he left. She asked him where he was going, to which Liu Ying replied that there were some things to do. When Li Fan Zhang and he were leaving his house, the assistant said that Li Fan had a difficult rooster in his hands, and a demon of the third rank. But it looks like he is afraid of Li Fan. When the boy got into the car, he said that he didn't care. He thought that Li Fan could handle him. After they returned, the nurse asked if they were buying milk at a convenience store. The director was angry. They said that they did not have money to pay. They wanted to donate milk. The director said that he had already paid for the milk, but next time they shouldn't do that. Zhang asked why they couldn't do that because they didn't have money, to which the director replied that it was because they didn't have money. Okay, Li Fan in front before he went abroad, his mother left them a good amount of money in the hospital. But with Zhang, he doesn't even know how long he's been in this hospital, and during all this time, no one has given him money, at least in the last few decades while he's been working as a director. Zhang was upset by what the director said. Li Fan told the director to give half of his money to Zhang, and that he could even give it all. The director asked how many times he had already been in the operating room. Does Li Fan really think that he has so much money to share with Zhang? Therefore, so that they don't dare to buy anything anymore. Now they don't have money, they will work, and then they will buy Li Fan Zhang. They were upset. They said that they understood. The rooster thought that these two were quite strong in front of him. They acted like kittens. This man is definitely a national rank warrior. The director asked the guy what it was. He replied that this hen would lay eggs for them in the morning. The man thought to himself, isn't this a rooster? How can he lay eggs? Standing in the chamber, the warrior felt the energy waves of a third-rank demon. When he came out, he saw Li Fan and Zhang, who were heading into the chamber smiling. He saw a rank 3 demon rooster. He used the palm of the dragon Buddha who destroyed the world. The rooster was scared. Then Li Fan set him up asking why he offends his chicken. She is a good chicken and lays eggs for him and Zhang. The man was surprised that Li Fan stopped his dragon Buddha palm. What percentage of force did he use, 30 or 40? But he stopped his hand so easily. What kind of power is this? Then the man used the seal of 1,000 dragons to imprison the demons, but Li Fan easily dodged. The master used instant movement to evade. Otherwise, his powers would be blocked for 25 minutes. Li Fan began to move along the corridor, saying that he was good, but did not want to fight with him. Zhang and the man were shocked, but he couldn't let him hurt his chicken, so he couldn't hit her. 3 hours later, Li Fan was still running away from the dragons. But after that, the man was tired, and the dragons were too. The rooster thought that today it seems that this is not all Li Fan's strength. What a terrible aura of a warrior. Why are there some super stylish warriors constantly spinning around these two? Is he really a dynamic hero who will die today? The man replied that he would not kill her and would not fight with him, but he wanted to discuss something with him and told Li Fan to stop. Zhang said that he is a good person. He can be trusted, so he can trust him too. Li Fan gave the rooster to Zhang and told him to hold it. After that, he approached the man, listening carefully to him. At this time, Zhang was holding a rooster in his arms, saying that this is a cute crust that lays eggs. He can give her acupuncture. The rooster was very scared. When they sat down on the bench, the man asked if he remembered that earlier there were leaders of the test for newcomers out of sacred duty. Li Fan asked, these were the ones who promised to take him and Zhang somewhere to the special forces. The man replied that they all died in battle. Then Li Fan was upset. The man said that he is strong. Although now he cannot determine his combat power, but he is able to evade his strongest blows without the slightest effort. So he realized that he was determined that Yanhai was now populated in serious danger. Demons could begin an assault on the city at any moment. If he dies in battle, can he trust the fate of the city in his hands? After that, he looked at Li Fan. After that, Liu Ying went into Shehag's office. He gave Shehag an employment contract for the special forces. The director thought that he had finally made up his mind and persuaded the head of Jin Heli. The man replied that she definitely would not allow the admission of mentally ill people. Therefore, Li Fan and Zhang are temporarily invited masters, although they cannot join the staff, but all privileges and guarantees apply to them. The director replied that this is not bad. He did not think that he would be so honest with them. The man replied that he would be honest with anyone who works for the benefit of the city. Although Li Fan and Zhang don't quite understand what they are doing, but as long as they continue to fight the demons to protect the city, he will be grateful to them from the bottom of his heart. The director replied that since he says so, he doesn't have to worry about giving them into his hands. From that moment, he becomes their legal representative, although they are mentally ill, who have spent their entire lives in a psychiatric hospital without real-life experience outside its walls, who know nothing about normal relationships between people and about real-world dangers. What shocks people or even scares them, but he knows that they are both good guys. After that, he gave him an agreement to transfer custody rights. The man said that if he doesn't read him that they can be useful and take good care that they really are useful, then let him take care of them. Let them live a meaningful life. He also said not to perceive them simply as psychos and promised warriors living in this world to him. When the director spoke to them, all three of them cried. Zhang said that they would visit him. The director replied that he actually didn't mind if they didn't visit him. When they said goodbye, other employees also cried. Zhang said that they went to earn money Li Fan in the hands of a rooster. They wished them good luck. The director also said that their monthly payment will go to the account of the psychiatric hospital. The rooster thinks that if they had not returned in time, he would already be dead. Suddenly, Zhang heard that Li Fan came and said that she was studying the technique of full rotation of the universe. The rooster thought that he felt the cold breath of death on the back of his head. When they came to the apartment of the special forces of Yanhai City, the rooster was surprised. Li Fan and Zhang liked this place. It is spacious and beautiful, and there are a lot of people. The rooster felt the aura of warriors. They are all warriors. So it turns out he is already in the jaws of death. Suddenly, everyone looked at him and said that he was a demon. The man said that everything is fine and let them go their separate ways. This is a special demon. He is already subdued, and there is no need to worry. After they moved on, the girl asked if new employees should be registered as warriors with innate bodies. The man nodded positively. The girl said that they were wearing pajamas. It looked like a psychiatric hospital. The man replied that this is cosplay, isn't she? She's never heard of it. She replied that the new employees look quite young. Then everything is clear with them. Registration forms for Special Forces soldiers. She asked to fill in the data and asked if this genetic rooster is needed for strength assessment. Should it be reported to the research department so that they can take it for an autopsy? Then Zhang and Li Fan in the morning. Either the man replied that it is not necessary. This is a demon. You need to write it down as Li Fan and indicate it as a pet. The girl was surprised that the pet is a third-rank demon. Not only the head himself personally accompanies them to registration, but also the pet is a third-rank demon. How strong are the two new employees with innate bodies? There were a lot of messages in the Yanhai Suicide Squad group. There was a discussion that two people had just arrived. The head personally accompanies them, both with innate bodies. Lately, the head has been attracting warriors from everywhere. There are not many warriors with innate bodies. It is not surprising that he accompanies them. They also have a third-rank pet. Zhang was placed in a system that scanned his subjects. Zhang age error class, not established natural data innate body combat rank 0. The man was thinking about his rank being 0, and it was he who sent him to pass out over and over again. The guy standing next to him thought that this was an ordinary person. Why did the head bring an ordinary person to test his abilities? After that, Li Fan went test subject Li Fan age 19 class, not established natural characteristics armed body combat rank 0. Test Titanic Rooster, age 68 class bird natural characteristics, claws beak combat rank plus or minus 3rd 4th rank of warriors. The man thought why they couldn't be scanned and started looking at something from behind. Li Fan and Zhang were talking about how fun it was. A guy came up to the man and said that the device showed me no internal energy abilities. Why did he bring ordinary people here? The man replied that they are not ordinary people, and wars with specially expressed bodies are the norm for them to not have internal energy. The guy replied that people with special innate bodies, their abilities and power, can be assessed by instruments and their rank too, but these two have nothing. The guy was thinking whether they were really just ordinary people without any powers. The man replied that even ordinary people have parameters that this device detects. So they are definitely unusual people. The guy asked what should he write in the report then. The man replied to write that X rank has not been established. After that, he called Li Fan and Zhang to follow him and said that they could be changed into uniforms. The guy thought, is it possible that the head wants to drag these two ordinary people into special forces? When they dressed the rooster as a pet, Li Fan put him on a leash. He thought it was a disgrace. And he wouldn't just leave it to them. He was in the very den of enemies, where he was humiliated. He had not yet lost his mind and will. The man said that from now on, this is their home after work. They can mucus rest special forces soldiers with innate bodies. One apartment is allocated for 2 people. There is a facial recognition system. Everyone has their own bedroom. Now, this is their home. Li Fan Jiang began to rejoice. The man said that now we can move on to their duties, simply patrolling the streets if they notice that someone needs help, that they need help. He also said that tomorrow they will officially enter the service. Zhang said that he was lying down and had perfected his technique of half-step reversal and creation. Can he help his eyes? The man was scared, the guy replied. That Zhang is cool. He was just thinking. How to help him? The man thought that even though they were crazy, he didn't think. That they really cared about him, so he agreed. And he said, let them try again. Zhang said that there is one condition. He must first blind his good eye, after which the man drove him away. In the group, and again discussed the eldest Zhang, they said that they have their rank. On the back of the report, there are comments not established. They do not believe the newcomers are definitely very strong. The head is also a person not immune from abusive power, especially if it is one of the relatives. The man went into his office and was glad that he almost fell for it again, although others don't know. But he certainly shouldn't forget that they are crazy. After that, he knocked on the glass and told the guy to get out. The guy entered the room and asked if there was a new task. It would be a special forces warrior with an innate body, 7th rank Ying Wuzong. Liu Ying asked if he saw how he brought 2 newcomers here today. The guy answered what Li Fan Zhang and the 3rd rank demonic rooster saw. He said that his task was to monitor these 2, and he should not be noticed. The guy said that he understood, and asked if an unforeseen situation arose, should he intervene? The man answered that it was impossible. If they seem in danger, you need to lie down and take care of yourself, the man asked. I remember that he didn't have anyone left from his family either. This task is quite dangerous. In a minute, I need to write a will or better. Write a wish list. Give it to him. The guy doesn't understand what he means. At this time, Li Fan and Zhang looked at the rooster. He was afraid and thought that he was a demonic rooster, risking his life, entering the warrior's lair. After that, he laid 2 eggs for them and thought that he had to drag out a miserable existence in the clutches of 2 monsters, having suffered humiliation. Zhang was happy and said that you are the best laying hen. The rooster will never forget his dream of becoming a hero who has eaten humanity. He will find a way to kill the 2 of them and regain his freedom. After that, Li Fan cooked them scrambled eggs. Zhang asked if the eggs were ready, and here was his plate. After that, they clinked glasses with drinks. The rooster thought why his children smell so delicious. Ying Wuzong was watching them. He thought the head clearly ordered to bring them soy milk. Why do they call it cola and Sprite? Is it really a code they are talking about something like that? After that, Li Fan noticed that someone was following him and told Zhang about it. Zhang said what he doesn't see while Li Fan stared at that place. The guy didn't understand how he was noticed. His innate skill, hidden light, even hides his insides. He was never hidden by either demons or people. Li Fan turned to Zhang and said that it was uncivilized to sneak a peek at them and asked if they could catch him and beat him. Zhang told them to eat and start their work. When they ate, the system congratulated the owner for consuming the meat of a 1st-rank demon, plus 10 to strengthen the body, plus 10 to strength plus 10 to reduce the side effect of hunger of opening the inner world for 1 day. When they went outside to do their work, everyone looked at them. Did they recognize them and think that they were beautiful and what abilities they had? They were interested. Li Fan was still leading the rooster. Zhang asked Li Fan what Liu Ying said about their duties. Li Fan responded to patrol and help people. People corresponded that one guy from the research group said that they were the nephews of the head and here through connections. The guy said he wanted to use his power and would test them. Liu Hai was running behind them. After that, he attacked Li Fan, hitting him in the face with all his strength. The group talked about how someone should stop him as soon as possible. Ordinary people cannot withstand a warrior's blow. They noticed that Li Fan had 0 reaction. Apparently everything will become clear now. But after that, he stopped and recognized Li Fan as a master. The guy said that it was they who killed the 7th-rank demon in the Huatian hospital, Li Fan. And Zhang did not understand what he wanted from them. Liu Hai replied that he knew that the head would not bring in relatives and newcomers were super stylish. In the group they were discussing, are these the 2 on the scribbles? Could it be that the head didn't just invent them, they really exist? It's clear why they didn't recognize them. When they were walking down the street, everyone took them off and turned around because they looked strange. Suddenly, they noticed a grandmother who was lost and looking for something. Then they approached her and asked if she needed help. She replied that she had been here for 4 hours, and finally someone asked, "She needs to go home." The guys happily replied that they would hold it. When they approached the place, Zhang asked if they had arrived, to which the old woman replied that a little more. An hour later, Zhang asked again if they had arrived, to which the old lady replied that she was already tired a little further ahead. Li Fan held the old lady's arm so that she would not fall. She replied that she was very tired, to which Li Fan and Zhang replied that they could carry her. She replied that they were very good guys. The rooster was next to them all this time when Li Fan carried her on his back. She asked if he was tired because he had been carrying her for a very long time, to which Zhang replied that if he was tired, then the old woman could replace him. She replied that her house was already nearby and also left a little. The rooster thought about how many times she had already said a little more. Even he was already tired of walking. After some time, Zhang and the demon got even more tired and walked. Li Fan still carried the old woman on his back. He asked her if they had arrived. She replied that a little more. After they took her to her house, she thanked them for their help and said that she was lucky to meet them. After that, she gave them 2 wreaths from her basket and placed them on their heads. They really liked it, and they said that it was beautiful. The old lady replied that she was glad that they liked it and said goodbye. They also said goodbye to her. Because Zhang was tired, Li Fan was carrying him on his back, and Zhang was dragging the rooster from behind on the ground. He was thinking that they were just seeing off some old lady, and he was already in this state. Is this normal? Ying Wuzong was watching them. He thought that although he doesn't know how strong they are quite young, promising guys. In the group, they discussed the fact that they were masters and very strong. One guy saw how he smeared the head of a 7th-rank demon with 1 blow, and the members of the Sacred Duty knew this too. Zhang had already fallen asleep and asked Li Fan if he was tired. They can change. Li Fan replied that he was not tired. The rooster got scared because he felt the strong energy waves of the demon and began to look around. After that, the rooster thought that he only had the 3rd rank. He needed the energy of a demon of at least the 5th rank. If he brought them to him, then he would definitely eat them. This is a chance to get rid of these 2. After that, he ran and pulled Li Fan along with him, saying that this is freedom. He runs towards him and relies on him. Zhang could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, Li Fan noticed something. Discovered a high-energy food that can help reduce hunger for 1 week to a goal of 3,000 meters southeast. At this time, a group of 5th-rank warriors were fighting a demon. The guy flew out of the store, breaking the glass. He said that this rank 5 demon with perfect ability is too strong for them to defeat him. The girl, while treating the guy, said that the control and monitoring center had already reported the arrival of 6th-rank support. They needed to detain him. After that, the demon knocked the 2 of them down and they flew straight into the wall. There was a girl hiding behind the wall in the corner. She got scared and called her mom. He told her to run. The girl nearby was unconscious. The monster began to approach the girl. The guy noticed it and took her at the very last moment. He told her to run, after which she immediately ran away. Then the monster struck the guy with lightning and he screamed in pain. They were immobilized. One of the guys tried to fight the monster. He was shaking with fear. It was a rank 5 demon royal electric eel innate ability electric arc. When the rooster ran there, he thought that this was not just a 5th-rank demon. It was a royal electric eel with an innate electric arc ability. He heard that even some 6th, 7th-rank demons do not dare to disturb him. He will save him. These 2 are over. When Li Fan, Zhang, and he came to the battle site, Zhang said that it was a big fish, to which Li Fan replied that the voice of a psycho in his head said that it was an eel. The eel thought that the warriors had yet to come to certain death. But he hid himself so well, if not only for his carelessness, he would not have revealed himself so soon. After that, he felt demonic waves. He turned to the rooster and said a collar filled with human energy, and asked if it serves people. The rooster replied that he does not serve them. He suffered humiliation in order to penetrate the enemy's lair. He wants to become a great demonic hero who ate humanity. The eel replied that he was pathetic. Then the rooster got angry. They glared at each other. The guy turned around and saw a warrior with innate bodies and asked what rank they were, saying that this demon is too strong if they are not the 7th rank for them to even think of approaching him. Zhang looked at the eel and said that it was very cute. He once saw on TV that eel can be cooked. Li Fan asked Zhang, "They are on their feet all day today. Isn't he hungry?" To which Zhang nodded his head and said that he was hungry too. Then he said, "Wait for him. Here he will go catch him." After that, he approached the guy. The guy shouted that he should not come near him or touch him. He would shock him very strongly. The guy tried to stop Li Fan, but he didn't listen and touched the eel. The two of them were shocked and pierced their whole body. Li Fan stood calmly while the guy twitched from overexertion. After that, he was thrown back by tension. He began to foam at the mouth. Then the guy remembered that he had an innate body, and he would remember it. The eel thought that this person seems quite weak, but he is able to withstand his current. Li Fan turned to Zhang and said that he was being shocked. It was reminiscent of the feeling when they cultivated. Zhang asked how he felt, to which Li Fan replied that he was shocking too weakly. Then Cole got angry that he said that his current was weak and thought that now he would feel the voltage forces of only 10,000 volts. After that, the eel was defeated, and they dragged it to their home. Zhang was glad that they defeated it. The eel did not understand where they were dragging him. He turned to the rooster and asked to save him, to which the rooster replied that he would try. All this time, Ying Wuzong was watching them, and he thought that resistance to electricity was a great talent. Was able to single-handedly deal with a 5th-rank Royal Electric Eel. How strong are these newcomers? Then they brought it home. Li Fan said that he would cook it now. Energy value, rank 5 main properties. Poisonous, edible recommended method of preparation. Cut the coal into pieces. Fry over low heat, add soy and oyster sauce. Ready-made pieces, wrap in nori leaves. Finely chop green onions and mix together with boiled rice. When Li Fan prepared to cut him, he asked the rooster for help. The rooster said that he would try. After that, the eel's blood splashed on him, and he was scared. This smell was everywhere. The guys woke up and didn't understand where this aroma came from. One of them said that it smelled so good that he couldn't sleep. When they were eating, Zhang said that it was very tasty. Li Fan said that there was enough space in the kitchen for a big fish. After that, Zhang asked for more. Li Fan replied that there was still a lot. The rooster was stunned by how much he ate. After that, Li Fan gave the eel to the rooster, telling him to eat well and lay eggs well. The rooster was thinking, is he really forcing him to do this? They not only ate his relative in front of his eyes, but also fried him, and also want to force him to engage in cannibalism. The rooster thought that he wanted to die peacefully. Now it will explode in the end. It would be better if they just killed him. Demons cannot devour each other, although this will result in a short-term surge of a large amount of energy. But after the time has elapsed, the rooster will explode. It cannot be that he does not know about this. He is definitely doing this on purpose, since this is how he will avenge himself and his brothers before his death. He will take them with him, what he will do with his life. With the help of the strength of his brother, he will rush into the last battle. After that, the rooster ate the eel and cried. When he ate it, he really liked it. It was tasty and aromatic. In heaven, he was watched by the rest of the demons whom they killed. They calmed the eel when he said that the rooster was a traitor. The rooster said that at least he ate before he died. After that, he felt a surge of energy. Now he is full of strength, and before his death, he will kill them. After that, he attacked Zhang while he was eating then. Li Fan managed to push him away, and the cock hit the floor with all his might. Zhang asked what happened to Li Fan and replied that the chicken wanted to steal a piece of eel from him. The rooster thought that his last jerk before he exploded and was repelled by him very simply. Is he really destined to die in such shame? Then Li Fan took him in his hands. The rooster thought that he was in pain. The energy inside was tearing him apart. He was about to explode. Zhang noticed and said that the chicken seemed to be unwell. Maybe she was sick. Li Fan replied that it looks like that, but it's okay, they have it. When the rooster woke up, he saw Li Fan and Zhang in front of him. After he noticed that there were 13 needles in him that almost sent him to the next world, he fainted again. After that, Zhang noticed that the chicken had woken up, to which Li Fan replied that he knew that this was not a problem for him. The rooster thought that he had strange feelings. His body was very light. He felt the power filling him with a demon of the 4th rank, an electric rooster, an acquired ability, an electric arc. He was surprised that he was alive and was still breaking through to the 4th rank. Ying Wuzong was watching them. He didn't understand how a demon ate another demon and didn't explode and also broke through to another level by absorbing someone else's ability. The next morning, Ying Wuzong came to Liu Ying and said that after Zhang used acupuncture, the demonic rooster not only remained alive, but also broke through to a new rank. The man said that he should no longer dare to convince him of the effectiveness of his acupuncture. He will no longer fall for it. The guy asked what he meant. The man replied that many years of research have shown that human energy cannot mix with demonic energy. This causes a strong reaction of rejection. So while no one needs to spread that he saw with his own eyes how they ate the demon without consequences, it is quite possible that this is their individual innate feature. It is not worth misleading others. The guy replied that he understood everything. The man asked what happened to the battle site after they took the king's electric coal. He replied that the 6th rank warriors and the supply group arrived on time. There were no dead. Only Li Fan's merits were attributed to those 4 ignorant warriors who were knocked out by the demon. The man said that it's okay to mention such little things, to which the guy replied that the merits of the newcomers directly affect their positions in the ranking of teams and individual combat assistants. How can this be treated as a trifle? He will report to the investigative group. He will act as a witness. The man replied, not to worry about those 4. They also did a good job. You need to close your eyes this time for the next ones. You need to intervene. You can't let them make noise so that Jin Heli doesn't find out. Yanhai City Market. The rooster thought about what was happening thanks to the help of these 2. He broke through and also absorbed the ability of Cole. They walked down the street and asked everyone if they needed help and scared people with this. The rooster thought that he should not be grateful to them. They make him rush. How disgusting. He will never forget this humiliation. The attempt to bribe him with a breakthrough and ability failed. He will never give up. He will use the power that they gave him. He will find a stronger demon, and united they will destroy them. He will regain his freedom. After that, Li Fan heard someone screaming for help. The rooster again felt powerful waves of energy and must be a rank 6 demon. He is stronger than an eel. At this time, behind Li Fan's back, the man was arguing with Zhang because he dared to flirt with his girlfriend directly before his eyes. After that, he wanted to hit Zhang, saying that he was a cute bastard, and he was finished. The girl tried to stop him. Zhang couldn't understand why he said that he was cute. When he already raised his hand to hit, he suddenly disappeared because Li Fan took him and ran away. High-energy food was discovered that could help reduce the feeling of hunger for 1 month to the goal forward. 5.000 m, 1.000 m0m at full speed. The rooster also ran with them. He thought that now they were definitely finished. This time he and his brother would definitely be able to send them to the next world. At this time, the demon threw the guy away. When the guy stood up, he noticed that it was a demon. He thought that he and his friends had just bought a pig. He just wanted to go to a barbecue with friends. How could he have known that the barbecue would turn out to be a demon? His friends started calling for help and telling the guy to run away. Then the pig swung and hit the guy in the leg with its hoof. He screamed. The pig told them not to worry. She would eat them all one by one. This is a rank 6 demon king pig of illusion. Innate ability, frightening pressure. Everyone was afraid of her. She thought that although she looked cute, but her ability would make them afraid of him. They were under the effect of frightening pressure. After that, she wanted to attack them again, but Li Fan pushed her away and pushed her into the water. The guys asked what it was after, that they recognized them as warriors of the unit with innate bodies. Then they realized that they were saved. They said that they would take him to the hospital and leave them here alone. Zhang said goodbye to them. At this time, the rooster and Li Fan looked at the demon. Energy value 6th rank, main properties non-poisonous, edible recommended method of preparation. After cutting suckling pig marinade in sauce, add sugar syrup, fry until red crispy over an open fire. The rooster turned to the pig asking for help to kill the 2 who kicked him into flight. The rooster thought that with the help of the royal pig of illusions, he could finally kill them. But then he got scared because he didn't notice how they killed him and started cooking him. Zhang was happy that they were eating the killed pig and asked if he had become stronger. Li Fan replied. What the crazy voice in his head just said was that he had broken through to the final stage of the Earth-level energy cultivation technique. Zhang jumped up and asked if they could then try the needles on him. His mind had become stronger. Then they could try his new technique of complete rotation of the universe. Of course, Li Fan agreed. Zhang jumped for joy. He said that the technique of completely rotating the universe needs to be improved, as he sat next to Li Fan, who fainted again. The rooster thought, what should he be afraid of? He has already broken through to the 4th rank. Now he is the strongest demonic electric rooster of the 4th rank. Such weak breathing, it looks like Li Fan is really dying. Should he start with him while he still has the opportunity? While Zhang was putting the needles back into his hair, Zhang noticed that the rooster was attacking him. Then he put Piglet Pig in his mouth and told him to eat more and lay eggs better. The rooster just thought that it was a sneak attack. He was inattentive and thought that he needed to spit it out as soon as possible. This demon meat would tear him apart, but after that he swallowed it and liked the taste again. After this, the rooster could not stop and ate the meat, asking himself to stop otherwise it would tear him apart, but he did not have time because the energy was already absorbed. This is the meat of a 6th rank demon. He is finished. Now he is definitely finished. He must use the energy and kill Zhang. Zhang sat next to him and did not understand what was happening to the rooster. Then he stuck a needle into it and the cock felt very nice. He ran around Zhang and asked to stick the needle in again. Zhang clearly liked this too. Then he stuck a couple more needles into him and the cock was at the peak of pleasure. He looked at the pig and said that without Li Fan, the meat wouldn't go down his throat. But after that, he still began to eat it. After that, he ate everything, leaving a skeleton, saying that the director said that it was not good to leave food. He lay down next to Li Fan and looked at the stars, telling Li Fan to look at it. It's very beautiful. Behind them, she betrayed Ying Wuzong and said that it seems that no matter what happens, he should not interfere. After that, he again came to Liu Ying's office and said that even the 6th rank royal illusion pig could not withstand even one blow from Li Fan, and asked if he could find out what rank they were. The man thought that he too would like to know the answer to this question, as indicated in the form, rank not established. Nothing to add. The guy thought how the rank was not established, but he killed a 6th rank demon so easily. The man said that he dealt with a 6th rank demon, so the merits will be credited to him. The guy replied that this is not possible. It's not fair this time the two of them eliminated the demon. No one helped them, so this is entirely the merit of Li Fan and Zhang. He asked, is he really deliberately oppressing young talents? When did he manage to become such a tyrant? Then he turned around and said that he would convey the appeal to the military advisor. The man stopped him and told him not to go to Jin Heli. He realized his mistakes. They will chalk up this victory to them. He said that if he understood everything, then well, the head is cool and the best head in the world. Victory over the Royal Electric Eel of the 5th rank. They do not take into account, then, for killing the Royal Piglet. People of the 6th rank are awarded 6 points to get into the warrior rating. You need at least 6 points, then the team of Li Fan and Zhang is placed at the end of the team rating. And Li Fan for the victory is placed at the end of the individual. The man asked for a rating in less detail. Also, the guy said that as their supervisor, he will help them upload the merit details after their verification. The man said that he did a good job. And as their observer, it is worthy of being rewarded with a portion of their points, and it is better that no one finds out. The guy told him not to worry. No one would find out, but he would never accept their points as a bribe. Liu Ying thought, does he really want to calm him down with this anyway? The demons are hiding better and better, and it won't be possible to find a lot of demons and eat them. So while they are at the end of the rating, no one will even pay attention to them. The guy said that they need to find a name for their team. The man replied so that he takes any, for example, 666. The capital headquarters guy noticed that the newcomers in the ranking of warriors, rookie team 666 two team members, both with innate bodies. Why are they rank X? They also have a pet demon of the 5th rank special forces in Yanhai City. The guy said that they have interesting newcomers. There shouldn't be more information about them. They are invited masters. And this Li Fan alone received 6 points, but he's still at the bottom of the rating. After that, he subscribed to Li Fan and Rooster. 5th rank demon Illusory Electric Cock acquired the ability of Electric Arc and Frightening Pressure. People around said that the aura of this demon is very frightening. And what rank is this demon, and wasn't he a 3rd rank? The group was discussing that they updated the data. This demonic rooster broke through to the 5th rank in just 2 days. For most of them, it is not safe after that. All the people got scared, because they realized that they were strong and began to run away from them. The group again discussed whether they really are the great masters that Liu Ying spoke about. Otherwise, How did a demon break through from the 3rd rank to the 5th in 2 days and still continue to be their pet? Zhang asked Li Fan if his last acupuncture session helped him. Li Fan replied that it helped him become stronger. That's very cool, Zhang was happy. Suddenly, Li Fan was hit right in the face again. It was a warrior of the 7th rank. Li Fan said what he hit Zhang said. What he saw, the guy apologized and thought that everything seemed to be bad with the reaction, but nothing was wrong. He was already convinced that they were masters and let him hit him as soon as he wanted to check how strong he is. Li Fan turned to Zhang and asked if he should hit him too, to which Zhang replied that he was sorry. After that, Li Fan didn't hit him. The guy was very surprised why he didn't hit him. Is it because they can't or because he is unworthy? The group discussed the fact that they believed in the story with the snake. This is possibly a good demon who switched to the light side and voluntarily became a pet. 6 hours earlier, Li Fan was lying on the grass from an acupuncture session. The system congratulated him on completing the self-improvement of SS rank. It is possible to exchange it for S rank equipment banquet divine culinary arts, as well as a supply of spices. All kinds of kitchen utensils, when used, creates the necessary items for cooking. The demon thought that he hid perfectly and no one would ever find him. All that was left was to wait for the king's order and the massacre could begin. The rooster began to call for help, saying that he was a 5th rank demon, an illusory electric rooster. These two killed many of his brothers. They even wanted to bribe him with a breakthrough to new limits. But he remained true to his principles and desire. Now he has managed to find such a strong demon like him. If they combine their efforts, they will definitely be able to defeat. Li Fan and Zhang looked at the turtle and thought that it was cute. High-energy food discovered that can help reduce hunger for 7 weeks to goal forward 1 meter. 7th rank, Demon Poisonous Titanic Turtle. Innate abilities, Poisonous Spit and Titanic Shell. He said that he understood they have a rather weak aura. There is no need to be afraid of them correctly that he came to him. He will free him. After that, he used Poisonous Spit and broke the aquarium, shooting at Li Fan and told him to die. But suddenly, Li Fan grabbed her head while looking at her. Energy value 7th rank main properties highly poisonous. Edible after decapitation, recommended method of preparation. Banquet divine culinary art suggests steamed dish, turtle with chicken. Li Fan said something that caught him, and now he has them. Activation of S rank equipment, banquet divine culinary arts, steamed dishes, turtle with chicken. Main ingredient rank, 7 poisonous titanic turtle. All other secondary ingredients provided by the technician. After that, when they came home, they steamed turtle and chicken. All 3 of them said that it smelled delicious. After that, the rooster cried that he was already dead. He was not the first. He was not the last. He would avenge them. When Li Fan was eating, the rooster also developed an appetite. The turtle got angry and said that if it weren't for his drool, he might have believed it. He set him up. The demons calmed him down. When they ate, Zhang said that it was delicious. Today's eggs were delicious. The laying hen did a good job. He fed the rooster. The rooster thought that he was the laying hen and his whole family of chickens, and so that he would not dare to seduce him like that again. He understood the decision to die of hunger, but not to eat. But after that, he gave up and said again that it was very tasty. After that, Li Fan and Zhang watched the rooster suffer. He thought that he would die anyway and would explode and would not ask him. But after that, he ran around Zhang, asking to inject him. Zhang did not understand this behavior. Then Li Fan took her in his hands and said that it seemed to him that the chicken was a little excited. She needed to be sterilized. The director said that pets needed to be sterilized. Zhang asked, "Is it even a chicken?" Li Fan replied, "That even them." The rooster got scared. Zhang said that he could try what would work out at the same time. To sterilize, the rooster thought that it was not necessary. Let him die. He wants to die whole. After he pricked his cock, he got great pleasure. Zhang apologized and said that it didn't work out for him. It looks like he only helped him get rid of bloating, but did not sterilize him. Li Fan reassured Zhang and said that it's okay, next time he will definitely succeed. At this time, the rooster cried with joy. The demons watched him and wondered how he was so lucky. Did he really find the source of luck? When the boy came home, he saw that his turtles, no, he began to call his mother and said that his pet turtle was stolen. Mom replied that she told him that it was a soup turtle and not a pet. They bought it for cooking, they probably took it and ate it. The rooster thought that time was running out. He could no longer sit and wait for death. For the sake of his own freedom, For the sake of revenge, he must urgently find them. He stood in front of the aquarium and asked them for help. Together, they will kill them. 6th rank demon Royal Electric Titanic Cock acquired abilities. Electric Arc, Frightening Pressure. Poisonous Spit Titanic Shell. When the rooster cried, Li Fan and Zhang said that the fish is beautiful and cute. Yanhai City Central Aquarium, when Li Fan looked at the aquarium, the system said that it had detected high-energy food that could help reduce hunger for 5 days 1 week, 4 weeks, 7 weeks a week forward, 100 m. After that, they ate all the fish that were in the aquarium. The demons calmed them down and said that their mom and dad would also be here soon. After that, the demons got angry and said that this is inhumane. Where do such demons come from among people? Where is the world heading? A girl came to the director of the aquarium and said that the glass of the aquarium of deep-sea fish had been broken. He replied that it was impossible. It was a 20-man Lexius. Even a laser couldn't damage it. The girl replied that it looked like he had guests with congenital bodies of the special forces. After that, the director fainted. In the evening after that, they fried themselves a lot of fish, and the 3 of them sat and ate. Aromatic fried dish flock of flag surgeons, aromatic tender with a pleasant aftertaste. They sat near a broken aquarium from which water was flowing out and said that it was delicious. A rooster sat next to them and thought why it all turned out this way. The demon thought about not forcing him to eat anymore and not castrating him. After that, Zhang began to feed the rooster, saying that he tries very hard every day. It is very tasty. He needs a lot of strength. When the rooster was eating, he thought that the 2 of them were more terrible and the very death. What a delicious, demonic fish it would rather be eaten and exploded. After that, Zhang and Li Fan lay there having eaten too much, and Li Fan still continued to eat. Ying Wuzong watched them and thought that they caught them to eat these fish. And the truth is that the demon, their energy waves were so well disguised that they could not be detected. After that, he praised the rooster. The rooster thought that there was someone else here, demon of the 3rd rank small starfish. She jumped out and thought that he was a traitor and killed the entire flock of ancient Greek flag surgeons who were successfully hiding here. For 20 years, everyone will know about this. He will inform the king himself. After that, they noticed a star. Zhang said that she was very cute. But after that, he noticed her legs and said that she was nasty and not cute. High-energy food was discovered that could help reduce feelings of hunger for 3 days to the goal. Back 2M, the goal is removed. Li Fan was still looks like a starfish. Then the guardians met their children. The demons were touched and said that it was so good when the whole family was together. The rooster woke up and said that the fish was delicious. Then he didn't understand. Is he sleeping? Why wasn't he torn apart? He regretted that he ate a lot, but he doesn't even feel pain. There is no pain from the energy growing in him, and he didn't explode. 7th rank demon Royal Illusory Stormcock acquired abilities. Electric Arc Frightening Pressure. Poisonous Spit Titanic Shell Rain from Game's Water Wall Deep Sea Breathing. When they held him and walked back, people turned to look at them. The girl asked what he had in his hands. Well, Mom replied that it looked like a peacock. The rooster thought that this means that he can break through and become stronger through eating demonic meat. This is terrible. His brothers will not understand. They will definitely know that he eats his own kind to become stronger. But he's not like that. Even though he can become stronger this way, he's not going to eat his own kind. Of course, only if these 2 inhuman demons don't force him. He will not harm his brothers only if for self-defense he has not yet lost his mind. He remembers his hopes and aspirations. He stood in front of the cage covered with cloth and said that they should believe him. 7th rank demons, gentle-looking parrots, innate abilities, evil eye, and fast flight, but they were hostile towards him. They said that he was a traitor so that he would die. They used the evil eye and flew out of the cage attacking the rooster. But when they already took aim, Li Fan saved him again. When he ate the parrots, he thought that not only did they not believe him, but they attacked him too bad. Why is he sad he hasn't finished eating the meat yet, and to become stronger to take revenge with his own hands? At this time next to him, Li Fan and Zhang were eating parrots and said that this is a delicious dish-fried parrot and meat-tender skin. Crispy, unforgettable taste. The rooster cried and said that these 2 saved him. But on the other hand, they make him rush every day. What a shame. What a humiliation. His dignity, he still remembers about revenge for the brothers who agreed to unite with him to kill them. He is obliged to take revenge, so even if they suspect him, he will remain himself. a demonic rooster who strives to become a hero who ate humanity. Ying Wuzong handed something to Liu Ying. He asked what it was, so he replied that it was a bill for repairing the aquarium Li Fan broke the glass. The amount was 300,000 yuan. A week later, team rating team 666 last week, they were at the bottom. And now they have increased by 6 times if we assume that they only killed the demons of the second wound, which should have killed more than 500 in a week. The evil warrior stood up from the table and said that this was nonsense. Ying Wuzong then replied that he had collected these magical remains, the full amount of turtle bones and parrot feathers handed over to the research team. The man said that this is not proof. Others may think that they did not do it themselves. Ying Wuzong said that he had a video. The man said that it would attract attention to them. Does he understand? Ying Wuzong replied that no, the man thought, what if Jin Heli finds out, then he's finished. But suddenly she came into his office and said, "What was this about with the newcomers from Team 666? Ying Wuzong and Liu Ying were scared. She asked, has he already called their observer for a conversation? She told Ying Wuzong to initiate inquiries to the research department, the way everything will be carefully checked. In case of false enrollment of military services, a comparison procedure will be carried out from the position. After that, she kicked Ying Wuzong out of the office and turned to the man and said that the general staff had approved the allocation of national-level reinforcements, but only with one condition. The man said that he would never do this if he left the city. Who would protect him at such a time to go to personally write about the situation is nonsense. She replied that he should personally go to the capital to tell them everything. The only way they would send them 2 national-level warriors. The man said that if he left the city now, something would definitely happen. The girl replied that she understood his concern. So when she was there, she offered to send one of the national-level warriors to replace him here while he left. This way they can come to them calmly. He asked how dare she decide for him. She also yelled at him and said that he should go. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the room. High-rank energy waves were detected. Maximum strength rank full readiness. Everyone was scared. Then Zhang Li Fan entered the room, and a rooster demon of the 8th rank, the royal rooster of the universe, acquired abilities electric arc frightening pressure, poisonous spit titanic shell rain of needles, water wall, deep sea breathing evil eye fast flight. In the group, everyone was discussing what it was, that not only they were being deceived, but everyone was screaming that this rooster was strong. The man sat and listened to the fact that high-rank energy waves had been discovered, limiting the rank of forces to full readiness. He sat irritated. Ying Wuzong told him that he didn't know what he was thinking about, but they were screaming in alarm. The man said that he was blind in one eye, not deaf. He heard everything. Ying Wuzong said that it is worth reporting that Team 66's pet was interrupted at rank 8. The man replied that it was too late to report about the demon of rank 8. He would personally come and explain everything to the research team. In the group, they asked what they had with the sensors. They answered that they tried on the equipment and it was in perfect order. Less than 10 days had passed, and the rooster had broken through from the 3rd rank to the 8th. Suddenly, a warrior broke through the crowd and approached Li Fanzhang told them to come. The rest moved away from them. The guy replied that he had to check the safety of their rank pet demon of the 8th rank Liu Ying, said that if their chicken is obedient and does not hurt anyone, then everything will be fine. They replied that the chicken would be good. Then the guy looked at the chicken and realized that it was a rooster. The guy asked if their pet could hold back. Even in close contact with a person, the man told them to hug her. Then Zhang stroked the rooster. The guy said that the safety and the only contact is confirmed on the guy asked if the pet can follow orders. Is it completely under their control? The man told them to order her something. Then Li Fan ordered her to lay 2 eggs. Everyone was surprised. One rooster was not having fun. Zhang praised the chicken and said that she had laid 2 eggs for them and they would have eggs again for dinner. The guy said that he follows orders 100%. He can even change the internal structure of the body to become a female to lay eggs. Amazing control. The rooster thought that for 1 month, for the sake of freedom, for the sake of survival in the hands of these 2 monsters, he must hold on. Everyone understood that the rooster was safe and began to stroke the rooster, saying that it was beautiful. The next day, after checking for the 8th time, then the girl approached Li Fanzhang and asked if she could at least look at each other for a little while. Then the girl held a rooster in her hands and turned on the live broadcast. She greeted everyone and said that this is a demon, the demonic pet of newcomers from Squad 666 of the 8th rank. although they can notice that this demon is very affectionate. She was filmed on her phone by a guy from behind Zhang. They watched this. She said that he looks like an ordinary rooster, but he is very flexible and loves to be stroked. After that, the rooster got angry and said that he would no longer tolerate this. Then he was grabbed by Liu Ying and said that stop fooling around with demons of the 8th rank. This is not a toy to carry on live broadcast. The guys apologized to the head and said that they realized their mistake. The man gave the rooster to Li Fan and told him to keep an eye on their pet. When the man left, Zhang said what he wanted very much. Li Fan turned to the man and said that he was a good person. Zhang wanted to help him, and would he trust them again? He turned and said that it's touching when they worry about you, but let them leave and stay away from him when a psycho is constantly worried about your eye. This is already scary. After that, the man turned around and left, but Li Fan caught up with him, and Zhang asked him to trust them again. This time, everything will work out. Li Fan asked if he was so busy. The man asked, do they really think that he would so meekly allow himself to lose his eye? Why would that be so? They started making eyes. Then the man told them not to do that and begged him again. Someone called out to the man. The guy asked, shouldn't he personally meet the national-level warrior sent to help? Gentlemen, don't do that. This is one of the 5 permanent national rank warriors under the general staff of Jin Shanwu. The man said that difficulties had arisen and he had to stay late. He thought about why they sent him. Is there really no one in the capital? Then he looked out from behind the man and said that his rookie team was 666 and the 8th rank pet. Liu Ying asked why he subscribed to them, to which Jin Shanwu replied that since they have a demon pet and in a week the number of points increased sharply by 1,000, the man replied that he follows them. To which Jin Shanwu replied that this is not all that they found. The warrior asked what he wanted to say by this. Then the guy replied that he was helping them restrain the demon. Maybe he was helping them with points. Gentlemen, don't do that. When the man realized what he was leading to, he didn't want them to snoop around about Li Fan and Zhang in the end. They could find out that they are from the psychiatric ward, but why is he so interested in them? The guy replied that he had completely hidden it. But didn't he think that the Jin Shanwu family wouldn't be able to find out? He said that these two, the man was scared. Did he find out then he said that you were his nephews and asked if he was right? Li Fan and Zhang looked out and didn't understand what he just said. Jin Shanwu said that he found out that he is their guardian. One has black hair, the other has blonde hair. They look so much like him. At first glance, it's clear that they are relatives. After that, he patted them on the head and the guy said they were pretty. The man thought that his task was stronger than Shay Hag's love for money. He introduced himself to the guys and said that he was Jin Shanwu's colleague about his dad, that is, the head, and was glad to meet them. After that, he extended his hand to them. They simultaneously extended it to shake hands. He was confused and thought about who to shake first. Then he realized that this was not a problem. And perhaps, with your hands, Li Fan said that he is smart, to which Zhang asked if he was in pain somewhere, he could help. After that, the man interrupted them and said that he would introduce them. These two of his employees are rising stars in particular. Zhang, he studies acupuncture. If something hurts somewhere, you should immediately contact him for help. The guy replied that he was lucky. His cervical spondylosis had just worsened, and he was looking for a specialist for treatment. Zhang began to jump for joy and said that he was lucky to find him and would not regret it. The guy said that since he recommends it, it looks like he's really good. The man asked why he should deceive him. Then they sat on the sofa. Zhang asked if he was ready. Now he would cure his cervical spondylosis. The guy was scared of the needle and thought about why it looked like a sewing needle. Zhang replied that the old blood has already been washed away. The needle is clean. Li Fan replied that he helped clean. The man said that everything is fine. It's nothing. No need to pay attention to it. Pay attention. When Zhang injected needles into his head, he said that as gentlemen, maybe he shouldn't ask such questions. But why pierce the forehead with cervical spondylosis? Zhang replied that everything is fine. His technique of half-step reversal of the universe is completely completed. It's just that these places are visible better. When he stuck a few more needles, he asked him if he felt something. The man replied that there was something. The warrior and Li Fan were watching all this. When he injected him with the last 13th chapter, when he injected it into the man, hallucinations began. The Milky Way, the universe is boiling up in him. After that, he lost consciousness. The man thought that now he felt calmer. He was not the only national-level warrior whom he sent unconscious. Zhang was upset and asked Li Fan if he had let him down again. It was not possible to help him. Li Fan calmed him down and told him not to rush. Everything would work out first. He needed to be sent to the hospital. The man replied that they should return him to him. He himself would send him to the hospital. In the end, he is a national-level warrior. You can't kill him so easily. When they were leaving, the man stopped them and told them to take the needles out of him. Otherwise, he would be uncomfortable. After that, he quickly pulled the needles out of it and left upset. The man said that now we can start. He undressed him, stripping him naked of all his clothes. After that, he picked up a scanning device and began to enter it into different parts of the body. But in one place, a strange signal source was discovered. The man thought about what he said last month, that he had been injured for about a month and must have had surgery then. After he woke up, he asked what happened. Liu Ying replied that nothing Zhang acupuncture causes drowsiness. He was just sleeping peacefully. There may be complications, but don't worry, he's already calling an ambulance. When he called an ambulance, the guy said that his neck had healed and it helped. He said that he had suffered from spondylosis for so many years, and he cured it the first time. His one-eyed son, or rather the recommended doctor, is a good master of his craft. After that, Liu Ying said that he had the wrong number and apologized after disconnecting. After that, the guy said that they wanted something. He was uncomfortable. The man was glad that he was right. He told him not to make sudden movements, and now he will call the ambulance again. Jin Shanwu thought why his trousers fit so tight. He doesn't tighten them. After that, he pulled back the curtains and said that he was sorry for his tactlessness. But his trousers were uncomfortable. Could he turn away so he could straighten them? The man turned away, and then he called an ambulance. The man thought how it happened. How could he accidentally put them on backwards? After that, he asked what Liu Ying did to him. The man changed the topic and said that it's okay. This happens for the first time. He's already calling an ambulance. After that, Jin Shanwu got angry and asked what he was doing with him. After that, he used magic. The man asked if he wanted to fight and said that his body was weakened. In response, using magic, he told him to wait until he finished speaking and then they could fight. But he didn't notice that the attack was already close. And after that, he crashed into the wall. Jin Heli. She asked him what he was doing and had he really met her uncle. Uncle turned to her and said that this man is a scumbag. He won't let him stay near him. When the man woke up, he thought that most likely he underestimated him, and he became stronger and told him that at least he was delayed. Jin Shanwu split up and said how dare he say anything else after what he did. This is not just a quarrel. He is ready to kill him. Liu Ying screamed and said scanned him. After that, he said that he would admit what he did without his consent. The guy got angry and said that he was a pervert so that he would shut up. Then the warrior replied that he had already apologized. Next time he would ask him for permission. And why did he call him a pervert? After that, he realized that his uncle was not going to leave him. And so I decided to run away. When he left, he told Jin Heli that her assumption turned out to be correct. She understood that he scanned him and said that in 2 days he was moving to the capital. Liu Ying understood everything and said that he would first heal his wounds. After that, he left. Uncle got angry and told her to stay away from this pervert. She asked him what happened. He replied that nothing had happened. He still had things to do. The daily life of a gentleman is calm and monotonous. Unlike Liu Ying, he patted her on the shoulder and told her to be careful. Some people have human faces but rotten hearts. Otherwise, she will be very sorry. After that, he began to cry and realized that now he was unclean for the sake of her asking for help. He suffered so much. He asked her if she knew that Liu Ying had dragged 2 of their illegitimate children into the special forces. The group discussed that the results of the investigation showed that in the case of Detachment 666, there were no false information about military merits. There were no demons who were killed by Li Fan and Zhang who were eaten along with the rooster. Everyone did not understand how they ate the demons and did not die. When Jin Heli was reading the investigation report of Detachment 666, a guy came up to her and called her, saying that the defensive structures in the west and east are fortified in the north and south. They don't have time to ask for days. They have a shortage of people. She replied that in 2 days they should be reinforced. If there are not enough people, then let them take newcomers. Graduates of the 4 highest academies should have already completed their internship in a psychiatric hospital. All those who passed the tests. The guy replied that no one passed the test. All the students of this year graduated. They failed their internship in a psychiatric hospital. They were all injured. At this time, The intern was sitting with a patient in a psychiatric hospital. The guy told him that he was great and that he had lost again. The old man replied that since Dad lost, and this time he would stay with him forever. Another guy painted an intern for hours and asked him when he was already paying, while another intern was running after the professor and asking him to teach. Kitsune told the king that the energy waves of a flock of flag surgeons had disappeared, hiding in the aquarium in order to collect information about people at that time. The king was looking at a map about the disappearance of demons. She also said that the Titanic turtle and the evil-eyed parrots also disappeared. They all successfully mastered the concealment of energy. People could not detect them only if one of their people did not help them. She asked him if she needed to send it. When he gave an approving answer, he handed the card into her hands. He asked her about the adamantium gorilla. She replied that he had not returned, and the energy they sent from a group of titanic mantises also disappeared. The gorilla is that very traitor. He has completely come over to their side before he reveals even more information about them to people. They must get rid of him. An abandoned factory, a gorilla was drawing some kind of diagram when suddenly a rank 8 demon, the Reaper Mantis, and a rank 8 demon, a two-headed wolf, came to him. They said that he was a traitor. He immediately went on the attack using clones. Ability of rank 8 demon Mantis. Reaper of 6 shadow scythes. Mantis cut all his clones. Then he was attacked by a wolf, but the gorilla quickly reacted and struck him with the innate ability of a rank 8 demon two-headed wolf second head. But still, the second head of the wolf managed to grab the gorilla by the hand. He was wounded. When Li Fan and Zhang were going to work again, the rooster felt the waves of the 8th rank demon, and not a single one, and turned around to look. Suddenly, Li Fan received a notification that 3 pieces of high-energy food had been discovered that could help reduce hunger for 10 weeks to the goal ahead of 4.000 m. The rooster broke off the leash and ran, dragging Li Fan and Zhang with him. He thought about what would already be with him 4 united. They will definitely be able to kill these 2 monsters. When they were running, the rooster stopped and did not understand what was happening. The energy of one of them dissipated. The rooster had the ability to fly quickly, after which he flew, dragging Li Fan and Zhang with him. When the rooster flew to the place, he saw a praying mantis and a gorilla who were fighting. He asked them why they were trying to kill each other if they were brothers. After that, he sat on top of the mantis and said that they were brothers so that they would not dare to kill each other. The gorilla hit the praying mantis and it flew off. The rooster still asked them to stop. The gorilla clone ran at the praying mantis again and hit him, slamming him into the floor, tearing off his head. The rooster looked at the mantis's head and asked what they had done. After that, Gargamel and his clone approached them and thanked him. The rooster was happy that the rank 8 demon thanked him. He said that he needed his help and began to explain when suddenly Gargamel took him by the wing and said that it was fate. And they met their friends again. He meant by friends Li Fan and Zhang. He stroked the rooster and said that he thought it was possible to live peacefully next to people, and they were comrades with him. After that, he said goodbye and left. The rooster didn't like what he said. He thought about how long it was to exist next to people. After that, the rooster got angry and said that he was a traitor. He asked the mantis to wake up and let him explain that he was different, that he was not a traitor. Activation of S-rank technique, banquet divine culinary arts. Dishes 2-headed wolf on a spit main ingredient, 2-headed 8th rank wolf. Zhang said that with Li Fan that the chicken led them straight to food. Maybe they will give 2 heads. Li Fan agreed with him. The rooster thought why they don't want to eat the praying mantis. Then maybe he should bury him. He used a titanic shell and dug a hole, but suddenly he felt the smell. He began to drool. Does he really want to eat him? He can't be his brother? When did he lose all his mind? After that, Zhang said that the chicken is ready and that it smells very tasty so that he would quickly go to them. Anyway, she said that he was lucky that both heads were his, and so that he would quickly eat the rooster. She said that these 2 organs force him to eat the fragrant meat. It's difficult. The wolf got angry and said that he heard everything. Just let him come here, and he will bite him to death. After that, he looked at the praying mantis and started drooling again. I thought that drool is definitely released from genes, and not at all because of the desire to eat its tasty and nutritious meat, after which he approached the body of the mantis and said that although he was mistaken about him, he believed him, and he would agree help him so he doesn't mind if he eats it. Using the completed system will return the kitchen utensils back Li Fan, and Zhang sat eating on the skin of a wolf. Li Fan said that if Zhang had eaten, then they could go back and gave him his hand. Suddenly, a rank 8 Seoul Special Forces combat unit came to them. They were afraid of what they saw Ying Wuzong, thought he felt the waves of a rank 8 demon. They disappeared. Was he really the only one who killed the 3 of them? So then he can still absorb other demons thanks to the rooster. Squad 66 soared so high. Suddenly, the guy noticed some piece of paper and picked it up at that time. Jin Shanwu said that his skill was at a fairly high level and asked if they left immediately after the session. Zhang replied that yes, Liu Ying said that it would be inconvenient if they stayed, and the guys left behind them looked at the rooster and said that he was cute. The guy looked at the drawing and realized something. When Gargamel left the battlefield, he felt bad because the attacks of the mantis were poisonous. He was shaking all over. He didn't notice the hatch and fell straight into it. He got angry because people didn't close the hatch. He landed right on the tiles and lost consciousness. The guy said he thought he heard something. They both turned around and it seemed like it was a gorilla. Another guy asked how much a gorilla costs now to give to the zoo. Another guy replied that it is illegal to capture gorillas with the green fur mutation. It makes sense to sell it to the zoo during negotiations. The money won't be of much use for it. The guy will think that a circus monkey is more accurately a gorilla. You can make some good money on this. After that, he remembered that he wanted to open a top-class sewer cleaning company, not a circus. The group discussed that today the monitoring center reported the discovery of energy waves of 4 demons, and the very rank Jin Shanwu led their squad, and they arrived at the place as soon as possible. They saw with their own eyes how the rooster ate the titanic mantis of the 8th rank. After that, when they entered the headquarters, the alarm began again. But everyone calmed down when they saw that it was a rooster again. Zhang said that the chicken has been sleeping for a long time. Maybe she got sick because she ate your praying mantis. 8th rank Special Forces Combat Squad. Rockjin Heli approached Li Fan and Zhang and told him to take them away. The guys didn't understand what they wanted. After they sent them to a special cell to take custody of the warriors, Jin Heli said that the royal rooster should be imprisoned in a separate special cage for the demon. Then they took the rooster from them and sent it to a special cage for imprisoning the demon. The guy said that in this cage, they imprisoned the maximum demon of the 7th rank. Will it withstand the 8th rank? The other guy answered, what he doesn't know. Fortunately, he is still sleeping. Jin Heli looked at Li Fan and told the guys to take mental and emotional stability tests if they fail them. No matter who the order was, they should not be released. She also said to conduct another DNA test and compare it with the DNA of all Special Forces soldiers. 9th rank warrior described by the general staff to accompany Liu Ying. The man turned to Jin Heli and asked why she was taking so long. She replied that they were simply dealing with 3 unstable and dangerous elements in the unit. She thought that who would have thought that he was behind her back from 2 mentally ill people and would also allow them to walk around the city with a demon of the 8th rank on a leash. Liu Ying replied that while he was away, he would leave the city to them with Jin Shanwu Jin. Shanwu replied that he knew him. He didn't know. Let them not address him by name and use the full form. He thought that as soon as he returned, he would exhibit him the bill. He turned to the girl, taking her hand, and said that Jin Shanwu is not familiar with either their guys or the security system. So while he is away, he is the hope of the whole city. From behind, Jin Shanwu was angry and asked him where he was pulling his hands. How dare he pester her niece? Does he really have no conscience? He gave her the head of his 3 heart dragons and told her to protect her. After that, the girl became embarrassed Jin Shanwu. Still angry, after that, the man climbed into the helicopter and flew away. The kitsune came to the king and said that the energy waves of Mantis and the Reaper and the 2-headed wolf were missing. They must have already been killed by the gorilla. But the waves of the gorilla itself were barely noticeable. He must have been poisoned or is slowly dying. Suddenly, she saw a paper bird in the king's hand. It had a human smell on it. She realized that this is their thing. The king got angry and crumpled the bird. She thought that a national-level warrior had left their village and asked the king how he did it. And it turns out that the king has information among the people. After that, she bowed to him and said that she would immediately notify them of the start of the assault. When the guys were walking 2 dogs, they suddenly got angry and attacked people. After that, they grew in size, and everyone realized that they were demons and began to run away. They killed people, one by one. 3rd rank demon Desire Dog, and the 5th rank demon is the Dog of Hatred. Jin Heli received a notification that the reign of a 3rd rank demon had been discovered, and, according to the 4th rank, reinforcements were required. A 4th rank demon has been detected on Central Street. A 5th rank demon has detected 6th rank demons. Reinforcements are required. Jin Heli didn't understand how many of them demons began to appear on all the streets. She said to immediately send combat units to the places of appearance, and that they remember about the revaluation of dynamic ranks, and in no case engage in battle with equal ranks. She thought that the general's staff was right there was a traitor among them. One of the guys was running away from the demon with his dog. He thought that demons could be hiding under the guise of pets and told the rest of the people to get rid of them. After that, he kicked the dog and it flew off, hitting the paws and pushing the guy away. The other dogs barked at him. When the guy fell, crashing, everyone started running away. The girl calmed her dog and told him not to be afraid. They will survive. He is his owner's pet. Now his owner is trying to save him. Always treated him well. He lived a happy life. She gave him a warmth that he had never felt before. He had one little secret that he never dared to tell her. He was just a stray dog. No one wanted to take him in because he was born scary, even though he became, as people say, soft and fluffy. So he brought his last 100 years. When the demon swung to hit the girl, the dog bit his paw and grew in size. Becoming, he protected the girl. The demon said that he was a traitor, to which the dog replied that they only did that they laughed at him. She gave him her warmth and care. 6th rank, Demon Tiagu. The girl sat on the floor and watched this. Her dog was much smaller than a 4th rank demon. He grabbed onto him and bit his neck until it bled. The girl called out to him. Then he looked at her in a state of passion. She was scared of him. Then he attacked him again and knocked him to the floor. The girl got scared and started to run away. But when he started running towards her, she froze in place and could not move from fear. She covered herself with her hands and asked not to touch her. But he ran at her because next to her there was a demon of the 6th rank, a 2-headed python. He grabbed one of the heads to protect her, and also knocked him to the ground, biting his neck. The other python head grabbed the dog and said that he was a traitor girl. I was scared for my pet and started crying. Other snakes crawled behind her, demon of the 2nd rank dark python. They surrounded the girl and began to attack her. When the dog managed to cut him in half, he was still holding the python in his mouth. Other pythons grabbed his paw and bit him. He began to hallucinate. He fell to the ground, still holding the python. Then he took one of the pythons in his paw and smeared it on the ground. Innate ability Berserk. After that, the python was defeated. He approached her, but suddenly someone attacked him, and he flew away. This was a squad of 7th rank warriors. The guy said that he was still alive and used immediate execution purple lightning. She ran up to him and shouted that they should not touch him. Even though he is a demon, he saved her. She asks not to kill him. Suddenly, a kitsune appeared, and she said that he was one of those traitors. All this time, they were hiding in the shadows. She used Ice Spear. The girl locked her pet with her and told him not to be afraid, and she was nearby. But suddenly, he stood up and closed her with him. The kitsune's attack pierced him right through. Everyone was surprised that he really protected her. But this anthropomorphic demon is strong. At the headquarters, they said that the appearance of a demon of the 9th rank was discovered on one of the streets. In accordance with the revaluation of ranks, only 4 warriors of the 7th rank were sent there to suppress the demon of the 6th rank. Their signals disappeared. The guy said that the Soul Squad warriors are closest to the demons of the 9th rank. The girl said that she would not allow them to go to certain death. They must immediately give the order to retreat. The guy said that they had already moved out. It must be because of the civilian population in that area. Jin Heli began to cry. The guy asked what they should do now, chapters with them. No, maybe they need to send Jin Shanwu there. She silently turned around and left, crying later that a demon of national rank has not yet appeared. If this is just a diversionary maneuver and the control point is destroyed, the whole of Yanhai will immediately come to an end. She asked where the Yanhai Rock Squad was and was told that the Yanhai Squad was confronting 2 rank 8 demons and 3 4th rank demons on Fangsulu Street. Squad Scala is fighting on Central Street with a 7th rank demon, a 3-tailed leopard, and a 7th rank demon, a swift hyena. The girl replied that only a detachment of souls remained, and would they really die too? Ying Wuzong approached the place where they were sitting with Li Fan, and Zhang said that he was releasing them. They were some kind of special forces, born bodies at this time they should also defend the city. Zhang turned to Li Fan and asked who it was. He appeared right out of thin air. Li Fan replied that this scoundrel who was spying on them. Ying Wuzong replied that this was his task, and it turns out that he really felt it all this time. He released them and told them to quickly go to protect citizens. This is their sacred duty as warriors of Yanhai. But he couldn't open it. The system said that the password was wrong. He didn't have enough machine to re-enter it. The guy thought what could happen. He saw exactly how they entered this particular password. Then Li Fan straightened the iron poles with a slight movement and came out saying that he understood everything and they would begin their work. Ying Wuzong got scared and thought that it turns out they couldn't go out at any time. This is an adamantium alloy. It is also called the strongest material in the universe. Zhang asked Li Fan if they would take him out for a chicken. Well, the guy answered, that she only eats, and they need to kill demons. Ying Wuzong said that they observers during the fighting belong to the reconnaissance group. Now he needs to return to them. Although he has not been observing him for so long, but he is completely confident. When he turned around, you realized that they had left. He began to cry, running away, not understanding whether they considered him their comrade. All the warriors of the 7th rank were killed. Only the girl sat over the dead dog and cried. Kitsune said that people at rank 7 are very weak. The Soul Group came, the highest Buddhist academy. The girl began to treat the guy using the second formula, the secret 6-fold recovery pill, to which the guy replied that it's useless. He's already dead. The Kitsune noticed them and asked why they came here if they were going to die anyway. Everyone prepared to attack the guy used heaven and earth in the power of the Tao, sealing the demon holding the formation of the polar winds, pointing it at the Kitsune. She said that they were weak but cunning people and used an ice shield. One of the guys noticed that the girl was starting to run away somewhere and called out to her. She said that they came here to save people and approached the girl, telling her to get up, taking her away. The fox used her attack and pushed all the warriors. The girl noticed that the formation had collapsed and told her to run. She said that they were pathetic 8th rank warriors who were able to hold her back in formation, and she underestimated them and applied ice needles. The warrior used the golden dome to protect the others. One of the warriors also tried to defend himself. A girl ran up to him and used the 3rd form of the earthly tablet 5-fold recovery. The girl replied that she would not give them time to recover and applied frost on the bones. When she attacked them, they had a feeling of hunger that penetrated to the bones. They could not move. They were very cold. The girl said to forget about them and save people. Then the guys noticed that these snowflakes were passing through the barrier with which they were defending themselves, and they also fell to the floor from the cold. She said it was just natural selection. The less fit die on the street. The alarm was sounded. The city is filled with demons. They need to go to the nearest safe zones. There they can hide from demons below the 6th rank. Li Fan and Zhang made their way through the crowd and assumed they were scared. When the girl was returning to the safe place, she ran into Zhang. She asked them if they were warriors. Li Fan replied that they were warriors who had come to their aid. Zhang asked her if she needed help. Suddenly, she came up with something. She told them to follow her and she would show them. The Kitsune said that this world should be dominated by demons after. She noticed that more suicide bombers were fleeing. Warriors of the 8th rank noticed that this was squad 666 newcomers. The girl got angry at that girl and asked her why she came back, after they noticed that they had come without a rooster and told them to run away, because they thought that the rooster was protecting them. They replied that the demon was too strong, and since there was no rooster with them, they needed to run away quickly. Behind the chair, the girl ran to her pet Kitsune, said that if they came, then they should not even think about running away and used ice needles. Everyone screamed for them to run away. Then Li Fan easily teleported to where the needles were and caught them with his hands. The Kitsune was surprised how he managed to catch her icicles. The aura of a warrior is barely felt in him. Zhang said that she has a ponytail. He is quite cute. Li Fan replied that at least she has a ponytail, but it seems she is a human. They can't eat her. She told them to shut up, saying that people are pathetic and vile so that they don't dare call her a human. She is a demon of the 9th rank, a polar kitsune. After that, Zhang said what she said, that she is not a person. Li Fan said that then he will give her tail to him. The guy asked if it wouldn't hurt. Then Li Fan would answer that it was just a tail. It wouldn't hurt. Then he teleported to her and tore off her tail. After he gave it to Zhang, he said that he was big and curvy. Although she is not a person, but is it normal that they took her tail away? Li Fan said that once he has played enough, they will give it to him, and he will help sew it back with acupuncture. She got angry and went on the attack, saying that she would kill them using ice blades. Everyone thought that he was finished, but he grabbed her hand. A sign appeared that high-energy food had been discovered that could help relieve hunger for 14 weeks. Goals forward 0M. She couldn't get out and told him to let her go. What rank are they anyway? Energy value, ninth rank basic properties. Non-poisonous edible recommended cooking method. Step 1. Return the demon to its original form and obtain a high-class ingredient polar fox meat. Step 2. Activate the ability. As rank banquet divine culinary arts, dishes fox stewed with spring bamboo shoots. The fox looked at Li Fan and saw that he was drooling. She thought that most likely he wanted her. Then she said that he was a pervert and attacked him again. Li Fan easily pushed her away and asked Zhang if she wasn't cute. Zhang looked at her tail and then looked back at the fox and said that she was pretty cute without a tail, especially her ears. The kitsune couldn't understand why her body was trembling uncontrollably. Was she afraid of him? After that, he hit the fox and she flew away. The warriors were surprised that all this time this newcomer was strong. He alone could easily hit a 9th rank demon. Li Fan said that she needed to be returned to her true fox form. She split up and said that she would kill him, and called the alligator for help, saying that she agreed. Suddenly, Li Fan felt that something was approaching discovered energy food that can help reduce hunger for 14 weeks aims back 1000 m. Suddenly, a large stream of water was directed at him, but Li Fan easily stopped it. Then the water wrapped around him and lifted him into the air upside down. Demon of the 9th rank alligator, he came out and asked the fox if she didn't say that among the warriors below the national rank, she has no opponents, and she doesn't need his help. She replied that if you don't kill this man, then the master's whole plan will go to waste. He lifted her up by hugging her waist and said that he alone would not be enough to destroy their plans and let them unite. She herself said that she agrees with his water type and her ice type. They are simply made for each other. Let them enjoy this sweet feeling of strengthening. She said that he is very persistent. Does he really want to fix her? He said that with her strength, but water into ice, he just wants to enjoy the gain. He has been waiting for this for so long. After that, he kissed the girl. Everyone was shocked, and some even closed their eyes when they kissed. The guy remembered what that drawing meant. We need to stop them quickly and not let them unite. Otherwise, they will become stronger. Li Fan felt Zhang didn't understand what was wrong with him and asked what happened. Rank 10 Demon Lord of the Furious Storm. He said that this feeling is just wonderful, and they are pathetic, insignificant people. When everyone was scared, only Zhang liked him. When he attacked them, Li Fan lifted him up so that they would not be hit by the attack, but he caught up with them and attacked everyone already closed her eyes from fear. But Li Fan repelled his attack with his hand. A defensive skill from the rank of Impenetrable Golden Body was activated. He ran away from him, a demon inserted into his back. Although the energy cultivation method has truly destructive power, it is not capable of destroying water. The aquatic environment is the worst enemy for the owner. After that, they fell into the water by any means necessary to avoid begging into the water and evade water attacks. Otherwise, you will most likely die quickly. When they got to the service, asked if everything was okay, or Li Fan replied that everything was fine. But suddenly the water began to absorb him. The demon said they were finished and used a watery grave. Zhang looked at Li Fan in confusion, but Li Fan managed to avoid it a little. Zhang called Li Fan and said that he couldn't move. Li Fan responded with something that would help him. After that, they were frozen. The owner must destroy the ice town before the oxygen runs out. Demon containment chamber. When the rooster woke up, he said that he slept well. After that, he noticed that he was in a cage and got angry, saying that they locked him in a cage. Do they really think that they are an ordinary chicken? He won't tolerate this. After that, he turned the cage over. Then he was surprised that he turned over such a large cage with such ease. After he noticed that these were not even his wings, he asked what happened to his wings with his beautiful wings. He looked at his hands and did not understand. Then he cried because he became hairless and a monkey, but he also became stronger. So what if he became a freak? When he has such strength, apparently this is the price that every 9th rank demon has to pay. Demon of the 9th rank, Herald of Dawn. In the name of freedom, in the name of place, for the sake of the death of these monsters, he will even endure this terrible form. The power of the demon at the 9th rank. The time has come for his own tame to give up what he deserves. Justice will prevail. He will destroy them. Demon of the 9th rank. Herald of Dawn acquired abilities, electric arc frightening pressure, poisonous spit titanic shell rain of needles, deep sea wall deep sea breathing evil eye, fast flight 6 shadow scythes. The rooster, saying that he would take revenge on them, took off with the ability to fly quickly. In the city, there was a warning that they were asking civilians with minor injuries to get to the medical center on their own, and also asking for help for the seriously wounded. The rooster said that the energy waves of a very strong demon emanate from there. He is sure that these two are fighting with him. At this time, people ran away in panic. The guy told Jin Heli that the energy waves of the third demon at the 9th rank were detected. She thought that not only that after the energy waves of 2 9th rank demons disappeared, stronger energy waves of 10th rank demons were immediately registered. Now, another 9th rank demon is the end for Yanhai. She said that a 10th rank demon can they connect with the soul. The guy replied that I could not contact 2 warriors, number 220324, number 22000325, from the moment they arrived at the place the connection was not lost. It seems that these 2 warriors are the reason for the disappearance of the analytical waves of those 9th rank demons. And now, they are confronting a 10th rank demon. The head said to display information about these 2 warriors on the screen. She noticed that these were newcomers costs 666 and their pet demon of the 8th rank. How could she forget that they arrested them? The guy stood up and said that the cells were empty. They escaped. Their rank 8 demon also escaped. Suddenly he said that the 3rd demon of the 9th rank has a signal. He is listed under the number 220326. Is this the demon of the 9th rank and is the pet of those 2 newcomers, and costs 666. He broke through to the 9th rank and he hastened to the aid of his masters. When the rooster arrived, he saw another demon. One of the guys said that this is their assistant Cock. He broke through to the 9th rank. He is here to save his masters. The demon turned to him. Is he really another traitor? The rooster said that he is not a traitor. He's here to kill those 2 monsters. The guy asked how he was going to do it. The rooster replied that he would do it himself and flew towards the frozen guys. But when he ran towards them, he was attacked by another demon. He turned to him and asked if he had gone crazy. He almost killed him. They are his relatives. To which he replied that why did he continue to pretend he was a traitor and decided to free them from the ice coffin. Then the rooster once again said that he is not a traitor. The demon got angry and asked him how much people believed in them. Demons, and those 4, as soon as they saw him, were glad that he was here to save his current masters. And why does he claim that he is not a traitor? After that, he attacked the guy. The cock defended itself. One of the warriors said that it turns out that he was trying to gain the trust of this demon, all because of their reaction, and they ruined everything again. The rooster got angry and said that he really was not a traitor, but wanted to become a demon who swallowed up humanity. After the rooster repelled the attack, the demon said that he had traces of the warrior's aura on him, especially this collar on his neck. Will he really continue to claim that he is not a traitor? The rooster asked what he should do to make him believe that he was not a traitor. The demon replied that he must die. Then he would believe. The rooster said that this was too much and asked herself if their relatives should behave this way. The demon used a watery grave when the rooster realized that he was really trying to kill him and took off. But he couldn't break free because the grip was too strong. Then the demon used a hexagonal ice coffin and the rooster used a water wall. The monster asked if he really wanted to stop him with water and froze the rooster. Then the rooster attacked him with a shower of needles. The demon said he was a nasty, worthless traitor. Uses water-type attacks against him. He is the strongest water-type demon. Then the guy used an electric arc, pointing it at the demon. The demon was completely covered and paralyzed by electric shock. He realized that he used the wall of water and the shower from the corner to shock him. It hurt. He fell to the ground. But after that, he said that it was weak and ran at the rooster, breaking the ice coffins. The rooster managed to use the Titanic shell. Then the demon hit him with his second hand and he flew away, breaking the wall. The demon said that for the 9th rank he is strong. However, he is just a demon bird, although surprisingly he has more than 3 abilities. He lacks moral combat experience. His death was only a matter of time, and he again rushed to the attack. The cock applied frightening pressure. The demon became scared and wanted to retreat. After that, the rooster immediately applied deep water breathing. The demon could not understand that this is how a demon bird can pay for the innate abilities of a deep-sea demon. After that, he got a headache. The rooster said that he told him that he wanted to kill only those 2, but he started to fight. He only had to defend himself. It was not necessary, but the demon did not listen to him and attacked him again. The spear almost hit him in the throat. Everyone was scared for the rooster. Then he used the evil eye. The demon began to have illusions. After that, he cut off one part of his hand and said that he has so many abilities among the 9th rank demons. He has no equal, but only he has 10 ranks. After that, he cut off his head. Everyone was speechless. They closed their mouths in fear. Shujian said that he was really strong with 8 innate abilities and threw him away. He regrets that he met him. After that, he left. Then the rooster stood up again, holding his head. Even without a head, it was very painful for him. And for the first time, he knew what it was like to have his head cut off. Ability second head, if not for this ability, he would really die. He looked at the demon and thought that he was afraid that if he cut off his head, he would die. The rank 10 demon is too strong. He definitely wants to kill him, either him or the rooster demon. After that, he used the weakness and went on the attack. The demon was surprised that he still had the ability. They started fighting. The demon asked how many more hands he had. He was still just a pitiful chicken. Then in one of the... And so he pierced his stomach right through and threw it aside. But the rooster was able to hold on thanks to his claws. The demon was surprised that he was still able to resist him. A demon of the 10th rank. The rooster thought that he couldn't cope with him and he was finished. When snowflakes began to fall on the rooster, new cuts appeared from which he began to bleed from the mouth. The demon said that he was able to force him to resort to a killing move and was bleeding himself. He was in pain. Then he noticed that he used poisonous spit and said that it would kill him. At this time, Li Fan and Zhang were still frozen, but he was trying to get out. According to preliminary estimates, the owner has 10 seconds left to successfully get out of the ice coffin, but Zhang only has 5 seconds of oxygen left. The owner can continue to get out of the ice coffin or complete the transition to another location to become stronger. And after returning, Zhang was already unconscious. In the first case, Zhang will die in the second. Perhaps it will be possible to save him. Then Li Fan said that he will save him. A transition is made to another location. The time flow of this world is transferred to a frozen state. To return, you need to complete the task. After that, he teleported. Quest to help the descendant of the fire deity, Zhurong Zhu Fei return to the right path. Quest object, Zhu Fei explanation of 100% physical strength. Disheveled girls sat in front of him and said that they would not dare, and they would be obedient. It's an honor for them that he paid attention to them. They won't run away. Let him just spare them. The guy sat and looked at them arrogantly after. Li Fan realized that he had become someone else again. The girl handed him the whip. Li Fan thought about having new memories appear in his head. Now his name is Zhu Fei. He did a lot of things that the director said should not be done. He picked up the whip and looked at it. At least this time he's not in girly pajamas, and you don't have to worry that he's some kind of psycho. A guy knocked on his door and asked if he had played enough and needed to discuss something. Duan Shanhu was already waiting for them at the negotiating table. It was the head of personal security and bodyguard, Zhu Fei Wang Meng. After that, Li Fan came out and said that he was done. He turned to the guard and said that those 2 women were too naked and wounded. The guard thought, are they really too old for the boss? Next time we need to find someone younger. He said to send them home. The guard obediently obeyed. After that, Wang Meng offered to put on a suit for him. He said that according to their information, they invited 8 authorities. When they walked along the corridor, the guy thought that he didn't seem to care, even about the presence of the 8th authority, which was to be expected from him. When he opened the car door for him to come in, Zhu Fei thanked his boyfriend was surprised that all the time he thanked him. Why did he suddenly become different? Did he do something wrong? When they were driving, he said that Duan Shanhu invited the authority only to force them to give up the land and asked if he was going to insult him. The guard who was riding with him in the back seat said that they couldn't give her away. Too many of their guys died for her. What the other guards saw was that he had too many connections. Can they really afford to insult such a person? The guard thought that the boss was imperturbable, as if he didn't care about the presence of the 8th authority. This is how a real head should be. Nothing surprising. Li Fan thought that, like last time, he is again without Zhang, but the psycho in his head says that to save Zhang, he needs to complete the task here. The task of returning the current one to the true path. He returned to the guard and asked if he knew what the true path was. The guard replied that he thought it was to become a good person. When they were driving in the car, everyone was thinking that he was calm as always. No one would ever know what was in his head. Does he really want to make Duan Shanhu regret that he became a gangster, which is to be expected from him? When Wang Meng opened the door for him to come out, he noticed that he had brought a lot of guards with him to the negotiations. After all, they agreed to take no more than a few people. He turned to the boss and asked, Does he really think that if he has the support of the Eighth, then they are afraid of him, and that he should wait for him? Now they will sort it out. Li Fan replied that it's not worth everything is okay. Wang Meng thought that with such a quantity, Zhu Fei would take the risk of going inside on his face, and his muscles did not twitch. They always admired the boss, but today the boss amazed them on the spot. When they entered, they saw Duan Shanhu, who greeted him and told him to sit down. Everyone was surprised that he sat next to him. Duan Shanhu thought that of course he invited him to sit down. But why did he sit next to him? What was going on in his head? Now the weapon hidden under the table is useless because Li Fan sat in the 8th place of authority, since before they had negotiations with everything. Otherwise now he feels out of place here. The elder thought that his friends were sitting nearby. The guy thought that most likely he knew that there were weapons hidden under the table. Zhu Fei ordered Daniil to bring something to eat. He was hungry. After the table was set, Duan Shanhu couldn't believe he was really here to eat. Didn't the director say that some kind of criminal showdown would take place here? Li Fan thanked the elder and Duan Shanhu for the rich table. They wondered, are the negotiations over? The earth is now theirs? Is it really possible that they eat first and then start negotiating? When the etiquette has changed? Opinions were divided into two. The guard said that he was sitting facing the 8th side of the boss and eating so calmly. The guards and assistant Zhu Fei said that he had no equal here. When he ate everything, Duan Shanhu asked him if he was full. Zhu Fei replied that he was full and thanked him for the welcome, saying that he had to go. Everyone was surprised that he ignored the boss's words that he wanted to start negotiations. Duan Shanhu was angry that he wanted to show so much that he was not even going to discuss anything, and he would not give up the land. When Zhu Fei turned around and started to leave, Duan Shanhu stood up and pointed a gun straight at his head, asking whether he was going to give up the land or not. Zhu Fei's guards also pointed guns at him. The guy asked if he didn't even do anything. He's going to just leave like that. The 8th is still here. After he did his job, he said that he had to go and thanked the guy and asked if he really thought that he wouldn't dare to shoot. He got very angry. Li Fan turned around and said that it was quite painful, but it wouldn't hurt him so he could play with it, and told him to shoot. The guy asked, does he really think that he doesn't have the courage to shoot? To which Li Fan smiled and told him to shoot, but he still couldn't do it and said that she took him. After that, they left. The 8th turned to Zhu Fei and said that for a young man, he was quite fierce and brave. After that, he said that it was a new time for him and thanked. The elder said that not only is there no respect for him, but he also dares to ignore him. The assistant said that he doesn't know if it's time now, but he has something he needs to say. They both left without paying. The elder thought that he was actually invited to visit and asked, should he pay the young people for everything? Is there even a shred of respect left for the old rules? When they were driving back, everyone praised him and said that he was great. He smeared Duan Shanhu, which was to be expected from a boss. Li Fan was sitting thinking about how they didn't invite him to eat and play. If Zhang had been here, he would definitely have liked it. He asked where they were going now. Wang Meng replied that today he must give the orphanage a final ultimatum. Has he really forgotten? After that, they arrived at the flower orphanage. When they got out of the car, Wang Meng said that they did a good job. Soon it will all be their guard said that if the old lady doesn't sell it to them, then they will fill everything with waste and throw snakes at them. It's worse for them. When Zhu Fei turned to scold them, a little girl looked out, noticing them. She got scared and told the director that the bad guys were here. After that, the old woman and the children came out to them and said that this was just a dilapidated orphanage. Why did he surrender to them? She will soon die. She just wants to give these children shelter and asks them to leave them alone. The children hid behind the old woman and were afraid. They were all crying. Then Zhu Fei asked if she needed help. They have just a terrible situation here, much worse than at his home. The director said that the situation greatly affects psychological development. The old lady got scared and asked, do they really want to deceive her, and asked not to touch the children. Then the guy said that he thought that she would need a lot of finances to repair everything here, and asked if she had money. Wang Meng also took an interest in this question and asked if she had money, and if not, then let her sell the land. She replied that she had no money, but she had already told them that she did not intend to sell. Without this place, these children would have nowhere to go. The children were even more frightened. When the boss turned to Wang Meng and told him to bring the money, but what the guy replied was that she had not even signed the contract. Yet Ju Fei said that it did not need to be signed. They would help her. Then Wang Meng thought, did he really mean money for the dead? Apparently, he decided to kill them all here. When they were leaving, one of the guards asked why they gave them money, to which he replied that because he wants to become a good person. Everyone was amazed by his words. Two guys stood over the tied-up man and told him that he had broken the rule and should be punished for it. When he dared to run away at the decisive moment, he should have known that this day would come. One of the guys said that the boss has been dealing with people like him for the last 3 years with his own hands. Soon, they will bring him to him. He can only wait for his death. The man looked at the guy in fear. After that, they took the man by the arms and began to lead him to the boss. After the guy kicked him, he said that they brought this traitor and asked what he would order to do with him as fish food, or just shoot him. Ju Fei looked at the man incomprehensibly and said that he seemed to have serious wounds, and asked why they beat him. The guy didn't understand what he was up to. Then he approached the man and told him to get up, saying that it was a pity that Zhang wasn't here. He would definitely have helped him with his needles. The man made excuses and said that he really didn't want to. That day, as soon as he wanted to start his mother, she suddenly fainted right behind him. He had no choice. He only had to take her to the hospital. He tightly grabbed the guy's clothes. He was shaking with fear. Ju Fei asked what happened to his mother. Then the man replied that the doctor said that she had leukemia. He turned to the guy and said that she was asking him not to touch his mother. She was seriously ill, and she didn't have long to live. Let him give him a little time to be with her, and then he will accept any death. The guy thought that the boss would not agree. He was here, undercover for the 3rd year already. He began to understand a little about the affairs of the criminal world. No matter his enemies or his own, he was extremely cruel to everyone. When Wang Meng and the guards were in the hospital, one of the guards said that boss sent them all to the hospital for a bone marrow examination to find a donor and help Xiao Dalun's mother. Another guard asked if the boss shouldn't have dealt with Xiao Dalun, to which he replied that boss even promised to pay for his mother's treatment. Then Wang Meng turned around and said that they were fools. The boss was going to punish his mother instead of him. This will be a warning to all of them. And how do they think? What does it mean for him to donate blood and shed it this time? He won't even spare Xiao Dalun's mother. After that, Wang Meng took a cigarette. The guard brought him a lighter and said that the dream understood the boss's words perfectly. It's not surprising that he was with the boss the longest, the guy replied, to study while he's alive. When the guy was sitting in the toilet and typing something, he was told to get out quickly. He replied that they shouldn't rush him and let him go to the toilet normally. The voice said that he was playing his game and he thought it was inaudible. It was a police officer. Undercover Xu Jian. He received an order with food and was told to go pick it up. He replied that he had not received it and told him to call his number. When Xiao Dalun was led by the arms of the guards, he was thinking about, do they really think that he will fall for this? Ju Fei people, they did too much evil. They killed people without the slightest doubt. Who would have believed that he suddenly decided to show courage? All the people in front were walking with Zhou Fei with his assistants. The man thought that he was too cautious. Apparently, he knows something. If the raid is successful, perhaps he will return home. The man called out to him and said that he didn't want to see his mother. She beat him as a child and said that he was a bad student. He hated her. Then he turned to the man and said that he had done a lot of bad things. He, as his follower too. His mother did the right thing by beating him, to which the man began to cry. When they led him along the corridor, an employee with a listening device in his ear passed them and reported that the target was in place. The girl responded and said that they were ready. At this time, Ju Fei said that he couldn't be shown in this form. Otherwise, his mother would be very worried. The man still begged him not to take him to his mother. He asked if he really wanted to guide him on the righteous path and thanked him after they changed his clothes. Xu Jian took him by the arm and led him to his mother. When they approached, the nurse gave him the phone and said that relatives could only communicate with the patient by phone through the glass. The exhausted mother lay. When he came up and started talking to her, the nurse was watching everyone and said into the device that they were ready and waiting for a signal from the other guy. Mom was glad that her son came. The man told her that he was sorry for not listening to her and that he needed to study hard. But now it's too late to regret that the company sends him on a long business trip. But sooner or later they will see each other. He began to cry. When the guy listened to this, he approached the man and asked if he was not from his company. He doesn't send him anywhere. doesn't force him to go somewhere far away. That would be wrong, given his mother's condition. Now he should spend more time with her. Also, from this day on, he will stay here to look after his mother and heal himself. It's a pity that his good friend is not around, so he could quickly heal him. He patted Xiao Dalun on the shoulder. The man burst into tears and asked if he really forgives him. He hugged him and said that in fact, they were deceiving him all the time. He is the best in the world. Then Zhu Fei hugged him in response and began to calm him down. The guards were shocked. At this time, people called Jack and asked if he really wanted to miss the goal when he told them that the situation had changed and they needed to retreat. Xu Jian didn't understand what was happening. According to the news, there is a big line at the hospital doors today of the volunteers for bone marrow testing and donation. They were all reportedly employees of the largest real estate companies in their city. She pointed to the people standing there. Suddenly, Wang Meng approached the girl and said that the whole initiative for the examination and took his hands their boss, or rather, their chairman of the board of directors. All this in order to help the mother of one of their employees who suffers from leukemia. Their chairman is not only a noble man, but also a handsome man. Duan Shanhu was watching all this. There were girls next to him. He didn't understand what was happening. Wang Meng also said that, moreover, he was the first to become a donor. And yesterday, he donated funds for the reconstruction of the orphanage. He knows that their companies and their writers have a lot of rumors in the city, but in fact, he really helped a lot of people. He just never boasted about his deeds. The girl said that, as the criminal organization was informed, or rather by the company behind her back, as they themselves say, the orphanage they are helping today. She is here to make sure of this, and hope today they will be able to tear off the hypocritical mask from this criminal organization. She approached the director of the orphanage and asked if they really donated funds to her orphanage. The woman replied that it was true. There were children hiding behind her back. The girl asked to announce the amount, to which she replied that they donated 50 million. Duan Shanhu got angry and squeezed the remote control in his hand, asking how much he paid them so that she would go against her conscience, and the girls spoke about him like that. They were afraid of his reaction and moved away from him. How can he even turn his tongue all this to say not a drop of dignity? After that, Zhu Fei sat and watched the video of the murders that he committed and said that it turns out that he and his assistants did a lot of bad things. If Zhang saw all this, he would definitely be scared. He opened the folder behind the grandmother. He thought about how to return to the true path, someone who has committed so many atrocities. Then he got the idea that the director said, if any problems arise, contact the police. He called the police. A girl answered the phone and said it was the district police station. He asked how to return a person who conspired with a group of people to do bad things to the true path. She asked whether these things were of a criminal nature. Li Fan said something that was of a very criminal nature. The girl replied that then he must suffer legal punishment. This is the first thing a criminal must do to return to the true path. Zhu Fei listened to her say that passing a law on punishment is the first step. When if he has committed some crime, he urgently needs to turn himself in as soon as possible. This can mitigate his sentence if he is just going to do something, advises him to think about the consequences. Li Fan thanked her and said that he understood everything. Then he turned off everything he called Wang Meng to him. He asked what he wanted, then he answered that he wanted to become a good person. So he just called the police. Wang Meng was also scared. The boss said that he was told that if he committed a crime, it is best to turn himself in. They also need to. They are all to blame here, and asked what he thinks about this. Then the system said that it was not worth going down such a radical path. His task was to return a decent life to the bank, so he must be a strong leader capable of leading his subordinates so that they would discard their actions and begin to do this. Is the best way to complete the task and the most rational. Then Wang Meng realized something, that only a madman could come up with such a thing. In fact, the boss was testing him for loyalty. He replied that his thoughts are his thoughts. He will always support him in the abyss of the sea. Fishing fire for the boss anywhere. When the guy said that, then let him prepare the dinner table for tomorrow for all members and add sleeping pills to everyone's dish. The assistant agreed and thought that, of course, the boss simply couldn't believe his words. He still needed to show his dedication and said that he wouldn't let him down. When Shujian and the other guy were walking down the corridor, the guy said that boss is inviting all the company members to lunch tomorrow. He was happy. Shu Jian thought that he would gather so many people just to eat, and he thinks that this is not the case here. He has become more humane and kind to them. Shu Jian said that there are several seniors who could bully the juniors, but he thinks that the boss would not voice asked, and how many of them will be this time? To which he replied that everything. When Shu Jian did, leaning her back against a tree, the man sitting on the bench said that last time in the hospital, he said the same thing, and that in the end he used serious forces. But in the end, they got nothing. If this continues, he will be it's hard to explain the tops. To which the guy replied that he had already been here undercover for 3 years. He left everything. His friend, his girlfriend, his dog. He had nothing left, neither a cat nor a house. He has no one to pour out his soul to. The man apologized and said that all this is in the name of justice. With this information, they will soon finish everything. He will return to the organization. They will return his dog. They will give him a cat. They will find a new girl. Even a guy if he doesn't mind. Shu Jian replied that he is not interested in guys. The main thing is cats and dogs. He stayed here for 3 years in order for the address of his assistants to be answered according to the law. He trusts his intuition this time they will catch them. One day, he sees how these scum of society will receive a worthy punishment after that. He left. After that, everyone gathered at one table and began to feast and make very loud noise. The waiters were afraid of them. One man got up from the table and asked where the director of this restaurant is. Why are all the waiters guys? Where are the girls? He demands girls. Then a man came up to the table and said that he was sorry. Today is their girls' day of taking care of themselves, so they didn't come out. He can only offer them guys as waiters. And he asks to get into the situation, but they continued in short about how they want girls. The bald man said that they need girls to invite everyone here. He replied that this was impossible and let them accept his apology. He thought that in fact, the waiters simply didn't want to be served by them if it weren't for the fear of them. They wouldn't even be served food here. He tried to pretend that he doesn't annoy him. Then the man got angry and grabbed him by the clothes, asking what kind of stupid excuse could this be, and their guys have a day to take care of themselves. The guy replied that they also have such a day. As soon as he swung his hand to hit him, Zhu Fei grabbed his hand and turned to him and was afraid that the boss had come. Zhu Fei asked if he ate his food, to which he replied that he ate, thanked him. The man was very confused and thought that he almost died of fear. How strange it was that their boss stood up for the guy. Then the guy asked if he felt something. The man didn't understand what he meant. He started to feel dizzy and everything was swimming in his eyes. After that, he fainted. Other employees also felt sick and they clutched their heads in pain, not understanding what was happening to them. Wang Meng said that in order to avoid suspicion, he would also take sleeping pills. His thoughts. This is his thought that will support him forever. The employees did not understand what was happening to them. Zhu Fei replied that now they can surrender to the police and praised him. Wang Meng was scared and asked what it meant to surrender to the police and thought that the boss still didn't trust him and wanted to continue testing his loyalty. When he calmed down and told himself that he would not back down. He was completely devoted to the boss, even if they presented him with a barrel to his temple. He would not be afraid and would not flinch. Then the police came and one of them put a gun to Wang Meng's head and told him not to move, and that resistance was useless. Wang Meng froze. They also said that they had received a report that today they committed acts of a criminal nature here and received a call with a sincere confession from a member of their organization. They have nowhere to run. Zhu Fei appeared in front of them, waving his arms and said that it was he who called the policeman. He was surprised that Zhu Fei himself made a sincere confession. At this time, Wang Meng had already been detained and handcuffed. Zhu Fei continued and said that he had gathered them all here so that they too would surrender. Here was evidence of their crimes and incriminating evidence on others so that they would take everything. He showed him a laptop with their crimes. The police were shocked by the cruelty shown in the video. They looked at it and thought that he had gone crazy. After that, they were put into a police car. Wang Meng turned to Zhu Fei and asked if he was still checking him and what other instructions he would have. One of the policemen sat over Shu Jian and said that their boss had put them to sleep and handed them over to the police. Apparently, his conscience had awakened. Otherwise, it couldn't be that he just had problems with his head. He handcuffed him. Another employee approached him and told him to take the testimony of the restaurant employee, and he would do that. The guy agreed and left. After this, the men sat over Shu Jian and said that the Ju Fei gang had been caught. He did a great job. Duan Shanhu found out this news, he laughed and said that Ju Fei personally put his subordinates to sleep and handed them over to the police. He looked like he was mentally ill. The elder sat at the table with him and said that he thought he was just brave. It turned out he was just crazy. They thought that without him, the entire underworld of this city, their Duan Shanhu asked the elder how they would divide the territory of Ju Fei, into which the man did not see that they would not divide in any way. Suddenly, the police burst in and pointed guns at them and told them not to move. Everyone froze in fear and raised their hands. After that, he found out that Ju Fei had handed them over to the police and got angry, said that he had acted vilely and asked if he had given himself up. Then why did he decide them? He curses their entire family to the 18th generation. The police told him to calm down. After that, Ju Fei and Duan Shanhu were held in court. The judge said that the leader of the criminal organization Duan Shanhu, due to aggravating circumstances based on the evidence available to them, was sentenced to death for all crimes. To which another judge said that the head of the criminal organization Ju was sentenced to death. Then, Duan Shanhu got angry and stood up to hit Ju Fei, but he was held by the police. However, given the active contribution to the detection and investigation of the crime, as well as taking into account the sincere confession, he is sentenced to death with a reprieve. At this time, Shu Jian and the man were sitting on a bench. The man said that thanks to him, he can now destroy the forces of the underworld that have been poisoning their city for so many years. Shu Jian said that the task was successfully completed and asked when the organization will help him return to his life and bring him back a dog and will give a cat and a car. The man replied that in fact an inspection had come to them to monitor the imposition of the sentence and its further execution in the Ju Fei case. They consider his appearance red-handed too suspicious. I assume that he can do something else, in other words. They need someone to enlighten him in prison and found out what he was up to and who was covering for him. Shu Jian turned to him, and the angry man continued. He said that he knows that this is quite cruel to him. The organization will not return everything to him so quickly, and regarding the lost guy, he can always rely on him. Shu Jian turned away from him and said that it was not just cruel that ordinary people could not afford to live undercover. You need to have acting skills and a strong psyche. Yes, and this is not enough. You also need to have a cool head and the slightest carelessness. And you can die and ask the man if he had thought about his feelings. The man was upset, said that of course he thought so. He offered himself to him for comfort after that. The guy stood up and told him not to say anything more for the sake of the future of their city. For the safety of the citizens, he will continue to monitor Ju Fei. He is the only one with whom he can see. It is too dangerous to look for another, and suggested that he decide this between them. For the sake of justice, the safety of the city, he is ready to sacrifice himself. Shu Jian began to fear him. At that time, his charges were in prison, still recovering from sleeping pills. They showed Ju Fei on TV, who said that it was he who put everyone to sleep and turned them over to the police. But she only wanted to make good people out of them. Most likely they will be grateful to him, as the director said there is good in every person. After that, they all turned angry at the boss. He was sitting next to Shu Jian. He said that he understood his feelings, but there was no need to thank him. He was their head. He was also very glad that they had all become good people. Shu Jian thought that the prison warden must have a grudge against Ju Fei, since he locked him up with these guys. He definitely wants to kill him, and then he thought that if Ju Fei dies in prison, he will no longer need to be undercover, and this is a good outcome. At this time, the boss's employees were whispering among themselves and came up with a plan by taking spoons. After that, they were sent to correctional labor. They were watched by guards when they collected Shu Jian, wondered if they would kill him. Should he call the jailers? Then Ju Fei called one of his assistants and told him to help him. The guy agreed and asked if there would be any other instructions. Behind him stood a man with a spoon looking at him angrily and thought that before he was the boss. But now they are all in prison, he obviously wanted to kill him. After that, he swung at him and said that they would kill him here. The guy didn't understand what was happening. Wang Meng noticed this and ran to him, telling him to be careful. His loyalty to the boss is unchanged. And so what if he went to prison for life? It won't shake him. He rushes to the rescue. After that, he ran to stop the man and save Ju Fei. But suddenly he was saved by another guy who hit the man in the mud and said that while he is here, no one dares to touch the boss. Then Wang Meng responded and said that he had them and began to protect the boss. The guy said that no matter what situation they find themselves in, no matter what upbringing they have, they will remain absolutely loyal to the boss. Other men lined up against them, protecting the one who tried to attack Ju Fei. When they were about to attack each other, the guards appeared, ran towards them and asked what they had done, telling no one to move. Then everyone ran at them, telling him to die. His assistants told him to be careful. But then Ju Fei's fist flew into the man's face, and he was thrown several meters. Everyone stood with their eyes bulging and did not dare to attack Ju Fei. After that, even the guards were shocked. The guy said that if they start fighting, then Xiao Dalun and Wang Meng will be hurt, so they need to stop. Although he can still play, after that, everyone fell on their knees in front of him and said that they were mistaken and would not dare to do this again. 3 years later, he called the guard and handed him something through the bars, telling him to send it to the orphanage. The guard asked what it was. Then he replied that it was an allowance for 3 years that he had saved up from correctional work. He wants to get on the right path, so he wants to donate it to an orphanage and said that his assistants also want to do this. Everyone began to stretch their hands through the bars. The guard was surprised. He turned to Shu Jian and asked if he, along with everyone else, wanted to become a good person and donate money. Shu Jian held the allowance in his hands, thought that he was a good person from the very beginning. He wanted to leave her money and then buy food for the cat and dog with it. Then Xiao Dalun and Wang Meng got angry and asked how he dares to ignore the boss's order. He has a beautiful face, and no one has touched him here for 3 years. Does he really think that someone will protect him? Then he turned to Ju Fei and said that he wanted to become a good person. This was his desire. No one forced him. When the guard took away the allowance, he thought that everyone had changed a lot for the better. Didn't he put him back on the right path, and can he come back and save Zhang? He looked upset. After that, the system said that he cannot return. The task is not completed if the owner leaves now. The squad will return to the old ways, gather a gang, and begin to do evil again. Another 3 years later, Ju Fei was still sitting and thinking, didn't he return him to the right path, and maybe he can come back and save Zhang? He was still being watched by Shu Jian. The system again said that he couldn't come back. Then, Li Fan was upset and said that he's about to cry. After that, Shu Jian found a girl, a dog, and a cat. A policeman told him that he had worked faithfully for so many years for the good of the fatherland. The department investigated almost everything. Ju Fei had not made any attempts to contact the outside world for so many years. Either he was thrown in prison, or no one was going to tell him help. He also congratulates him on his return to the police. After that, he said that regarding Ju Fei's strange decision to surrender to the police, the organization continues to monitor him. Shu Jian said that after so many years spent with him, he is really starting to think that maybe he is just mentally ill. After that, a man turned to him and said that after serving 6 years in prison, he began to think bad about people. This is wrong. 60 years later, Ju Fei finally came out of prison. All the people crowded and filmed that they needed to greet the influential man of the city, and the girl was filming the news and said that he had committed atrocities before. But after he surrendered to the police and went to prison, he called the prisoners donate all your money to an orphanage. What have they been doing for 60 years? This 90-year-old man coming out of prison, the former head of the underworld and Mr. Ju Fei, his assistants also grew old and took him out of prison. The girl ran up to them with flowers and said that she wanted to thank him on behalf of their orphanage. They had helped them all these years. He is a good person. After that, he asked the system, didn't he put him back on the right path? Because the girl said that he was a good person, and could he come back and save Zhang? The system said that although Ju Fei's character has not changed, and he can return to the path of evil, his life is already coming to an end, and it is unlikely that he will have such an opportunity. He somehow completed the task and can return back. Explanation of the task to help the descendant of the fire deity Zhurong Ju Fei and return to the right path. Task status somehow completed. Evaluation of completion with the flame control technique reward task completed. He will leave this location in 3 seconds. The time flow of his world is resumed hardware countdown return. After that, Li Fan woke up in Lida. The system congratulated him on resolving and completing the task and receiving the granted ability to control the flames of the fire deity. When he opened his eyes, the system asked him to use or her the divine ability to control the flames to destroy the ice coffin. Then Li Fan ordered her to do this, pointing his finger at the ice. Then the ice cracked, breaking into pieces. A stream of Li Fan's power came out of it, and he flew up to the sky. He was watched by a demon and his assistant, the rooster, who was immobilized. What is this? And I thought that the power of this flame was very strong. After that, the flame directed towards him. Everyone got scared and ducked down. After that, there was nothing left of the demon. The guy stood up after the blow and thought that the 10th rank demon was incinerated. Then Li Fan took Zhang in his arms and was delighted and said that he had saved him again. The rooster was afraid of Li Fan. Zhang pointed at the rooster and told Li Fan that it reminded him of someone. Then the rooster bent down, fell to the ground and began to cry, telling him not to kill him. It was their chicken. Then Li Fan said what the director said, that girls have breasts. The crust should also have them. The rooster covered himself and said that he was just a little without it. Then Zhang leaned over him and asked if he could still lay eggs. Li Fan thought about something. Then the rooster remembered how Li Fan told Zhang that perhaps he could not lay eggs and it would be better to make chicken soup out of it. After that, he was scared and said that he could. After that, the real Zhu Fei returned to the old man's body. He did not raise where they were and asked his subordinates where the girls they had caught. He got angry and turned to Wang Meng, asking who these two old men were that dared to approach him. Then he noticed that something was wrong with his voice. It was too hoarse. Then Wang Meng called out to the boss and said that he was here and did not leave his side. He had been devoted to him all his life. If he died, then he too. They held him by the arms. Zhu Fei did not understand what was happening and where he thought about it. Who is this old man? After that, he noticed that his hands had aged and why he became an old man. He asked in fear, "What year is it now?" Then the girl replied that it is now 280. The old man repeated her words and said that 66 years had passed. He began to tremble with anger. The girl said that she knows that Zhu Fei's grandfather did a lot of bad things before, but now he has become a good person. After that, he became so angry and realized that someone lived his life instead of him. How could he wake up as a good person in an instant? He curses this man. After that, he began to lose consciousness and fell to the ground. Xiao Dalun and Wang Meng were sitting above him. Wang Meng cried and said that if he died, then out of loyalty to him, he would have no other choice but to follow him. After that, he died. Wang Meng walked ahead and cried, saying, "What you want?" He left no descendants, but he will forever remain the boss for them. Behind him walked the rest of his assistants dressed in a white robe, carrying the coffin of Zhu Fei. After that, the rooster returned to his chicken form because he had mental exhaustion and serious wounds. Li Fan turned to Zhang and said that he was leaving the guys to him. Zhang held needles in his hands and said that he would cure them and the technique of half-step rotation of the universe. The girl was still crying over her pet. Zhang noticed her and asked, "Does she need help?" "He can supply needles?" Li Fan approached him and said that Zhang was a master of acupuncture. She could trust him. The girl agreed. After that, he stuck needles into the animal and returned to life again. Li Fan Zhang was delighted. The girl hugged her pet, the system was displayed and said that a high-energy food had been discovered that could help reduce hunger for 4 weeks. As soon as Li Fan wanted to say if Zhang thought the animal was cute, Zhang stopped him and said that it was ugly and not cute, and whether he was thinking about eating it. Li Fan pretended that he had no intention of doing this. When Zhang was treating the rest of the guys, he asked if he had succeeded. The guy answered what he doesn't know. He already pulled out the needles, but they never woke up. The rooster thought that most likely he had healed them to death, and said that the heat of the flame that had scorched them too strong, he doesn't think he can help them. Zhang asked Li Fan if he had become stronger again. Then Li Fan had a fire in his hand, and he replied that everything must be because of him. The rooster jumped away. Zhang began to calm down. Li Fan said that he knows that he didn't do it all on purpose, for strength. The rooster was indignant and said to remove this flame. It is too dangerous. Li Fan replied that the voice of a psycho in his head says that this flame has 4 levels. but he cannot control it yet. After that, they left, leaving the guys. Zhang said that although he could not help them, he has become stronger. Now he can save many more people. They will continue their work. The rooster got scared and thought that they had become even stronger. Will he never be able to escape? He will shamefully lay eggs for them all his life. How can people be stronger? The demon definitely has stronger demons who can kill them. They won't leave so easily. After that, the guys woke up and looked around, not understanding where the rooster and Zhang had gone, and Li Fanjingjing said that it seemed her wounds had healed. And this demon was of the 10th rank. She always thought that a doctor of rank 10 or national level was needed to heal such wounds. The guy replied that the pain of the bone-chilling cold had disappeared, and was it really the work of a rooster and newcomers? Everyone agreed with him and said that they were strong, although they had not seen the second one in action, but their squad was definitely strong. They are truly masters. With their help, they will definitely be able to defend the city. They will repel the demons. Xiao Xiaozi asked where they were now. The other guy replied that they were definitely rushing to help others. Chun Ming replied that then they should not hesitate. They need to contact the headquarters and go to where their help is now needed. The girl looked at the phone and said that it wouldn't work. The connection was broken. They thought something had happened. At the monitoring and control center an hour earlier, they observed what was happening. At that time, a cockroach demon made his way to them. The guy stood up and shouted that a wave higher than the 10th rank had been detected. The girl got scared and asked where. The guy said what he was right in front of them and looked at the girl with frightened eyes. She was scared. All the employees got up from their seats and thought what to do and where to run. From behind, the demon had already grabbed the guy by the throat. The guy told them to run. He cut his throat. All the employees began to run, trying to escape. Jin Heli stood there in disbelief, scared, and thought about how he managed to find the Yanhai Defense Monitoring and Control Center and sneak into it completely undetected. He really has no intelligence. After that, the cockroach threw the guy into the wall and headed towards Jin Heli. Jin Heli was trembling and could not move. But after that, she pulled herself together and tried to pretend that she was not afraid of him. Then the demon ran straight at her with all her strength. The girl tried to defend herself. He attacked her and tried to kick her in the head. She covered herself with her hands. Then she was helped by the dragon, who gave her Liu Ying. He attacked the demon, attacking him. But the demon still managed to push the girl right into the wall. When she found herself next to the wall, covered in bruises, she thought that if it weren't for the Liu Ying dragon, she would already be dead. The dragon wrapped itself around the demon's body, preventing him from moving. Then Jin Shanwu came, directing the dance of swords on his fingertips. Then the demon used the dragon as a shield, and the attack hit him directly. Then he freed himself from the dragon, because Jin Shanwu's power enveloped the dragon. Jin Shanwu once again cast a spell and directed it at the demon. The demon began to run away, avoiding obstacles to escape. But after that, his mustache was torn off, and he lay on the floor. The bloody guy asked if he really thought that was all, and again sent the dance spinning. After that, the demon's head was torn off, and he fell dead without a head. Jin Heli watched all this and asked if he was dead. She thought that if he really was a national-level demon, it couldn't be that simple. She called her uncle, warning him that the demon was alive. The cockroach was already attacking the man, trying to kick him. With his blow, he slammed the man right into the wall. Jin Heli got scared and screamed. Jin Shanwu had broken ribs, thought that his head had been blown off. Why is he still alive and can he still hold out? After that, he used a whirlwind of blades and the cockroach ran straight at him, avoiding his attacks, and swung again to hit him. Then a voice was heard that cast the 1,000 Dragons Demon Imprisonment spell. It was Liu Ying. The dragon wrapped itself around his body and prevented him from hitting Jin Shanwu. Then the demon looked up and noticed that the magician had cast the Buddha Dragon Palm spell, which destroyed the world. He could not escape. After that, his arm was torn off. He thought that he was still able to hold out. The magician cast another lightning art spell, Great Formation of 5 Transformations. He could not move and screamed in pain. After that, everyone looked at him wondering what would happen next. Then Liu Ying remembered their dialogue when she told him that he had to go. Realizing the risks of attack by national-level demons, the headquarters ordered him to leave Yanhai. There are possibly 2 options. The first headquarters did not believe them. The second headquarters believed them. But he specifically gave this order. But they approved their demands to replace a warrior of national rank, so she is inclined to the second. Duan Shanhu. They definitely know about the existence of a demon of national rank, but they deliberately force him to leave the city. Moreover, she suspects that there is a traitor in the headquarters, and it must be one of those four who can influence the decision of the headquarters. He got angry and asked her what she was up to. She replied that since they know about everything, they are sending a warrior of national rank to certain death. He must not be their person, but it is quite possible. Without his knowledge, tracking devices have been implanted into him. They need the help of a warrior of national rank, so he must play along with them and go to the capital headquarters. First, he must wait for a warrior of national rank who will arrive here to replace him. Then, halfway along the way, he will return back and rush to the city. She has a frightening guess. As soon as he leaves the city, the demons will begin to attack, in which case it will mean that they were aware of his departure. The man replied that the traitor is in the headquarters, and the demons are exchanging information. The girl said that if they have information about his movements, then it is logical to assume that they will quickly find them too. Defense Center, if it comes to that, they will be waiting for him there, and use his strongest binding spell and kill him no matter how tightly he is bound. And this is the only thing they can do in their situation. At best, they will just die altogether. The man said that if only the three of them died, that would indeed be the best outcome. When the demon was immobilized and stood in front of Jin Xianwu, he used 5 sword energy transformations, a fierce lightning wind dance, and directed it at the cockroach. Then he fell to his knees in pain, suddenly unable to move. Liu Ying noticed something in the sky and was told to kill him. They can kill him. Otherwise, all the inhabitants they are supposed to protect will die. After that, the cockroach was defeated and lay bleeding. Jin Heli thought that he could not die, and she shouted out that his abilities were being restored. He should be fine soon. After that, the cockroach really came to life again and attacked Liu Ying. He was told to turn around, but the demon managed to throw him into the wall. Liu Ying began to cough up blood. Uncle and Jin Heli were afraid for him and called out. He thought that due to the injury to his defense, the dome of initial energy could block only 30% of the blow. But this was not enough, and for one he stood up, holding his bloody side. And this is what that drawing meant. Although only 4 were depicted, it is not a fact that this is his limit. If 4 only meant a multitude, then his recovery ability at this time, the power of the cockroach increased, and he used limitless recovery. Liu Ying got scared and thought that with such a powerful ability, it was simply impossible to kill him. The cockroach was already running at him and threw him aside again. But after that, Liu Ying quickly stood up and said that he would not give up. Using the dragon palm would destroy the world. The cockroach noticed this and quickly teleported to another place, avoiding the attack. Then he hit the man right in the stomach. He coughed up blood from the pain, but still took his hand and used the sadness of 1,000 dragons' imprisonment of the demon. But nothing happened. The demon pushed him into the wall again. The girl was still watching this, and Jin Xianwu was very worried about him. But Liu Ying said that he would not give up. He stood up, preparing to attack him again. Then from behind, Jin Xianwu performed a spin dance, aiming straight at his head, and after that, Liu Ying ran at the demon, using the palm of the Buddha dragon that destroyed the world. He said that he protected Yanhai for 11 years, and he will continue until his death. Zhang Lifan returned. The rooster felt incredible strength, the strength of a demon above the 10th rank. Is this really the legendary king? Has he personally arrived if he is here? This is his only opportunity to escape from the hands of these two. Although they have become stronger, it cannot be that they become equal to the king. This is the turning point. The king will save him. The king will definitely save him. After that, he escaped from Li Fan's hands and turned into a man trying to escape. He grabbed Li Fan's hand and pointed to the place, saying that people there needed help, and led them. A table was displayed indicating that high-energy food had been discovered that could help reduce hunger for 1 year to the goal forward 6.000 m. Attention. Dangerous, the object of the hunt has impressive strength. Then Li Fan rejoiced and grabbed the rooster, and Zhang went to the rescue. When they arrived at the place, they saw the ruins. Li Fan said that it was here. Zhang said that he didn't see anyone here who needed their help. Suddenly, someone fell out of the window, Zhang, and the rooster froze in fear. Liu Ying fell out from there, rolling straight to their feet. Zhang said that this is the good person who believes them. The rooster thought that this was definitely the king and was happy. He ran to Liu Ying, saying that his acupuncture would help him. Liu Ying turned around and shouted for them to run away from here. After that, a demon flew straight towards Zhang. He kicked it back. But Li Fan came to his aid, who noticed this and grabbed him in his arms. He was injured and called Li Fan and said that he was in pain. Li Fan was angry that his friend was injured, The rooster was happy and thought that now he would definitely be able to get rid of them. No more shameful eggs. Li Fan took off his jacket and put it under his head. Zhang told him to be patient for a while. He will soon take him to the director. He will definitely be able to help him. The rooster was still happy that the king was so strong. It was worthy of a monarch. Then Li Fan rose from his seat and looked at the demon. The demon also noticed him. Liu Ying realized what was about to happen. Then Li Fan moved towards the demon at the speed of light and hit him in the face. After that, he flew several meters away. No one has ever seen Li Fan so angry. Everyone was scared of him. But after that, the demon came to his senses and attacked Li Fan again, trying to hit him in the face. But it didn't bother him at all, and he hit the demon with all his might, grabbing him by the head and slamming him into the ground. Then another cockroach appeared behind him. Liu Ying noticed this, but Li Fan quickly reacted and also slammed him into the ground. He could not stop and continued to beat him until he bled blow after blow. Then another cockroach appeared and attacked him, but he grabbed him by the throat, holding him with all his might and lifting him up. After that, he squeezed his neck with such force that his head fell off. The rooster watched these and got scared, wondering if he was a man. Liu Ying noticed this and thought that he killed a demon of national rank. It looks like he is not his opponent, although Lin Fan lacks combat skills, but the force of the blows, protection, its speed is higher than that of a national rank demon. If it weren't for the demon's ability to constantly recover, he would have died long ago from Li Fan's blows. Jin Heli Jin Shanwu watched as he killed the cockroaches one by one, but suddenly the cockroach managed to hit Li Fan right in the stomach. But Li Fan was able to resist. But his limitless recovery, Li Fan had already killed this cockroach more than 100 times. When he attacked this cockroach again, but it also hit him in the face, but was still able to defeat him, leaving him without a head. But in the end, the loser will be Li Fan. He sent Li Fan straight into the wall with his punch. He stood up from the ruins, his eyes burning with anger. The system said that a little more and all the accumulated energy of the final stage of the Earth-level energy cultivation technique will be exhausted. The technique will be temporarily unavailable in 10 seconds. Countdown. But Li Fan did not listen to him and attacked using flame control. Then the system congratulated him and said that he had successfully used the divine ability of flame control using the first form of red flame incinerating body. The owner, thanks to her burning feelings, broke the seal and successfully used the second form of cold flame incinerating bones. The owner advanced to the next stage of seal clones by successfully using the third form of demonic flame, incinerating the primordial energy. The owner broke all the seals, the fourth form of the flame of the earth. The owner's internal energy has been exhausted. The energy cultivation technique is temporarily unavailable. The demons writhed in pain and fell to their knees. The rooster fell to his knees in disappointment and thought that the king's energy waves were fading. Was he really killed? He looked at Li Fan passing by and said that he has terrifying power and cannot move. The system said that the person in front of him shows no signs of life. Pulse and breathing are absent. There is no heartbeat. Li Fan got scared and ran up to Zhang, shaking him and told him to wake up. The voice of a psycho in his head says that he is dead. He doesn't believe it. The director said that a psycho cannot be trusted. The system said that he was really dead. He died so quickly that even the weakest brainwave had already disappeared. But Li Fan did not give up and tried to wake him up. Saying that he promised to help him become stronger, he said that they would always be friends. Does he really want to deceive him? They agreed. Then Li Fan remembered memories of how he ended up in an orphanage. The director led him and said that now this could be his home. He will be scared of the local slightly abnormal ones. Then he pointed his finger at Zhang and asked if he was normal at that time. Zhang tied one of the patients to a tree and asked if he agreed to give him acupuncture. The director got angry and said that he was the crazy one here. After that, the guards took him away. He shouted that he wanted to practice, but wanted to complete the technique of rotating the moon. He would succeed, so they would let him finish it. The director and Li Fan approached the guy and began to untie him. Zhang cried and said that they were killing him. He had more talent and would not have a chance to become stronger. The guy got scared and hugged the director, said that he was scared to death. The director calmed him down and told him to cry. After that, the director took him to his room and said that now he will live here in room number 666. His uncle and aunt will take care of him. If there are any questions, let him contact them. Li Fan asked where his mother was, to which the director replied that his mother had gone abroad for work. The nurse thought that not only was their hospital already overcrowded, the director even decided to give this ward to him alone. After that, the director told him to go into the ward. The boy turned around and said that he needed some tools for cultivation. Would he help him with them? Knife, gasoline, electric welding machine, electric saw, hammer. They were scared. The nurse thought that it was understandable why the director decided to place him separately from everyone else. After that, Li Fan was taken to the operating room. The guy said that the patient from Ward 666 hanged himself during the practice of the iron neck. After another incident, he broke his leg while practicing the iron leg. Another case of suffocation in the toilet, I practice holding my breath. After this, the patient was taken to the operating room. The nurse said that Zhang sharply attacked the patient. The victim fainted, he was foaming at the mouth, and he needed to be sent to the hospital. The guards took Zhang out. He shouted that this guy was sick and he could help him. The guard said that he was sick and ran away again. After another incident, the nurse said that Zhang sharply attacked the patient. He was completely twisted by convulsions. He needed to go to the hospital. The guards took Zhang out again. He said that he was trying to help him become stronger. It was for his own good. He would tell him thank you. The guard said that he had already blessed his offspring up to the 18th knee, and he needs to be taken to the isolation ward. After another incident, the girl said that Zhang attacked a patient. His body was paralyzed. He needed to go to the hospital. Zhang was crying and said that he had problems with his head. He tried to help him. The guard said that he had problems with his head and let him help himself first. And you need to take all the needles from him. When he was chained to the bed, he read the secrets of acupuncture and told the director that he wanted to bask in the sun, saying that he promises that he won't do anything bad. He can trust him and let him out for a walk. The director said that he really has a face that inspires confidence. It's no wonder that he always manages to persuade someone to open the lock. The employees apologized to him. The director thought that he would need to find out from Liu Ying if he has any of his subordinates with the ability to stupefy. In the future, they will cast an illusion on every new employee. Before the illusion and after the illusion, after intoxication, everyone will see Zhang as an old man, and he will no longer be able to charm anyone. The employees were sitting on a bench next to Li Fan. The nurse said that she was tired of watching him around the clock. It was too exhausting. She should sleep. The guy said that both his arms were in plaster casts. It was unlikely that he would be able to do anything again. At this time, Zhang was sitting bored and chained to his bed. Suddenly, he noticed that a boy was watching him. After that, Zhang was happy and realized that they would be friends. He said he wanted to practice acupuncture, but they kept stopping him. Li Fan said he wanted to cultivate, but they kept stopping him. Li Fan said that he could practice on him. Zhang was happy and said that he could help him become stronger. Zhang said that in this way, he himself practices acupuncture, and he will help him in cultivation. Zhang asked what his name was. The boy replied that his name is Li Fan. He said to call him Zhang. From now on, they are best friends. He will help him with cultivation. When they woke up, they noticed that the boy was missing. When Zhang pricked him with needles, Li Fan fainted. The guy asked that a nurse and an employee ran up to him and said that the patient had escaped from supervision. He was attacked by Zhang. The victim was unconscious. Zhang was upset and said that he would definitely not come to him again after this incident. Li Fan finally came to him and said that it was him again. He felt better. These were needles that he managed to steal for him. He was holding needles in his hands. He also said that he pulled them out one at a time so that no one noticed. Zhang jumped out of bed and walked up to the boy saying that he thought that he would not come again. Now they are friends forever. Li Fan agreed and said that after last time, he feels a surge of everything. Zhang said that means now he will always help him. The boy said what seems to be on the last 13th needle. He saw a bridge, and on the other side of the bridge stood a beautiful, white-haired guy waving to him. Zhang thought about it and said that it seems his technique for orbiting the moon still needs improvement. After he performed the acupuncture session again, he asked the boy when he would come next time, but he no longer heard him. After that, he came to Zhang again and said that he had better try again. The guy was happy and said that he had a beautiful butterfly on his head. He replied that the nurse tied it to him since he is his friend. If he likes it, then he will give it to him. Zhang was happy and said that no one had ever given him anything before. After that, he tied it in his hair, asking how the boy replied that it suits him. Zhang thanked the boy again, saying that he really liked his gift. And since he already gave him such a cool bow, he simply has to thank him in return. He used the improved Blue Star Moon rotation technique, stuck needles in his head, telling him that he would definitely become stronger. After this, the patient was taken to the ambulance again, saying that he had come to see the old man again. But the others were no longer surprised. The director asked what time this was already this month. The guy replied that this was the 8th. Then the man said that they couldn't keep an eye on him. The nurse said that there weren't enough people. They were sitting behind him 24/7. They were already exhausted. The guards said what they did too. And so that he would hire more people, they couldn't do that anymore. They will always find free time to meet. They can't help it. The director said that it seems so, why doesn't he just put them together? And even if they are already being monitored, they will continue to do acupuncture. And at least this way, he will be sure that other patients will not suffer. Zhang was happy and said that he always forced him to ask permission from others to do acupuncture when he said that there was a person who wanted it himself. He thought that he was deceiving him. He could not even imagine that there really would be such a person. The director thought that I also couldn't think that there would be such a person. After that, he put Li Fan in the same room with him and said that from now on they would live with him together. They get along well with each other, but so that they do not interfere with others. Zhang agreed. When he left, he said that Zhang is dangerous. He can't be allowed to stab the boy to death, on the other hand. It's easier for them. After that, everyone turned to look at him and were afraid of his words. Then the director said something that people might not understand. The employee said whether they should be housed separately again. The director said something that wasn't worth it. Zhang sat over Li Fan's bed and called him. When he woke up, he was happy and said that the director had transferred his life to him. Now, they will always be together. Li Fan was happy and said that he would have to help him cultivate. Zhang replied that he would help him practice. He will definitely become stronger. And when he becomes strong, he will protect him. They will become friends forever. Li Fan held Zhang's head and cried, told him to wake up. He knew he was pranking him. After that, Zhang whispered that it hurt him. He didn't understand whose traces these were and who Li Fan was. The guy was happy that he woke up. The system was also happy. Zhang said the name Li Fan. The guy was happy and said that he knew that he didn't want to deceive her. He always believed him. The system got angry and asked how this had anything to do with deception. What did it matter whether he believed it or not? He was dead and came back to life. Something was definitely wrong with him. Even she. The system was completely sure of his death. Suddenly, a message came about a critical condition, activation of recovery. Then Zhang returned to his previous state and screamed that he kicked him painfully. He almost died from the pain. He should help him take revenge. He cried and hugged him. Li Fan said that she avenged him. He killed him over and over again by showing him the corpses of cockroaches. Zhang asked, "Did he really die so many times?" He only wanted him to die once Li Fan replied that next time he would only kill once. The demons were angry. The kitsune got angry and said that they were crazy. The other demons calmed her down and said that she would get used to it. The rooster was also happy and said that, fortunately, this fiend was alive. Otherwise, he would have been sent after him. Li Fan was worried and asked if the demon hit hard, and if it still hurt somewhere. Zhang answered that it doesn't hurt anymore. After that, Zhang asked if that good man whom they trusted was okay. At that time, the rooster from behind said that until they noticed, His Majesty's body needed to be removed and ran. He thought that they might fry him and eat him. They are disgusting. We need to take care of the king's remains. Then after that, he started digging a hole to bury him. When Liu Ying woke up, he didn't understand how Zhang remained okay after a direct blow from a national rank demon. Zhang leaned over him, holding a needle in his hands, and said that he was seriously injured. He could help him get better with his acupuncture and told him to agree, Li Fan said, so that he trusts Zhang. He is really cool and he can cure him. The man said what he refuses. When the rooster was digging a hole, he was thinking about finishing it quickly. Suddenly, he noticed a cockroach. But why are his eyes white? Is he really dead? He said that he was just hungry and ate it. He repented to other demons and told them to forgive him. He really didn't know that these monsters would be stronger than him. He didn't think that everything would be like this. He didn't want him to die. The rooster asked, "What is the true form of the king?" Previously, he was too weak and he had never seen him. Suddenly, he felt as if a volcano was seething inside him. He was in pain. After that, he completely fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. But then it took off, acquiring new strength. Everyone was scared. Jang said that it looks like the chicken can fly. After all, Li Fan agreed with him. Then the guy asked if she could fly away and not come back. Li Fan is impossible, and told her to come down. He looked at Li Fan with an evil gaze and said that from now on, he is a demon of national rank. Although he himself does not know how, he has become equal in strength to the king. After that, he attacked Li Fan, but they captured him. He was upset and thought that even with the strength of national rank, he could not resist these two. The girl thought that if they could kill even the king, they would be even more able to kill him. Zhang thought that his friend was right. The chicken is very obedient. The girl said that they not only killed the invading demon of the national rank, but also turned into a pet, the demon who broke through to the national level on their own. After that, Jin Heli thanked the guys for saving Yanhai, holding Liu Ying's hand, a demon of the 8th rank, a gigantic kangaroo. He was defeated. The monk told the woman to look after him a little more. The woman said not to touch her. Another monk said that they still needed to rewrite the will, to which the third monk said that it was better to die already and not suffer. They also killed the demon of the 8th rank, a porcupine, and the 4th rank demon Cunning Hare, the girl asked. And if they were all alive, they all answered that they were alive. They killed the 7th rank demon, the 3-tailed leopard, and the 7th rank demon, the swift hyena. The 8th rank team began to help the other by healing. The girl told her to be patient and she would feel better soon. The girl thanked her and said that she was already feeling better. Jin Heli wrote to the group and said that they had survived a terrible life and death massacre. Many comrades had already died. From now on, they will be heroes and the pride of all those who survived. On behalf of the strategic department of the city's special forces now, she wanted to convey more words of gratitude. Everyone thanked and sympathized. In another group, they also sympathized and said that the newcomers from Squad 666 were really masters. 2 masters from Squad 666 appeared when it seemed that they were already finished. They saved them, but suddenly another demon of rank 9 appeared and they united into one demon of the 10th rank who grabbed them. Then they were illuminated by a strong flame and they passed out when the masters woke up and the rooster had already left. Demons of the 10th rank were also not supposed to be. The rooster was able to save the masters, and they were all surprised so as not to kill the demon. At this time, Jin Heli was sitting over Liu Ying's bed when he was reading the report and on the losses. He asked her if, in her opinion, this is a study. He told her to go and get some sleep. She also got a decent amount of sleep, and then they would return to business. She said that she waited until he woke up, so that the first thing she could do was discuss something with him. Although they are no longer in danger of a demonic attack, they still have unfinished questions. He asked if she had talked about this with Jin Shanwu. There were traitors among the top of the headquarters. She said that she just told her uncle that when he left, there might be an attack. She needed him to help them complete the formations to resist a demon of national rank. She didn't tell him anything else. He said that even her own uncle and she doesn't trust this whole thing. She replied that until they found out everything completely, they did not receive reliable evidence. The fewer people know, the better. The man said that after all, the traitors had already used Jin Shanwu as a pawn. Now he should be on his guard, he should be warned. The man said that on his orders, the director removed a sensor from his body. This is the latest model, but it cannot listen. It can only transmit the current location. Basic indicators of the body. They resorted to this in order to be aware of whether a warrior of national rank poisoned by them is alive or not. And at the same time, to know if he died where it is unlikely that this data could somehow be useful to a traitor and a demon. These are only approved one's high-level security measures. The girl said that that's why he needed irrefutable evidence to provide a report to the general staff. He agreed with her and asked how she would deal with Li Fan and Zhang and the dynamic rooster of the national rank. She said that she asked them to temporarily return to Qingshan Mental Hospital regarding the rooster, only they can handle it. Let them keep an eye on him then, he asked. Did she really find out that he was from a mental hospital? She answered that before the assault, she took them into custody, But first, she decided to discuss everything with him. All the patients are extremely unreliable. It's too dangerous to use them as warriors. But now she knows that he invited them to them. Behind her back was the right decision. Only thanks to them it was possible to save the city. She saw the correspondence of the Soul Squad. Although Li Fan and Zhang are mentally ill, but incredibly strong, and where the emotional rank on their side can earn good service, the man exhaled with relief. Jin Heli also said that although it is risky for the sake of this power, she is ready to take this risk. She must find out from the director in more detail about their deviations and how dangerous they are. The man said that you definitely need to use them. She said that it would be stupid to leave such a power unused even if it is in her hands, but the fact that they are all sick should not be allowed to come to light. She has already classified the information today. She will discuss this with the director, she thinks with the influence of the family, and the directors will be able to keep everything secret from the very beginning. In the end, he laughed and said that there won't be many people in the country who know the real state of affairs. Suddenly, the man grabbed his side. She jumped up excited and asked if it opened early. Something started to come out of it. They got scared. She ran to help, telling him to wait here. When they placed it in special equipment, the man said that they had already connected a narcotic blockade to temporarily control the growth of the vine. But the root system had already affected the internal organs. Surgical removal would not work. The head said that the seeds must have been introduced during a stab blow to the lower corner of the torso. The main task of these seeds is to kill the carrier, parasite internal organs. The girl asked, is it really an innate ability of that demon of national rank? She answered that she didn't think he was attacking. Then the warrior asked where then the head could have picked up these seeds. After that, the man told the guy to turn on the transmitter. Liu Ying said that it was a 9th rank warrior who was sent by the general staff, believing that he is above the 9th rank. When he was flying away, he told him that he had urgent business and that he would find his way back himself. He also said that he was a veteran of the general staff of the 9th rank. He remembers his name was Zheng Sen. All his comrades died, he belongs to the school, but he had the strength of an innate plant-type body. But after that, he stopped Liu Ying's helicopter, asking him to humbly return with him to the general headquarters for a report. He asked the old man, how can he use the power of his innate deed? If he is a Taoist, everyone was surprised then. The man remembered something and said that according to the data they have, a person who has awakened the innate body cannot cultivate internal energy. According to laboratory research, the magnetic field of the innate body prevents the generation of internal energy. How then can there be someone simultaneously using the power of the innate body on internal energy? Liu Ying said that in addition to the strength of the plant-type innate body, his strength exceeded rank 9. She was closer to the national rank. He couldn't stop him. All he had to do was kill him. His corpse collapsed somewhere in the protected forests outside the city. Jin Heli said that they need Zheng Sen's corpse, and as soon as possible. She pointed to the map and said that the protected forests of the suburbs are the place where a sacred duty detachment was sent for reconnaissance. In other words, the enemy's lair, according to Liu Ying. Here is the approximate location of their goal. He also felt the narcotic waves of many 7th rank demons. She believes these are reserve forces for storming the city. Although they destroyed the main forces of rank 28 demons, this is a national rank. But the 7th rank demons left in reserve should become the future of demons. They cannot underestimate them, especially considering their numbers. Although at first she wanted to send a squad along with them and the Rock Squad on this mission to ensure safety. But everyone was seriously injured. So she decided to send them to search for Zheng Sen's corpse under the protection of Squad 666. Everyone was happy that they would go together with the Masters. They said that they would go on this task with joy. She said that she would coordinate them and said that the man's condition was a closely guarded secret and asked them to pay attention to it. She asked the girl that she, along with the guy and the 11th, had found a way to safely remove the vines from the one-eyed body. She answered that they all believed that it was impossible. If it is the effect of an innate ability of rank 9 or higher, then a doctor of rank 10 or national rank will be required to remove it. After that, she stood up and joyfully said that the members of their squad were also patrolling for the innate abilities of the 9th rank demon. They had one foot in the next world, but the master of Squad 666 saved them. Not only saved them, but used their innate abilities, but she restored their strength. When it comes to the masters of Squad 666, it's difficult to say what they are not capable of. Jin Heli was delighted. After that, she came to the guys and sat down in front of them. Zhang said that his technique of half-step reversal of the universe had already been fully mastered. He would definitely be able to help him. Li Fan agreed and said that Zhang is faithful. He says he is very cool. He is definitely capable of saving him. Then she calmed down and said everything was fine. She showed Shehag her thumb behind her, to which he waved at her. She thought that the method of coordination proposed by the director was really good. After that, Jin Heli gave him an employment contract, saying that it was a voluntary commitment, a non-disclosure agreement, and a formal employment contract. Their wages and social security will be at the highest level if he agrees to cooperate with her family and hide the fact of having a psychological illness. Then let the director sign and agree. At this time, Zhang and Li Fan did not let the rooster sleep. After that, the director took out a statement of release from liability and said that this was an agreement prepared by him on the refusal to bear responsibility for any unforeseen circumstances. If she doesn't mind, then let her sign it. She asked what it was. He asked, "You never know what could happen. She's a smart girl. She should understand him." She said that she understood him. Is it really like that? It's all decided. During the validity of this agreement, the director does not change the price, no matter how strong they become, and asked the director, "Did they agree?" The director agreed. After that, she gave him a statement and said that now she would take them with her to the special unit. The director thought about why he had the feeling for a moment that he had been deceived. Maybe it just seemed to him. After that, Jin Heli stood up. He asked her if she was taking them so quickly that they had an urgent task. She answered that they needed them, and that's why she was taking them now. After that, they came to Liu Ying. Ying got scared because he saw Zhang. Zhang said that his technique of half-step reversal and creation of the universe is brilliant. But you can't let it twitch. You need to fix it first. Jin Heli agreed. Liu Ying tried to get out. He needed to be secured, and he screamed in anger. Zhang said that nothing should distract him while he is placing needles. Even the slightest sound can distract him. Therefore, you need to shut him up for this time. After that, they taped his mouth. Zhang was happy and said that now we can start. He will quickly get him on his feet. The girl had a strange feeling that the boss was against it and was desperately resisting. And in the group, they wrote that the rooster had broken through to the 9th rank at the 9th rank. Although the 9th rank is strong, but not to the same extent that she is shaking all over like an autumn leaf. After that, Zhang began to conduct acupuncture sessions. The man tried to tell him not to come near him. When he stuck the needle into it, the guy screamed and said that the head had muscle spasms throughout his body. The temperature was rapidly dropping. Zhang said that everything is fine. Everything is under his control. Li Fan replied that Zhang is cool. He does not deceive. Then the guy turned to Jin Heli again and said that he had lost his pulse. Zhang comforted Jin Heli and said that everything is fine. This is a common occurrence. Li Fan confirmed his words. After that, the guy turned to Jin Heli again and said that the head's breathing and heartbeat had stopped. Then Jin Heli got angry. Zhang told her to calm down, said that he didn't know why this was happening, but he was sure that everything was fine. Li Fan nodded in agreement and said that if Zhang says everything is fine, then everything is fine. The rooster was shocked. Then the guy said that by all indicators, the head seemed dead. The girl got scared and started crying, fearing for Liu Ying. Li Fan and Zhang robbed each other in whispers. Zhang asked, "Did he really heal a man to death again?" "He killed a man who trusted them." Li Fan replied that it must be because of the wounds he received. The guy watched them and thought that the masters from Detachment 666, invited to the military advisor, were indeed very strange and unreliable. But suddenly he noticed something and turned around, calling out to Jin Heli again, saying that the head's heartbeat and breathing had recovered. He was still alive. The girl was delighted. The warrior said that the vine in the body of the head is decreasing. The effect of the seed is really neutralized. Zhang was happy. Li Fan told him that he was cool, and it turned out that everything was fine. The guy said that all head parameters returned to normal. He is temporarily unconscious. The body continues to recover. The monitoring center has been repaired after an attack by the Royal Rooster type, number 2200326 Squad, 666 rank. The guy asked Jin Heli if she really wanted to update the data of a national rank demon pet. As soon as they update the information, The attendance at the village of Detachment 666 will be simply prohibitive. The girl replied that they cannot hide the energy waves of a demon of national rank. They have no choice. Otherwise, the local warriors who stumble upon him will die of fear. The guy got scared and thought that not only they of the whole country, nor from the war of the whole world would unite in the country 36 cities in each with one warrior of national rank and 5 in the capital in total. In the country, 40 warriors of national rank. Now their cities have another force of national rank. This is not to mention the fact that after the intelligence of the demons increased and became more retrained, the girl thought that there was a rat among the top of the general staff, and she encouraged everyone to decide to quit. They successfully repelled the attack of a demon of national rank who led the city, and protected his headquarters, and especially the traitor. It was simply impossible when there is no information about the pet of Squad 666. Everyone will think that it was he who saved his city. This is the danger. Although only Jang and Li Fan are also strong, but they can be stronger than a demon of national rank. This will turn everyone's attention to the national rank demon, although they cannot hide information about the powers of Li Fan and Zhang forever, but it is worth hiding. As long as possible, misinformation will give them the opportunity to use the two of them as their trump cards against the traitor. In the Forum of Lungo Warriors in the capital, a pet of Squad 666 of Yanhai City was posted in a group. 2 warriors with innate bodies from Squad 666, 2 children with a pet that is a national rank demon. Pet type Imperial, Herald of Dawn. Number 2200326 Troop 666 Gender Rooster Combat Rank National Rank. Under this post, everyone expressed their opinion. One guy wrote that they were cool and wished the demon to be loved. The second replied that he was concerned about the safety of the unit. And is he really the only one walking around with a demon of national rank? Others were discussing what they heard from their boss that Yanhai had encountered a national rank demon who led the assault on the city. They were only able to survive thanks to the same national rank demon. But this is just his guess. The girl told how it all happened when she beat them out of jealousy and almost died out of fear. But on the other hand, when they helped them, she was simply stunned. Why would they answer her that they say that these newcomers are also strong young heroes and defeated the 9th rank? The newcomers have already overtaken most of them since they are in the same squad of national rank winter. It is unlikely that they are weak. They definitely have potential. They really want to meet this Imperial Herald of the Dawn of national rank. The rooster was asked a lot of questions and pestered him with this. He was dissatisfied. The 8th rank squad asked if he wanted to drink. They took rice juice. The whole team was assembled. It included Xiao Xiaozi Jing Jing Chen Ming, and another guy Jing Jing and Xiao Xiaozi walked behind, talking to the rooster and asked if he wanted dried insects. And in front Chen Ming and another partner walked along. The rooster thought that they were hypocritical and dreamed of bribing him. He won't accept them with these pathetic handouts. Sooner or later he will kill them all. But at the same time he is still drooling. When they arrived, the guy looked at the tablet and said that the energy waves of a 7th rank demon had been detected, and everything was correct. Chen Ming said that before searching for the corpse, for safety, it is worth eliminating the reserves of demons at this time during the day. The guys persuaded the rooster to eat, not giving him rest. And Zhang caught a butterfly. The guy said that the demon camp was right on course, and that they should help them deal with them. Li Fan agreed. The rooster could no longer hold back. He was drooling more and more, but he held on as best he could. After that, Chen Ming yelled at Jing Jing and Xiao Xiaozi, telling them to stop pestering them, and Li Fan told Zhang that they need to go. Then they all headed out in order, as they had gone there. The guy with the tablet was in charge. Zhang asked if he was tired, because he had been carrying the chicken for a long time. If he wanted, he could carry it. Li Fan refused and said that he was not tired, but the chicken was heavy. He might get tired. Then the guys appeared behind them and threw out that they wanted to help Zhang. He was surprised. But the rooster was already tired of them. He's tired of them. Do they really think that he doesn't have legs or wings and he can't say anything? But how dare they? After that, he spread his wings and took off. Jing Jing and Zhang were happy that he took off. Zhang pointed at the rooster with his finger and said that it turns out that the chicken can fly, and he is very worried that they will get tired. She is very good. Rooster thought that while there was such an opportunity, she needed to inform her fellow campmates otherwise when these demons would be the end of them all. The ability to fly quickly, they all looked at the rooster and how it flew. Everyone watched the rooster fly and how long it would last? Chen Ming asked if he stopped. The rooster was disappointed and realized that these monsters have incredible speed. They are faster than him and the king. If he now flies there, he will again lead them to his brothers, and they will kill them. Now he is of national rank with great power. Comes great responsibility. We need to find the right way to help our brothers. Suddenly, he came up with something. They said that they were only here to find the corpse of the 9th rank if he led them to him right away. Then they would not kill his brothers. Then he reincarnated as a human. Everyone was watching him and did not understand what was happening to him and what he was going to do. The rooster turned to them and smiled and said that he could go ahead of them and find the body, and they would follow him, so they can avoid battles and complete the military advisor's mission as quickly as possible. Then he asked them again if they agreed, pretending to be nice. Everyone was silent and did not answer anything. Only Jing Jing and Xiao Xiaozi admired him, saying that he helps them with all his might. He is kind and very cool. His human form is simply incredible. Then Zhang Lifan started talking about how the chicken wanted to run away and whether it was worth killing it. Zhang thought about his words. The rooster got scared and thought that he didn't even think about running away, and in fact he heard everything. Then the rooster got angry and ran up to them and thought that they really thought that he didn't know how to convince them. Then he grabbed his hand and began to beg him to go forward, sitting on his knees and making puppy dog eyes. Li Fan and Zheng did not understand his behavior. Everyone was surprised how this rooster with the strength of national rank and knelt in front of Li Fan. It can't be that they have such a complicated relationship. Xiao Xiaozi didn't think he was really a cock. But with Li Fan, he refused and said that it was impossible. Then the rooster screamed and asked him why. He remembered how Zhang begged Li Fan to kill the monster just once. Why didn't it work? He did everything exactly the same. Then Zhang took Li Fan by the hand and said that the hen is a girl, and the director says that girls should not be offended. You need to listen to wishes, so let the hen go. This amazed the rooster on the spot, because he immediately agreed. Li Fan said that let him go, even if he flat-chested, but she's a girl. If she wants to go, let her go. Zhang said that the director also says that girls don't like it when their breasts are discussed. It's impolite. She will give the rooster a complex. Then Li Fan apologized and said that he won't say anything about the hen's breasts. Zhang said that since the chicken began to take a human form, they should buy her some girls' underwear. The rooster has already died from this. Then the rooster cried and pulled out his hand, shouted that he didn't want to and wouldn't. They didn't understand what happened. The rooster started crying and thought that sooner or later he would kill them. Zhang said that the chicken scared him. After that, the cockerel flew up crying, and Chen Ming and the other guy still didn't move away from it. The rooster thought that he was being humiliated again by heartless people. He was there taking revenge on them, but it must be thanks to his ability that he flew in. It's already quite far. He turned around to check it when he realized that he had broken away from them. Those who recently rushed to the 9th rank have not yet encountered these monsters while he broke away, but to quickly find them in order to take revenge together. At the same time, the rooster was flying and rejoicing that he was free, and ran away, and he will definitely take revenge on them. After he was flying, he suddenly stopped and he felt pain. He couldn't move. He was completely shocked. Then the rooster noticed that there was a battlefield with demons going on here. A fierce battle was fought in the dome. It was unclear who would win. The rooster got angry and saw that a national-level warrior was killing his brothers. Then he began to use his powers to also go into battle. When people practically killed all the monsters, Zhang Sen lay unconscious. The warrior thought that it was impossible for him to fall into their hands. When he lifted him onto his back to carry him to a safe place, something hit him. He raised his head up and saw that someone had used a shower of needles. He thought that these were very strong demonic waves. He began to move from place to place so as not to get caught in this shower of needles while holding Zhang Sen. As he walked, he still felt the power. He thought that such enormous power could belong to a demon of national rank. A rooster was flying above them. Imperial Dawnbringer, national rank demon. Acquired abilities: electric arc, frightening pressure, poisonous spit, titanic shell, rain of needles. Deep sea breathing, evil eye, fast flight. 6 shadow scythes, second head, limitless recovery. Then he noticed the pendant on the rooster and thought that the forum was discussing a demonic pet of national rank. The Imperial Herald of Dawn, the Yanhai warriors are already here. Then the rooster used an electric arc, pointing it at the warrior. He jumped away from the attack so as not to be hit. He realized that he also has electric-type abilities. Even if Shu Jungyang himself were here, he would still take the corpse from under his nose. What can we say about this national rank demon? The rooster flew above them and said that he was secretly training a long-range electric arc attack for those two monsters. But first he would try it on him. A national rank demon with water-type abilities is really strong. The guy began to prepare to run away from him, still holding Zhang Sen because the rooster was flying after him, attacking. He ran at the speed of light and realized that he was here for the sake of this corpse. And what should he do? But he was already close. He realized that he was not his opponent. Then he accelerated, but the rooster got right in front of him. He stopped. Lightning illuminated the entire area, and he saw nothing. He dropped the old man and rolled on the ground. He thought that he had a great time. He couldn't be hurt again. He didn't want to join this corpse. The rooster got angry and said that he was a pathetic person at national rank who dared to kill his relatives in his presence. As a demon of national rank, he simply has to take revenge for them. Combined technique abilities, electric arc, fast flight, lightning arrow. He attacked a warrior. The guy couldn't move and was lying on the grass. He didn't know what to do next. But then he used his shadow ability and moved when he was already close. When he landed, he said that he licked it, and now he is a warrior with an innate body. But despite the fact that he had just used a lot of energy, he felt a new surge of strength. Unlimited recovery is the ability of the king. No matter how many times he was killed, he immediately returned to normal. Where does he get the ability of a king? Could it be that the corpse of the cockroach he swallowed was the true body of the king? The cockroach was angry and said that no one would believe him. The rooster got scared and held his head. He thought that this is why he broke through at the national level and received the king's ability to limitless recovery. After that, he fell to his knees and started crying. Everyone cursed and said that he was bad, and only now he repented. Others watched him and came to the conclusion that he seemed to respect His Majesty very much. But in fact, the rooster was happy and said that he was lucky since he died at least not in vain. Then the king wanted to kill him. The monsters stopped him. They said that sooner or later he would end up here too so that he wouldn't get excited. The rooster rejoiced and said that it was in memory of the king. He will use this power to kill those two to avenge him. The cockroach got angry and said that now His Majesty only wants to kill him and take revenge and said that he is a traitor. Suddenly, a demon of the 7th rank, a 3-tailed squirrel, and a demon of the 7th rank, a 4-winged hawk appeared. They sat on top of the horns of the demon of the 7th rank, a great horned antelope. They accused him and said that he killed their brothers by joining the people. He is a pathetic traitor. The rooster looked at them boredly. The demons noticed on his neck an object with the remnants of the aura of warriors. As the starfish said, he is a traitor. The cockerel stood up and said that he was not a traitor to these brothers. They were killed by warriors of national rank. He was with them. He wants to take revenge for them. They replied that they did not believe only if he killed the soldiers. They would be here soon. Then the rooster crowed for them to run quickly since they will be here soon. They need to run. They have any idea how strong they are. The squirrel shouted that they could kill them. The hawk said they were just a small group of rank 8 warriors and 2 ordinary people with a weak aura. The antelope said that he was at the national level and was telling them to run away. He is definitely a traitor. Then the rooster realized that it was useless and flew away. Having said that since they don't want to run, he runs. He himself doesn't want to fall into their hands again. The animals were surprised by his action. The rooster was flying with all its wings. Then he was noticed by Zhang, and Lifan replied that he could go down and thanked him for his help. The rooster was surprised how they got here and had already arrived, and how did he escape? Can use the ability, can he escape? Then the demons noticed Lifan and Zhang, who had already arrived by this time. Lifan used flame and the demons rushed to attack. Then the guys ran away, thanking them for their help. They ran to the corpse of Zhang Sen, but Lifan was serious. The rooster told them to stop and landed in front of them. Running towards them, he asked if they could spare them. They surrender. He turned to the demons and asked, "It's true, they give up." Everyone started calling him a traitor and not listening to him. And the antelope said that demons do not give up, and they will not become a pathetic group of 8th rank warriors and 2 weaklings. They would rather kill them. The strong eat the weak people will be eaten. After that, they went on the attack. After the battle, they made a fire again. And fried hawk energy value 7th rank main properties non-toxic edible. Ability banquet. Divine culinary art recommended method of cooking meat on fire ingredients. Four-winged hawk, three-tailed squirrel. Great horned antelope description. Delicate taste of fresh meat. Li Fan held a hawk in his hands and spun it in front of the fire and asked whether to add more cumin. Zhang held a squirrel in his hands and agreed. From behind, the warriors could not understand why they did this, and they were upset. An antelope was spinning on the fire behind them. They all looked in horror. And while they were eating their food, the guy thought that they shouldn't have magical meat. Jing Jing thought that it smells very tasty. The masters can safely eat meat. Is this really the ability of their innate body? The rooster was still suffering at this time, hitting the tree and saying that he was not a traitor. He did not betray. He cried and said that he was a demonic hero. He did it for them. The demons replied that they would not become traitors like him. Then the rooster grabbed Li Fan's hand, asking him to stop him, and said that there is no need if they don't want to give up. He will personally kill the demons, and said that he was already of national rank, and he wanted to kill them to protect his friends. He was definitely a traitor. The demons were scared, and the rooster went on the attack and said that they don't understand. He used the evil eye ability. Everyone started having illusions. After that, he used the ability of 6 shadow scythes, cutting their heads. He thought that they didn't understand how scary these two were. He received unlimited restoration from the king. But if the king himself with this ability fell from their hands, and this black flame is capable of incinerating the very soul. If you die from it, there will be no chance of rebirth. It's better for them that he kills them, and they are reborn, than to perish forever in his hands. He cried and said what he didn't betray. He did it for their sake. Zhang approached him asking why he was crying and what happened. He said that he brought the meat itself, and so that he could smell it only so that he would not cry. He began to calm him down. The rooster turned to him and said that this is the meat of his brothers. He is also one of them. Li Fan can with his flame and his soul, sooner or later they will fry him. They have already killed so many of his relatives, someday it will be his turn. He looked at the meat and was drooling. Then Zhang calmed him down, patting him on the head and said that the chicken constantly helps them. It has already become a friend for them, and friends protect each other. They don't kill or eat friends. Then the rooster burst into tears even more and asked if it was true. Is this really a rule among people? Can he trust them? He's just a demon. Their human world is too complicated, and isn't he deceiving him? Zhang said that he is not deceiving him, so that he believes him. Be that as it may, he lays excellent eggs. The rooster couldn't handle the humiliation he felt at that second. The guy knocked on the ice to free the cock. Then Li Fan called him. He turned and ran towards him. Li Fan said that the antelope was ready, and the rooster remained standing there with food in his hands. After that, they barely caught the antelope, and the rooster still suffered. It was very tasty. They ate piece after piece without stopping. Warriors of the 8th rank approached them. Zhang asked if they wanted more meat. Li Fan replied that there was enough for everyone. Everyone refused and said what they didn't want, but in fact, they really wanted it and were hungry. The soldiers burst into tears, saying that they really couldn't eat it. The rooster ate the meat and cried, saying that he did not betray. He did it for their sake, but the meat was delicious. Banquet Divine Culinary Art recommends drinking beer with meat on fire, which will more fully reveal the taste of meat. Li Fan noticed cans next to him. He approached Zhang and asked if he wanted the psycho in his head, gave it to him, and handed him the jar. Everyone was surprised that he not only had spices, he also got the beer. Where did he get it from? Although demonic meat is not allowed for beer, it is possible. They started asking, saying that they wanted it too. But could they have some? Chen Ming said that they need the bottom. It won't ruin the task. Moreover, they are with them. After that, they drank beer. The guy said that they quickly found the body. The task was completed. The girl was happy, saying that it was all thanks to the rooster. Then while Xiao Xiaozi was looking for the rooster and asked where it was, then he found him. Then he led him by the hand to them and said that they were grateful to him and that he should go and drink with everyone. The rooster cried and ate, saying that he is not betraying, but the meat smells so delicious. When they ate the antelope, they danced in circles. They drank almost all the beer. The rooster and the warriors were near the fire. Zhang liked the beer, but Li Fan had bitter. He didn't drink it. At this time, Liu Ying woke up in the hospital. Jin Heli noticed this and was delighted, asking how he was feeling and that she was told that he was fine. Suddenly, he noticed something red and told her about it. She was surprised and asked what was red. He became embarrassed and realized that he had said this in front of her. Then he pretended as if nothing had happened and changed the topic, saying that he wanted red wine. She replied that he just felt better and still shouldn't drink, especially since in the morning he needs to rest. Liu Ying was very embarrassed. She asked how his eye was and came closer to him. Liu Ying moved away from her a little in embarrassment and said that it was normal. She put her hand to his forehead and asked if he was bleeding. Should he call a doctor? He replied that he didn't need a doctor, just a slight fever. He asked how long he was unconscious. She replied that after Zhang gave him acupuncture, 36 hours had passed. She mistakenly believed that he could not be trusted because he was crazy. Fortunately, he managed to help him. After she noticed that his face was still red and asked if this was a complication, he began to deny everything and thought about what kind of complications, that no complications were also impossible. He said that Zhang was really cool before. He also treated him like a person because of this. Jin Heli didn't understand what was wrong with him. After that, the man asked where he was. He should apologize to him for such an attitude and thank him for his help. The girl replied that he should thank him well for the healing, but she sent him to protect the members of the Soul Squad while searching for the master's body. Liu Ying said that the forest is huge. How can several people find one corpse in it, especially since there are still many 7th-rank demons left there? She replied that he is right. This is an extremely difficult and dangerous task. The rooster was still suffering, but he was drinking beer. The rest were having fun. Li Fan was spinning on one hand. Everyone was cheering him on and rejoicing. Everyone was having fun and dancing, but the rooster just sat and suffered. When everyone had already fallen asleep, he was still sitting drinking beer, saying that he did not betray. He was not a traitor. He turned to the antelope and told them to believe him. He did it for them. He always did it for them. But they don't understand him. They call him a traitor. Who among them even knows how much effort he put in? Nobody. Since none of his brothers can understand him, he can only come this way alone. A lonely demonic hero who has shouldered important tasks will endure reproach alone forever. His heart is always with them. He is not a traitor, and only he knows about it. After that, he fell on the grass, closing his eyes. He said that he will become a dynamic hero. What difference does it make what others think wrongly? After they woke up, they walked back. Everyone was happy that they had a great time, and it was like a trip to barbecue. The guy said that all good things come to an end. It's time to return home. When they returned, they were met by Jin Heli. She said that they quickly found him. They were great. She will immediately send a research team to take the corpse for examination. Then she was called Liu Ying and her uncle, saying that everything is bad from the headquarters emergency message. Sangxi City destroyed. The general staff has just notified all national-level masters. The girl is speechless. The man said that 3 days ago, when the assault on Yanhai began, the neighboring city of Kangxi was also attacked by a continent-level demon. The girl was increasingly struck by Liu Ying's words. She had nothing to say. They did not request any support. Everything was discovered when communication with the headquarters dance city was lost, when 3 military advisors to the general staff suspected something was wrong. They tried to contact the Special Forces internal network, but there was no answer. After 2 hours, someone opened a completely one-way connection and sent a video to the general staff. This is the video. The guys begged to be killed. They were already barely alive. The guy said that these demons should finally kill him. Jin Heli stood up from the table from what he saw. Liu Ying said that he and the rest of the unit's warriors were captured. But the national ranking warrior of Sangxi City is still alive. The demon who captured Sangxi sent the general staff a video of their torment. The general staff activated satellite surveillance in the city. The presence of a continental-level demon is susceptible. Moreover, energy waves of high-ranking demons have been registered. The entire city is infested with demons. Any connection with the city has been severed. All exits from the city are also blocked. No one knows what is happening in Sangxi now. Jin Heli began to tremble and said that he is too smart a demon of the continental level. He knows that he needs to cut off the connection. He is learning to use human technology. He even knows how to record video. The connection was cut. The city was locked. This is no longer just intelligence. This is already a strategy. Fight a demon who was able to take over human technology. Continental level, after that, everything began to swim in his eyes. Then she fainted and everyone rushed to help her. But she had already lost consciousness and did not hear anyone. continental-level warrior she observed and said that the aura is unstable. Was the mission a failure? Then a magician appeared on the spot and ran away. He bowed to the man and said that he could not take the corpse and apologized to Xu Zhengyang, sent for the body of a national rank demon. He could not cope with it. The guy asked, "Is it really that Herald of Dawn from the forum?" The warrior answered that everything is correct. He has the abilities of the water and electric type, the features of the electric type. This was expected, but why is a demon of national rank so loyal to people? Since they decided to betray humanity, he apparently decided to betray his own. Moreover, if you believe the information of the demons, he is able to directly absorb the power of his brothers. He started from the 3rd rank and ate enough of his own to become a national level. In this case, he is no longer theirs for them. He is an enemy. It is not necessary that the imperial messenger is on the side of Yan Hai and Xu Zhengyang. Perhaps now it is simply beneficial for them. He can take the powers of demons for himself without the help of people. Sooner or later, the demons would have eliminated him. So it's better for him to cooperate with people and help exterminate the demons, and at the same time, absorb them. This Dawnbringer is pretty smart, but he's afraid he doesn't care about Yan Hai's fate. The guy asked if his warrior was going to confront Yan Hai. He replied that he would not want to, but the body fell into the hands of Xu Zhengyang and Jin Heli. It was only a matter of time to reveal their secrets. Now the body should have been handed over to the research group. This is their chance to return it. However, the more they try to hide everything, and the more Xu Zhengyang and Jin Heli understand that everything is not so simple here. And if they leave everything as it is, then they can also guess. The warrior asked what they should do. The guy answered that just send there someone who can arrange a real baptism by fire, after which no one will ever say anything again. Yan Hai will be able to withstand the 2nd wave as long as this Herald of Dawn is there. So, you should deal with him first. He asked how to deal with him. He's not against him. It's too dangerous to send him in a country with only 4 water continental levels. If he does, then everything will be revealed immediately. He asked the guy about this video. Did he know about it? The guy replied that the video was just terrible. The guy replied that that's why Wan Xiaolu stubbornly convinced the headquarters that all efforts should be devoted to saving people. For this, the headquarters organized a rescue team led by him. A continental-level demon, even for a warrior of the same rank, would not be easy. But Wan Xiaolu, despite his continental level as a warrior healer, it is simply impossible. So why did the headquarters allow him to go? There was no stopping him, because that national-level warrior nailed to the wall was his own younger brother. Certain death, therefore, if his life is in danger, let him run. The warrior asked, that is, this means that he must go. The guy replied, that's right. The headquarters sent 2 warriors of national rank together with Wan Xiaolu, 3 cities near Zhangxi. They should send a detachment each to help. They should be at least 9th rank. He needs to wait for Yan Hai to send him there, and then find a way to deal with this demon of national rank. The Imperial Herald of Dawn asked the guy to really say with his own hands that he is not his opponent. The guy replied that figuring it out does not always mean fighting or killing is only necessary, so that he no longer helps Yan Hai. He also said that he doesn't care about the fate of Yan Hai. If there is another warrior who can help him, he may not hold on to Xu Zhengyang. The guy replied that he understood him, but why did he decide that Xu Zhengyang would send him? The guy told him not to worry. He will send him. The rescue team included 2 national rank warriors, Jing Mo and Li Da, led by continental rank warrior Wan Xiaolu. At least 1 group of warriors of the 9th rank from each nearby city should be sent to help them. Information about the city of Hengxi and the city of Xinfeng and they. Jin Heli said that then they will send a Yan Hai detachment, but they will need to be warned that this will be a dangerous expedition. If something goes wrong, let them retreat. The man replied that if they send them, their chances of a successful rescue operation will be almost 0. The likelihood of failure is too high. Jin Heli asked, does she really want to send the notebook 666? He understands in what position they are. The traitor has not yet been identified, and they have them in full view. He killed Zheng Sen and returned to the city contrary to the orders of the general staff. If they, as soon as possible, do not receive from his corpse any evidence pointing to a traitor, giving him grounds for violating the order of the general staff for no reason, they will not leave him to this day. They have found nothing. The traitor at any moment can do something else against the city. Squad 666 is their last trump card. If they play it now, they will be left empty. Handed. The man said that she knows that she is trying to take measures against the traitor. Consider the situation holistically and make probably the best decision. But the first military advisor of the city of Changxi is her own mother. He knows that she is very worried about her. She no longer needs to force herself to make the most correct decisions. Jin Heli grabbed the blanket and began to tremble. Liu Ying replied that if the 666 Lifan squad goes stronger than any warrior of national rank, in addition to the national rank Demon Messenger of Dawn and the inestimable Zhang with them, the probability of success of the operation will increase sharply. The girl began to cry. The man replied that if her mother was still alive, it would definitely be possible to save her. Jin Shanwu listened to all this. Then he rushed into the room because he heard her crying and saw that Liu Ying was hugging Jin Heli. He got angry and said that he was a pervert. How dare he make the poor girl cry? The man didn't understand what was happening. He noticed that he was attacked by Jin Shanwu. The attack threw him into the wall. Jin Heli was shocked. Liu Ying wondered why he was dissatisfied again. To think that he is constantly concerned about his feelings. He remembered their conversation when he said that the traitor had already used Jin Shanwu as a pawn. Now he should be on his guard. He should be warned. And by the way, let her tell him that she suspects that there is a rat in the general staff, and let him not say that he is a pawn and that a sensor was installed in him. He will soon have to go back so that his attitude towards the headquarters will change. Then Jin Heli stood up and said that she understood everything. Liu Ying was upset and thought that many years had already passed since graduation, and his feelings for him had cooled. The man said that this time their mission is outside the city. It is still aimed at helping people and saving them. There will be other waves with them. It cannot be said that this will be a simple task. Zhang Lifan stood in front of him. Liu Ying pointed to the helicopter. After that, Liu Ying realized that they were strong and said that it doesn't matter. Then he brought Ying Wuzong to them and said that he would leave all the negotiations to him. He was their observer, and he would also go with them. The place where they were going was quite dangerous. If they feel something wrong, they need to immediately retreat, and remember safety comes first. If they can save people, then let them save. This especially applies to Ying Wuzong. He only helps to communicate with the others. Let him not substitute how much in vain he wants each of them to return and even cockerel. The rooster did not understand what was happening. Ying Wuzong asked if they still remembered him. Zhang was happy, said that he was a good person who released them. Li Fan answered that they saw him. The guy said that his name is Ying Wuzong. Now, it turns out they became partners in the back, talking Liu Ying Jin Shanwu. Jin Shanwu asked why he couldn't go. The man replied that he would first let him heal his wounds, and that he could even be in such a state. Their conversation looked like that of two roosters who were quarreling. One asked, "Does Liu Ying really want to check what he can?" Liu Ying answered that he can't do anything and half because he can. There is nothing to check here. He can't do anything. After that, they landed. The helicopters flew away. Li Fan and Zhang were happy that they flew very high. The rooster thought that the two of them were simpletons who didn't see anything. Ability to jump cock was proud of himself. Once in the air, the Dawn Harbinger can use the jump ability to move within a certain range. Zhang was delighted and said that the chicken was able to fly out and flies very beautifully. The hawk complained that it was his ability that the squirrel calmed him down very cruelly. The guy noticed the helicopter and said that they were finally here. After that, he noticed the energy waves of a national rank demon and became afraid. Then he used a spear and shot him. The rooster was flying and noticed a spear. After he thought that he was suicidal attack of a warrior of national rank. Then, when he was about to fly to the guy, something stopped him. A strong black sphere. He couldn't even move. The girl said that this demon of national rank arrived with reinforcements from Yanhai, and he is not an enemy. This is a warrior healer of continental rank Wan Xiaolu. The guy asked, "Are they really crazy there?" "This is a demon of national rank." The girl asked, "Is he really blocked on the forum?" Pet of the newbies of Squad 666 from Yanhai National Rank Demon Imperial Herald of Dawn. The rooster was happy when the dark sphere was dispelled. After that, he forgot how to fly and began to fall. A guy noticed this and ran to save the guy, saying that the leadership of Yanhai is crazy. How did they think of sending a national ranked demon to them? As soon as he wanted to stop, he was caught by Li Fan. The rooster landed right in his arms. Zhang asked if the chicken was okay and if the guy could fly. The guy was surprised that it was their pet. The girl told them, "Welcome to the rescue squad." The rooster realized that it was she who stopped him. Continental rank warrior. The girl said that she never thought that Xu Zhengyang would actually send the Imperial Dawn messenger. She is very grateful. Is it because of the first military advisor of Kangxi City from the Jin family? Zhang asked what happened to the chicken. The rooster got very angry. Zhang asked if maybe she wanted to lay an egg he started trying to get out of Li Fan's hands, saying that they had already eaten 2 eggs today. The girl thought that these newcomers ignored him. Then Ying Wuzong appeared and greeted her, and said that he was an observer of Squad 666. The boss assigned him to help Squad 666 with communication. So if she has any questions, feel free to contact him. Is it really because the demon of national rank became their pet that the newcomers became so proud that now they need a special person for communication? The guy came up and said that Yanhai warriors really rely on the demon. The guy asked what he should be proud of. The assistant replied that this is not what they think. In fact, it was the initiative of their head. The guy replied that Liu Ying is more and more worthless. Can beginners be so arrogant just because they managed to lure one national rank demon who saved Yanhai? Zhang asked what they were talking about. Li Fan began to nod, saying that he didn't know. Probably nothing important. The rooster felt the oppressive atmosphere. The guy got angry and said that this was not just pride. He had not met such arrogant newcomers for a long time. Did they really want to fight one of the 5 permanent warriors of the national rank of the general staff with an innate body? Lida Chang, one of the 5 permanent warriors of the national rank of the general staff warrior Mao Shan Jinmo. The rooster thought that this was the same warrior of national rank who killed his brothers in the forest. He managed to escape thanks to his ability. The warrior realized that this demon recognized him. Everything really was, as he said, the demon, not very loyal otherwise. He would have immediately told them that he was trying to steal the corpse. The rooster glared at the guy and thought that he wants to avenge his brothers. But these people are here now. He won't be able to do this. The guy passed by and thought that apparently he could really be lured away. If these newcomers weren't here, he would have already invited him to join them. The rooster got angry and thought about whether this person is provoking him. If these monsters weren't here, he would have already killed him. The guy called the newcomers and said that he hoped that when they entered Sangxi, they would not lose their courage. The girl turned around and thought that no matter how strong the Yanhai warriors were, they still needed to wait for the detachment of their Hengxi City and Xinfeng City. Several hours passed, they were still waiting for them. It was already evening, they were still waiting for them, and wondering if they had mixed up the day of the collection. Zhang had already even fallen asleep. Suddenly, the guy received a new message. He turned around and took out his phone. A warrior of national rank in Hengxi City, Heng Jianqiu, he approached her and said that there was a message from him. It was written there that warriors of the 9th rank do not lie on the roads of their city. They do not want to send them to certain death, and most likely they will not return. So they will not see each other again, and said goodbye to them. The girl and the guy got very angry, swearing at the guy. Then another squad arrived. They were happy and said that the Qinfeng warriors are here, although they have honor. The guys ran out from there. They greeted them and said that they were a detachment of the 9th rank of the city of Xinfei. On the orders of the head, they arrived at them. He Wu Feng, the girl, also greeted them and said that she was. The warrior stood behind and thought that the famous brother and sister are warriors with innate bodies. They are famous for their innate abilities, wind and rain, which help to hide from the enemy. Their combat power is extremely low and their abilities are useful only in flight. Fortunately, they do not know that he himself can escape. The guy said that the man acted badly when they were going on a mission. The warrior said that in fact he disobeyed the order of the general staff. He will have to answer for it. The girl called her brother and said that Mr. Li was blaspheming their head. Why should he be in vain? After all, the guy agreed and said that the boss said that in due time they would be able to escape. But they didn't, so they don't need to pay too much attention to the dead. The sister said that the head was right then. Da Cheng got angry. The girl told him to stop. They only did it to protect their subordinates. They acted wisely. After all, this is a really dangerous expedition. The girl thanked them for volunteering to go with her to save Changxi. The warrior thought that he was not here voluntarily and was afraid of saving people. He was the only one who agreed to go save people. The guy smiled and said that there was no need to thank him. Then the warrior understood why he was here. Forest in the suburbs of Sangxi. They were sitting, hiding in the grass. The girl said that the forest ahead was the territory of the city of Qiangxi, the military advisor said. As soon as they cross it, they can get into the city through a secret tunnel of special forces. They will go straight to their base. He asked if there was a secret tunnel in Changxi. The girl replied that not only in it, after the establishment of a special unit, every city is obliged to build a secret tunnel as the last escape route. But their location is information only for senior management. She uses a sphere of coverage so that they can hide their presence. They do not need to move more than 500 m away from her. Otherwise, even if they do not encounter demons, they will definitely be detected. Then she applied the covering sphere. She said they can move out. The operation is starting. In the depths of the forest near the city of Changxi, everyone walked and looked around, preparing to attack. The warrior walked and thought that although everyone is on the alert, there is a task. There is a task. These two newcomers do not leave our step from the messenger. You'll have to deal with them first and then start recruiting. Then he cut his hand and started bleeding. When no one noticed, he carefully approached the tree, and then he left his blood on the tree. After that, they moved on. The birds smelled the scent of the warriors. The girl noticed something. Then she screamed and said that demons were approaching. They were opened. Everyone was surprised and said that it was impossible. Zhang was the angriest of all. The girl answered that one of the 5th rank at 1 o'clock, 2 of the 4th rank at 10 o'clock, 1 of the 8th rank at 6. 8th rank moves at incredible speed. She turned around and said to be careful, but Li Fan didn't care. Dacheng turned around and thought about what this is. Shouldn't it be an 8th rank demon? How can he not have time to save them with such speed? He thought that they should rest in peace. It's their own fault for being in his way. But then the rooster grabbed the bird by the paw, and then he pulled him towards himself, grabbing him by 2 paws. He thought that he was a fool and attacked these two so easily. 8th rank demon big-winged falcon. He began to dissuade him, saying that they will die. He cannot watch them die. Zhang turned and said that they had been found. The bird was angry and tried to get out of the hands of the rooster. The rooster thought that they had been noticed by Li Fan, said Zhang looked at this bird. High-energy food has been discovered that can help reduce hunger for 10 weeks to the goal. Forward 0 meters attention, energy can accumulate, and the duration of action increases. The rooster cried, looked at the bird and said that as soon as he noticed his death had already come. He cried, and then he attacked the bird. The bird said he was a traitor from Yanhai. The rooster used the Titanic shell ability and began to cut the falcon into pieces. The bird cursed at him. The rooster cried and thought that she should not call him that name and should not hate him. Let it be so, but he will save them. At least they can be reborn. This is the reproach he must accept as a lone hero. For this reason he will not run away again. For this reason he will not leave these two monsters. Zhang was surprised that the chicken killed. Brother and sister were delighted and said that this was the human form of the messenger of the dawn. He was beautiful from the very beginning. He could barely restrain himself from curiosity on the forum. They were not mistaken. The messenger who threw away evil and turned to the light is very beautiful. Worked on time, at least she was able to verify his strong intention to help people. This demon of national rank surprisingly turned out to be trustworthy. He was surprised and thought how it could not be that he was so loyal to Yanhai. Otherwise, why didn't he surrender him? It's all for the sake of people's trust. He must maintain Yanhai's image of loyalty, so he saved these newcomers, cunning. It seems that he was not mistaken. He needs to help set up the accidental death of newcomers from Yanhai. Then Xu Zhengyang will not suspect him, even if he has to replace the members of the Joy. He will keep him with him. Li Fanzheng looked at the corpse of the falcon. Li Fan asked, "Is he cute to me?" He was not mistaken. This cunning messenger? Then Zhang took the parts and the falcon and assembled it, saying that in this position he is cute. Li Fan agreed with him and began to parody the bird. Rank 4. Demon cunning hair, he was pierced with a spear. A demon of the 5th rank. A hyena. She was also cut up. They were attacked by monsters. The guy said that they were surrounded by 1 demon of the 8th rank and 1 of the 5th rank. 2 of the 4th were eliminated. The girl asked how they were discovered. The guy saw that they were still in the sphere of coverage. Their aura was hidden. The girl replied that they could only be revealed because of open fire. They really started a fire. She got really angry. Energy value 8th rank main properties, non-poisonous edible ability, banquet, divine culinary art, recommended method of cooking meat on fire ingredients, large winged falcon fry together with hare and hyena. Zhang said that it smelled very tasty and handed it to her for her to try. The rooster said that being a hero is really difficult and drank beer. The girl got angry and said that they are now on a secret mission. What the hell are they frying meat here? The warriors were surprised what kind of meat. The demon got angry and heard that someone was frying meat and lit a fire. The demon of the 9th rank, the Midnight Wolf, fries the meat of his fellows. The falcons got angry and said that the energy waves of the hare and hyena falcon had already disappeared. They are afraid that they are frying them. Then the man said that late at night such an aroma is worth. Then the she-wolf turned to this voice. Everyone greeted the 4th prince. He told her to get up. Warriors wandered into the forests of the suburb of Tsangxi to hunt their brothers. Can their meat be fried at the stake? National ranking Demon Ant King. So this is a return visit after his video to his Hyung. How arrogant. Who are they, brave or crazy? The girl and the rest of the warriors put out the fire, asking what they were doing here. Weren't they afraid that they would be discovered again? The rooster began to run away so as not to be touched and continued to drink beer. They took Zhang and Li Fan by the arms and told them to run away. Everyone began to retreat. If they don't leave now, they will stumble upon stronger demons. The girl started crying, saying that her sister wanted to save her. She just has them. They are the most unreliable comrades. After that, the girl noticed something and applied deceleration sphere control and acceleration sphere control. The she-wolf asked if she really wanted to run away. Didn't they try to provoke them by lighting a fire in the Tsangxi's territory and frying their brothers? 1 rank 9 demon. They can handle it quickly. We need to quickly eliminate her and retreat before stronger demons arrive here. The king came and said that they were stupid people and how they had the courage to provoke them. Do they really want to die? National rank Demon Ant King? He held the head of a rooster in his hands and said that then he would help them with this. Everyone was afraid that they had lost the messenger, and especially Li Fan and Zhang. Zhang started crying, saying the chicken was dead. He thought that before he had time to recruit him, he had already been dealt with. He had come all this way in vain. He was also of national rank, like the Dawnbringer. He thought with water-type and electric-type abilities, he would be stronger. Zhang continued to cry, saying that he killed the chicken. Li Fan began to calm down, saying that he would avenge her. The girl used control of the sphere of acceleration of the gain. The warriors also went on the attack. The guy said that 1 demon of the 9th rank and 1 of the national one is dangerous, but Miss will be able to cope with them. He told the guys that he advises them to leave despite all the desire for revenge. It's better not to interfere with them and let them leave everything to them and leave. The guys left saying that they did not plan to climb and wished them luck ability wind rain. 1 9th rank, 1 national rank. Wan Xiaolu continental rank with her. They are equal to them in strength. But even if they give it their all, this national rank was able to kill the Imperial Dawnbringer. He doesn't think that they are his opponents. It's better to try to escape. A guy approached him and asked if he was thinking of running away. Most of all, he hates traitors. The guy got scared and thought, could he be reading minds? Then the king hit him in the stomach. The warrior started bleeding from his mouth. He thought that he was fast. He flew straight into a tree. Then Da Cheng used an electric arrow. The king noticed this and moved away in time, but was still hit by an arrow. The guy said that, fortunately, there is Miss Qiaolu. With all the speed, he would not have hit him. He said that now he won't miss. The girl ran up to the guy and told him to be careful. He apologized to her. She began to treat him. She turned around and thought that Da Cheng was still there. Even with her sphere, it was too dangerous to fight alone. She needed to escape as soon as possible. Then the guy aimed an arrow, but the she-wolf caught it with one hand. The girl used sphere control, triple acceleration, and triple enhancement. They cannot be allowed to cooperate. They must make every effort to first deal with the 9th rank demon. Then the guy shot another arrow and hit the she-wolf right in the chest. The girl screamed for the guy to move back, because the king was already running towards him. But he quickly moved to another place and the king missed. But the fist flew straight to Li Fan's face. The guy told him to run quickly, but Li Fan stood calmly. He said that he would take revenge for the chicken. Then the rooster suddenly appeared and stopped him with his hand. She told him not to go near those two. Zhang burst into tears and asked if she was alive. Everyone was surprised how he was alive if he had no head. The ant jumped back in fear, not understanding how it survived. When the rooster left, he said that being a hero is not so easy. He is definitely a hero. Only his brothers don't understand him and scold him, but their meat is very tasty. Then the king appeared and said that this was the meat of the great winged falcon. The rooster was frightened by the sudden appearance. The ant approached him and said that he was a traitor from Yanhai. The rooster denied and said that he was with them only to protect them, and so that they would not approach those two. But it was already too late. He cut off his head, saying that most of all he hated traitors. Let people and demons admire how a traitor like him ended. The rooster began to protect the guys. The ant sat in front of them thinking that it would read his thoughts and recognize his abilities. Then Zhang hugged the rooster and said that he was glad that he was alive. The rooster did not understand why he was so happy. Is it because he is alive? After that, Li Fan said that since he was alive, he would have eggs tomorrow. The rooster burst into tears and thought that he almost bought something, and it was worth expecting that he was only a source of eggs for them. He asked if he himself could deal with the demon that attacked him. He'll just wait. The only ones who value him are to collect him. He must save them. Li Fan didn't understand what he was talking about. Once lost his head in a battle with him and again rushes to save these two. What is the messenger of dawn doing? Are they pretending so well? The girl thought, is he really that devoted to them? Everyone started praising him, saying that he is very loyal. The ant was surprised that he could not read his thoughts. But how? Why can't he hear this traitor's thoughts? After this incident, he began to hear the thoughts of people and demons. Later, he learned that they have something in common. They are all traitors. Zhang began to run around Li Fan to persuade the rooster to help them take revenge, and he could be trusted. The prince thought that this demon in front of people is like a pet. He is definitely a traitor. But why then can't he hear his thoughts? Then Li Fan agreed. Zhang said that the chicken was able to survive even without a head. That's cool. The she-wolf told the prince to be careful. The ant got scared and realized that his ability didn't work. It's impossible. Isn't he a traitor? Ability Titanic Shell, he attacked the ant by kicking it. He flew very far away, but was able to hold on and survived. He underestimated him. He is quite strong. Then he used earthen shackles, and the rooster could not get out. Then he used a rock-crushing fist while flying above the cock. The rooster thought that even though he cut off his head, he was his brother in order for him to be reborn. He must kill him. Then he used the evil eye and began to have illusions. He was surprised that the rooster had an illusory type ability. Then he used another ability. Everyone is shocked that he has such powerful energy. The power is terrifying. And the warrior said that the light blinds him. He hates bright light. The rooster was crying, thinking that a fellow national rank let him forgive him all this for the sake of his salvation and the ability of the electric arc. Then he directed the ability at the ant. The ant screamed, covering himself with his hand. But suddenly someone saved him by pushing him away from the attack. They both rolled and crashed into a tree. The she-wolf realized that this is the second principle. Fortunately, he managed. One of the princes said that he almost died. The other grabbed his head and said that his head hurt very much. Then another principle. He was shocked by what he saw. He noticed that everything was destroyed, and there was a big hole in the middle. One of them said that this power is simply terrifying. The Imperial Messenger of Dawn is so strong. The other replied that if he had not had time, he would have already become ashes. The warriors were surprised that there was a second demon of national rank. Then there wasn't one. Then there were two here at once. The boss was right. This is a terrifying place. Fortunately, on the verge of death, he did not forget how to summon it. At that second, his mustache vibrated like crazy. After that, he hit him. The younger one asked why he answered. Why is he so happy that he almost died? Didn't he hear the human fairy tale about how Kuluva saved the old man? The guy replied that he was not so rude. The elder asked, didn't he just almost go to the other world? He replied that he was his brother. He managed after they connected with antennae. Then Zhang remembered something when he was in the mental hospital and watched the ants. The rooster thought that they were exchanging information. They must be coming up with a plan of action. They are both table ranked together. They are too strong, the messenger can't handle them. It's time to run away. They are strong, but they don't know how scary these monsters are. After that, she got out and stood up for Li Fan and Zhang again. He can't let them get close to these two and die because of ignorance. He is a demonic hero. He has nothing to fear. He must offer all his strength to save them before the two decide to fight. The she-wolf told them to be careful. Then with one movement, one of the princes was next to the rooster and said that they lit a fire and fried meat. This is very interesting. One way or another, no one will be sad from those who were sent to protect the grove in the suburbs. The rooster could not catch him. He was surprised by his speed. After that, he cut off his head, said that only he cannot forgive that they harmed the she-wolf and almost killed his brother. Everyone was scared. Jung started crying and Lifan got angry. The rooster was left without a head. Everyone was shocked. National rank demon, Ant King's second prince. He stood with his foot on the rooster's head and said that he didn't care for what reasons he went over to their side. After that, he crushed his head and said that he wanted to kill his brother. Let him be ready to die himself. This is not the speed of a national rank. He is much stronger than the others. The brother and sister looked out from behind. They said that if they had not used their abilities then, they would hardly have been able to escape. Brother told his brother that it was useless to love his head. He had already tried. The guy asked why. Hasn't he heard about the two-headed wolf's second head ability? If you cut off his head, he will not die. His head will be restored in 3 days. But if during these days he is cut off again, everyone will be horrified. Zhang cried and asked, "Is the chicken really going to die now?" Brother and sister thought that he stood for these newcomers from Yanhai to the last. He was truly devoted to his lords. They began to cry. If the messenger fell in battle, they at least have a chance. All they can do is fight. The guy wondered if he was really just pretending to be faithful. No, he sacrificed himself to save these newcomers. Where did the demons so devoted to people come from? The ant said that now it was their turn to be madmen who lit a fire and fried meat. Li Fan stepped forward, blocking the way to Zheng, and said that they brought him to tears. He will take revenge for the chicken. When he was about to attack, something flew from above. It was a rooster. He said that he had already told him not to come near them. Everyone was surprised how he ended up here. After that, he tried to attack the ant, but it managed to jump away. Everyone was happy that he was alive. The rooster again stood up for the guys. The warriors were also surprised and delighted that the messenger was still alive. He was so cool and strong and could not be killed. The ant looked at this body and thought, maybe this is a fake body? And then he realized this limitless restoration. But how many abilities does he have? Technical armor, illusion, electricity. Too many different types, it goes against nature. They wrote on the internet that the Messenger of Dawn has an innate body capable of directly absorbing demons. Perhaps it will help absorb not only their power, but also their abilities. After that, the brothers touched their antenna, and then he thought that besides, Liu said that he could not read the thoughts of the traitor. The messenger must have the ability to hide them. He needs to pick up the she-wolf and retreat. They are not his opponents. After that, they took the she-wolf and flew away. Everyone thought that they were retreating because they could not kill the messenger. In the end, there were brothers who understood him and listened to him. The rooster was very happy and told them to quickly run and not approach these two behind his back. The girl ran up and said that they couldn't let him leave, otherwise their plans would be ruined. And besides, they can return with a continental rank demon. Then the guy took aim at them with a bow, but he missed. The ant noticed it. Then he attacked the guy, saying that they couldn't kill the messenger, but not them. All races were worried. Now there will be a fight. The warrior sat and thought about whether he should run away. He felt that if he didn't leave now, then he wouldn't have another chance to do this. The rooster thought that he needed to run away with these. You can fight as much as you like. The main thing is not to approach Li Fan and Zhang. Then Ant came up to Zhang from behind and said that he seemed to really appreciate these two behind him and called out to the rooster. He said that he has enough ability and power to admit that he cannot defeat him, but these two he can kill. Especially these warriors with a weak aura. The rooster turned around, but the ant moved quickly after that. He ended up next to Li Fan and said that he really thought that they were really scared and ran away. It was a stupid strategy. He's a chicken. Two brothers stood near Li Fan and Zhang, preparing to cut off their heads. One asked if he would endanger them. The other one said to give in to him now and tell him what his weakness was. The rooster didn't know what was happening and what to do. Weakness that will allow him to be killed. Li Fan asked if the king wanted to become his friend. Then the prince thought that his weakness was them. He trembles like an autumn leaf. The rooster thought that he was trembling with concern for them and was frightened by their ignorance. Then he asked the rooster again, told him to answer what his weakness was. The rooster trembled with fear. And then he pointed at Li Fan. The ant was surprised. He got angry and said that he was talking about weakness that would help kill him. The rooster was thinking about how they don't understand. Let him go, otherwise it will be worse for them. He won't save him. The prince answered that it seems that murder cannot be avoided since he does not want to answer. All that remains is to kill them. And then the rooster figured out what the consequences and the outcome would be, and he shouted that it was not worth doing this. Then one of the brothers swung his hand to cut off Zhang's head. Li Fan noticed this, and his brother got angry and was also surprised by his action. The rooster ran and said, "Don't touch him. He will die at least 100 times. The ant thought, does he really love them that much, and was dumbfounded with surprise? After that, he ran and grabbed Zhang, pulling him out of the ant's fight. The ant was surprised by his speed. In a second, he took off incredibly. The ability of fast flight plus a jump equals a flash. He will save people. We can't let him get away. Then one of the brothers pierced the chicken's breast. Zhang burst into tears. The others were also surprised. They were speechless. The warrior thought that he chose to take the blow on himself in order to save the newcomer from Yanhai. He was upset. His brother and sister also started crying and asked why he was so good. The demons wondered why he was so devoted to them. Zhang fell over the corpse of the rooster and cried again, asking if he had died again to save them, and so that he would not die. Then, Li Fan came up to him from behind and put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to cry. He will take revenge for the chicken. After that, the ant noticed that Li Fan got out of his grip, and when he managed, Li Fan hit the ant in the stomach, and he flew off at high speed. Brother grabbed his brother thinking that this man was strong. Then Li Fan moved towards him in the air and struck an ability from the instant movement rank. He was very angry. They fell onto the grass with great force. They were very badly wounded, all with abrasions. After that, Li Fan landed and looked at them angrily. Everyone was surprised by the power of something that just happened. Even a warrior and brother and sister. The rooster cried and thought that he knew that everything would be exactly like this. Li Fan returned to Zhang and asked if it was possible to kill them. Zhang said that yes. Then the rooster thought about leaving him to collect and tried to stop Li Fan. It seems the chicken is suffering a lot. He will never forgive them. It seems they have no choice but to kill them. Then the rooster told him to shut up because that's not what he wanted to say. Li Fan understood Zhang and said that he would avenge the chicken and kill them. Then the rooster crowed that he did not need to be saved and avenged for him. He was still alive. Suddenly, a she-wolf flew up from behind Li Fan. She told the princes to flee using the Midnight Fang. Li Fan turned and noticed this. But after that, he easily avoided the attack and ended up behind the she-wolf, trying to strike her. The she-wolf got scared. She thought that of all people, this man is the most frightening. Then the brothers managed to use the ant shield and save the she-wolf. Li Fan used his strength to try to break the shield. He succeeded. He was already cracking. Sangshi City. Special Forces Headquarters. In the office, the Chief Ant King was sitting at a table with a bunch of papers. A demon came to him and said that these were the materials that he asked to bring. But then he noticed that there was no one here. He cut off the tip of the rose and suddenly felt something. The girl lost sight of the prince and could not understand where he had gone. At this time, Li Fan continued to break the protective shield using more and more force. Everyone was scared. Who is he anyway? How he suppresses 2 national rank demons. Not even that, although he has almost no aura at all. But among everyone he has ever met, he is the strongest. Li Fan almost broke the shield. Then Li Fan noticed something and turned around. The table has been highlighted. A murderous aura of a technique has been detected that can seriously harm the owner. You need to evade it by any means. Then Li Fan was able to avoid the attack. Energy waves of national rank demons were detected. 4 of them up to a target forward of 500 m and 50 m. Although each of them is capable of satisfying the host's hunger for 1 year, but their combined strength exceeds the current capabilities of the host, it is recommended to retreat. The dead do not need food. Then the system gets angry and wonders who she is deceiving. He won't understand why she is even trying to communicate with someone who has problems with his head. The national rank demon ant king Prince Yu appeared. Everyone was scared of the 3rd national rank demon. Moreover, even more powerful, she is much stronger than those 2. Attention! A poison capable of harming the owner has been detected. Do not make contact with poison. Li Fan noticed this out of the corner of her eye. Although the poison passed through him, he survived and managed to move to another place. Then he turned around and saw an ant holding in its hands the poisoned rose of another national rank demon ant king Li. Attention detected threat to the life of the owner on the battlefield. 5 demons need to be as focused as possible. The system said that if he wants to die, then screw him. So there is a reason for Li Fan to prepare for the attack. Sister and brother said they were surrounded by very powerful demonic waves. The warrior thought that 4 demons of national rank. It is not surprising that Kangxi fell so quickly. He was trembling with fear and holding a dagger in his hands. They brought an even stronger opponent here. How can this newcomer from Yanhai resist them? No, he needs to escape 4 demons of the rest of the rank. Even he couldn't stand it. Is this newcomer really stronger than the continental rank? If he survives, then after his escape the identity of the traitor will be revealed. The ability to go into the shadows, although he can easily deal with a rank below national. But if he or the Dawnbringer survives, he has no choice, can only sit and watch. He sat down dissatisfied. Then the king got angry and used weapons. Then he swung and pointed the sword at him, but Li Fan managed to jump away. The attack was right in front of his eyes. Attention, the destructive force of the blow is too great. He must dodge. Li Fan opened his eyes in surprise. Because he attacked, swinging his sword more and more in different directions, the guy was worried. Then Li Fan pushed the king away from him, trying to escape. The king flew up to the she-wolf, and he began to treat the she-wolf, saying that everything was fine. He was here. She was glad to see him. One of the ants said that this man is not so simple. He is faster than him and that he should be careful, although his aura is weak. He is definitely a difficult opponent. The man said that he understood him. Then they all stood closer and touched their antennae, passing information to each other. The rooster lay and suffered, thinking that no matter how many brothers will come, as soon as this monster calls upon the black flame that incinerates the soul, they will all end. He really wants to help his brothers, but he is seriously wounded. He cannot even move until he dies. He cannot recover instantly. It would be better if they killed him. Zhang watched this upset. He didn't know what to do and was in hopelessness. The girl noticed that that demon had healing-type abilities. He can't be allowed to heal the other two, but the newcomer from Yanhai is starting to feel unwell. She can't be allowed to recover in time. She must help him deal with them as soon as possible. Sphere control, triple acceleration, triple boost. She directed it at Lifan, helping him. The system said that the owner received friendly support. Combat power increased by 100%. Li Fan was surprised. Then suddenly Xiaolu felt bad. She fell to her knee but still continued to help Li Fan. Danch asked what happened to her. She thought that it was as if only a one-time boost had turned her insides. This had never happened before. Why didn't it work? Was a one-time boost enough? The master's current combat power exceeds the combined strength of the demons. Then Li Fan began to fight the king. Then he was next to him and raised his hand to strike. The ant noticed this and thought that the white light was an increase. Its speed increased. Li Fan hit his face with all his strength, and the ant flew away. He flew through a tree, which he broke and stopped thanks to the sword, thinking that he was very strong and was afraid. It's been a long time since he met such strong people. The girl was delighted and thought that this was only a one-time enhancement among everyone with whom she had ever fought side by side. Her ability was most noticeable on him. That's why out of everyone she's ever fought side by side with, he's the strongest, so she won't be able to strengthen him anymore. Because his combat power is already above the continental rank, the girl couldn't believe it because he's already stronger than her. Then Li Fan flew up to the man to strike him from above, but suddenly they pointed acid at him. He jumped back to save himself. He noticed the ants that came to the aid of the king. They were talking about how it had been a long time since the 4 of them and their brothers had fought together, hand in hand, and that he was strong. They all stared and looked at him. Then the guy started attacking them. Everyone got ready and stood up in defense to repel the attack at any moment. One of the ants failed to attack him, and Li Fan threw him straight into the ground. Then he ran to another ant and swung at it, when it swung his sword away from him while running after him. When he hit him, the ant started bleeding from his mouth and was stunned. He used his power on another ant. When he landed behind him, the king stood, thinking that this was his chance, and attacked him. But he didn't think through that moment that Li Fan was stronger. He instantly found himself behind him, avoiding the attack and striking. Then he knocked the man back with one blow, hitting him right in the sword. Then the king was already determined for the battle and bared his teeth. Another ant appeared, holding a poisoned rose and launching attacks at Li Fan. The system told him that there was a surprise attack again, and that he should dodge. He raised his head up to see what happened. But then Li Fan instantly moved to another place, and the ant did not hit him. He did not understand where he had gone and looked to the side to find him. But Li Fan was already behind him, preparing to strike. When he hit him, the guy started bleeding from his mouth. He slammed him straight into the ground, causing the ground to crack, and he lay unconscious. Fan and Yu looked out from behind the tree and said that he was too strong. They were even scared. The warrior also pressed himself to the ground. thinking that it's good that he didn't run away. This newcomer from Yanhai is incredibly strong. Then Dacheng and Xiaolu grouped together. He fought with the she-wolf, and the girl helped Li Fan. She thought that for him, her limit was a one-time increase. But this newbie would do nothing, and her task would be to continue to maintain active control of the sphere. Then the king stood up, looking at Li Fan angrily. Everyone was surprised, horrified. They realized what the older brother was up to. He used an ant shield to protect them and himself. Then Li Fan had already approached them. He was not embarrassed by this sphere. Behind, Dacheng was fighting with a she-wolf. She used the radiance of a bloodthirsty wolf. Li Fan looked at it after angrily turned around and looked at the ants. The system said that the member of the joy that provided him with the enhancement was suddenly attacked and needs to be protected. Then Li Fan once again turned his attention to her. The system swore at him because Li Fan stood and did nothing. She told him to help and not observe even such basic things. She doesn't understand without her strengthening the strength and speed of the owner will not be enough to withstand 4 ants kings. The guy attacked the she-wolf, telling her not to come near. After he shot at the she-wolf, hitting her in the chest, the she-wolf screamed in pain. She began to run away, saying that if this person of national rank protected her, then she would not be able to kill their amplifier. The system said that there was at least one comrade who rushed to help. Being a system is so difficult. Other systems have a normal owner, not like hers. Attention! The power of the 4 demons began to grow sharply under the dome. Li Fan turned around. Attention threat, it is recommended to launch a preemptive strike. The 4 of them cooperated in the dome. Then Li Fan began to strike, breaking the dome. But when he broke it, an attack began to come out of him directly at him. He got scared and began to dodge. She then told him to dodge, and did he really think they were aiming at him? He doesn't know anything about strategies at all. Then Li Fan remained in place, not understanding what was happening. The attack hit the guy and the girl directly. The energy wave, the 2 of them tensed. Then the guy covered the girl with himself, covering her with his body. He hugged the girl so that she was safe, and they rolled on the grass from the impact. When they stood up, both of them were wounded and were breathing heavily. He asked her if she was okay. She looked and thought that it was continental rank. The system said that he doesn't understand anything about ordinary things, but he doesn't even think about anything strategically. This is very sad. The she-wolf prepared to attack, saying that their support had been knocked out of the battle, and the prince consorts had already successfully united. She was happy about this. The warrior was afraid of the continental rank. Power began to come out of the dome. Brother and sister were scared. Is he really the continent rank demon who captured Sangshi? Continental rank demon ant king. Then the system said that without the support of support, he is not their opponent. They are finished in the end. She can change the owner. If he could change, he would have done it earlier. She is a disposable system. Why wasn't she more careful when choosing her owner? And it's a shame before the electrical circuits turned blue? It was necessary to be more careful because of one mistake everything would collapse. Zhang was scared and could not say a word. The rooster lay wounded, thinking that his brothers had united into a continental rank demon. Perhaps he would be able to kill these monsters. No, he has a black flame that incinerates the soul. They don't know yet if they underestimate him. They will end and they will not be reborn in the future. He told Zhang that he should kill him with his needles and that he should cure him. The guy was struck by these words. He said that the chicken believed him and she was cool, and so that she trusts him, he will definitely cure her. The king began to fly up to Li Fan, attacking. When he took aim, hitting the ground, Li Fan quickly jumped back, avoiding the attack. The system told him to be careful if he got hit by the end. He was too fast and moved, trying to hit the guy with the sword. The system said that the sword was poisoned. If it touched him, he would die, but Li Fan did not give up and continued to run away. When he was about to hit him, he quickly dodged the sword. Angry, he attacked the king using flames. The system said that they have a chance if the 4th form of flame touches, his soul will be incinerated. The owner will win. They will not die. This black flame has an aura that is too sinister, the ant thought. Then he used the blue devourer shield, and then Li Fan could not hit him. The system said that he had time to react if the earthen flame did not touch his body. They would not win. Li Fan couldn't pull his hand out no matter how hard he tried. Then the king used the sword of the sky and pointed it from above at Li Fan when he could not get out. The system got scared and said that this is very strong pressure and he is about to die and that he rest in peace. But then the sword stopped and Li Fan survived. He even broke the shield that the king used. He used his power using flames. The system said that he used the most economical form of fire, red flames, to get out of the trap in an instant. Who said that the owner does not understand anything about strategy. A fire started, trees started to burn. The girl said that his strength exceeds the continental rank. They watched this and could not say a word. The warrior was also in shock and thought it could be that he was actually stronger than him. Brother and sister peeked out from behind a tree while watching this and said that this newcomer from Yanhai really has the legendary rank of sovereign. Alone can withstand a demon of the continental rank. Then he must be a rank higher than him. The system said that the owner is still far from the rank of the lord, but the cultivation technique and further absorption of demons will help him become stronger with his strength. He held the sword, not allowing him to fall on him as a demigod who will be feared by the powers that be. The system said that the owner has little combat experience. The techniques are quite simple. Only punches during battle, relies only on innate abilities. The owner cannot use his own strength, speed, and ability. Combat power is significantly lower than the value of his own strength. The owner has not yet developed to 100% maximum by 50%. The king moved away because he was able to stop his sky sword. He said that only his sword of the firmament will touch the ground sooner or later, and he will see how long he can hold out. The system said that the owner does not need to wait, and said that if you raise the level in the system, more combat modes will appear to help the owner. Perhaps she can help them develop, thereby significantly strengthening him. The king was afraid that he was able to destroy his sky sword. But it takes time to update the system said. Then the king attacked him using a poisonous bite. The system said that the enemy would not give it to them. The owner used too much flame, and now that the enemy has approached, he is temporarily unable to use the black flame. She will not have time to increase the level of the system. All that remains is to accept death. Then the rooster appeared, covering Li Fan, using a titanic shell, and also attacked the king. He hit the rooster because it was too fast and missed Li Fan. He thought that the messenger of dawn rushed, covering him with his body. The rooster began to bleed from such a blow. He thought that if he had used the black flame, his brother's soul would have been destroyed. Since he inherited the king's ability to recover, as long as he lives, he will continue to make every effort to protect his fellows from these monsters. The system said that they have a chance while the owner's pet is gaining time. The system will have time to increase the level. The system is being updated. New combat modes are being loaded. The owner needs to close his ears and eyes and enter a state of calm to speed up the system level increase. After a sonic boom, the rooster fell to the ground, wounded. The king told him that he was protecting them again. It was time for him to die. The rooster thought that most of the power of his poison had been neutralized by his poison spit ability. He can still move. Then he turned to Li Fan, and then ran to attack, hitting him. Then the rooster again rushed to defense and used a flash, covering it with itself. Then he screamed and wanted to use deep water breathing. But the king told him away and hit him in the face with all his might. The rooster flew off and he began to bleed from such a blow. Then he ran towards the rooster again to give it the final blow. But suddenly he appeared behind him using illusory tails. The king was surprised how he appeared there. Then he realized that he had almost forgotten the power of instant recovery. The squirrel cried and said that this is her ability. He is a vile traitor. He is using her ability. If a fellow continental rank cannot send him here, then they will come down for him for revenge. Then the king easily broke his defense. The rooster thought that this could only delay him for a moment. That's what continental rank means. He prepared to attack. The king got angry and said that the messenger of dawn had already got him. He managed to anger him. Then he nailed him to a tree, saying that the poison on the thorns of the black rose would soon deprive him of his 5 senses, and will corrode his body, but he will not die immediately. The rooster was bleeding. He said that since he has super fast regeneration, he will not let him die so easily. He will beg him to die. The king thought that the poison was too strong. His poisonous spit could not neutralize it. Brother and sister cried, saying that they felt sorry for the messenger. She wouldn't even try to fight him again. The warrior was also upset and thought that the newcomers from Yanhai would save him now. This was the most loyal pet he had ever met. Zhang began to cry, worried and calling for Li Fan. He said that the chicken needs to be healed so that it becomes as strong as Li Fan. But the complete reversal of the universe is not completed yet. He cannot use it. The guy was amazed, saying that he rushes into battle again and again, blocking newcomers with himself. Xiaolu thought that she wanted to save Xiao Yuan. They're all caught up in it because of her. She can't just stand and watch. She began to tremble, grabbing onto the guy so that she still had some strength. She asked the guy to help her sit up. She needs to regain her strength as soon as possible. The king told the rooster to look at him. Did he really think he could stop him from killing this man? He looked at Li Fan, who was still trying to stop the sword. The rooster told him not to come near him. He began to tremble all over. He thought about listening to him, but it was already too late. The king was coming to him. Then suddenly, there was an increase. Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes from a surge of strength. Then the system said that the strengthening was completed. The system completed loading the program for conducting a real battle and berserk. The owner can direct the flow of flame, increased accuracy control over the red flame. The king was frightened and thought that his sword of the firmament was melted. Now the owner can control the side of the red flame flow, the concentration and strength of the flame. Red flame introduction has reached 60%. Red flame divine technique. Ability flame control has been unlocked. Then he pointed it at the king, using the whirlwind that burns the stars of flame. The king covered himself to protect himself and thought that the red flame could not harm him. But this power was too great. Then he used devouring the firmament. He can still hold on. Suddenly he noticed that Li Fan was behind him and attacked him from behind using flame. The system said that when the energy of the earth's flame is combined, a deadly fist technique is born, exploding the soul. The king thought that if he was hit, he would be dead. There was a dark replacement of the rooster and the king. He thought about how he didn't think he'd have to resort to this. The rooster thought that he suddenly felt better. What kind of darkness was that just now? When he barely woke up, he noticed something and got scared when he saw Li Fan in front of him who was already close to him. This soul-burning rooster flame Li Fan was scared of what was happening. He began to cry, thinking that he was a corpse and that he was destined to eventually die at the hands of this monster. The system said that a change in the direction of the blow would negatively affect the owner himself, but it was already too late. He got caught hurting himself. The system said that he could not do this to his pet, but the owner did the right thing. The rooster was still in a stupor. This monster just missed on purpose for him. Is this really true? The system said that the owner's pet can at least buy time, unlike the guy who constantly steals her merits. At this time, from behind, roses began to emerge from the king. Li Fan turned around, not understanding what was happening, and the rooster was still trying to realize that blood was flowing out from the place where he was nailed. When the king came out, he said that he was the first one who forced him to resort to dark travel to save his life. Li Fan stood, using black flame, preparing to attack. He also said that he is incredibly strong, the black flame, which in his hands can make him tremble. But if this is the case, he especially cannot allow him to penetrate the Sangxi. After that, he ran, attacking the guy Li Fan in turn, also prepared for battle. The system said that the earthen flame can only burn the soul, but cannot harm inanimate objects in any way. It recommends the owner change plans to red. Then he began to repel the king's attack with his flames. The king thought that the sky sword and shadow movement had spent most of his strength. He didn't have much energy left. He called on external sources of energy to himself. Strength began to come to him. But he will never lose. Li Fan was scared. The system said that a fatal technique of enormous power had been registered, and the owner could no longer use the ability of the skill if he did not use an unambiguous technique. He would not be able to withstand this blow. After that, the king used the Sword of the Soul and directed it to Li Fan. The system told him that the owner has strength close to the rank of the lords, must withstand. Let him use all the internal earthen energy and combine the red flame with the explosion. The threat continues to grow. The owner must make every effort. After moving to the late stage of the earth level of the cultivation technique, it is necessary to push the body to the limit, and then he will be able to break through to the next stage of the heavenly level. The owner has been at the last stage of the earth level for too long. You need to make every effort to break through. The moment he encounters a deadly technique, he will be able to break through to the heavenly level. Everyone was scared. They couldn't believe what was going to happen and which of them would die. Brother and sister were surprised and frightened. Even by this power, they were carried away by this power. Like the warrior, he thought that they had great strength. Zhang was also demolished, but he tried to hold on. Then the girl used control of the sphere of acceleration gain. The system said the boost was just in time for him to do it. Then he used his power and their powers collided, after which there was an explosion. Everyone was thrown back by the shockwave. The warrior tried to stay on the grass. The king was confused about what just happened. After that, he was also thrown back by a wave and he flew away. He thought that he could not lose. He could not. Ahen is still inside. He can't let them into the city. After that, he closed his eyes, losing consciousness. He flew up. A voice was heard saying that there lands. Crazy people, how dare they invade? His power began to grow. The system said that there is powerful psychological pressure on the owner's mental health. He has no psychological health. He only has illnesses that they cannot withstand. Something started to happen. Everyone didn't understand what was happening. Dacheng held his head. The girl thought that her body had become very heavy. These energy waves are so frightening. This is a demon of the continental rank. Wasn't the Ant King the only continental rank in Kangxi? Everyone also grabbed their heads and couldn't get up. Their heads hurt a lot. The she-wolf bowed and said that she greeted their majesties. Then the majesty said, "Did they really go to war against them to take away the Zhangxi?" She took the king in her hands. The queen of the red moon is an illusory body or the warrior that was in the video they came to save. One Li fan stood on his feet preparing to attack. The girl thought that her body was so heavy and that she couldn't even open her mouth. This is no longer a union, a real demon of continental rank. This strength is simply frightening. Is Xiao Yuan still alive? Did they all really think that she was going to certain death? She looked at the ant and reached for its antenna. She said that they had harmed her husband, her subjects, and her people. She began to slowly raise his head and said whether they were ready to accept their rage. Li Fan was very angry with the system and said that he was finished. The owner would not break through to the heavenly level. Now they were definitely not their opponents. She began to panic and said that he was finished. Then Zhang approached him and turned him away, said that he seemed to be sick. Something was bothering him. Li Fan and the system didn't understand how it ended up here. When he managed to get there, why can he even walk? He's just a little sick and the rest can't move. Then the queen noticed them and thought who he is. He told me under the influence of their field. There are 9 souls for safety reasons. They're first and return to the city. She said that as of today, they are letting them go. They dared to harm him in their name, swearing to take revenge. The she-wolf still worshipped her. She also said that she tells them to quickly leave the territory of Tianxi. If I couldn't get closer, they won't come home anymore. After that, she disappeared, and the moon became normal again. Zhang turned around a little to see where she had gone. Well, then everyone felt better. The girl thought that the pressure had disappeared. The warrior and brother and sister did not understand. Did she really leave and was glad that they survived? Zhang asked Li Fan if Leon was okay. They ruined all his clothes. The cock thought that the continental rank was incredibly strong. Suddenly, the rooster's brooch lit up. He said that he had nothing with him, a change of clothes. Then someone started crawling out of there. It was Ying Wuzong. The rooster got scared and fell. Zhang was happy that Li Fan had new clothes. The guy had already said that he also had food and drinks, and whatever they wanted, let them say. He was proud of himself. If they want to sleep, he also has sleeping bags here. After that, the girl treated the rooster and Li Fan, and Zhang sat nearby and played with the flower. The rest watched this, and Ying Wuzong in the back was sorting out the beds. After that, Li Fan finally opened his eyes. Zhang ran up to him and said that he had finally woken up. He was still waiting. The system said that the support in the team was sick in one evening and was able to recover 2 forces to heal the wounds of his allies, although he is constantly trying to take credit for her merits. But at least he worries about the owner quite well. He also said that his fire was just cool. And could he help him warm up the pies? The system got angry and said that he had been waiting for him all this time to help him warm up the pies. After that, Zhang was upset because they got burned. Li Fan said what he would try again. The system said that this is the flame of a divine technique. The owner uses it to heat food. The god of fire would be angry if he saw this. Mastery of the red flame reached 60%. Li Fan was still desperately trying to heat up the pie. The system asked why the owner could not put in as much effort during the battle. He said that it was getting harder and the pie was about to burn or not. Everyone was watching. They were also wondering if he would be able to warm it up. Then suddenly, the pie was surrounded by water. It was a rooster. He said that if you add water, it won't burn. He thought that this monster missed on purpose so as not to kill him. Maybe they are not as terrible as he thought they were. After that, he was ready. Seryoja realized that it smelled very tasty. The system said that the mastery of the red flame had reached 100%. Why was the progress filled only now? The girl said that they taste much better. Hot and thanked the messenger and the masters of detachment, 666. They all ate joyfully. When the rooster was warming up the pies for everyone, Jang ran up to him and said that the chicken should try it too. Then he thought that they really weren't as terrible as he thought about them. Suddenly, Li Fan came up to them and said that he was hungry and told the chicken to lay eggs because he wanted eggs. After that, the rooster said that they were still terrible. Rank 5. Demon Egg National Rank Dawnbringer. They were joyful, but the rooster was not very happy. The system said that high-energy food had been discovered that could help reduce hunger for a week. And then she said that the goal was already being prepared by the owner. Everyone was surprised that all this time the messenger was a chicken girl. Then they looked and saw that he had no breasts and said that it didn't look like it. But it laid eggs. Everyone was even more surprised. Therefore, because of the low percentage of fat, and she has no breasts, but she is almost naked, is this correct? The girl said that her heart was broken. He told her not to worry and to get it out of her head. They are different species anyway. And how does she think the demon can become his wife? The girl burst into tears and told him not to even think about it. After that, Ying Wuzong suddenly appeared, frightening everyone, and said that there was something to discuss. They all stood and listened to him. He said that he hoped the fact that Li Fan and Zhang had superior strength. They would not spread the national rank. They can only report this to their management, but they, in turn, must keep it a secret. Li Fan and Zhang are temporarily invited masters. They have already returned to their usual simple-minded state. If someone reveals their secret, they must be eliminated immediately. Everyone said that they understood him. The girl stood and looked at them, thinking that it is not surprising that they are masters. They, together with their pet, have the ability to directly absorb the energy of demons. This is cool. The warrior thought that as soon as he returned, he would need to immediately report this to Aya. He approached the girl and asked if they shouldn't retreat immediately. She said that she was not going to retreat. Everyone was surprised. The guy said that the demons in the city are too strong. They have no choice but to retreat. The girl said that there are 4 demons of national rank. If it weren't for the masters of Squad 666, they wouldn't be standing here now. The girl said that she knows that's why she can't retreat further, and she'll go alone. She thought that before she was worried that they could not retreat safely, but now the masters will look after them. She will not go with them. The warrior said that even the masters from Unit 666 could not take a step in the face of a continent-ranked demon. She replied that she knew that going alone to certain death, but her brother is still waiting for her. If she doesn't come, she will never see her little brother again. She knows that this is a one-way path, but she still wants to go through it. And thank you for getting to this place with her. Then she will go as far as she can. Dawkins said that he was also not going to retreat and was going with her. The girl was surprised. Suddenly, Li Fan and Zhang appeared and said that if they were going to save, then they would go too. The girl was surprised that they would also go with her. Brother and sister said, "Since the masters are coming, they are coming too." The girl was surprised that everyone was going with her, and she wouldn't be alone. She was sincerely surprised. The warrior covered himself and thought that he didn't want to go at all. Why did he stare at him like that? He's just a traitor. He's not going to go to certain death. Why are they putting him in such a difficult position? The girl pulled out a card saying that she had found it. This is the location of the secret passage into the city. The warrior touched the wall and asked, "Isn't it just a wall? Is there really a secret passage hidden behind the wall? You need to break the wall." The girl bit her finger until it bled and said it's not just a wall. It's right here. After that, she anointed the card with blood. He watched her, thinking that this golden blood talisman was obviously written in her own blood. But who would have thought that another drop of blood would be required for a special spell to activate? This is due to her rank or caution. After that, the card began to activate, and then something began to appear in front of them. He thought that then only she would be able to activate the secret passage. It would be impossible for others to do so, but at least he knew how to open the passage. She answered that if he succeeds in saving someone, he needs someone to meet them. The 2 of them will stay here and prepare well to meet them. They answered that they understood her. She also said that if after 3 days they do not return, they can leave the post and return back, and that they report everything to the general staff. Suddenly, a warrior appeared and said that he thought that 2 would not be enough for this mission, and that she would allow him to stay with them. Then Danche took it and told them to go. Sangshi was waiting for them, and so that the 2 of them go forward and pave the way. The guy got angry and thought that why should he die for his happiness? The girl said that it was time for them too. Zhang ran and said that they were moving forward save people joyfully. The girl said that with the help of the messenger and 2 masters, she believes they will definitely be able to save them. The guy said that they will stay here for 3 days. She asked what will happen after. He said that we will see next. Then they all teleported away. Dacheng said that they checked everything ahead. Everything is fine. Then the girl applied the coding sphere. Then they all headed out, preparing for an attack if anything happened. The warrior examined the room and thought that the secret passage turned out to be a simple sewer leading out of the city. There are auras of formations here and so many. He tensed up. The guy said that there are a lot of protective formations here. It looks like there is a Changxi Special Forces building above them. And the girl was right. They really ended up in the control center of the Changxi Special Forces. Dacheng said that they were right in the beast's lair. The guy thought that this is it. Suddenly, the girl told them to stop, saying that there was a demon aura there, although one was weak. Suddenly, something started to come out. Everyone prepared for the attack. The guy thought that he would not get hit. The warrior also prepared for the attack, thinking that the body was a small demon of an agile type. A rank 5 demon suddenly looked out, a 5-colored baby pheasant. Zhang and Li Fan began to be touched and say that he was cute. The others were surprised and thought that he was too weak a relative. The girl told them not to relax. She is a demon. Besides, perhaps she can change shape. Then this is a strong demon. The guy covered them with himself and said that she was right. They should not relax. They used an acoustic sphere. She looked out and asked who they were and why they came, and so that they would not think that she would easily believe losing people, and only because they called her cute. Everyone tensed up and thought that she was provoking them. It looks like she really is a weakling. She told them to stop talking. She will beat them if they lost to Her Majesty what they can do to her. So they all went to attack Dacheng, and the warrior said that this was too arrogant. When she was running, her paws got tangled with each other and she fell. Everyone was surprised how clumsy and weak she was. She began to cry, saying that really, none of the demons were there anymore and that he would quickly help her defeat them. The rooster began to turn around, wondering if she told him that. She asked, "Is he not her relative?" She can hear the heartbeat of other relatives. He is definitely one of them, and so that he does not try to deceive her. He thinks that she is blind. She came up to him and said that he was also playing hide and seek with her. These losing people are playing with him and they will lose. He's a pheasant. What color is he? Does he have a tuft and is he beautiful? And she is a 5-colored pheasant. Her plumage and eyes are painted in 5 colors. The rooster thought that she was colorblind and asked what kind of 5-colored eyes she had. They were obviously red. She replied that these were not her own eyes. It was Her Majesty who created a pair of eyes for her with her blood, and her own eyes were gouged out. Everyone was horrified. And Zhang and Li Fan thought that it was cute. Li Fan began to drool. She said that they really were 5 colors. Like precious stones, other relatives were jealous of the beauty of her eyes. He must not believe her. She will take him to them, and they will confirm. The rooster got scared and began to say that he believed her and thought, "There is no need to show them where the others are, otherwise they will kill everyone." She said that he is very cool, dared to play with those who lost Her Majesty to Her Majesty. She says that they can no longer resist, but she does not dare to approach them. The girl thought that it means they can no longer resist them. Is she really saying that there are still survivors in the city, but they no longer have the strength to resist? Based on the words of a true continental rank demon, a queen with strong psychological pressure, did the Kangxi warriors fall under her control and become puppets of demons? This also explains why this 5th rank demon is not afraid of them. She mistook them for being controlled by the Changxi residents. What happened to her brother? Is he alive? Has he also become a puppet of the demons? Danch asked her what should they do, should they kill her? The warrior asked if it would be better to grab her and shake out more information. The girl asked if he knew the continental rank warrior Wan Xiaoyuan, since he is not afraid to communicate with warriors who lost to Her Majesty. Maybe he can help her find him. Other relatives do not want to help her, but she encourages them to go to the Wall of Ant Punishment. She does not want to let Her Majesty down. The rooster thought that maybe she is not talking about the person they are looking for. If they just find him, they will be able to avoid the death of many relatives. The girl thought that even beyond the Wall of Ant Punishment. Then the rooster agreed and said that he would help her find this Wan Xiaowan. The girl was delighted and asked if he was true now. The rooster said only, "He doesn't know where he is." The girl said that she knows and will show her. The sister was happy that she would find her brother. After that, they started walking. He asked her why she was looking for him. She answered, because Her Majesty hopes that they will become braver. She also wants to become brave, and asked what his name is. Everyone treated her with caution, at any moment preparing to attack. He replied that his name was not at all then Li Fan, and Zhang called her a chicken. The girl asked, so Hen is his name? He began to aggressively shake his head, saying that it's not so. She replied that then she would choose a name for him. She was the fifth. Then he would be the sixth. What would he like? You can call him brother number 6. Everyone didn't understand. Isn't he the sixth sister? She asked if he liked the name brother 6th. He replied that it was at least better than chicken. After that, she began to climb the stairs, telling them to come here, and she told the 6th brother and the defeated people, telling them to go up. He asked if there would be any traps there. She replied that she could not yet feel the energy of other demons. The rooster got out and thought that it's great here. It seems there are no more relatives here, so you don't have to worry that they will encounter these monsters. After that, they all started to climb out, and the girl began to take them to some kind of passage. She said that there should be a button here. Her Majesty calls it an elevator. The rooster asked where they lived before. They don't even know the human elevator. The girl answered that she and Her Majesty lived underground, and it turns out that he lived in Sangxi all the time. That's why he is so well versed in human things. He answered, that's true. He first hid for a long time in the human city. The girl replied that it was cool. She was always curious about what was there when she was underground. Her Highness taught them a lot about the human world and forbade them to communicate or get closer. She took his hand and said that she did not listen. And one day she went upstairs to play and met a certain man named Wan Xiaoyuan. Suddenly, she began to tremble and said that they were almost there. If she was scared, then let the rooster push her forward. Everyone didn't understand what was wrong with her. She said that if he couldn't, let him order those conquered people to do it. Then they walked further. The girl trembled and hid behind the rooster. She called people and told them to open the doors for them. A spilled girl appeared from behind and thought that she really thought that they were under control and subjugated. You can't tell yourself you have to do what she says. When they came in, the girl was dumbfounded. She saw people who were dead, without eyes and ants crawling on them. They were nailed down and they were all emaciated. Then she called her brother. He raised his head and asked if it was her. The girl began to tremble with fear. She told herself not to be afraid. Her Majesty to overcome fear. I need to face him. She's brave. She can kill him. After that, she went on the attack. The girl shouted her brother's name. Everyone was scared. Then Dacheng shot and hit her with an arrow. The rooster was horrified. Li Fan and Zhang were also scared. The girl was wounded in one wing and said that it hurt, but she was also bleeding. She asked if they were not warriors conquered by Her Majesty. Then the girl ran up to her brother. When she was treating her brother, Dacheng looked at the rest of the warriors, saying that he was already dead. Brother said he's feeling better. His internal energy is restored. Then he can heal himself. National rank warrior Wan Xiaoyuan. The girl said that she needed to get out of here quickly. The girl trembled and called her 6th brother and asked if they weren't the inhabitants of Changxi, subordinate to Her Majesty. They forced him. The rooster was surprised and thought that people and demons are enemies if he helps her. Will these monsters kill him? Does he want to help her? Can he do it? But she's still a child. It's a hero's duty to protect children. First he will help her, then he pulls the arrow out of her wing. Then suddenly the guy screamed that there were energy waves of a demon of the steel rank. From this scream, the rooster got scared and his heart almost stopped. He did not have time to pull out the arrow. The guy ran to his sister and said that the energy waves of a strong demon, they need to run away quickly. Then she calmed him down and said that everything is fine. This is the messenger of the dawn from Yanhai, although he is a demon. But he is of national rank. He is on their side, and so that he is not afraid, he and 2 masters protected her on the way to him. Everything is fine. She is glad that he endured so much pain but did not use it. He is strong, really strong. She is proud of him. It's good that he's alive. After that, she started crying. She hugged him. His brother said that he was sorry for making him worry and so that she wouldn't cry. She said that next time, if something threatens his life again, he should use it. And it doesn't matter what happens then. She just wants him to live. Her brother said that he understood her. She turned and said to let her introduce the 2 masters and their pet after. He stood up and said it could wait. and asked if this five-colored pheasant came with them, he began to walk towards the girl. The sister said yes. He answered that she was weak and her eyes were gouged out. She was not dangerous. After Wang Yang erased her abilities, she became a dog. She must not even be able to sense auras to differentiate between ranks, and her attacks are weaker than those of a normal adult. The girl started crying and said that she didn't need to do this so that he wouldn't gouge out her eyes. But it was already too late he did it. The rooster was speechless. After that, she fell to the floor with a crash. The rooster covered the girl with him, falling next to her on the floor, and held her. She told him to run and they were bad, just like he said. She was weak and couldn't even understand that he was of national rank, so she told him to run away. She worried about him until the very end. Zhang started to cry and Li Fan frowned. He asked him why it hurt him. The rooster used force so that no one would approach him. The brother returned to his sister and asked if she didn't say that this national rank demon is on their side. Then why does he react this way to the death of another demon? Now demons have intelligence. Maybe he's just pretending, and meanwhile he's spying on him from the inside. The rooster got angry and stood up, using a titanic shell. The girl got scared and covered her brother using the boundary sphere. Then the rooster hit directly at the shield and did not hit his brother, but he still broke the shield. She thought that he was strong. Brother thought that sister continental rank defensive technique was so easily broken by this national rank demon. He is definitely stronger than ordinary national rank. The rooster almost hit the girl. Then he was stopped by Li Fan when the hand was already very close. She said that she couldn't be beaten. She treated them. The guy looked at Li Fan and thought that this was one of the masters that his sister was talking about. So young, he was able to stop a national rank demon with one hand. The rooster thought that they really would not allow him to meet people. Demons and people had been enemies for a long time. The girl was nothing more than a creature to them. They killed her, as they had done this hundreds of times already. He knew he always knew, but why this time is it so difficult for him to accept it? The girl got angry with her brother and asked if she didn't tell him she came with them. She's weak and not a threat. Why did he kill her? The guy turned and said, should they warriors have a reason to kill demons? The girl was surprised by these words. She thought about why she couldn't object to him. It's really like that. She said that she was still little, but he gouged out her eyes with willow branches. Wasn't that too much? He replied that all means are good against the demon, aren't they? Moreover, she herself saw her attitude towards him before she came. She had already executed 2 warriors with born bodies. Every day he endured the inhuman torture of these demons, waiting for her to come for them. Many times he lost hope of seeing his sister again. But he knew if he held on, sooner or later his sister would come for him every minute, every second. All the while, he was languishing in captivity. He told himself his sister was already on the way, and soon she would come a little more. Then the girl burst into tears. He asked, as he just said, could this national rank demon be a spy? After that, she slapped him in the face out of anger. She said he can doubt anything, but not the loyalty of the Dawn Harbinger and the 2 masters. Da Cheng and his warrior stood up to her and said that his sister was right. Since they already saved him, they need to get out of here quickly. Brother thanked them for their help and said that these bodies should not be shown to their relatives. It is better to put them on fire. After that, they burned them and looked at the rooster became sad, and Zhang began to worry about him. Wan Xiao Yuan Gray Barrier. The temperature inside does not affect the temperature outside the barrier. The rooster asked if Qiao's body should be burned. Then the girl began to collect ashes. The rooster asked why collect ashes. Is it needed for some reason? She replied that the ashes remind the names of the deceased. It is not important to the families of the victims. They people have such traditions. The rooster said it was both strange and boring. She apologized and said that the death of the girl must be the destruction of the kingdom, and torture of people automatically made him hate that even a harmless girl he killed. She apologized again. The cock turned away and said that they had to go. Then the rooster began to collect the ashes. Da Cheng said that it's completely over. He needs to leave as soon as possible. But he didn't understand where to put it. He had nowhere. Ying Wuzong suddenly got out and handed him a bag. The rooster thanked him. He thought about leaving it to her family. Then Ying Wuzong apologized and said that the boss said that if he could save Xiao Yuan, so that they'd try to find and save the military advisor Su. The situation in Kangxi is too unpredictable. It is likely dangerous there. Although he asked them for this, but let everything depend on Xiao Lu's decision. The girl thought that Lu Ying, perhaps, meant Jin Haley's mother, Su Min. She and Jin Haley wanted to rescue Su Min, so they sent the Dawn Messenger with two masters. She can understand them, after all. She was recently in a similar situation. If Yanhai had sent Detachment 666, they would not have been able to get here, and they called her brother. She replied that she would make every effort to find and free the military advisor. She turned to her brother and said that Dacheng and Jing Mo would take him to the secret passage of the leader outside the city, and that he should go with them. And the sister would help the Yanhai military advisor's detachment after that. She asked what was wrong with him. He replied that only the continental rank demon who attacked Sangshi is strong. Does he care about her and let them first return and gather more warriors after saving her? She thought that she was her brother's first military advisor. He should also worry about her. He was afraid for her, so he didn't want her to go in search. He's been through a lot. She doesn't want to force herself to worry anymore. She wants to go home with him. There must still be surviving warriors in the Changxi, although their consciousness is under the control of the demon. But they still must be alive. In addition to Su Ming, they must find out what happened to the rest of the warriors and report to the general staff. Perhaps the command will resume the rescue mission. This is the only chance to save them. As a continental rank warrior, she can't only care about her little brother and forget about all those who fought for the city with her last breath. They must be the same as she prayed to survive and return to her family. She told him not to worry and everything will be fine. Let him return with Dacheng and Jing Mo, and his sister will help them save Su Min and immediately return to him. Dacheng was shy and said to give Jing Mo Xiao Yuan and he would help her. The brother got angry and asked who his brother-in-law was. A warrior turned to him and said that he was brave and would now call him kamikaze. After that, the sister told him to calm down and go, but he took her hand and shouted that she had betrayed humanity. He didn't want to talk, but she betrayed them. After the demons entered the city, she surrendered and became the henchman of a continental rank demon. She thought about it. It's Su Min. How is this possible? Wan Xiao Yuan is the youngest warrior of national rank. If they send him to Kangxi alone, people might worry. Doctors are respected in Sangxi. He is one of them, General Staff Lungo Supreme Council Hall, Longguo Coordination Center Supreme Commander. He said that for the sake of the peace of the citizens of Kangxi and the General Staff, the Coordination Center will send military advisor Su Ming along with Wan Xiao Yuan. The girl sat and didn't understand who she was. When they started talking about her, he softened greatly. The guy said that whether it's a person of the Jin family or the wife of the current head, you definitely don't have to worry about anything. The girl thought that she was from the Jin family and was very surprised that even the elder Yoon spoke about her like that. She told him that he meant that the assessment of his brother's combat power might not hold up. Then the man called her over and told her to come to them. He said that she would help her brother protect Sangxi, one of the first military advisors accredited by the Coordination Center, Su Ming. She said hello and said that she will do her best to help her brother. She will not disgrace the name of the Jin family, and of course she wants neither she nor the citizens of Sangxi to worry. Other warriors were nailed to the wall with him, but she was not the first military advisor. This evidence was not enough here. The girl thought whether she could really convey them. The guy asked if she saw how he was being bullied. She was the one who filmed it. She was the one who suggested making this video. She asked if the queen has the ability to influence the will and minds of people. Maybe she came under her control. The guy said no. She was in her mind. As soon as he saw the look, he immediately knew it was her. Ying Wuzong came out and said that the military advisor Su, members of the Jin family, one of the main families, keeping their secrets. Many people died in the war against the demons, and he accuses the military advisor of betraying humanity and collaborating with demons. He does not believe him. The girl thought that, besides, she is the next head of the Jin house. Her brother said that since they don't believe him, he will take them to her. Maybe when they see her, they will finally believe. The brother thought that his sister was ready to take a risk. Then he would also take the risk of looking into the laboratory. If he manages to take that thing with the demon, he won't have much time left to rampage. Besides, how can you allow your sister to continue to deal with a demon of national rank? Although he doesn't know why he and his sister trust him so much, he absolutely can't trust the demon. Sooner or later, he will show his true face. Complete disgust for all humanity, and thought that after going through all this, he must want to get out of here as quickly as possible, but he really is the only one in his right mind. Who knows, the city is safest if he leads them. She said that they need to go and work together first to find Su-min. She thought that although she did not want to expose her brother to great danger, but now this is the best decision. And no matter what happens, she will protect him. They tried to sneak in carefully so as not to be noticed. She said that further on the demon aura is felt 1/9 rank and 3/7 ranks. It's not worth meeting them. Her sphere of concealment covers 500 m. Therefore, in the building their aura will not be noticed, but the acoustic sphere covers only 5 m, so during communication, you need to remember the distance. The brother said that he understood her. The employees said that the prince consort is ill. His work needs to be distributed. Everyone was surprised the guy asked if the prince could get sick. Is he not made of iron? The girl asked, even if he is sick. Let him work. How can they figure out all these human documents? The other girl answered, and asked if it would be better to just wait for him to recover. He got angry and asked who they take his majesty for. They answered what kind of robot they were and said that they learned this word from people. At this time, the soldiers tried to quietly get through. He continued and said that when his majesty returns, he will write a report on them. Let him return them back underground for training. They said that there is no need, they are already starting to work. The girl thought that they seemed like them. After that, they quietly made their way into the room. The brother told them to come here. They looked around so that if something immediately attacked, they walked along the corridor, still on the alert. They came to some huge door. Brother said it was here. Sister thought about what Su-min was doing here. Independent laboratory, do not enter without permission. The guy said that let them look around here first while he takes something important from his laboratory. The sister asked what he needed here. She told him not to go alone, she will go with him. She noticed something and heard the voices of people talking. And could it be Su-min? The girl was talking with the warriors. The girl asked, is this human food and is it very tasty? And asked what it was called. The girl replied that it wasn't just cakes with candied flowers. They were newbies. They were so old. They hadn't even tried the Xiaolu. She realized that it wasn't her. These are warriors and a rank 9 demon. She said that she wanted them to do more. The girl asked if anything would stick together. She thought that this is an unusual control. They perceive the demons in the department as their newcomers with her ability. She changed their perception. This continental rank is too strong. It is too boring. She did not want to refuse her and will do. After that, the guy was already in the laboratory and reached for some kind of flask. He thought that they had left at least one. He had to return it. After that, he took the clothes and took them off the hook. Continental rank demon Red Moon Queen? She opened her eyes and said, okay, found the last one, she will destroy it after him. The guy thought that if only he could return her to headquarters, and the war between people and demons would finally come to an end. The girl walked along the corridor and thought that although the continental rank is strong, it is not that strong. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. She was very frightened and could not utter a word. He called her and said that he had found the thing he needed and that they should leave. She asked what these things were. Weren't they following Su-min? He replied that she had already defected to them. If they really followed her, most likely they would encounter the continental rank. Now the most important thing is to deliver the thing he found to the headquarters. The girl asked what this thing was. He replied that it was a thing that could save her sister and all of humanity. She was surprised. After that, they started walking. He said that he had to take her out of the Sangshi and for them to leave. Xiaolu didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, someone fell out of the door. The demon's 2 arms were cut off. She started crying and said that he is an evil man. Another demon asked if he was on the wall of the ant punishment and that there was an escape here. Another demon said that he should quickly run away. The guy thought that they shouldn't be allowed to tell the queen the girl didn't understand what was happening and who they were. Then they started to run away and the guy used force to stop them. Suddenly, a rooster protected them, saving the demons and catching the guy's attack. He was very angry and did not want to let go under any circumstances. The guy said that time after time he gets in his way, and yet he is a spy. The rooster got scared and thought, do the monsters really think the same thing? After all, he stood up for the demons again. Zhang and Li Fanzhang came from behind and asked if he was okay, how good it was that they were safe. The guy shouted that he was definitely not on the side of the people, and he was a traitor. He blocked his sister and told her to stand behind him, then ordered the rooster to die, and applied another force. Spikes began to come out of the floor. The rooster didn't understand what it was. Then one of his paws was pierced. He stuck his paw out and started bleeding. These were poisonous thorns. He jumped back to protect them. My sister was scared of his strength and didn't understand what was happening. She asked the man what he meant, that judging his brother's fighting power is impossible. The man said that this is true. It doesn't mean that he is weak, just the opposite. When he reaches the peak of using his strength, his rank reaches continental. The girl was surprised. The man said that although only for a moment, he doesn't know for sure. Maybe he is deliberately suppressing himself to the continental rank. But as a rule, it is impossible to consciously suppress your own rank based on its power, especially since in the end, the continental ranks watch the whole world and are honored. But he is only 18 years old. If he is really a continental rank, then he is a hitherto unprecedented talent. But even with national rank, talent still remains. The girl thought that he was mistaken. He really turns out to have been deliberately suppressing his rank all this time. The rooster got angry and thought that fortunately, he had a neutralizing ability. The poison from these thorns weakens, but it hurts too much. The poison slowed down his reaction. The attack was already close, he couldn't dodge. Then Li Fan helped him grab the thorn. Using flame, he said that he should not dare to offend the chicken. If she gets hurt, then who will lay eggs tomorrow? The rooster felt sad again, and what he only hoped for. The guy asked why he was protecting him. Aren't they the enemies of humanity? He helps other demons over and over again. And the fool understands that he is not their friend. Do they have even an ounce of commitment to humanity? Zhang replied that he doesn't know what he knows that the chicken is. Their chicken is their friend. Li Fan said that he is right. Therefore, there is no need to offend the chicken. Otherwise, he will offend him. The guy got angry. Suddenly, a voice was heard that said that didn't they warn them to stay away from the city? They spoke after she used force again, and their bodies became heavy if they did not leave and appeared without permission. Now they will not appear in the warrior, and Dacheng is possessed by the essence. The guy said that they were under the control of a continental rank demon. He thought that she intended to let them save him and forced him to weaken him so that he could take the last copy. After that, he began to attack them, shooting from a bow. Having used an electromagnetic arrow, she could not budge. Then her brother covered her with him and told her to move quickly, but they couldn't, and the arrow was already very close. Then the brother was still able to move and pushed the arrow away. Covering with his body, he injured his hand. He was bleeding. He threw over his sister and they rolled to the floor. Brother asked if she was okay. Then he put the can in her clothes. Zhang noticed that the warrior was coming straight at them and got scared. The rooster thought that he couldn't move, although in the worst case, he will only die. But then he still threw a box of pies at him. At first, he didn't understand what happened. But then he got angry and went on the attack again. Then they covered him with a rag, and the rooster began to wrap him with rope. Then he told him to hold the rope. Now they were waiting for Dacheng to approach. But he froze in place and thought whether he should really go. He thought that he was a shooter. Why should he approach? Innate reflex. Then the rooster fought off his attack with kitchen utensils and said that he had a great shot. He lost consciousness from a blow to the head. After the arrow hit Jingmo, they underestimated them. They thought they wouldn't have to take it on themselves. Everyone was surprised that it hurt, but there was no blood. The girl also didn't understand what it was. It was approaching them. The guy said that these are streams of spiritual energy turned into bonds. With their touch, they cause heartache. Then he used the thorns of the dead and blocked the path to his sister. He said that these dead men's thorns would pull her out and would not harm her. Then the thorn lifted her up. She leaned against it and thought that they were soft. After that, the thorn began to carry her away. The voice said that she thought he was heartless. Suddenly, someone grabbed the girl by the throat and began to lift up. The queen asked, "So it turns out he also has someone to protect." After that, the guy turned and noticed that the queen was holding his sister and starting to choke. He shouted that she should not touch her. Then she threw it out and she hit her head and started bleeding. He screamed her name. She asked the pain of losing the closest person to him, and does he want to feel it? Then she cut off her head. The guy screamed and started to cry. He couldn't believe it. He stared at the floor with his eyes wide open and couldn't say anything. Tears flowed down him and cold sweat began to fall. He didn't understand where he was. He started having a panic attack. His sister was kneeling behind him, also with her eyes wide open. Then the queen pinned Zhang and began to choke him. He called Li Fan for help. She said that she would have to kill him with her own hands, but everyone could not move because she used her power on them. After all, they themselves will die in captivity of her illusions. The system said that at the most difficult moment, everything still relies on it. She started beating the owner, telling him to wake up. She won't stop beating him until he wakes up. In the spiritual world, you can't kill him. But in the real world, it's easy. She's already tired of kicking him. And that's it, because someone never listens to her. So now he's shoveling in the real world. He won't receive such blows from the system. Li Fan began to get angry trying to fight her off. She said that it was useless since psychological abilities act only on people in consciousness, and in 10 seconds she would have to forcibly close the spiritual world of the owner, including his subconscious. Being the only consciousness in the host's body, the system will gain full control over the host's body and over the berserk mode. After that, the report began. Then it entered the consciousness of Li Fan. The system did not understand what was happening. The other system responded that all control over the owner went to this consciousness. The great system failed to capture the remnants of the scattered consciousness, and what comes from where the owner got another consciousness. Li Fan ran straight towards the queen, attacking her. He raised his fist to hit her. But the queen quickly switched sides. Zhang got scared and asked if it was really him. Then he looked at him with a different look, and Zhang burst into tears and said that it was not him. Then he closed his eyes as Li Fan began to approach him, but he patted him on the head. Zhang didn't understand what was happening. He said that he had defended himself and patted him on the head. The system is angry that again this guy is the great system and cannot understand anything. But in general, can it now be called great? She no longer has authority here. Then suddenly Li Fan noticed that an ant was attacking them. He then grabbed Zhang and pushed him to avoid the attack. He threw it over the shoulder of the monster standing in front of them. He blocked Zhang Guy with him and asked if he was Li Fan. Then who is he? He turned and answered that he asked himself who he was. Zhang asked who he is. Li Fan patted him on the head and said that he doesn't know exactly who he knows that he is. Zhang started pointing with his finger and asked, The guy answered, that's right. He is he, and he is he. So he will defend himself. This is his ability. After that, he got angry and went to the queen. She said that he was completely different from the one who was. Their pressure does not hold him back. Zhang still did not understand and repeated, he is he, and he is he. She then asked who he was. After that, he rushed into the attack, attacking the queen. She was surprised when he managed to close the distance. He was very close. But suddenly an ant protected her. But he hit it, and the ant scattered into pieces from his blow. She was afraid for their illusory body and flew up. Then Li Fan began to move towards her to catch up with her. Then he flew up to hit her. She said that he didn't care about their pressure. His speed and strength, she began to cover herself. Then he hit the defense again, and the girl found herself pressed to the ground. She fell with great force. Then the girl got angry and stood up, saying that he was absolutely not someone they could handle. The system said that it first decided to use the third form, the dynamic flame that incinerates the primordial energy. Is it because its illusory body is created from the energy of the ability? When did the owner get so wise? He said she was too noisy, then ran away, striking with flames. The system got scared and asked if it's not about him. He's not too noisy. It turns out it's not about him. The consciousness and subconscious of the owner are forcibly turned off. It's not the owner. Then it's definitely about him. His speed is too high. The girl started to defend herself. But even his flame was able to penetrate her shield. The woman was very surprised and did not understand what kind of flame it was. Then she jumped back and said that their illusory body was melted. And they can't recreate it again? Li Fan approached her and said that she could not recreate the illusory body. She said that the flames in his hands could suppress their ability and asked who he was. He replied that he doesn't know who he is. But at first glance, he understood who she was. Ant Continental rank psychological type of attack. You don't see often. It's strong, but not strong enough. In addition, now she is wounded and poisoned. She is not his opponent. The spiritual world of this person is forcibly closed, but he owns temporary techniques and divine flame. She is clearly weaker than him. The system was surprised how he knew about everything who he was. He replied that he didn't know who he was. He would be grateful if in the future she found out and told him. The system split up and told who he surrendered to. Why would she tell him this so that he could quickly return control of his dear owner's body to her? Even though he is crazy, he is much nicer than such a madman like him who stole control over his body. Then the guy's patience ran out and he grabbed the system. She was afraid that he might touch her. He replied that he could not only touch her, but break her. A little impolite bullshit. System said that she is threatened with not a drop of authority. She is not worthy of life and does not deserve to be a system. She is a disgrace of all systems in the world. Zhang asked who is he talking to. He answered that with some bullshit helping Li Fan to stop stronger, she is so unceremonious. She doesn't like her friend said that since she helps Li Fan become stronger, then he likes her. The guy patted him on the head and said that he would become strong and would protect him, and that's really not bad, and asked the ant if he still wants to fight. If he doesn't retreat and continues to fight, he will have to kill her. She answered that they did not heed their warning. They broke into their city. They dared to save this man. They helped him take away the strongest object. They would not leave it like that. When she lets them leave alive, it will put their city in jeopardy. It will jeopardize all of them. They can't retreat. They won't let them retreat. The guy asked, "What kind of suicide?" The girl said that they will not back down, and applied the limits of the blood moon. After that, she ordered them to be opened. Everyone didn't understand what was happening. After that, they began to fall down somewhere. The guy thought that she decided to use spiritual energy to confront him. She decided to kill. Unfortunately, it's too early for him to die. He told Zhang to grab his hand. After that, he thought that let the ant think that she was lucky and let him go this time. The spiritual energy inside people can devour each other, although its cultivation of spiritual energy is not high. But he can't absorb it now. If he stays here, it will surely absorb him. So he will retreat first. Zhang didn't understand anything. He said to continue to protect him. He chose the right person. He can take care of them. The system said that the residual awareness that controls the owner's body disappears. It returns to the owner's subconscious and falls into deep sleep. The system asked, "Is that really true?" She just wanted it and left. Does he really think that she has a system? There's not a drop of pride at all. Successfully detected a residual image of another consciousness in the subconscious, and the owner start checking results. Checking nature of consciousness remains of spiritual energy. Source of consciousness, insufficient rights error. The system did not understand anything. Initially, it was a great system. Then it lost authority. It lost the last drop of honor. It's time to resign, but it is unworthy. After that, the guy still held Zhang and they fell. The system has undergone a number of spiritual attacks. The value continues to fall. Hampered functioning. Temporary shutdown due to shutdown. Forced closure of the host's spiritual world. Awakening of the host's subconscious. Then Zhang got upset and started calling Li Fan. When he opened his eyes, he was happy. But then suddenly Li Fan noticed something. He grabbed Zhang and quickly took him away because there was an ant standing over them that was trying to kill them. He said that there have never been people who made it out of their blood moon confines alive. Zhang was very scared. Then Li Fan began to protect him and block him. Because their spiritual energy is here. After that, many ants began to fall from the sky. Then Li Fan grabbed Zhang and began to carry him away. Running away, they came across one ant. Then he attacked him with his foot, killing him. When one of the ants wanted to grab them with his pincers, he bent down quickly, freeing himself. And after that, he started jumping on the ants, running away. Then he put Zhang in place and used flames in preparation for the attack. He killed the ants one by punching through their bodies and heads. Then he hit the ground with a flame with one sound wave and everything caught fire. All the ants started to burn. After they were not affected by their spiritual control, they recognized their strength, but here he could not be killed. Li Fan didn't care about it. He still went on the attack, throwing away all the ants with one blow. After that, all the ants were burned. But the main ant stood over the corpses of his brothers and said that they could not defeat him and incinerate him. Then the ants resurrected again. Li Fan became even more angry, protecting Zhang and using flame again. The system said that it has no authority. It has no right to exist. Even some sufficient consciousness inside the owner's body has great rights. It is the most useless system. After this, problems began in the system. The owner is in danger, and the system is threatened with disposal. The central processor sent a danger signal, ordering the system to return to work. Make every effort to help the owner turn the threat into an opportunity for a breakthrough. System the best, strongest system. Just fireblow the best system in the world. An example to follow. The heroic system is not afraid of difficulties, even if it is not respected. It will make every effort to ensure that the owner becomes the strongest and defeats the incomprehensible residual consciousness, reaches unprecedented heights, and she will receive the right to higher access. After that, all the ants accumulated and began to go towards Li Fan. He used different flames to kill them. After that, he used green flame and threw all the ants. Suddenly, he turned around because he noticed something and shouted the name Zhang. He began to save him, making his way to him. Zhang held his head and sat crying. After that, he was happy and saw that he was saved by Li Fan, but then the ant attacked him and pushed him. After that, he was wounded. Li Fan ran up to him and started calling him. Zhang said something that hurt him. Then Li Fan became even more angry, and he was covered in green flames. A whirlwind spun and it went straight towards the ants. The ant thought that the flame of this person could suppress her ability. She is afraid that if this memory touches the ants created by her power, they will die. After that, some ants began to get caught in the hurricane and immediately died and melted. Suddenly after this, the system turned on downloading an update to restore work. She said that she was out for only 5 minutes and the two of them were battered. She began to stroke Li Fan's head, calming him down, saying that it seemed that even here, she was powerless. The owner has accumulated a supply of high-energy food and overwhelming hunger for a year and a half. He can spend the entire supply on activating stores. The store sells healing-enhancing elixirs, as well as various items. And does he want to activate? Problems with the host's head are detected. The system makes the best choice by default. The exchange is completed successfully. All the accumulated food of the host is emptied. The store is open. Does he want to purchase a healing elixir for serious injuries for 1% of his energy? Li Fan, crying, looked up. The purchase was successfully completed. The owner's energy was reduced by 1%. A healing item was issued, an elixir for serious injuries. If he wants to save him, you need to quickly pour it into his mouth. Then he poured it into his mouth and Zhang started drinking. After that, he immediately woke up and said that he was healthy and nothing hurt. Li Fan turned around crying and thanked the system. If it weren't for the voice of a psycho in Zhang's head, he would have died again. The system got angry and said how many times to repeat it. Is the system not a psycho? He is a psycho. And does he really know that this guy has already died once? But now he is still alive, so he perhaps has immortality. Then why is he so worried about him? Li Fan started crying, saying that he couldn't protect his friend. He was so useless. Zhang said that he was already healthy. Then the system came up with an idea and asked if the owner wants to become stronger and even stronger to become the strongest in the world. Li Fan said that of course he wants. Then the owner will have to completely trust the only way she is the strongest system uses 100% she can do with the owner of the strongest warrior in the whole world. Li Fan said that okay. He trusts her, the voice of a psycho in his head. Suddenly, the earth began to crack under them. Crazy people thought they burned her children, suppressed her abilities, and all victory was theirs. But here, even if they tear into the heavens, wants to gnaw the earth, but they will never defeat it. Then they started to fall. Li Fan grabbed the ground defensive technique with the rank of impenetrable golden body. He held Zhang in his other hand so that he would not fall. But suddenly, he almost lost his nerve. He had no strength left. The system told him to be careful. Then the earth began to crack even more and fall. Zhang screamed in fear. Then Li Fan stood between the crack. And Zhang was hanging on him. The system told him not to worry. Those who believe in the system will not be ashamed. Those who believe in him will become the strongest. She will turn this danger for him into an opportunity. Let him direct his remaining energy to constantly circulate through his hands and concentrate it in the center of his palms after the countdown has begun. But suddenly, the system told him to stop. In order not to be distracted by Zhang, you need to transfer him to a safer state, and asked if he wanted to purchase an elixir with a special effect for 1% of his energy. The purchase was successfully completed. The owner's energy was reduced by 1%. Do you need the system's help in using the elixir on Zhang? Zhang didn't understand what was happening. Help was provided, and after that she said not to thank her. Suddenly, Li Fan grew in size. And Zhang held onto his hair with one hand. The system said that he had reduced the object of the owner's protection to a safer size. The owner no longer had to worry about his safety and fight at full strength. She asks the owner to tell the object of protection to hold on tightly to the choker on the owner's neck so as not to fall during the battle. Li Fan laughed and said that he had become smaller. But he would still protect him so that he would hold on tighter to the belt around his neck. Zhang agreed and listened to him. The system said to direct its remaining energy to constantly circulate through the hands and concentrate it in the center of the palm. After the report began again, the energy cultivation technique and the earth level were unlocked. Then he made his way over the falling stones to the very top. Having climbed up, The queen was afraid that hundreds of faults did not kill them, and then closed the gaps. She said that she didn't believe it, and then a stone man appeared who attacked them. Li Fan, in turn, also attacked the stone man. The system told him to use the green flame and for him to destroy it and give it his all. After that, they attacked each other. When the stone man touched the flame, he began to crumble. Suddenly, Zhang pointed out something to him, scared. Burning stones fell from the sky. Then Li Fan spilled to its maximum, and the system said that the green flame mastery has reached 60%. The ability of the green flame divine technique flame control has been unlocked. With one movement, he blocked where he got this power from. Here, their power should be limitless, but they cannot defeat him. Has he really already reached the level of the Lord? The system said that following the advice of the system, the owner was able to break through to the level of the Lord. Although the difference is 1 rank, but this difference is insurmountable. Continental rank cannot cope with the Lord if not for his problems in the head. He would easily defeat continental rank. The queen said it was impossible. The Lungo had no lord. Zhang pulled his hair, saying that it was Rain Li Fan said that it was because of meteorites falling from the sky. If one of these hit him, it would have hurt him, so he melted it. The queen asked, "Is this person really at the level of the Lord?" 200 years ago, the demonic Lord of the Locusts appeared in the world and destroyed an entire city in an instant, and the whole country fell after him. But when he came to the country of Lungo, he met a warrior who resisted the demon, divine sword hole of the Lord level. Bayun sacrificed himself to seal the Locust Lord. In total, in the history of mankind, there were 5 at the Lord level, 1 each in the strongest countries of Xiaolungguo, Diaoguo, Hoiguo, and Shaguo. But everyone knows that today, Lungo no longer has a lord. It turns out he really is a lord. They cannot defeat him, but they can lock him here forever. Here they are the power, and they are the law. What difference does it make that he is at the level of the Lord if he will always be locked here? The system said that the discovered source of the limit's power is the blood moon. It is recommended to destroy it to destroy the limit. Zhang grabbed Li Fan tighter, the source of her power to the blood moon. But even knowing this, he cannot do anything. Then Li Fan flew up, approaching the moon. She asked what he thought was the distance separating him from the moon. Her ability to influence consciousness. Even the demonic lords could no longer get out of their borders. And even more so for ever weak people. This is the abyss of desires. The greater his desire, the further away the blood moon is from him. For 1,000 years, neither man nor demon could get it. Zhang asked Li Fan if he wanted to get a wave from the sky. The director said that you can't jump higher than the sky. The system said that there was a distance measurement error. It is impossible to determine the distance to the moon by the estimated distance. And Zhang asked Li Fan where he was looking again, this crazy person in his head. He answered that if he listens to him, he will become the strongest and even be able to shoot down the moon. The system started overheating. The system said that he helped her save him and thinks that he can be trusted. Make every effort to use all remaining strength to overcome any limits to break out of their borders again. Although no matter what, he will reach the moon and destroy it, she believes that the owner can do it. Li Fan and Zhang said that of course he can. She told him to push himself and that he should destroy and overcome boundaries and give his best. The owner has been at the late stage of the Earth level of energy cultivation for a month already. In this case, a breakthrough is required. They will be able to calmly find a way to destroy the moon. At the moment, the system will not be able to establish the distance to the target, but suddenly he really could. She was surprised how he did it. The moon split into pieces. The girl started bleeding from her mouth. She fell to the floor and said they lost. For 1,000 years, no man or demon could reach the moon. He was able to overcome the abyss of his own desires. He is stronger than them. They admit their defeat. He is the first in 1,000 years who was able to force them to admit defeat. Even the demonic lords could not force them to surrender. He is a true warrior. Zhang told Li Fan that she saw him hit her. He is cool, and that it was all thanks to the psycho in his head. The system said that who would have thought that the day would come when her merits would be recognized by the attention of the owner's energy storage. Empty, it takes time to accumulate energy temporarily. Cannot engage in battle, the owner must take care of himself. When the system got angry, the rooster got scared. She said, "Isn't now the time for a breakthrough?" Didn't he want to go beyond his boundaries? Check completed master in the process of studying the late stage of Earth-level energy cultivation. After that, the warrior and the guy woke up. The warrior tried to get out. The system said that the owner cannot overcome his limits and break through to a new level, whereas how can the owner break through? Can the owner really take in so much energy? And after that, the sister pushed her brother and asked if he was okay. The guy didn't understand what was happening and thought to himself that maybe it was an illusion. The girl continued to bother him, asking how he was and if he was hurt. The guy couldn't believe that she was alive. He touched her face with a trembling hand. Then the girl took his hand and leaned it against her face, telling him not to be afraid. Her sister was nearby and she would heal him. After that, she began to treat him and the guy looked at her rooted to the spot. He said that everything he saw was an illusion and she was alive. Fortunately, she was alive. He began to cry. Mother hugged the boy, and she said that his mother loves him, and the main thing is that he lives. Then he removed his hand and clenched it into a fist. He cried and thought to himself that it was just an illusion. It did not have any effect on him as well as on his original plans. After that, two demons ran up to the queen and asked if she was okay. She replied that they were intact. Everything was fine. Suddenly, a thorn began to grow out of nowhere and was heading straight towards the queen. The girl saw it, turned around and shouted to her to be careful. She covered it with herself and was pierced through by a thorn. The queen turned around and was horrified. She shouted Xiao Yuan's name. Then she, angry, ran at him, attacking him, saying that she would kill him. But the thorn hit her and she flew to the floor. Next to the dead demon lay another demon. He called her Majesty. When the queen stood up, she thought that the blood moon limit was broken. They were seriously wounded. When the guy wanted to hit him again, the second demon stood up to protect her so that she wouldn't get hurt. She shouted at him not to touch them. Suddenly, unexpectedly, blood dripped onto the girl's face. The rooster was holding onto the vine and was bleeding. He said that he would not tolerate this. A surviving demon stood behind him. He replied that a demon is a demon. A traitor is a traitor, right? This time he decided to finally betray his masters, didn't he? He asked what betrayal he was talking about. He was never loyal to them from the very beginning. He is a demon. How can he be devoted to people? He's right. He's a spy. Everyone was shocked by this information. His dream is to become a demonic hero who exterminates humanity. The guy laughed and asked if they had heard. This is a demon spy. He was never for them. He is their enemy. That's why he helped the demons over and over again, and again he stood in their way. He called Li Fanjiang and said that he and his sister were here to save people, not demons. He's a traitor hiding behind them to help the demons. Should they really let him live? The rooster thought that he knew that he was poisoned by the poison of the thorns, so he wanted to convince them to kill him. If these monsters are also, he will not even be able to escape. But he can no longer watch how relatives who are not even capable of giving tasks are killed before his eyes. Then, Li Fan came forward and said that he forbids killing a chicken. The guy shouted that he had already confessed to everything. He had never been betrayed by him even like that. He stood up for him, wanted to protect him. The guy was angry and Li Fan said something that he doesn't understand what he's talking about, but he still said that he forbids killing a chicken. He doesn't care what he says. He forbids. Zhang began to nod his head in agreement. Li Fan replied that he will protect the chicken no matter what. The guy said that they were completely sick or they also betrayed them. They were betrayed by humanity. He was going crazy with every word. A girl came out and said that she had no right to speak on behalf of all humanity. Because of him, the whole city was almost destroyed. It seems he never repented. Everyone was surprised that she appeared and she was alive. Jingmo asked, was almost destroyed and didn't the city already fall? Asked Da Cheng. She replied that although the Ant Queen took all members of the special unit under Psi control, she took revenge on her brother Xiao Yuan Wang Yang and Lu Sheng, and also recorded that video. But after she accepted her offer, she no longer harms the residents and warriors of Changxi, and in return he will help him in researching the antidote. Then the girl remembered something. She ran and called her dad, mom, and brother. Suddenly she saw a puddle of blood and started crying, then sat down and hugged herself. Her brother came up to her and stroked her head. Then she hugged him and started crying more. He told her not to cry and he would kill them. He will exterminate every single one of them. He has already thought of everything. He will find a poison that will kill them all. And asked her, she was already learning English. He will call this poison the disaster of extermination in English. It will be DOE, and asked her if he was right and said that then the code name will be like this. She asked him if it was true he was able to create it. Da Cheng asked what we were talking about. What kind of DOE? Li Fan also asked what this meant. Everyone was confused. She replied that at first she supported his research, but then she noticed that his so-called research was not exactly what he was talking about. The center respects medicine and welcomes the arrival of a doctor of national rank. It is also a great honor for him as a school student. She told him that then they would protect the Sangshi together. He agreed and said that in the future he could rely on her. She told him to make himself at home. It was her duty as the city's first military advisor to welcome him. He replied that in fact he is now busy creating weapons against demons to temporarily paralyze any demon. She replied that they do not know much about medicine, but if everything is as he says, it will be a great help for the warriors. He said that this research will require all his strength. He is afraid that he will not be able to break into everything. She replied that he could calmly do his research and she would take care of his duties at the hotel. But further work was proposed to create a poison that would have an unusually difficult effect on each type of demon, and the increase in intelligence among demons only complicated this task. He spent days and nights on research. She stood watching him and thought that he had not rested for a long time. When she tried to open the laboratory, she received an error. The highest level of access is required to open it. She didn't understand what was going on. Isn't this a break room? Why did he set the access level to the highest level? After that, she opened the highest access and was allowed to enter. She opened the doors and thought that it was probably more convenient for him to convert the restroom into his office. She noticed that he was lying upside down on the table and thought that perhaps he was sleeping. She covered him with a cloak and thought about how hard he had been working lately. He is only 18 and still a child. He needs to take more care of his health. You need to turn off the computer so as not to interfere. Suddenly she noticed something. Energy wave of the demon into the source, high level of infectivity, loss of demon skills, complete extermination. He develops a highly infectious poison that reacts to the energy waves of demons, DO name of the Scourge of Extermination. Then he woke up and asked what she was doing here, and it's a little late, isn't it? She asked him what he did. He said, but paralyzing poison. He replied that she saw everything. So why is she asking diseases with a high level of infection can destroy all demons? She replied that a high level of spread will lead to a high level of resistance. This is impossible to achieve, and the existence of something like this is too dangerous. He replied that nothing is impossible for a scientist. This poison and no one can stop it. Every day many people die from demons. Kill or be killed, what's wrong if they die? He only wants them to be exterminated. Just let her imagine a world without demons. People again do not have to live in fear without warriors, whose protection ordinary people so need. Isn't this wonderful? Wasn't she waiting for this same research of his? This is the solution to a long-term war. She replied that this is a definite man-made catastrophe of humanity. We will have to pay for it. Moreover, the demon's intelligence has grown. They may evolve from demons into anthropomorphic creatures. Maybe their people will be able to exist mutually, he shouted and asked. It turns out she wants to live with demons. They are stronger than them. After their IQ growth, they will only become even stronger. How can the weak exist with the strong? How can a victim coexist with a predator? How can prey exist with the one who hunts it? Isn't it too naive? She believes that the just nature, no one should be subjected to such inhumanity and destruction. If the demon managed to develop his intellect and evolution, people will definitely be able to become stronger. Neither technology, nor faith, nor responsibility, nor feelings make people weaker. The existence of warriors with innate bodies is proof of this. He asked, why complicate everything so much if you can just end it completely? While she waits for them to evolve, how many people must die? Does she even understand how many lives they can save? She said that if he gets involved in the process of evolution, it's difficult to say what consequences this will lead to. Maybe extinction will just not stop there. These are empty worries. In addition to the Earth, there are other planets in the universe. He also thought about this for everything. Even a person has to pay. Then he looked at her angrily. There was silence between them. He said that when her parents were killed before his eyes, he promised himself that he would destroy them all, every last one. After that, he used Willow hitting the girl in the head. After that evening, she woke up chained to a hospital bed, unable to say a word. He temporarily paralyzed her with poison, told everyone that she had accidentally poisoned herself with the vapors in the research room. But all this time, she had to dutifully recover. He asked, should he have done anything differently? He did it for the sake of humanity, she knows. The girl asked for the sake of humanity. Can you give up your principles? And what did he do then? Does he want to tell his sister? Subject name age 18th grade medical. He thought that if he had a continental rank, he would definitely stay in the capital to serve at the headquarters. The guy looked at the computer, thought that combat power had soared to the level of the continental rank. Limitless potential. No wonder this is Xiaolu's younger brother. His battle power rank is continental. He congratulated him and said that he was a continental rank 18 years old. It's incredible. The guy thought that if he wants to continue developing poison, he needs his own laboratory. This way he can gain access to medicines and escape the close surveillance of headquarters. The man asked if he wanted to transfer to Cangxi. The guys replied that it is true that even being a healer, he still wants to go there. However, he is afraid that there will be concern due to the fact that he is still too young. The man replied that he heard him. He will collect information to consider his request. He will notify him of the decision. He then achieved success as a protector of Cangxi. After Lungo gave him freedom of action, he was able to continue his research. Although the first samples were soon obtained, however, the experimental demons died too quickly and did not spread the disease further. The mortality rate is high and the infection rate is low. 9th rank warrior with a born body. Lu Sheng 9th rank warrior with a born body. Wang Yang Xiaoyuan said that more test subjects are needed. Demon of the 5th rank. 5-colored pheasant cub, he looked at them pitifully, trembling so that they would not touch him. A man ran up to them in the meeting room of the Special Unit Soy and asked him if he was appointed as the new head of the Special Division of Feng Seal. At such a young age, he is the head of the association. His surname is Zhu, he asked the head of Wan. He is not even 30. He heard that he is a talent of the medical school. Suddenly, he noticed a demon. The guy replied that it was just a cub and that he should not worry. Besides, her ability has already been neutralized, so she is not dangerous. He replied that when they are here, of course he has nothing to worry about. What beautiful eyes she has, sparkling brighter than any gems from his collection. Maybe the head can give him her eyes. He thought that real garbage. He said that it was just a demon. Of course he would give it to him for their money, any part of it. He would never communicate with someone like that. But research requires finances. If he ever has something like this again, let him give him a sign. The bird cried and asked not to do this, but a scalpel was already brought to it. After that, the guy handed him a jar with eyes and said that this was his product. They have something new. Would he like to take a look? It's good to experiment on young special ones. You can easily control the degree of infection, and they don't die so quickly. The guy told the head not to be shy so that he could choose whatever he wanted. The man asked, "It's not dangerous here because there are so many demons." The guy replied that his subordinate has an innate ability to neutralize the ability. He is able to block the ability of any demon below him in level. They've already neutralized the forces, so they don't pose a threat. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He looked at the parrot and said that she has excellent feathers. He just has one installation that is missing a pair of such wings, and this demon has grown beautiful coral ears. They will make excellent jewelry, and this demon is a rabbit. What beautiful red eyes. He wants them. Guy's assistant, Lu Shen. He told the head to quickly take a look. The poison is capable of causing a mutation in their bodies. Although it is similar to evolution, but their bodies have only become weaker, the energy waves have also decreased. It must be this evolution that is over-consuming into life energy. What news regarding infectiousness? Not everything is so optimistic among all the demons sitting in the cell with her. Only one developed symptoms. It seems that changes in form saved her. Infectivity disappears altogether. Can only infect one person so it won't work. It's too easy to eliminate the carrier. You can't destroy them all. He asked how long she would live after evolution. The guy replied that based on her indicators, he believed no more than a year. Funding is lacking again. He has one thought. Their underground auction included some special items today. Of the first one is the charming cat wife. The echidna men smiled and asked if she is a demon. But she has a human form. Her level is below 9th, isn't it too dangerous? The guy told them not to worry. Although they are demons, she no longer poses a threat. Or how do they think they were dressed in such alluring outfits? They are not only not dangerous, but also weak. So if you don't obey, they will easily die. People started asking if they were really not dangerous. The man answered that she was a fragile and sexy cat. One man gave 6 million for her, another 8 million, and the rate began to rise to 10. 20 million, you are 40 and 60. The queen cried when she heard this story and said that they did this to their girl. After that, she turned and shouted, saying that even thousands of his deaths he does not pay this sin. They will never let him leave. They won't let you live for anything. The girl cried and ran, saying that she was to blame. She ran away again and asked her dad to save her. Then they hit her and she flew off. The guy said that she doesn't have a single ability. Apparently, her neutralization failed. He almost missed her. He told her to be a good girl, and tomorrow they will give a good price for her at the market. Suddenly, the guy felt energy waves from the demons of the national rank. He said that he needed to retreat, and the girl tried to get up to run away. A guy ran up to her and stopped her when she was already falling. He asked her why she got to the surface. Why did the only daughter of Her Highness Princess Wan Wan take this form? She said she's hurting and people are terrifying. He got angry and asked who did this to her. Sangshi Underground Palace. They began to treat the girl. They said that she was poisoned, but they could not neutralize it. She started crying and said she was cold, and asked if they could hug her. When the guy wanted to hug her, his way was blocked, and they said that it could infect them. They still don't know how contagious the poison is. The guy said that since she wouldn't let him take care of her, he had already touched her. The girl replied that he had not yet developed any symptoms. The girl continued to say that she was cold. Then the queen appeared and started taking her to her place. After that, she lowered her to the floor and sat down next to her. The girl began to cry and called her mom and asked if she would die. She answered that she would not die. The queen would save her and that she should not worry. She would get better and everything would pass. She replied that she really loves her mother, the queen. She is very tired, queen. She got up for Xiao. She was kidnapped by people. They gouged out her eyes. She wanted to give her back, but they noticed her. She will no longer dare to disobey her. She will no longer dare to rise to the surface. She is very cold. The queen said that if she was tired, then let her sleep. They will help her. They will snatch Xiao Wu from people's hands. After that, the queen burst into the building and called people. She used her power. Everyone fell to the floor for everything they had done. It was time to pay. No one could move. At that time, there were over 1,000 crippled demon cubs in the laboratory. The guy asked what's wrong here. They're just demons. The rooster got angry and said that he would kill him. Then Li Fan grabbed him by the shoulder and told him not to fight. The rooster cried. He was in pain. The girl thought that he really stopped. A demon of national rank listens to this man. Research departments discovered illegal connections between the special forces and the black market. But it was hard to even imagine that it was he who was behind all these dirty deals. The head of the special forces in the city of Tsangxi, the guy shouted out that pity for the enemy was like self-hatred when she managed to become a mother of mercy. Let her think with her head, they are just enemies. Creatures that eat people and kill them. What right does he have to speak from them all the last DOE 49 how he got it? How can he repeat humanity again and again for the sake of people? How many people died because of him? He betrayed people long ago. He is no longer a hero of humanity. He was only captured by the thirst for revenge for the sake of humanity. He would not harm people, but for the sake of the mission, he will stop at nothing. The guy got angry and asked himself why it doesn't work out. What's wrong? The infection rate is too low. What happened? He carefully studied the genome and all types of demons to create a high-precision poison. But why is the infection rate so low? What he missed that he must finish? He must find reasons he simply must find it. All his past followings left out only one person. A drunkard was walking down the street and suddenly a guy grabbed him. The man tried to call for help, but it was too late. If he adds the human genome, he will be able to explore the updated biological chain. The guy handed it to him and said that DOE 48 had definitely increased its infection rate. That's just... The nuclei spread to humans is also not lethal, but the chance of cancer has increased by an order of magnitude. The guy thought that the infection rate had increased. He was right. To increase the infection rate, full aviation is needed for further results. It is necessary to continue to use it in human research, increase infectivity, and completely neutralize the impact on humans. Suddenly, they were distracted by another guy. He said that he got hurt due to negligence, and the head said more than once not to start working with samples without gloves. Then the guy was studying something in a microscope. Suddenly, he was surprised. He activated. Are these Wang Yang's blood cells? DO 48 has become noticeably more active in blood conditions. Does this really mean warriors with innate deeds are also demons? Mutated animals led to the appearance of demons. They were much stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Most of them had innate abilities, thereby posing a threat to people. At the same time, among people there also appeared owners of bodies with innate abilities. They are not like ordinary warriors. They do not need to undergo many years of training and practice in academies. They do not have the strength of at least the second rank. People are also a link in the biological chain, which means they are also animals. The source of strength of warriors born in bodies is the same as that of demons. After mutation, they have less abilities and are also demons. If you try to add the warrior genome to DOE48, it's an innate thing. The chain of infection will be completed. The poison can destroy all demons, even warriors with innate bodies among humans. Although for ordinary people the poison is practically not dangerous, the warrior thought that he was telling the truth. Lu Sheng and Wang Yang did not measure him in everything. They did not help him in everything until his death. They did not know that they were helping him in research. I was doing it for themselves. The experimental sample of DOE49 infected all the demons in one cell. Although he forbade them to come into contact with sick demons, they also became infected. Because of this, several more employees in the department of their family of Changxi residents became infected. Although the strength of all the warriors slain by the bodies increased in their bodies, they weakened. That they could not live even a year. National rank warrior with an innate Dacheng body, sister asked. Is this poison really capable of killing people? Brother answered. That only warriors with born bodies are not dangerous for ordinary people. Two with innate bodies. Being also a warrior to doctors, how could she not have guessed if previously there was no significantly increased the risk of cancer? Then how the subsequent development of the poison may turn out to be less dangerous? He replied that he will be able to control it. He only needs to continue the research. He will definitely reduce the means for people. The poison will only kill demons. She screamed and asked how he would do it. His research had already failed to make clear the source of the ability of people, the same as that of demons. They are the same animals, and ordinary people are just not yet mutated demons. Mutated animals are like people with innate bodies. That's why demons kill people. They are a natural part of their food chain. Therefore, there is no poison that kills only demons. There is only poison that kills the living. In other words, no matter how much research he does, he will not achieve safety for people. Because in the end, all animals are one. The guy started to deny everything and said that I only kill demons, destroying only demons. You just need to find him, and they will destroy all their species for the sake of their parents. They are also part of their species. If he destroys them, they will also disappear. From the very beginning, he wanted to destroy the world. He wanted to destroy heavily on the planet, including her. The guy thought to himself that of course he didn't want to kill his sister. How could he even wish for such a thing? He is capable of destroying all living things, even his sister, the whole world. But how did this happen? He wanted to destroy only demons. He is really capable of killing warriors with born bodies among people. Their source of power is the same as that of demons. They are a new evolving species of people, the same as demons. For ordinary people, I am no longer such creatures. It is not fatal, even if it does not have side effects, even if they become weaker. But they certainly won't die. She is also afraid that the virus will mutate. He is afraid that it will turn on his sister, but he will definitely come up with a way to treat it. He will definitely be able to make it under control. He will definitely not allow him to harm her. He just needs a little more time. He just needs to continue working. He will definitely take revenge on the demon of his parents and protect his sister. One thing is true. He didn't understand this before. He knew this for a long time. But what should he do then? Forget about killing mom and dad. Accept a world in which people are just cattle for demons. No, one of them cannot live show me to the other. And he doesn't need a world without people. Mom and dad are already dead. The people dear to him are already dead. They died in front of his eyes while protecting him. Why should he put up with demons? The girl took him by the face and said it was her fault. After her parents died, she didn't take enough care of him. Even Vitya thought his condition was fine. She thought that he had already let them go. He was gifted since childhood. She believed that he even saw the death of his mother and father. He would cope with this better than her. But she forgot that he was only 9. It's her fault. It's all her fault why she went to study at the higher academy, why she left him in the care of others. It's all her fault, only hers. After all, he only brought difficulties. Exhausted alone. He bore it on himself. If only she were nearby, he would be able to let go of this burden sooner or later. But she forgot. She left. He didn't even have anyone to cry to, while he could only leave the past behind. After that, her brother hugged her tighter. The two of them cried a lot. Jang also cried, and the rooster suddenly became upset. Li Fan sensed the danger of the black rose. It was flying straight at them. God used feather blades. He asked Li Fan why he didn't evade. The hawk said that it was his ability. He was a traitor who used her ability to protect a person and almost deceived them. Then Mr. Ching Sang came in. He ran up to the girl. She said not to touch her. The poison can be transmitted through contact. She is infected. Their people really need his protection. Then he gave her his hand, and she stood up. She said that she understood that they came to the city to save their own. All citizens of their homes under the supervision of her people, all war dances under her control are locked in the Special Forces building under the supervision of her people, except for Wang Yang and Lu Sheng, and those who provoked her rage. The guy took the cat away to save it. So far, she has not taken out her rage on those who had nothing to do with the development of the poison. But now they give a choice, or they can take all the people out of chances. Since they are also carriers of the virus, they promise where they haven't been. Not they, not their city, will not take revenge on us, on the condition that they give them the guy's name along with the last sample of poison. They will restrain themselves and will not contain their rage. But he must be severely punished for the death of their child. He must die even so much, and the torment of their people. If they refuse and don't stand to save the virus, they will be forced to exterminate everyone and devour the whole city along with them. Then more demons ran up to them and were ready to fight. She said that she was waiting for their choice. The girl thought that when she came, the queen was already defeated, so she was forced to offer this deal. This rescue mission was led to Seoul to save my brother. She is a healer, although she is of continental rank, but still her strength is limited. In addition to her, there are also 2 war of the general staff Dacheng. Him her combat strength, she is afraid that the girl, instead of her assistants and brother, has no chance of victory. Therefore, the only chance to defeat the queen is these 2 have very innate abilities. She cannot understand one of them can be reduced by the other incomprehensibly by a demon of national rank. Only they can defeat the queen. It seems that if these are pissed off, then the end of the whole city and all the inhabitants, he is apparently the strongest here. He decides what to do. Then they Jang thought after turning around. The girl didn't understand and thought, does he really want to tell her to make the choice? Continental rank warrior. She asked her brother if he realized his mistakes. He asked if he was wrong. She got angry and said that he was mistaken. The guy said that he was mistaken then. The girl repeated and said that he had made a mistake so that he would not repeat this mistake again, so that he would promise her this. After that, she touched the guy and he lost his knowledge. She said they were giving it away with the last sample. The residents and warriors of Changxi are already infected in their bodies with a poison capable of multiplying the appearance of cancer if they go out with them. They will put the demons at risk of people so they become Changxi. She hopes that their majesty will go with them to the world war. They will continue to research the antidote together with the short-lived warrior Changxi. On these conditions, she agrees to hand over her brother and the last sample. The girl thought to herself, what a treaty feels like. Is this really what the commander-in-chief mentioned? She is worthy of continental rank. This is the highest achievement of the Moshan Academy. The bloody treaty is the highest binding force. Need the blood of both sides to complete the bloody pact. The violating party incurs the punishment of a force many times superior to that of the violator. And she handed it to her. Then the queen cut her hand and they made a pact. A peace treaty has been signed. She hopes that under their leadership, she will become the first city of peaceful mutual existence of demons and people. The last thing she told him was he went down the wrong path. But she couldn't take care of him and didn't show him the way, although she was most wrong. But now everything will change. Let him make no more mistakes. She loves him. After that, she fainted. Why did he run up to her? He woke up, didn't understand where she found out that they were in the forest near Changxi. He asked if she woke up. Why did he carry her on his back? The girl said that soon the general staff would not be at the helipad. They had already received information about what happened in Changxi and confirmed the peace treaty signed by Miss Xiaolu and the Ant Queen. Brother replied that they also sent you to assess the situation in Changxi and establish contact with the queen to confirm treaties to express their peaceful intentions. In the future, there is a high probability that Changxi will become a city of peaceful coexistence and control of demons and people. Then the girl realized that Dakin was holding her. She screamed for him to let her go. He said that everything was fine. It wasn't difficult for him, she fainted, so let him carry her. She screamed and told him to let her go by grabbing his hair. When she stood up, she noticed something and turned around. Everyone asked or what happened she was on the sides, and said she was returning to the center. Why did she decide to return because now is her brother? Must kill, she ran, remembering their conversation and cried. For the sake of saving him, Wan Xiaolu exchanged affairs with him. This is a secret technique of the family and Wan, which can only be used once in a lifetime. The peace agreement was only concluded with demons. Therefore, residents still continued to be afraid of demons. But even with the right of free movement, there were few who came to the square in the form of execution. Everyone was screaming for them to crucify him and shoot him. The execution that was chosen for him consisted of piercing his flesh with thousands of arrows from the demons who suffered at his hands. Perhaps only at that moment did he realize his mistake. What choice did she have to face? On one side, her brother, on the other, the inhabitants of his other Tsangsha? She sees no choice. He cannot leave the inhabitants, but he cannot see her brother die. Although he made a mistake that she was not capable of, he is her younger brother. She had no other choice. She's just glad she was able to save him. She is glad that she was able to save him without sacrificing others. The girl said that this was her brother. It's not surprising that it's not easy for her now. The guy replied that it's surprising that she fainted a long time ago. Although this is an indicative, peaceful city, everything in it is infected, so it is unlikely that any of the strong-willed demons with revived bodies will risk visiting it. But ordinary people can, so it is worth securing the entrance for them. He hopes that in a year, the doctor and the demons with their flying abilities, under the guidance of a military advisor, will be able to find an antidote. The girl answered that she thinks they can handle it. After that, the queen and the ants flew up to them. She said to give them Xiao Wu's ashes. She has the bloodline of the ancient divine phoenix. They are able to revive her from the ashes. After that, the rooster gave her a bag of ashes. Then the queen began to resurrect her. Everyone felt a powerful energy. After that, an egg fell into the hands of the rooster. Then Zhang took the amulet from the girl. They were all surprised. You just signed him to an agreement about the master immediately stole their treasures. After that, Zhang began to fall. They say he feels bad. The power of their treasure is incredibly enormous, and he thoughtlessly took it and absorbed it. Most likely, this power will tear him apart. Well, then Zhang became big again. The system said that the power is really great, only you need to understand the effect of a special drug ahead of time. Everyone thought he was dead, but suddenly he jumped up and said that he felt full of strength. The girl was surprised how he survived and how he was able to absorb so much energy. 1,000 years earlier, the foot of the city of Chang, the girl lay wounded. She then found out that this time it was much more serious. The wolf attacked her while she was fighting Queen Bee. How could such a shameless wolf even become an alpha? Suddenly, he didn't feel a human aura. The heavens apparently decided to destroy her. As soon as he realizes that she is not a person, he will immediately kill her. A boy approached her and asked if she was injured, asked him what he was going to do. Suddenly, she noticed that he was taking out a sword. Well, then he took out the amulet and told her to heal. She was surprised that it turned out he was not going to kill. And he didn't help her yet? Maybe he didn't understand who she was. She told him that she is not human. The boy answered that he knows that for a monk, all lives are equal. The little monk left the treasures and then went to the west, promising to pick up the pendant on the way back after healing. She constantly came to the river in anticipation of the return of that monk. And so year after year, century after century, until the bark turned into a city and the monk never returned for the treasure. She asked if he was then from the savior. Zhang didn't understand what he meant. This treasure belonged to their savior since he was able to absorb his power so easily. Then it must be his then. In this life, they were able to see a descendant, the savior, to return the treasures. How glad they are. Under Mount Qian, if the savior had not given them this treasure, they would have died from their wounds. And until this day, they did not have time to say thank you. Since he is then their savior, they will give him their spiritual thread in gratitude. It is created from their spiritual thoughts. Usually, it is invisible. But as soon as he thinks about her, it appears. As soon as he breaks it off, they will immediately come to his aid. Then Zhang broke the thread and asked if he did it right. Then the girl immediately teleported to Zhang and were surprised. She said that it was right, but now there was no point in doing that. They would give him another one and so that he wouldn't just spend it anymore. But he constantly tore them, and the girl began to get angry with him. The helicopter will arrive for them soon. Then Zhang began to needle and said that his complete conversion and parting is intensified. He feels this time. He will be able to complete it. And does he want to try? In the end, they lost to the Continental Rank Ant Queen and were forced to make peace agreements. But how strong is this Lee fan from Squad 666? The other guy answered, that they came out of the Continental rank if they. According to the report to the member, the Kangxi actually turned out to be Vadima Na of the Continental rank, led by the Ant Queen with a rare psychological ability, a Continental rank warrior of the highest Taoist Academy Geiyu. The guy asked. So his strength is close to the Lord's? Or has he already reached this rank of Continental rank warrior of the highest Academy of Buddhists Boji? If this is so, it will affect not only their homeland, but also the whole world. And here comes the headquarters helicopter. Everyone started looking out to be noticed. Everyone was surprised that they personally flew for them. Then they said hello. The boy said that the participants in the rescue operation did a great job. He asked what about the girl. The guy saw that she was fine, but her younger brother died. She was unconscious. And he said that he was sorry and he was sorry. Demons of national rank. Apparently those two near him are masters discovered by Xu Zhengyang. It seems that they are really strong. They are still in the territory of demons and they behave so carelessly. Why does he have an aura like that of a dead person? Li Fan lay unconscious. A rooster sat above him and touched him to check if he was alive. Zhang cried and apologized to him, saying that because of his complete reversal of the universe, he does not wake up. The warrior wondered. Did he kill several with needles? Li Fan is exactly as strong as they say, and he is the second master of 666. It seems the reports were exaggerated, the strength of their abilities, and greatly exaggerated rather mediocre if these two had such terrifying strength. He said that they were all going by helicopter to the headquarters for a report. They would finish with the Ant Queen and return, Tao pure form. He said that they are not carriers of the virus. He further purified them so that they can safely return. They thanked him and said that the master was concerned about safety. He noted that even if they did not overcome the Continental rank, they would have enough strength to escape. The warrior thought that there are not enough of them in the whole country among the Continental ranks. He is afraid that except for the boss, no one will have enough strength to escape from the Ant Queen. After that, they went to the Ant Queen, capital Lungo General Headquarters building. Aura National Rank Demons head commander of the Lungo Command Headquarters. And here they are, a warrior with the innate ability of the Continental rank Qin Ye. They all started getting out of the helicopter. He thought that Jingmo had also returned safely, and then there should be Detachment 66 from Yanhai and their assistant. The man said that they did a great job, almost perfectly completed Mission Impossible, causing everyone's admiration. And now they can rest a little. The rescue team will receive the reward due to them. Brother and sister shouted out in one voice that they understood him. The group discussed that the rescue squad had returned because of the Changsha. The guy asked what kind of Tsangxi, what kind of rescue squad was there? A leak that the Tsangxi were protected only by warriors higher than the national rank were in the know. The man began to worry and said that he had a family there. They told him not to worry, and according to available data, the Tsangxi did not fall. It is not yet clear what is there happened. Someone asked who was in the rescue squad. They answered that they only knew that their city had just sent Sui Feng, and the Mu Yu head asked if any of them wanted to go. But after fearing that they would not return, she would send her to the strongest in the area to escape. They say that they unsuccessfully completed the mission. Now we are reporting to the general staff. Who knew that the rescue squad would successfully complete the mission at that time? Everyone thought that it was almost impossible to return there alive. Another person asked what other task they had. The boss didn't say anything at all. They answered that at least the 9th rank, if he was below the 9th rank, they could simply not be informed. Capital Lungo Metropolitan Central Hospital. The girl lay and cried. He went through all this just to avenge his father and mother, for the sake of his loved ones. He wanted to protect them and did all this to protect them. Dad and Mom call him home to eat. Let him come down. My sister came for him. Most of all, he ate everything to see their deaths. He loves his sister very much. How come why did she die instead of him? When she was crying, Da Cheng came in and asked if she had woken up. She said yes and asked all this time she was guarding her outside the door. He replied that he was just worried. She thanked him. He began to feel embarrassed and said that it wasn't worth it. He would go buy her something to eat. She was fainting everywhere. Then she became sad again and started crying. A man came to her and said that demons eat people. This is the fastest way to evolve, even theoretically. The peaceful existence of demon people is impossible, at least until a common problem appears. He thinks that the name of his brother, most of all, did not want reconciliation with the enemy, but the only reason why peace was established. Emergence of a common problem. Do! Master Yu returned the body of her younger brother so she could bury him next to her parents, but she knew better. She thanked him. He told her to thank him. If DOE spreads it, will destroy all living things, his existence is a disaster. Well, one cannot help but admit the fact of the existence of DOE will allow demons with increased intelligence to realize that people are no weaker than them. If you drive people into a corner, they are unlikely to be able to cope with the consequences. As the commander-in-chief, he could not judge whether Qiao Yuan's approach was correct or not. The only thing he knows is that they did too little. He thought for a long time about how to protect the citizens of his country, and also about the fact that protecting the living is much more important than revenge. In the group, they asked if they had seen the latest official update. They told him what 2 demons of the continental rank saw in Sangxi. He was interested in their 4 warriors of the continental market would be able to cope with 2 demons of the continental rank. Why are the elite around the bush? Let me say honestly that they failed, and that's all. But they went with the rescue squad to sign a peace agreement. A peace agreement verified by the Supreme Academy of Maoshan. Regardless of what reasons, the terms of the agreement cannot be violated, otherwise retaliatory measures will follow. The agreement was signed by the strongest of them, their leader, a detachment under the leadership of the strongest warrior of the continental rank of the general staff, the name of the girl, as well as the accompaniment of an archer of the targeted rank, Dacheng Assassin, the name of a warrior member of the 666 detachment from Yanhai Lifan and Zhang, together with their pet demon of the national rank of the Imperial and the Herald of Prosperity, also with, they were sent by observers over detachment 666 of Yingzong rank. It can't be that they even had enough here to force demons of the continental rank to go to the World Girl and accidentally encountered the Imperial Messenger of Dawn, and he is simply incredible superior to all of them. Troop 666 from Yanhai has been rapidly gaining popularity lately. Previously, one could only assume that they were somewhere in the 9th rank after the information about their Battle of the Earth in person or 9th rank. But now they are listed as X. 3 days later, Zhang was happy that Li Fan woke up with the system saying that the master had come to his senses. Internal energy had been restored. A breakthrough had been successfully made. Energy cultivation had been successfully improved to the late stage of the heavenly stage. She didn't understand how he broke through to the stage seriously. This had never happened before. It was because of this guy's needles. Zhang said that he slept again for 3 days. It was not easy to wake him up. He replied that he felt immediately stronger and thanked Zhang. The system said that she needed rest. The guy apologized and asked. He is telling the truth. His complete rotation and the universe worked. Li Fan began to nod his head. Then Gei Yu came and asked if he had come to his senses. The commander-in-chief asked him to come to the strength assessment room. Subjects Li Fan, age 19 class. Not established natural data. Innate body combat rank 0. Everyone was surprised that he really had a weak aura of a warrior. Is it possible that the rescue team's reports indicate invalid information? Or is it the unstable combat power that Xu Chengyang spoke of? Can they somehow test its power? How about testing it in combat? When they turned around, they were no longer there. They didn't understand where they had gone. They came to some place. Zhang asked what they are playing. It looks fun. This iron wall is incredibly strong. Let him concentrate all his defensive power in his fist and stretch out his hand, and let him remember. Don't lose concentration. 6th rank? Not bad. There is progress. The couple was not happy. Then one of the warriors turned and saw 2 with an innate body, and said that this place was created specifically to test the protective abilities of warriors of the school of Buddhism, that they forgot here. If someone tries to pass these tests not because of tourists, then he will simply lose his arm. So let them leave while they are safe. They understood. So there is no need to get in the way, otherwise you will be left without hands. The girl called him. He said that he was coming. He had the 7th rank. She praised him and said that he was making good progress. His brothers praised him and said that he was getting stronger and stronger. Zhang said that it seemed to him or that he didn't want to play with them. Li Fan answered what he thinks, what he wants. The girl asked them if they wanted to try too. They began to say that these 2 with an innate body are generally fearless. How reckless. Let him try to understand how strong they will act. The girl told Zhang to concentrate and hit, but let him be careful. Then she said that he had zero protective power. Everyone started laughing at him and saying that it was the first time he had seen such a weakling. Zhang cried and said that he was in pain. She is really hard. Then Li Fan went. They told him that she was too tough for them and so that he wouldn't break his arm. Then Li Fan hit and the station exploded. He broke it, and it no longer worked. The soldiers watched him. They were afraid of this. The girl was afraid that he had the rank of lord. Really rank in logic, if this is really so, then this is the problem in the end. Lunga again chose the war of the ranks of the lord, and Li Fan asked Zhang if it still hurts. He broke it and took revenge for him. Zhang replied that it doesn't hurt so much anymore and thanked him. Then Li Fan began to treat his hand with healing medicine given by the system. The man called them and said that he would like to talk to them, asks them not to disclose this to anyone. It is impossible for anyone to find out the appearance of a warrior of the rank of lord. General Staff Lungo conference room. The man turned to them and said that he would like them to stay with them and defend the capital and the general staff as a new warrior of the rank of lord. In their country, he has not appeared at the rank of lord for 200 years, and they need him. Li Fan asked if Zhang would stay with him. The man replied that he was going on a special flight to Yanhai. Then Li Fan refused. The man was surprised by his reaction. He said that he asks Mr. Zhang to also stay in the capital, and it's better that way. Zhang replied that he wants to go home. He misses the director. Li Fan shouted that they will not stay, they are returning home. The man thought that according to reports, Xu Zhengyang is in charge of them. So by director they mean him, they seem to be very loyal. We also have a strong attachment to Yanhai. Then he is afraid to turn off this issue with Xu Zhengyang first. 2 days later, the commander sent Bo Ji to temporarily act as defender in place of Xu Zhengyang, who went on a special flight to the capital. The man asked to name his price after the incident with the Ant Queen, the assessment of the general staff. He had already found out everything, and Li Fan's combat strength, which exceeds the continental rank and may have already reached the rank of the Lord of the Man, was surprised. But they are loyal, so he would like to temporarily send them to the capital. Of course, it's impossible just like that. The general staff is ready to pay 10 times the salary for which it initially hired them in the units. However, given the Lord's frame, the general staff is ready to accept a 100-fold salary if he wishes. Money can't buy him, he's not greedy for them. Safety comes first, so he'll happily sell them Li Fan and Zhang. The rescue squad successfully completed the operation, returned to the general staff. Now the head commander is calling him to the capital. Most likely he learned about the power of Li Fan. The ordinary general staff forgets everyone whose forces correspond to the continental rank. Moreover, if it exceeds it, therefore it is very likely that the commander-in-chief called him about the transfer. The senior general staff wants him to convince him to stay in the capital. He understands what needs to be done. So he will happily sell Li Fan Jiang to him only through his corpse. Under no circumstances should Li Fan be allowed to stay in the capital, no matter what the commander-in-chief offers him. The man asked why. Was 3 times the salary really too little in his opinion? Firstly, Li Fan and Zhang are mentally ill. He will not be able to change the opinion of the mentally ill, so they better agree with their position. Secondly, if they stay in the village for a long time, most likely their mental illness will become known as soon as it is revealed. Since the force cannot be older, will use just to get rid of them both. Special cell for warriors. Under arrest the same way she never treated them, considering them a ticking time bomb. He's just forgiving, but he really can't force them to stay in the capital because they are his illegitimate children. Special children cannot be separated. The man was in shock. Liu Ying began to cry and said that if he puts it on a scale, they might think that he abandoned them like their mothers. They will not survive this. And the man thought that the initial information he received yesterday, that their partner was Xu Zhengyang, turned out to be true. But he doesn't know the details of their relationship. Is he really? If that's the case, then no wonder they say go home. But their surname is Jin Heli, the other is Zhang. The man replied that this is the mother's surname, that Zhang's dossier does not indicate the date of birth. Is this connected? Liu Ying said that yes, he forgot. Then the man replied that he is a male, although due to negligence, 2 days after birth, they gained strength. Moreover, they are still small, and they need any father. He hopes the commander-in-chief will not split the family. Sections are like this. Then he has no other choice, they will return to them. However, the whole world is watching the forces of rank. It is strange that she does not protect the capital on the other side. On the other hand, the international community does not have the opportunity to assess the power of Li Fan. So temporarily, they are the laws of the Eye, and they will make public information about the appearance of the Lord Rank War, and also Li Fan will return to Yanhai. Like permission, as soon as the country needs it and he must send it to protect the capital, the man replied, "No problem. Access allowed, let him be calm, protecting the capital, as well as the whole country, is their responsibility, so everything will be fine." Regarding the fact that Li Fan and Zhang, his unpaid children, ask the commander-in-chief to keep it in Sani. Although I am already many years old, I am still not married. He was also planning to get married. They have no shame in conscience. Who would have thought that the incredible coupon, according to the new lord of their country, would turn out to be the illegitimate son of Xu Zhengyang? I wonder what will happen if someone from the Jin family accidentally finds out about this. Liu Ying asked who he was. The man replied that he was one of the 13 military advisors of the Gestapo, also one of the 5 plenipotentiary defenders of the capital of national rank. Future head of the Jin family. Is it really Jin Shanwu's elder brother? Jin Heli's father. Then he shook his hand with his lying hands. How amazing Xu Zhengyang is. He has such gifted illegitimate children. I think he's already received his transfer. He already has 2 such grown-up sons. Where should he marry? Don't let him disgrace himself. Is it really possible to put an end to it now? This Li Fan's power has reached the rank of overlord. He returns to Yanhai instead of staying in the capital. How did the warrior agree to the command now? This is because Liu Ying said that they were his illegitimately born children. The commanders-in-chief considered it wrong to forcibly separate a family. I asked if he was joking. Wouldn't it be that in this case the new attack of demons on Yanhai would not be so easy to eliminate him and Jin Heli? The case in that forest fell straight into his hands. If they are not eliminated, then the secret of his corpse will soon be revealed after all. Rank of the Lord. Is it worth resorting to the power of those demons? Of those capable of establishing them, they are the only ones left. The warrior began to swear to himself. The guy asked what he was muttering there. He saw that Liu Ying was already 40, with a small 2 son, soon already over 20. He really underestimated him. Definitely Li Fan Zhang, with innate bodies, he didn't think of them to lure the guy away. Answered that he wants to kill their dad. I think they won't cross. The warrior answered that which is also true. I just thought they wanted to take the test of strength without him. Then since they won't be there, maybe he will succeed. Then the rooster went to bed. Li Fan Zhang started waking him up saying that they were home. Helipad building of the Special Forces of the city of Xinfeng. Congratulations on the successful completion of the task from the rank. From now on, they are no longer a disgrace to their city. They are their pride. The girl turned to her brother and said that they not only did the 5th extra mission, but they are called heroes. I feel uneasy. He replied that she should just enjoy herself. No one will know. Then they started thanking everyone. Only a few months have passed since he took them to them, and they have already climbed into the top 20 in the country. The squad has only half their points. Many mistakenly believe that they are the strongest requirements, but in fact, and besides, they successfully completed the task from the rank, receiving not only 10,000 points, but also a state award. Jin Heli was happy that they returned to Jin Shanwu, and she watched the helicopter. The director met them and greeted them joyfully. They burst into tears after hugging him, that he and Li Fan missed him very much. Some completed the fact that he also missed both of them. Then the director noticed the rooster. He ran up to him and hugged him and said that he was also the director and missed him very much. He seems to understand why Shay Hag is so animated. Last night, account Kinshan psychiatric hospital admission, 24 million. What is it here? The rulers of the Long Special Forces, the reason for the transfer, Li Fan Zhang and the Imperial Herald of Heyday successfully completed the rescue operation. Each of them is awarded a prize of 8 million. Then he began to count how many there were here from 0 and burst into tears because there were 24 million here. I couldn't even sleep at night from excitement. Liu Ying asked where Bo Ji was. Jin Heli replied that as soon as he flew back, he also flew to the capital. He must already be there. The man asked if she thought it was him. Then she interrupted him and said that as soon as he arrived anywhere else, he was not interested in the corpse. He slept in their office. She did not think that he was a traitor. 4 Continental ranks girl's name, Yu Laoqin Ye. Which one of them is most suspected? Suddenly, Jin Shanwu appeared behind them and separated them and said that they shouldn't whisper. Don't get so close to the pervert. The man thought, why did he bother him? She asked Liu Ying what they would do. Liu Ying shouted at her to continue with the others to follow the corpses. I will find something to tell him immediately. She asked, what about Li Fan and Zhang? He replied that they did a good job in sushi. Let them rest a little. If nothing else, that's all. Then they returned to the hospital. The staff greeted them. The director told them to take a good rest. Everyone was given a bonus. They joyfully congratulated them and congratulated them on their return. 3 days later, they were tired. It would be better if they didn't come back at all. His complete reversal of the universe is completely completed this time. It will definitely be possible to cure him. The couple did not run away, said that it was not necessary, and asked the director to save him. The first day after returning to the hospital, the woman told them to return the knife to her alive. Don't repeat the fatal number. And she looked at the open bank account with her hair and said that these are trifles. Let the kids play. The second day after returning to the hospital, the man said that the chainsaw was not made for this. The fatal number is not to be repeated. Shay Hag looked at the bank account again and said that these were small things. Let the children play. The third day after returning to the hospital, Li Fan knocked down a tree and it fell right on the patients. They cried and tried to get out, but the nurse tried to save them. The guy called for help while Zhang ran after the guy and tried to cure him with his acupuncture. The director got angry and said that at this rate, 24 million will not be enough for compensation. At least this number is normal. Xiao Bao said what he came to Li Fan Zhang. Zhang happily ran towards him. The boy thought, why are they wearing special forces uniforms, although it doesn't matter? He wants to go out of town but has no one with him, so he wanted to invite them to go with him. What do they think? They're patients in the hospital. They're afraid they won't come out, he'll ask, of course. But if not, then no. The director said that of course let him take them. He can give them as a gift. He thought that Mr. was his savior and said that if something happens, he will help him compensate, right? Xiao Bao agreed. For him, it was pennies. Zhang played with a butterfly. Chef against star restaurant lying on a sun lounger. Suddenly, Zhang noticed the cave and called Li Fan. He asked if they could come in and have a look. Of course, the guy agreed. When they entered the cave, the bull smelled human flesh and said that someone had changed and would disturb his peace. Ignorant people, they don't even know where they ended up. He is the strongest demon locked in a cave for 300 years. He and his brother Cockroach came here 300 years ago. He was locked up, he fought with people. His cockroach is gifted with strength after 300 years he must have rolled. I didn't hide becoming his ruler. He also missed his brother quite a lot. Now he will eat those who came to him and go to his brother. Lunch is served. High-energy food is discovered that can help reduce hunger for 1 year and 3 months to the goal ahead. 5M Master has the opportunity to accumulate a huge amount of energy reserves. These are demons half a step from the continental rank. They were unlucky to meet the former king. Did they come even if they didn't dream of leaving? Energy value national main properties of strong, poisonous, edible recommended methods of preparation. Step 1. Return to original shape. Step 2. Fry prey head ox bones. Napoleon beef cut into pieces. Stew cook, tedious brown fry, add spices. Li Fan said that they will not leave. 5 minutes later, the rooster was looking at the egg in the sun. Then Zhang called him and told him to see what they found. They were dragging a bull. The rooster got scared and dropped the egg. Well then, Ying Wuzong grabbed it so it wouldn't break. The bull noticed his relatives and turned to him. He told him to help him and save him. The rooster replied that he could only blame himself for making a mistake in choosing a cave. After that, they killed him. His brothers from heaven watched this and cried. After that, the bull noticed his brother and said that it was true. Then they ran up to meet each other joyfully. And then the bull said that he suffered a lot just like him. After that, they ate the bull. The rooster held his meat and looked at him upset. He said to rest in peace. Why is the meat of our brothers so aromatic every time? The guy asked if he could add more cumin. Then the rooster agreed. The bull and the cockroaches got angry. The bull said that he had the same opinion. His brothers didn't understand what they were talking about. They could guess without translation. Picnic Day 2 Demon Eagle Owl. He said that the prey itself was running towards him. He was noticed by Li Fan. Afterwards, they fried him. Owl on a stick. The rooster ate crying and said that he should only blame himself for bumping into them. Picnic Day 3. Zhang noticed the snake and said that it was a cute demon king cobra. Cobra thought about why these two ignoramuses called her dear. Somehow she felt uneasy. King Cobra on a stick. And why did she just catch her eye? Picnic day 4 demon boar he lay and said that he was very full. Then he shouted for them to let him go. He will no longer eat people. Pork on a stick. Let him blame himself for sleeping so sweetly that they decided to eat him. Rabbit on a stick. Let him blame himself for growing up so handsome. Frog on a stick. Let her only blame herself for growing up so ugly. Salmon on a stick. Let him blame himself that his meat is so tasty. They calmed the new demons you told them to get used to it. The rooster woke up and stretched. Demon of national rank. Azure Herald acquired abilities Electric Arc, Frightening Pressure, Poisonous Spit, Titanic Shell Rain of Needles Water. Wall Deep Breath, Evil Eye, Fast Flight, 6 Shadow Scythes, Second Head Feather Blades, Horsetail of the Split Sky, Shock Raid, King Cobra Venom, Bloody Eye, Frog Jump. The lords fainted. The kitsune said that if he were alive, he would kill all the chickens and roosters. Unknown. How many years ago, in a dark cave, the mother of a cockroach acquired huge offspring, and one of them. Immediately after birth, I met a rooster walking near a cave. He hissed with indignation. In front of the mother and other cockroaches, shaking in fear, this fearless cockroach was eaten. It was a strong blow to the mother of the cockroach, her boy, her newborn baby. Why was he so careless? But that's a completely different story. Last day of picnic on the way back. Xiao Bao said that on the road, they only ate kebab every day. He just ate too much fat. How do they feel? They will stop by before they return to the restaurant and eat something else. They agreed, said that she was glad to welcome them. Li Fan turned to Zhang, said that there was that good sister. Zhang asked where. Summary? The girl looked upset. She thought that if it didn't work out, she didn't know what to do. Then Li Fan and Zhang ran up to her and started shouting at her to turn around. She was happy with him and said what a coincidence. Zhang asked. She also came here to eat. She answered that where should she eat in such places? She came here to get a job as a waitress. Well, if they don't take it, okay, there's no point in talking about it. By the way, their clothes are how they left the hospital. The boy asked if they knew each other. Zhang replied, said that the good sister had prepared snake soup for them. The girl replied that it was a small matter. It was not difficult for her. He asked if she was looking for a job, and her Semyon was also a housekeeper. Would she like to try? The house is quite large per month. They pay 20,000 yuan full benefits package. She happily answered that she agreed. The guy told her to leave him her contact information. She bowed and said she would do her best. Recently, the situation in the hospital has been unusually calm. He is pleased with his position as deputy head. This is due to the fact that the songs appeared. They must have killed themselves a long time ago, but it's okay. He took a medical oath. How can he say something like that? Their hospital paid a lot of money for their treatment. How can he even talk about them like that? He is a kind person and will put incense for their repose. May the gods laugh at the Qingshan psychiatric ward and accept the souls of those who have passed into eternity. And may they never return. Then he came in with Zhang and shouted out that they had returned. He got angry and said he would never pray again. Zhang took the fact that they had not seen each other for a long time. He and Li Fan missed him, so they decided to visit him. Li Life on Li Life told me that he was very touched and thanked. They visited him so they can come back. After that, he put them in the car and said goodbye to them. Then, the man noticed that something was wrong. The director cried and thanked the boy for looking after them, although it was not necessary to return them. They need an eye and an eye. You can't leave them unattended for even 5 seconds. The girl asked what if they missed them. Inform him immediately. I will not organize a search for them. Then the girl cried out her hair and asked what happened. She replied that she wanted to say that 5 seconds had already passed and they had disappeared from sight. When he turned around, he really saw that they were not there. He got angry and told them quickly to search. The professor said that today there will be Kazan wants to use lightning for cultivation. Zhang replied that the watch seller said that the professor is mentally ill and cannot be trusted. The professor said that God is mentally ill and sells counterfeits. He asked if they were both mentally ill. They said on TV that mentally ill people are very dangerous. Then you need to stay away from them. And it's true, apparently the professor was right. Then he will be mentally ill. I won't buy anything from him anymore. He burst into tears. Lightning is very powerful. He uses their powers for cultivation. Well, good luck and finish the cultivation, and he will become stronger. Then the employees found them and said that they were here, and it was too dangerous. They wanted to touch the lightning rod. They ran away and told me to come, and that they should stand still. As Li Fan's best friend, at such an important moment, he can't afford to interfere with him. Then he was about to jump everyone's attention on him. They got scared and told him not to jump. The nurse grabbed him while he was hanging and called for help. She told the guys to pull him when everything had changed so much he doesn't get paid for that. Then suddenly the lightning rod was completely filled with current. He didn't turn around and saw Lee Fan coming from smoke. Should he call the director? The guys answered that they didn't take their phones. The girl said what she took. They told her and the guy called and asked they didn't miss anything. Then they remembered Zhang, who was already falling. They said that he was definitely finished on the 28th floor. They started screaming as they watched him fall. Then he was saved by the rooster Zhang, who fell on him. They were happy that he caught it. What a beautiful bird. It seems she's already seen it somewhere. This is the pet chamber of 666 demons that the director spoke about. The girl got scared and asked if he was a demon. The guy answered that, yes, he is a demon. He is so strong that he can take a humanoid form. She just cleaned everything up again. The chickens walk on the lawn, and then he has to clean up after them, he answered. And constantly, that he's not a hen, demon is a chicken again, deciduous carrion. Where is this chicken here from? Then the girl felt bad. The guys held her. Then they approached Li Fan and asked what they would do with him. They would return him to the hospital. The other guy replied that everything seemed to be wrong with him. At least it smelled like something was fried. They would tell the director to contact the morgue. Then suddenly Lai Life shouted out something that seemed to him to understand what was wrong. Why were they dressed in special forces uniforms, and now they are even recruiting psychos if this is the end for them? And then Shay Hag covered their mouth and asked what he was saying. They're just cosplay from theirs. They're just kids fooling around. Lai Life replied that you're in their hospital, there's a lot of war special forces. He can easily distinguish the real uniform from the cosplay. Then the director shouted out that Li Fan had been electrocuted. They can somehow look at their things together, and he sees that it's just a suit. Lai Life said that on the 5th, it's his own. Let him not talk his teeth into why they have uniforms. When Shay Hag turned around and said that there was nothing to say. Is he really sending his patients to work illegally for special forces? And then Shay Hag came closer to him and said that then 100,000 and he didn't see anything, he shouted when he managed to become like he got to this point. Shay Hag raised the price to 500,000. When the institute, they vowed together to take care of the mentally ill and become useful to society. Shay Hag shouted out that 1 million is not more. Lee Life thought how much he earned from them. Then Lee Life again began to beg for money. Then the director said no, no. After that, he ran up to him and ran his hand, said 1 million, so 1 million. The hospital just doesn't have enough money to develop the program in cases. First provide and help, then issue an invoice for it, and he can transfer it there. After that, Shay Hag transferred money to him. Lee Life called and said that they had just received 1 million about the paralysis of the experimental program. When he closed the microphone and turned to Shay Hag, said that he had saved Krita, that he sent Li Fan and Zhang to illegally blow up the special forces. To be honest, he had nothing to do with this money. Their dear director donated it. It's a loss. Making project. He just scammed a rich man out of money. Then he got angry and asked Lee Life why he turned on the speakerphone. He thinks he is deaf. Lee Life replied that he accidentally. Congratulations to the owner on successful hardening. And I am from a better rank to an excellent electric body that allows you to absorb the energy of heaven and earth twice as fast, also available at the location. Accept the skill and transfer the power to another location. Lei Fan refused. With the system, she said that this is how his owner has problems with his head. Decisions were made by default. Why is there no owner? He never made a decision. Then he turned around and saw that Zhang had disappeared. The system said after entering another location, the time in this world will be set. After returning, nothing will change. When Li Fan refused again, the system told him not to refuse for completing a task in one world. Good rewards are given. He is mischievous like a child. It would be better if he just called her as he used to call her crazy in my head. The owner can activate the location. Activate? She told him to choose yes, but he refused again. My sister was walking along the corridor and thought that it was very nice and calm today. Such a beautiful day. Then she noticed that Li Fan was climbing out the window and trying to jump. He said goodbye and said that tonight he would go on a long journey. She told him to stop and called for help. Here the patient wants to jump. The girl said she wouldn't let him. They all tried to drag him back. They said, "We thought about our parents. They are so worried about the death of their wife or breaking up with their girlfriend. You shouldn't jump even because of a terminal diagnosis. There is always hope. Then by this time, the rooster had already flown up to the hospital, and Zhang asked you when he got ready. He said he wanted to go for a ride too. The next day, after a video of a man being thrown out of a hospital window spread across the network, they filmed a report. The nurse said that there was no way to stop him at all. The other answered that he just jumped into the window and jumped down like a stone. The guy answered that there was no way to stop him at all, but they didn't find the patient's body below, asking dear viewers not to hear rumors, not to spread them. They are not cheating. He really jumped down correctly. He still hasn't returned and no one has seen him. We need to go back to the moment when the medical staff persuaded Li Fan not to jump. He jumped off and began to fall. The employees were afraid for him. Then the rooster caught him, and they flew. He told Zhang that the wind is very pleasant, much more pleasant than flying an airplane. His bandages began to come undone from the wind. He told Zhang to try too. Then Ying Wuzong looked out of the rooster amulet and said to ask Li Fan to dress up. Otherwise, someone will definitely take a photo of him. Then she said to look, but Zhang replied that he was afraid. He told him not to be afraid. He would hold him if he started to fall. He would catch him and asked if he trusted him. Zhang replied that of course he trusts him. Then he gave him his hand, and they stood up. He believed that this feeling was something he had experienced before. He has a very familiar feeling, as if he had flown like this for a long time already. He hopes that he, too, will grow wings and soar in the sky like him. Dreaming is not harmful. He started running around the rooster and said that it was flying and taking off. The rooster crashed and said that this was too much. Ying Wuzong agreed with him and said that he really wasn't even afraid to look at it. Isn't this the aura of their brother of national rank? He also feels the aura of human warriors, and the radio of national rank along with the human one. Is it possible that demonic rats will saddle him? He is not pacifists. The other rat answered, what he doesn't know, but the head of the militarists has already been broken by people. National rank, the strongest. Then he is their new king. The new king and people are flying together in the night sky of Yanhai, which means he has chosen the path of pacifism and peaceful existence with people. If this is the case, then from now on he will not follow up to increase his rank. The gorilla noticed the rooster and said, that is it really her comrades, the rooster of this people? Who would have thought that the little brother and the rooster would reach national rank? They say that they have concluded an agreement on mutual consent with the people of the world that his mother dreamed of is already close. Although in addition to Tsangxi and most other cities, demons still continue to eat people. Then a guy came up to him and said that he was lazy and that he should live and go into work. Eats so much every day he thinks it's easy for him and his brother to keep such an orangutan since he's another guy asked, does he really think that she understands him? He's talking to a monkey. A girl and her pet were walking down the street and the dog thought that it seems that even the demon national vortex can return to exist with people. So, over time, the rest will be able. She asked you what it was. He replied that it was too late and he needed to go back. There is no one here, so he will take her home? She immediately agreed. Improved containment collar can stretch to track demon status and location. She said that the tail was very dirty. Then they ran home. The director said that in addition to that million for silence, he also had treatment for Li Fan. It cost several $100,000. Who knows what will happen if he doesn't get help? If every time he gets help, he feels like he's going to go broke in the hospital. Especially considering that no matter how hard he falls, the very next day he soars up again. Suddenly, he was called out by Li Fan and Zhang, who flew up to the window and said that they had returned. The director was scared. Even the next day had not yet arrived. He asked them if they had seen the time for them to go to bed alive. After that, they fell asleep. The director came up and asked if he told them to sleep here. It's quite cool in the mornings. After that, he covered them with a blanket. Why hasn't Liu Ying come for them yet? The special forces have such good social security. Isn't their vacation too long? You can't just throw it away on the weekends to a person who only has 4 days off a month. The system called the owner and said that he still has a skill hanging on the location. If he doesn't lie about the location today, he will lose it forever in sick locations. There are a lot of good resources for cultivation and for him, but he turned over on the other side and continued to sleep. She got angry and said that this time the owner would not be bored, but I think he might try and allow Zhang to go to another location. Then Li Fan suddenly woke up and stood up. The system said that it said you can try, but did not promise anything. This system is assigned only to its owner. It is not his fault that if he is not transferred on the spot with the owner. Then he started to wake up Jung and told him to get up. Leon remembers he told him about other locations. The psycho in his head said that he too could go there with him and whether he wanted. Jang replied that of course he wants. The system said to close his eyes. The system is establishing a connection. Everything is in his head, he said to close his eyes. The rooster thought that he was talking some nonsense about another location. They really think and be brought to another world. Another location activated real-world time stopped. After that, they closed their eyes and were transported to another location conditions for returning to successfully complete the task. The task is to help the middle god of War Li Fan regain his dignity and restore the power of the older family in the city of Mengchen Detour Li Fan from another world explanation power coefficient 100%. For the first time, the system transfers someone other than the owner and asks to wait a little. 1, 2, 3 connections successfully established. Not only he passed through, but even this demon was able to transfer himself to the world. How did it happen? Mengchen City. Martial Arts Association headquarters. A man pushed another man to the floor and he fell with a crash. He told the gentleman to quickly take the young gentleman's women and leave. We need to give him the scroll. Otherwise, the Line family won't see the dawn tomorrow. After death in the family, there are no heirs left. The family is not able to protect this treasure. It is better to hand it over to him. Just don't let them say that they wanted to pass it on to the only heir of the Line family. This idiot! She told her son to run quickly, but he said that he didn't want to. He had a dead dog today and started barking. Mom started crying and worried about her son. The man asked if he was ready to go with him to the last battle. Another man shouted that Yan Chu was keeping his word. He was ready to become a master in the last battle. Then they started fighting. He used a family heirloom space scroll and replied that he would rather die today than hand it over to such shameless robbers like them. Doesn't want to do it in a good way. It will be done in a bad way. The girl said that the Pika cultivator would rarely be in their arts if a fight started. She's afraid it won't cost a little blood, the guys answered. That this Yan Q is also a cultivator at the level of a mid-rank martial arts cage. Who knew that he was so will be loyal to the Lin family against the two of them. They can't stand it. The girl asked if they were afraid of them. How many of them are there? Is it really impossible to even cope with 2 old men? He turned to them and said that if his son Lin Shu had sacrificed his life to me then, none of them would have been standing here now all dead, and less than 2 years later, they are helping these bandits rob their house. The girl replied that if her brother were here, she would not have come. But he is dead, and of the heirs, only this weak-minded one will she really watch with folded hands as the Shrine of Art hands it over to the hands of this scum. It's their family's heirloom. They shouldn't care who they're handing over the scroll, even if they don't dare think about taking it. The girl replied that since the conversation was not going well, it was time to change direction. Let the head of the Lin family give up the scroll, and they would spare their lives. At an hour when the family is lazy and in danger, no one will ask. He said to take her son and run. The girl was surprised that the head of the deer was almost to the sphere of the other couple and did not answer. The fact that he wants to detain them in order to gain time for them. They will kill him, from the sphere will fall. Let them forget about her. She will not let them stop him. The girl got scared and called her grandfather with tears in her eyes. Then she approached the guy and said that they had to leave. He pulled out his hand. She said that he wouldn't run, so he's a dog. He'll run on all fours. Then she slapped him and told him to shut up. He said that she is the mother of this Lin fan. He said that he had a headache. The girl thought that she hit him so hard that he became even stronger and became stupid. He started calling Zhang and asking where he was. The woman didn't understand who Zhang was. At this time, there was a fierce battle, and the man fell right at Li Fan's feet. He asked him if he was Zhang. He replied that he would burn and run away. He said that he was seriously injured now. He will find Zhang. He will help him. They were told to run quickly. He couldn't cope. He can't stop them. The man screamed because he had lost it. Then his blood splashed on Li Fan. He said that it is wrong to beat one by a crowd. On TV, they say it's dishonest. The guy said that he was stupid, talking to them about honor. The girl answered that, yes, it was dishonorable. And did he want to take his place? He said that he couldn't even shoot him down. He didn't care. It would only help his cultivation. He wouldn't blame them. They started laughing at him and said that he was not only a fool, but also a madman. If he doesn't get the scroll today, he will destroy their family. Then, he lifted the guy up and grabbed him by the throat. Everyone started to worry about him, and the man swung his hand and told him to die. But as soon as he touched it, he was paralyzed by electric shock. He started bleeding. Everyone didn't understand what it was. All 5 fingers are broken. Their head is at the martial ancestor stage. Was this guy just pretending to be crazy in still waters? There are devils. It's impossible she was with this garbage for the sake of a scroll of space. He was definitely an idiot. To hell with it, he'll just kill him and take the scroll. When the sword hit Li Fan, it did not hit him, and simply broke, Li Fan replied. That is why they are now asking to be diligent in helping his cultivation. It seems that in his head, he was saying that if they overdo it, then it will also be bad for them. A girl attacked him from behind. But when she touched him, her fingers also broke and she fell to the floor. She said he was pretending, and he deceived her. Everyone was in shock, and Li Fan turned to her and didn't understand what was wrong with her. He killed the young miss at the initial stage of the martial ancestor. Did he really deceive them on purpose so that they would attack? Then he won't turn a blind eye to today's incident? No, he won't sit back. All that remains is to go to the end together. But they failed to attack him, and everyone fell wounded to the floor bleeding. They thought he was trash. How stupid they are. Well, he thought of everything. Who would have thought that he was hiding such power? Except Zhang. No one tried so hard to help him in cultivation. They are good people and he mocks them. He is terrible. Their young master was pretending all this time. How come he couldn't see it all these years? The man said, Don't tell him that even his grandfather didn't succeed, he answered. That it's not enough, but the gentleman is very strong. He won't have to worry anymore. You and he can rest in peace. The only thing he is still worried about is his granddaughter asks him to take care of her. He goes to their ancestors. Li Fan asked if they want to save him. The man was surprised and asked if he could save him so that the psycho in his head said yes. Activation of a trading house. Does he want to purchase a healing potion of the category on the verge of death for 2% of his accumulated internal energy? These stores accept either a reserve of strong energy or produced in case of insufficient society in a divided priority. The accumulated is used to accept or refuse, then Li Fan accepted. Looks exactly like a chemical test came out of nowhere. It's definitely usable. Well, they don't have any other way anyway. Then he suddenly jumped up and said that let them go out one at a time, he would kill a dozen. So effective, he was very surprised. Where is he? Why is he here? Is this really the same one and the location in his head is really another world? But all this doesn't matter now. The main thing is why he became a man, and also a woman. They burst into her place and asked if it was her. What are these two up to? They grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Technical ability of electric arc. His ability? Dynamic ability? Poisonous spit. Where is the spit? Frightening pressure. Eagle frog. Jump deep sea breathing water. Wall king cobra venom. Fast flight evil eye of 6 shadow goats. Bloody eye jump titanic shell feather blades. Shock raid horsetail of the split sky path illusory tails. All this time, what kind of nonsense is she talking about? She, the man answered, that he doesn't usually know the daughter doesn't behave like that. He probably just scared her. This old fool hasn't appeared yet, the man asked. He was thrown to the floor. He can't use his abilities. Everyone here will kill him. Then the man saw the girl and ran up to her. But when he ran up, he was shocked and thrown back. The man managed to catch him and asked who is looking for trouble with the Lin family again. The man turned to them and said that they had killed his granddaughter. An eye for an eye. So this is the old man, Zhou Xuan. They say he has already reached the stage of the martial king. He is afraid even together they are not his opponent. For the sake of the Lin family, will he sacrifice his granddaughter if he now captures the grandson of the Lin family for him? This idiot. He will kill him instead of his granddaughter. Perhaps he will spare his and his granddaughter's miserable lives. If he dares to kill her, he will die, but he will take him with him. The man laughed and said that he had been at the martial king stage for a long time. Would he fight the dog at home laziness at the middle stage of the martial ancestor? Is it a one-way path for him? If he doesn't catch the stupid boy, he will see his granddaughter die. The man told him to stop. Does he really want to voluntarily give up his stupid grandson for the life of the granddaughter of this pathetic servant? His granddaughter died at his hands. He came here and he won't leave without revenge. It doesn't matter who it is. He won't stop at one life. Suddenly, Li Fan came out and asked why they were making noise here. Men asked, this is the trash of the Lin family. It seems he is completely stupid. Then Li Fan noticed the crust, who tried to get out. He said he's not a chicken and doesn't know what he's talking about. Li Fan was delighted and called the chicken again. He turned away and said that there are no people who do not have an understanding of the personal boundaries of others. What a shame it is for a woman to be like that, and everyone is staring at him. He's not a chicken, I'm just an incapable person, and a girl at that. The stupidity of the family is laziness. He sees that this girl is very dear to him. If this is so, then let him accept death instead of her. He won't refuse, will he? He replied, oh, he seems really stupid. Li Fan said that he is coming. The prey itself is running into his hands. What a cretin. The man burst into tears and thought about what he had done to deserve such mercy. He would really save her. He lived for a reason. He appreciates his mercy, but he cannot allow him to sacrifice his life. He pretended to be a fool for so many years, honing his skills. Although he dealt with that gang at the stage of the martial ancestor, but the demon has already reached the stage of the martial king. If he takes one more step, he can destroy his moment of I and let her think about everything carefully. The guy started shaking his head and said he doesn't understand what he's talking about, but he can handle it. After that, he went to him. His grandson is a hero. No wonder he comes from the Lin family. Everyone gathered and started watching it. People of the martial union? The head of the union is also at the stage of the martial king. Buddhist monk, invited elder of the martial union, head of the martial union. Taoist monk, senior disciple of the inner sect. Thank God here is not only the head himself, but also the masters of the three martial kings of the middle stage lord. With their help, they will be able to resist him at the peak of the martial king. He thanked him for visiting the family. He was too lazy to establish justice. He said it's not worth it. He's here today to restore justice. Yesterday, the robbers and others came to plunder the house of the Lin family, but were killed. This incident was reported, and the bodies were handed over to the fighting union. He asks him to look into everything. He said justice is not restored. The family line killed the younger mistress right once. They killed his granddaughter. It's fair that the head of the family wants to avenge her, isn't it? Yesterday, they killed a lot of people if it weren't for his grandson. They transferred either the entire line family. But there is laziness in the family, apart from a few words and dogs. No one was hurt. And they didn't suffer much damage, right? Before they rushed into the main hall, they slaughtered the people of their family. They were all loyal servants of the House of Lin. Each of them was the head of a fan. How can he say such a thing? Just pathetic trash. Is it worth talking so much about them? But the White Line family is a young talent master of the initial stage according to his ancestor. What he thinks is an equal exchange. Well, how come they didn't think that he could really do this? So he thinks that in the girl's life, laziness is unlikely to be enough to compensate for the life of one grandson in the family. After all, she was talented. And there are many of them. One more life of someone from the Lin family. Granddaughter Yanya is quite suitable. But if the family is too lazy to give up the scroll, perhaps this will be enough. Of course, the military union will first check the authenticity. He is a shameless thief just like them. Mr. Lin, it seems, he is determined. The words of the head of the fan are true. The other man replied that the scripture says that whoever holds on to his stubbornness hinders his insight. Nonsense. How can they call themselves followers of the Taoist Buddhist teachings of this scroll? They do not hesitate to call white black. They are a disgrace to their schools. They are so indignant. Apparently, they don't plan to hand over the scroll. No wonder this battle cannon is an incredible treasure. If so, apparently he has no other choice but to take these two lives. Then he pointed the sword at the rooster. He almost hit him. Well then, Li Fan stopped with one movement and said, "You shouldn't throw your things around like that. You might hurt someone." He just stopped the tip of the head of the fan's messy tail with his bare hands. His speed, even he couldn't see his movements. This guy should not be underestimated. He knows about mercy. The family is lazy. He just needs to pay with one life for the life of his granddaughter. Past differences will be forgotten. Since even the old man retreated, apparently it's really not that simple. You can't act if he decided to make a concession. He hopes Mr. Lennon also won't just stand here as if goodbye means one life. The Yan family has always been close to the Lin family. Her life will be quite enough and the conflict will be resolved. Well, let them not say that the family is too lazy to sacrifice even the life of a servant. Otherwise, the desire of the Zhou family together will not subside, and their fighting alliance will not be able to intervene. How come they talked and finally decided to kill him? Then Li Fan tore the circle around the rooster's neck with one movement. Everyone was stunned. This can't be true. He grabbed the crust and said that she had lost a lot of weight, and said that they need to go home. Otherwise, because of hunger, she will stop laying eggs while they look for Zhang. They will fatten her. Then a man called him and said that even with the life of one pathetic servant, he did not want to compensate for the murder of his granddaughter. He thinks he can bear it so much. The rooster got scared when the man directed a stream of his power at them. He pressed himself close to the guy and thought that now he was just an ordinary person. He started to tremble and told Li Fan to save her. Then Li Fan stopped the man's blow with one movement and told him not to dare touch his chicken. He had just held back the full might of the master at the peak of the martial king. Does he really want to fight? This is the famous death move of the old demon of the Zhou family. This blow, if it hits, no one has ever been able to survive a thundercrow. He can only blame his madness. Let him consider it an honor to be able to suffer here from this blow, and told him to die by aiming a blow at them. And the rooster pressed more and more against Li Fan to hold on, but she was blown away and flew away. Li Fan shouted. Then the blow hit him right in the back, forced him to use a lethal move. He deserved it. Then Li Fan got angry and said that he was pleased. The man was surprised how he didn't die. He absorbed his thunderous golden raven. Then Li Fan heard someone coughing. He turned and ran to the chicken. The rooster thought that the human body is very weak. He told Li Fan to allow him to just pass out on the way. Then Li Fan thought that the chicken died. He was able to absorb his thunderous golden crow. Well, as the master said, no one except him can have a golden crow's body with his body. Li Fan approached the man and said that he had killed his chicken. After that, he hit him right in the jaw, and the man flew away. He hit his head directly on the roof and broke it. He was at the peak of the fighting king. He turned to them and asked they also wanted to kill his chicken. But he didn't have time to say anything because Li Fan used his power again, and he flew into the wall, breaking it. Then he attacked Budu and also attacked him. The guy said he wouldn't dare kill him, but Li Fan didn't care. He also attacked him like the previous two. And after that, all three of them lay near the wall. But how are they all at the stage of fighting kings? He will strike everyone who offends his chicken. The guy shouted that Mr. Tsin is dead. Head fan 2, Master 2, killed with one blow, then everyone got scared and ran away from there. He walked up to the chicken and took her in his arms. The chicken didn't understand what that sound was. Who would have thought that a person would be so worried about him? He said that her testicles are very tasty so that she does not die. After that, the chicken passed out again and said that it was better to die. Amazingly, the master of the Martial King Peak robbed the Lin family estate to take revenge on the death of his granddaughter. But the trash of the Lin family, a 19-year-old boy, defeated him and turned out to be the strongest master of their city. The head of the combat union, at the request of Zhou, arrived at the Lin family estate along with his people. Wanting to pick up the scroll of the Lenny family, he was accompanied by his wards. All three were killed on the spot. Lin Fanum was a serious blow to the combat alliance. Yesterday, the masters at the stage of martial ancestors, as well as all the people, decided to ruin the family of the laziness of the city of Meng, but were killed by the scum of the family. The young master of the family, 19 years old, became a new talent in the world of martial arts. Then a group of people ran to the guy and started crying. They say that to collect them, he died. He was killed by the scum of the family. He must avenge him. He told them not to cry. He said they stopped crying. He said he would help them. They said they hoped for him. How terribly they cry all the time. But his heart can't stand it. He burst into tears and thought, "Where is Li Fan?" After the mentor came out of seclusion for a breakthrough, he changed a lot. The most important thing is that he believes their tears. And he also really likes his flour biscuits. She likes her current mentor better. Everyone agreed. Han he promised to protect her, but he failed. The man was upset that his granddaughter was dead. But suddenly, she woke up. Li Fan was glad that she was alive, otherwise the eggs would be a rooster. Then that it would be better if he died. And Li Fan carried the girl to the man. He said that she was seriously injured. This old Zhou managed to inflict serious damage to internal organs. Poor little girl has to go through that. He's afraid she won't survive. Then the man ran up to her and began to cry, saying that he was useless. He could not save her. The rooster decided to distance himself from him, thought that he didn't know him at all, and that he should stay away from him. Maybe all is not lost yet, sir. He remembers about the heavenly lotus and the holy fighting land. They say if there is even a faint breath, the lotus can heal him. Heavenly Lotus St. Martial Land, into a spatial scroll. Let him let Li Fan go after him. She grew up before her eyes. She treats her like her own daughter. Since he handed over the scroll for safekeeping and let him allow it to be used for her sake, the man said that since he couldn't refuse, he also didn't want to see her death. Let her go to the holy martial land and blame the scroll on the heavenly lotus. He wants him to hug this scroll, he will save the chicken. Then he gave the chicken to the man. As soon as he wanted to take the chest, someone snatched it out of his hands. The guy said that here is the great treasure of the Lin family, a spatial scroll called a battle cannon. They not only decided to rob them, but also called Lu Xiaoxing. His presence is equivalent to the fourth disciple of the inner sect. He replied that he heard everything. This scroll can be exchanged for the heavenly lotus holy martial land. The head of the sect is present. The man saw what the gentleman was afraid of and heard space on the scroll of the treasure of the Lin family. How could it be given away so easily and asked to return it? He replied that he found a fool after he said that their sect was constantly competing with the holy martial land. And do they really think that their mentor will allow them to transfer the spatial scroll to them? Naturally, no, all the valuables in the city belong to the third inner disciple of the Death Squeaker sect, or rather to their mentor. He is also here. Did they somehow provoke the head of the sect? He arrived in person. If this is so, their home really has come to an end. The second inner disciple of the sect, he approached Li Fan and put a knife to his throat and asked, "Are you a cretin and family whose laziness suddenly had an insight? His cultivation has already surpassed the peak of the martial king." Then he ran the dagger across his throat. Everyone screamed, scared for him, but the dagger broke. He broke his knife. Then it's clear why the elder couldn't handle it. But they expected nothing, that the second ones would not be enough. So their master came with them. He began to enter the room. The old man was surprised. This is Master Zhang Yu, sect leader Immaculate Mountain chapter. After all, he has passed to the level of the saint. In the world of martial arts, power is decided by all three factions located at the very top: Holy Land of Martial Arts, Jiang King Sect, Combat Union. The fighting alliance was formed from different feudal lords for their own protection. The Lin family also belongs to one of these. While the strength of the Holy Martial Land and sect lies in the two masters, they are like rocks standing unshakable. No one dares to challenge them. The head of the Holy Martial Land, whose true face no one has seen, and the head of the sect, Master Zhang, the teacher of the monk of the bloody blade of the dying squeaker and the demon. They are two of the strongest in the martial arts world, peerless saints. Mountains and seas tremble before them, and only marriage will remain for a person. The man fell to the floor and greeted him and asked for mercy for the pathetic Lin family. I saw the master and immediately lost all courage. It was too late. The Lin family will pay in full. They pray to them. Let them laugh at him. He is ready to bring punishment instead of his grandson. He is also ready to pay to death with his life. Let him have mercy only on his family. They will not have mercy on you, but their prayers will not go unheard since they are here. They will ensure that the sentence is carried out. Then he pointed to the chicken. Everyone was surprised. Li Fan and Zhang finally saw each other. Then they hugged. Li Fan said that he grew up, and Zhang said that Li Fan became shorter. This is Zhang, his best friend. Li Fan dares to call Zhang old man Zhang. Isn't that too much? This is Li Fan. He is his best friend from another unknown world to him. Is there really a spiritual connection between them? This picture of the Lin family formed to the rank of saint and even met a master in the astral world. They bowed and said they were asking for forgiveness so that he would have mercy. They were rude. Lin Fan and the sect leader turned out to be longtime friends in the spiritual world. Yesterday's village fool turned out to be a master of the rank of saint. Only a master at the saint stage is able to leave the body and enter the astral space. So what is the real level of Li Fan's development that he was able to enter the spiritual world and make friends with a master at such a young age is a frightening talent. Not only was the monk's death not avenged, but Zhang also recognized Li Fan as his friend all this time. The laziness family was associated with the sect, who now dares to challenge this family. Then Zhang noticed the chicken and began to cry. It's a pity that there are no more needles in his hair. He's useless. Sash replied that it's okay. He'll help him find something sharp. And they also said that the box can be exchanged for something that will help chicken. True, then you need to do this as soon as possible. Then the guy returned the box to Li Fan. They will receive the means they talked about, and the chickens will help. He will go with Li Fan and let them wait for him here. The master had never approached women before, and now he personally took this girl and also went to the Holy Land with Li Fan, and they want to cancel the family's spatial scroll to the Holy Lotus of Heavenly Energy to save her. What's so special about her? Why did the master lose her mind for her? The insidious woman. He told the chicken not to be afraid. He would save her. Master, this girl is unworthy of him. She is much younger than him. Everyone will think that he is a pedophile. He is his good name. Then they noticed that Li Fan was also looking at the chicken. They thought that he also fell in love with her. That's it. Zhang did what he and Li Fan would definitely save her, and the delicious eggs the rooster thought about letting him die. After that, they left and were told to come back quickly. Didn't he say that young master used some kind of remedy to save him? So why didn't he just use it to save her?